bring our best condition as much as possible.
G2 did not perform too well at MSI, but did significantly better at EWC. Is there anything from your perspective that you've seen them improve on?
이제 G2가 MSI에서는 좀 많이 아쉬운 경기력이었지만 이번 EWC에는 상당히 좀 좋은 경기력을 보여주고 있는데 G2가 이렇게 좀 발전된 경기력을 보여주고 있는 이유에 대해서 좀 개인적으로 뭐라고 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
뭐 MSI나 EWC나 둘 다 짧은 기간의 국제 대회이기 때문에 경기력적인 부분에서는 사실 크게 달라지긴 어려운데 단기적인 대회다 보니까 컨디션이나 그런 측면에서 잘 준비된 게 아닌가 생각합니다.
I think in terms of both MSI and EWC, it's very short-term competition. So I think they're not going to be much of a difference in overall performance. But I think mostly, overall condition-wise, or even trying to be in shape or form in that
5시 전에 오긴 했는데.
period. So I think that's the one. That's the difference that makes.
Thank you very much for your time and good luck in your match today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Ox and translations by Maddox with Faker. Again, the face of EWC, probably the face of esports here. And for him to give the time
오늘은 3, 4위전이랑 결승이랑 이렇게 두 개.
tough loss and losing
We
the
have
opportunity to be defending
third and
title
fourth
winners,
match first,
still
T1
giving
vs
insights on
G2.
how he
And
continues
then
to
we
grow
have
and what he wants to
the grand
achieve
finals.
against this G2 roster. As we take a look at
Hi,
the
buddy.
T1 lineups, it is Doran, Owner, Faker, Guma, and Karya. This roster that we've just gotten so
There
used
it
to.
is.
Even with
Doran,
Doran slotting on
Owner,
into the
Faker,
top
Guma,
lane here,
Karya.
Wolf, you just know kind of the magic that they bring at international stages.
You say that, but I feel
들어가자.
like Doran in the top lane
그래.
is the thing you know the
3위
least
하면
about.
되는
And
거야.
when you doubt him, he overperforms. When
Just
you're
make
ready to
sure we
trust,
don't lose to
then he
G2, right?
underperforms, right? But I feel like he hasn't
Don't
really
lose to G2.
been the main part of T1's woes. It's been some of the
230k
bottom
or
2v2s. Like
160k?
Kuma will have a game where he and Karya get crushed in the 2v2 lane, but
$70,000
on T1. I felt like that was the case in AL and
Between third and fourth,
that's
that's kind of that's a lot
We're
actually.
just not seeing the same level
Feviknight
of
high, also
coordination
high.
and great objective setups that T1 is so known for, right? You know, the bottom 2v2 really tricky to pull off in situations like this. The flourish misses, you know, Guma ends up getting taken out. It's these small edges that AL
Not the
got
tragedy
over T1.
yesterday.
It's not to say that Karya and Guma are having a
진짜
bad
너무
tournament
슬펐는데.
or they're playing really badly. They just got outclassed, and you don't expect to see that.
Now, you know where I'm going, Double. If when you've had long-standing partnerships and all at bot lane, and then it starts to not work, how do you work through that to get back on track?
안녕하세요.
That
어서오세요.
first clip was so
Welcome,
tragic.
guys.
It's so hard to hit skill shots off of Rel's
Feviknight high was so
RW
fine.
because it's like moving them twice and they're knocked up at the end, so you almost have no
막
idea where
태어난
the
우리
buff
야티?
should be.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, like I feel for him
그러니까
because that's
T1
a
이제
very easy mistake to
마스코트
make.
나왔죠?
And you know,
T1
those are the kinds
mascot.
of mistakes you can't make playing against the best in the world.
Ati.
You do a small stuff like that, now you're 2v2 killed, now the game's kind of over. So I mean, like, yeah, how do you like lock in with your support? I mean, it's just through a million reps, a million billion reps. I think like probably at these tournaments on average, you know, you're doing your scrims and you're doing 2v2 practice afterwards. You know, finding a bot lane to kind of just like do 2v2 sparring with. There's just there's no replacement for just like good practice, and then when it's time to perform, you gotta lock in and you just have to
Double
make it
lift
work.
is here.
Yeah, Medios, when we take a
Double
look
lift.
at this T1 roster, Owner, usually one of the good parts
That's
there
crazy.
and has been one of the most consistent parts. But in yesterday's match against AGAL,
That is crazy.
Tarzan got the better of him. And how do you try to navigate that as a jungler and have that conversation? Because it's not just you that can fix that 1v1.
안녕하세요.
What are
어서오세요.
those conversations
Hi.
like?
Right. I think Tarzan played really well yesterday. I think it also came down to the drafts and the champions they were on, because in both games, Tarzan was on the stronger early game champion. He played, I think,
더블리프트다. 그러니까
And
더블리프트
when
TFSM에서도
you have those jungle
했었고.
discrepancies, you know, it's not like a lane where there's
북미의
hard counters,
전설.
but based on whoever's stronger
북미의
early game, you can
전설이죠.
kind of dictate where you're allowed to go, right? Because
Yeah, I mean,
if you
he's
know,
right.
like, okay, if I face
He's
check
right.
this guy, I'm just gonna kill him. It's a lot different
He's
than,
right.
okay, well, I gotta be scared of every bush because if I walk into him, I'm dead, right? So I think that part gave Tarzan a little bit of an edge, just based
I
on the
mean, he was a
champions,
former
but he also just
jungler,
made really
former
good
pro
decisions,
jungler, so
and
he's actually talking
I think
about
that
some
there was a lot more than just
how it feels like to play
the jungle
jungle
that made it hard for
into a
Owner.
bad
I think,
matchup.
you know,
Yeah, into a bad
the-
matchup.
It was like that picture of the dog with the kitchen on fire or whatever. It's just like,
Everything's fine,
you
yeah.
know, it's really hard when you're just losing because there's no right play, right? It's like people will ask me, hey, Minos, how do I win this jungle with 3 losing lanes? And it's like, well, spoiler alert, you usually don't. That just how it goes sometimes. So I think Odin's really
Professional
good,
jungle lawyer,
Tarzan,
guys.
just had a
Professional
better day.
jungle lawyer.
As we turn our focus
재밌는
now
게
to getting on
이제
the stage.
전
Pretty soon
프로분들도
here,
본인들의
wanna get the
그
final thoughts from our analysts. About
전문
2.5
분야가
minutes
있기
away.
때문에.
So, double if you know G2,
전 프로인데 정글러기
you know
때문에
T1,
이제
when you think
정글
about these
어제
two
정글이
teams
왜
and
그렇게
two wars, what comes
됐는지를
to
좀
mind?
설명을
And then what do you want to
해주셨는데
see happen today? I won't even make you make a prediction. What do you want to see happen today?
I just want to see some G2 magic, you know. I think it's good for the West if we get some hopium going. And
G2
G2's
magic?
always for me been
G2
the most
magic.
exciting Western team to watch. You know, Heresy I know from being from NA, but like, you know, G2 has done crazy things. I was on the receiving end of the fastest VO5 in history. I don't even say that proudly, bro. That's embarrassing. But like that, like the team is historically just so insane sometimes. Like
I
when
mean,
they are on, they do stuff that no other team can do.
NA
and I honestly think
near
the main
airport,
guy that I like,
yes.
you know, that I attribute that to is Caps. He's a long
Is he double F? Yeah, he's double F, guys. Double F.
Played at an elite world-class level for so long, so I just want to see a little bit of that coming back.
All right, some magic there from the G2 side. Wolf, let us know your thoughts here using the word
네,
magic.
3,
with
4위전부터
about a minute
먼저
left
하고
here.
나서
the
결승.
magic for me would be for T1 to bounce back.
Grand
right?
finals
and
is
end up getting
after
third
the
place.
series,
They're
by the
our
way.
defending winners, right, from last year. I want to see the LCK rise to the greatness that we saw at MSI. I mean, they were one win away from winning MSI itself, right? But if you compare expectations to what we've got, I feel like I'm kind of leaning towards G2 potentially making that magic happen, making the upset happen.
Everyone
They just
is leaning
look
towards
like they are
G2.
so locked in right now, and T1 are going to have to recover.
All right, Medios, 30 seconds. What you got?
Yikers.
I think it's kind of a battle of attrition at this point. You know, both these teams are coming from MSI. They've been traveling a lot. It's kind of hard to work with motivation when, you know, you're not playing for the finals, you're not playing for the win. So I think it's just whichever team can like really dig deep and want to win this
의외로
match,
T1이
even though
됐던
it's not, like,
듯.
you know, the
오늘
ultimate
뭔가
stakes.
All right, well, here we
느낌
go. The
좋나요?
third place match. Two
어저께는
teams
좀
very
많이
familiar
안
with each
좋았었는데.
other. It is G2, the pride of Europe,
mean,
against T1, the reigning
G2's been popping
champions
off,
of the
meanwhile
world.
T1's been struggling. Like, I haven't seen T1 get subbed that hard. Like, yesterday was crazy. There it is. There it is. We're counting down. Let's go. We're counting down, guys. 빠라밤 빠라밤. 더블 리프트 오랜만. 덤님 좀 더 빨리 불러줬으면 좋았을 것 같은데. 해설 잘하시네. 아니, 분석 잘하시네. T1 알리스타 갈리오만 잘 상대해보면 되고. T1은 그냥 원래 T1이 하던 그런 거 하면 될 것 같고. 일단 어저께 2세트는 조합은 좋았거든요. 1세트 조합은 조금 안 좋았다고 해도. I think T1 just needs to focus. T1 just got lucky, and I think. Right? I don't even think the comp is an issue. It's in-game execution where it went wrong, right? In-game execution.
The end of the road.
LCK는 중계는 다 하는 건 아닙니다. LCK 중계도 다 할 수 있긴 한데.
Absolutely. We got two giants fighting for the third place medal. They have been through it all, but now it's time to see who walks away with the win.
It is indeed. Look, it's about legacy, it's about pride, it's about all of that good stuff. But let's address the elephant in the room here. A win is worth $320,000.
300?
That's what you get. Come on. That's what you get for finishing third.
Wait, someone lied to
On
me.
one side, we have
Someone in the chat
League of
didn't say
Legends royalty.
320,000.
They have etched their name into the game's history for so long.
Yeah, on the other, you've got Europe's final hub. They are determined to make sure that their region has a podium finish. The time is now. Let's bring out our contenders for our third place matchup.
Our first team, it is a team that suffered two
오늘은 좀
losses.
유의미한 경기력
And
보여주고
they
가자.
need this win. The Masters of the Rift, please welcome T1!
T1! There it is! Oh, she's back! 다시 오셨구나. 오케이. 오케이. Just don't lose to EU, please.
Their opponents
Don't lose to G2.
expectations are
Don't lose to
reminding
G2.
the world exactly what their badge is all about. Please welcome
T1 carry, yeah.
G2!
There it is, G2 as well. 저렇게 들고 오는구나. Yeah, because our actual keys got crushed yesterday. So that's just like a placeholder? Is that what it is? What is that?
Riyadh with a dub.
그 원래 있던 키는 박살이 나가지고
The fight for third
원래
place
있던 키는
begins.
박살이 났습니다요. 둘 다. 그래서
It's the West versus the East again. It's our
T1,
third place match. As
T1.
we welcome you to the 60k difference that is on your screen. The winner of this best of 3 locks in, and although they can't win the tournament, they at least get themselves a little bit.
Okay,
of
here's the
extra.
plan.
Sterks,
Don't
joined by Finn.
give Zyra-Khan
Vimod is alongside
다이락한
us as
주지
well.
주지 말기.
Old analyst as he's
When
known.
G2 plays Zyra-Khan,
He is
they can
local
beat
language as
BLG.
well.
They can beat
Hello. I'm very
Gen
excited to be
G.
here and be
They can
doing
even
my
beat
first
Gen G.
cast at the Esports World Cup for League of Legends.
다이락한을
and be
했을
an
때
analyst at the same time
굉장히
alongside
강력해지는
you,
팀이기
Sterks,
때문에
first time.
그
And yeah, just really happy to be involved today.
Yeah, also
And
really
also,
nice
yeah,
getting
ban
to
Maokai,
cast with
ban
Voldemort
Maokai.
here by
Don't
my
play
side.
around,
We've
don't
been
play
sitting
around.
on the desk
Number
together
1,
throughout this
ban
event, and now we will be casting
Maokai.
this
Number 2, don't
generational
lock in
battle
round.
between T1 and G2. I think just such a long-standing rivalry.
1번 마오카이 팬, 2번 낼 하지 말기.
G2 and Voldemort here to my left.
Yeah.
레일
How
금지.
long are we gonna keep
It
this
took
up?
a minute, but that name
탈락
is
아니요, 여러분. 3, 4위전 진행 중입니다. 3,
Obviously,
4위전.
your expertise on T1 is
네,
unmatched.
이거 하면
so I think
이거
we're gonna
오늘 3, 4위전
have
이기는
a
팀이
great
이제
show.
상금이 훨씬
I hope
높기
so,
때문에
because,
3위가
yeah,
4위보다
T1 need something of a good show, right?
한
When they
70만 불
first
정도
AL
차이
the
난다고
other
하는데
day,
잘
it was a
모르겠습니다.
stomp, it wasn't close.
빅토르 금지?
Game one so one-sided and a quick, what, 27, 28 minute
에이,
game.
빅토르는
Game
3세트
2
정도에서
but
나올
still
수 있긴
there was no
한데
hope, and T1 getting
나
2-0
1세트.
when they've just had a matchup against anyone's legend at MSI, whereas a 5-game
Shit.
series is incredible to see the turnaround from the LPLC.
Oh, there
But
it
for now,
is.
they've got to beat the West
We're going
and
in.
show again that they are still
Inside.
worthy here in this tournament as we go into draft.
Yeah, look, already targeting Skewmond in the draft phase. The Maokai being taken out.
마오카이 팬, 마오카이. Okay, we're doing the number 1. We're doing the number 1. 일단 1번은 하고 있습니다. 마오카이 팬. 좋아. 이 G2가 마오카이를 하는 순간 뭔가 챔프 팀 자체가 너무 강력해져서
Do they want to take that out, or do they want to kind of limit the jungle pool even more, so at least they can kind of hinder owners' options a little bit?
Yeah, I think Owner has been one of the most consistent players we have
이미
seen
근데
at this
키는 유학 프레스
tournament, and it's
당했습니다.
actually going
Yeah,
to
they actually
be
banned
his
Lee Sin. That's
Lee Sin that
very
is taken
interesting
away.
because
We
we're
did
gonna
see
have
a
Azure
top Lee
open.
Sin, but we
Faker
don't really
Azure.
want to talk about that all too much.
They're
The issue with
opening
this, of course,
Faker
is that you're
Azure.
giving
Maybe on
Faker
purpose.
Azure for game number 1, which is going to be huge comfort for this
Caps
player.
already showed his Annie into Tro비's Azure. 초비
초비
선수의 아내를 상대로 이미 캡스 선수가 애니로 이겼기 때문에 어저께 보여줬죠. 그래가지고 오늘도 역시나 아지를 오픈하는 모습. So they're giving Azure on purpose and trying to counter it with the Annie. We already saw it happen yesterday. And they beat Genji with it. So we'll see how it goes game 1 into
Where we
T1.
go next, we're talking about
Yeah.
Owner and what
It's gonna be
jungle
quite
pool we can add
interesting.
with the two already taken out as T1 just say no, ignore that
I hope
for now.
T1 is not
We're gonna
trolling
pick up
like
Lucian.
yesterday.
And the Brom
Okay.
pairing has been the most popular.
Lucian bro.
I mean, this has been the big one. We saw that.
Okay, we did number 2, no round.
Went back to this in
아,
game
2번
3
레일
against
금지
G2
지금 시행했고요.
yesterday,
1번도
and were
시행했고
able to
마오카이
capitalize on it, and they picked it relatively
not too
early,
bad.
just like we see here. I think it might be a little
I
bit
mean, they could
difficult
play
for
Zyra-Khan,
Owner.
but
The
Zyra-Khan
struggle
isn't even
is,
playable in the Lucian
rough
Brawl
for
that
him. He
much.
loves to play this in
It's
Jai,
not the
loves to play
best.
Pantheon, but it's banned or it's not good into Trundles, so they're gonna forego his pick for now and just pick a strong bottom lane duo instead.
Senna being a champion, Hansama utilized regionally very well. Just getting those stacks can be difficult when all these swaps end up happening, so you really want to solidify those lanes and keep them there, try to get all those stacks on that Braum in the early game.
조합 무서운데? They're gonna ban our junglers now. No one's ban our junglers.
For Broken on 5 later in the draft.
On the notice, then I feel like it's been
Or
the
maybe
biggest
top
performance
laners?
so far. You know, it's 4 out of 5 win rate, but also it's just been.
트런들 근데 왜 이렇게 무섭냐? 어저께 된통 당해가지고.
With Hansama, that's what G2 needs here.
Trundle most broken champion in the game. Like what?
Long-range options.
Okay, they're
that
a
maybe
Rumble
can match
ban.
into it. Rumble's the first one to go.
Are they gonna also ban
What is
Gwen?
that setting up for with Alistar also
Alistar
on the
banned,
side? Maybe
okay.
a pairing that G2 could utilize.
Yeah, I mean, crucially, they're still targeting the junglers a little bit there from Owner,
감사합니다.
Champion has been
땡큐
very
땡큐 베리
popular for the
감사.
man in the
이장
top number
감사합니다.
T1 is the Gwen, something he has relied on a lot.
어서오세요.
Dying to the Krugs and then reaching his final form.
3이라도 하자, 그러니까.
First, G2 must pick their support. Nautilus Senna is just such a classic combo here. You are against the Braum.
Okay,
Usually
Nautilus.
Nautilus into the Braum is not really favorable, but you just want something that has a go button to really help to bounce off that pillar.
Yeah, and definitely we have our eyes here on what Owner is going to pick with all these bans against him and having to deal with the Trundle. The Wukong you mentioned might be an option here, and also with Doran, he does have to go ahead and blind pick into Broken Blade, which is never a
어저께 우리가
comfortable
당했던
spot to be in.
짜갈 조합
Xin
어떡하나?
Zhao will be some comfort
Xin
here
Zhao,
for
Galio
Owner. He does
top?
love this pick. It's
Just kidding.
you know, Trundle does
Or
often
maybe
get
Gwen?
pulled into this, so
Gwen's
we'll see how
open.
Owner deals with this matchup.
Gwen's open.
G2 really like
Gwen's
pivoting the
open.
draft, so he was forced to play Xincha.
Blinding
giving them
Gwen,
a favorable
though.
matchup despite blinding.
Might
Now,
get
if you
countered
pick
by
Gwen
Jax.
Here, you run into really scary Jax on 5, so I could see Doran really looking for
Okay,
something else.
Aurora
that's a
makes
little
more
bit
sense.
late control.
구엔
Top side
블라인드는
being
근데
the
잭스
Aurora
카운터가
that
있기 때문에
kinda had struggling
확실히
struggles
오로라
against
쪽이 나은 것
yesterday.
같기도
Now,
하고.
get to see what Broken Blade has in mind.
I'm excited to see Doran's
Broken
Aurora
Blade
top.
has
I
a
don't think we
flat
saw it
run.
so far.
The problem is, like we've seen with the Warwick top in certain matchups, sometimes he goes too far. Jace yesterday we didn't like against the Gwen, now up against the Aurora.
Oh, is Broken Blade gonna
Option
bring
could just
out
be
like his
safe,
Ruben or
play a tank,
something?
and I think
I
Broken
don't
Blade's one
know.
of the best role players.
I think he's just playing
Yeah,
Sion though.
Sion into the Aurora is a little bit hard before he gets his first base off, but when he gets that MR, when he gets that MR Sunfire cape and he starts one-shotting those waves.
근데 오로라는
really
어차피
dictate the
탱커
lanes
상대로도 괜찮은 게
mid to late game, but that
리안드리
early laning phase
히피저즈
will be really
빌드를 요즘 다들 가거든요.
Yeah, it's
So
definitely
everyone's
gonna be
goes
tough. I
with
think Doran has
Leandri's
an
blood letter,
opportunity
Leandri
here
blood
to
letter.
get things going
On
and
Aurora,
start
they
winning
treat
that
her
lane.
like
I
a
think
Rumble.
especially when you've got
She's
Lucian
like a
Ball on
better
the bot lane
lane
at the
phase
same time.
Rumble.
You have a couple of lanes that
Interesting.
should be comfortable early on. Definitely a lot of eyes on the mid lane as well. You mentioned how Caps is loving this Annie into the Azir. How can
조합은
Faker
어떻게
do?
생각하시나요?
Faker's gotten some solo
탑은
kills
우리가
himself,
주도권
but he's
있고
also been solo
미드
killed as well
초반에
by some
아지르가
players.
요즘
So
근데
we'll be
라인전
looking to see
초반이
how
그렇게
volatile
강력한 건
that mid
아니라서
lane matchup does get.
It was that rough rise flash, remember the other day versus
루시안
Jojo
브라운은
Buick.
또 든든하거든요.
AU's already
I think I like our
tested
comp
and thrown out
actually.
the works
Our
of
comp
a
is really
Faker,
good.
like,
no? 브라운 패시브를
is he
그
gonna have a
터뜨릴 수
better
있는
final
기
showing here at the
챔프들이
esports
되게
World
많은
Cup,
것
their
같아.
final
아지르도
game, their
그렇고
final series, rather.
오로라도 원거리에서
The
평타
third
때릴
place
수 있기
G2
때문에
versus T1. Finn, you already talked up the rivalry. I remember back over to MSI 2024.
The fist
They
bumps.
blasted G2 into the ground.
Carry
There's been some series,
on.
some games close over the years, but T1 really have felt that they've had their number. It hurts EU.
Caps.
T1 are definitely.
Okay, Caps is smiling.
Hey, Reminisce is
Smiling.
back. Reminisce is back to
Baker's tired.
2019.
Oh no!
I remember at MSI semi-final
이거
2019
피곤해 보여.
where G2 really had their number, followed
아이고.
by a World semi-final 2019.
G2 선수들 표정 다 웃고 지금 뭐 표정 좋은데? Everyone on G2 is smiling again.
G2 was the one that tested them on the world stage back then.
No
Yeah, it's
smiling
kind of funny.
again.
That was a very long time ago, and you mentioned the recency from T1.
오너 하품하는 거 잡히나?
2019.
하나 둘셋 T1 파이팅!
We still think about it.
T1 파이팅!
We got the Hana set today. I don't know if we got it yesterday.
Okay.
Orcs and I have been searching for it.
Yeah,
But we obviously, here we can't hear crowd as much. So, shout out to the grand fans that came in. Yeah, 2019 is a big meme for Europe because we latch onto it, you know. I know you being LCK caster.
하품을 얘기하니까 갑자기 저도
honestly
하품을 하게 되는.
you get to lather up each year and just go,
T1, 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 T1.
2022, yeah, not bad.
아 2,000원 감사합니다. 땡큐. T1도 많이 해봐고요. 엊그제부터 경기 끝나고
but there are
팬미팅
definitely
한다고.
some scars, you know, some years where it didn't go all so well. We do not like to think about
다
2018,
피곤해서 근데
2019. That wasn't
T1도
exactly
피곤하지만 다른
the
팀들 다
heyday
피곤하죠.
for LCK.
방구석에서 중계만
Some
하는
strong
저도
teams in the
피곤한데.
mix at that time, but it is really about
아니
T1
오늘 아침에
and
일찍
G2
일어나야
today.
돼가지고
Both of
조금
our
피곤합니다.
analyst desk members were talking about the
Let's
magic,
go G2.
the magic of
G2 fans in the
Can
chat.
they rekindle that, but also the magic
Oh my
of
gosh, that's
T1
Caldas'
where it feels
marriage.
like they're
Pog.
inevitable. But they have fallen here to the third and fourth
Yeah,
place
it's the first
match,
game
so
of
that
the
is
full
one step
series,
down.
2 on
I do
G2.
wonder where their mindset is going to be heading into today.
As you say, it's very true, Valdez. I think right now
Oh,
though,
오오오오.
maybe we have a fight here already.
까비.
Yeah, Winter's Bite. That probably stops it there for Carrier.
Okay,
Gets
not
some
bad, not
autos down, and nice from Kuma as well. But it's only onto Lebrov and Han Summer. Gets a bit of soul usage out of that trade as well.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is that I feel like T1 at this tournament isn't really showing that performance that we kind of expect from them. Meanwhile, G2 came in as looking as massive underdogs, but really has stepped up this tournament and showed why they should still be respected
Usually
on
just
that
World
international
Raptors.
stage, showing why they once were a team that was threatening the international competition and showing why you don't count them out that easily.
Yeah, this is one thing I was looking forward to for T1's lanes.
T1 and
They're
G2
already
are out.
dominating bot,
They
as you
are
would
out.
expect.
They're just playing the
Taking
third and fourth
Nautilus
match.
into the Braum can sometimes be difficult. You have to take very short trades there. And also, as you
좋아.
were mentioning, Finn, up in the top lane,
미드 탑
Doran,
주도권
he's going to bully Broken Blade
like pathing
in
downwards.
the early game until he does get that first back. So maybe gives a little bit of extra room for Owner to move around the map and make some
트런들도
plays
밑으로
happen.
내려오긴 하는데.
Broken Billy will suffer for... Doran has chosen that Grasp rune, which is not scaling as well in the damage department, but getting that health, just keeping the lane state solid and having that defensive capabilities in case Sion wants to go for a heavy trade.
Carry is trying to like bodyguard.
I don't think it scales as well.
Bodyguard
you
is
really
좋아.
get that burst damage when you get your items.
Good heal.
Seeing more trading down bot. Heal's going to be burnt by Carrier. Owner on a ward. Spotted is pathing down bot as he clears all camps down here, and noticed as well that being matched by Skumon, but naturally the Trundle as he
How
gets
much is
some
the
of these
prize
solo
of this?
camps
Like,
will
I think
blitz through.
$70,000.
Doran, it just continues up and top as Broken Blade, gets shredded a little bit, and I feel like the only other Aurora
A lot
that
of money.
in counter matchup has really been bullying and being that successful in this tournament has been Keen. We saw him in a different matchup versus a Rumble, but still, like, his Aurora was very clean in lane. So far, a similar start to Doran here, as with the grasp, he's making full use against Broken Blade.
We had bot lane prior, but Trundle actually arrived on the scuttle first. 바위게를 근데 먼저 갔어, 트런들이. 바텀 주도권 괜찮다고 생각했는데. 이러면은 두 개 못 키겠는 거. Trundle's gonna get both. That's right. Skummon's gonna get both. Getting double scuttles feels bad.
As once again, we're just trading down in the bottom side here. Faker will go back mid.
I feel like Owner's been a helicopter parent. You know, he's just always there for Faker, and Carrier's like the brother that just drops in unannounced. As I give him a quick route, and there you go. Faker's gonna do it himself, actually, and Caps has no stun. Ordered to death with it. There's another soldier to a
Let's go! Anger Faker!
Massive by Faker, finding a solo kill onto
That's the goat, that's the goat.
Caps
Okay.
disrespecting that lethal
그래,
counter
아재를 풀면 안 되지. 대상역의 아재를.
Had to respect that.
This
had
is
to
why you
flash
don't
out.
give a
Faker
zero
knowing
to
his
Faker.
damage so well and really getting a small little lead here for T1.
And this is what it's been about for Faker. He's been getting those solo kills. Yes, he has taken some himself, but that is a massive start. As I mentioned before, supposed to be winning a couple of lanes.
I mean, Caps greeted so hard here.
Back here the lane.
Yeah,
보시면은
여기서
W.
Wow,
using his like charge stun W on the minion clear. A little bit greedy from Caps, and he should have probably just respected the flash.
Ends up falling to that extra damage. Perfect play by Faker.
살짝 안일했다 이거는 캡스 선수가.
He's also falling
A
behind
little
his
bit
CS, so
disrespect.
that feels like
Faker's zero hesitation, yeah.
for the lane.
Like that lethal tempo was kind of crazy.
He goes back
방금
into
치속
recurve bow
되게
with an
좋았죠,
amplifying
진짜.
foam. Those autos are going to be a little bit more dangerous and
감사합니다.
precarious for Caps considering
아니 커피가 15,000원이라니?
that we're
감사합니다.
talking
땡큐
about
very
making a lot of
감사.
attention. Caps did hold on to that flash, but
감사합니다.
Faker as he approaches ult, it's
커피를 몇
territory
잔을
for
쏘시는
G2.
거야?
Skumon starts straight.
No way, we're okay. Please, owner. Owner, check the dragon. 그래 발견했다. Early smite from Skumon because Skumon's gonna have another smite stack. 아 근데 줘야 돼. 루시안이 집에 갔습니다. 루시안 홈.
struggling in the 1v1 in the health department. He's getting a lot of the creeps, but
It's okay
he
though.
will want to base really soon and maybe look for an ult down to the
사소해,
bot lane.
사소해.
And if they can manage to mismatch these lanes, I think Sion will be very happy. While Aurora leaning against that Senna Nautilus, she might have a
조각킬까지.
bit of a roughie, one might say.
Yeah, you could definitely feel
Okay,
G2
Mr.
taking
Faker?
over control
Okay,
of the bottom side of the map and able to get that objective off of the back of
Okay,
it.
yes, I
Faker
recall
does
though.
take
집에
the
갔다 와야
to the
되고.
face, but he's just
웨이브
fine. He'll
상태가
go for
좀
a
안
back
좋죠.
himself, and here's that
Mid
swap
wave
we
is
were
not
talking
good.
about. Not really much going to be missed at all. Looks
Oh
like
well,
maybe
you have to go
two
home though.
minions in the top lane for Hansama, but he's totally fine after getting through that early stage of the
옆에 한번
Lucian Braum just
3판
fine.
2성.
despite the mid solo kill, feels like G2's kind of dictating this
Best of
early
3
game, and it's
again,
all on the
not
back
best
of
of 5,
G2's
guys.
bottom's really
Not
strong
best of
laning
5.
phase. Really impressive to go against that Gumayushi, Keria, Lucian, Brauman. Just has so much impact in these first 8 minutes.
I feel like again, you know, a lot of center lanes
what?
have been
They're
punished
looking,
with balls
but there's
and
Trundle
that
behind.
bonus
Curious,
coming
watch
in.
out.
Cap Tip is already out, so he doesn't have
Come
ult to bring in,
on!
but Faker's
Trundle.
just getting a bit of support.
Level
Morally
6
from
Trundle by the
Keria
way,
and
level
Owner
5
again.
Shinshang.
There's a quick drop in from Keria. And Owner
조금
once again making sure the
경험치가
boys are playing well.
차이가
But
나고
for
있어서.
G2, they're hovering out because Skubon has his ulti. Owner does not. The difference here.
Oh, there it is!
Dredgeline pulls in, but 6 now.
He just needed one more minion, then he's level 6, and now we're going in, and we are stuck. And Keria has a flash. Owner has a flash.
Owner has the flash as well, and Caps gets the electrocute with the ranged order.
아,
One
이게
for G2
진짜.
here, 40 seconds before Grub spawns.
The Owner levels up the moment Labrov hooks in, really baiting that, but the Senna ult from Hansama is the difference maker. Caps getting the kill at the tail end of that electrocute proc. Really impressive play here and great team play.
Owner getting
Hansama
gapped by
did get a little bit
Skewmon
closer to the
this
top, so
game,
he's gonna
like,
have to
I don't
chase,
even
but
understand.
I think all in all, you're really happy as G2 to really stabilize
Huh?
this early game and get a little bit of kills back.
What is going on?
T1 definitely underestimating the potential damage that would come out from the Senna and from the Annie. Over the top, and so they're just able to get Owner down. He felt
이게 근데
so safe with
트런들이
this Crescent guard
초반에
coming out at
이제
exactly the
너무 잘
right
컸어.
moment, but it just was not enough.
캠프
Now,
도는
with that
속도가
chunking
트런들이
on
더 빠르나?
Hansama, there's a massive wave in
아무튼
the
더
top
빨리
lane that's
돌았고요.
being dropped here. Hansama is going to come back and catch some of it, but yeah, leaving
Something I
Hansama
noticed
here,
was like
as of course LeBron
Jin Zhao
was
did
in
like
mid
blue
with that
third,
fight.
so
A lot
kind
of
of delayed his
pressure
clear
on the
towards
Grubs
bot
right now.
lane.
It does look like Owner is able to start
So-
it up. And
No more
Thorn is able to
justification,
push
surely?
them back as Hansama
Or
was
no,
chunked out
not over
earlier.
yet. 근데 이거 공호축을 먹는다면?
Hang on.
Okay, good flash from Guma.
Broken
No,
blade with a nice
oh
decimate,
my,
and he's
wait
gonna
a
turn
second. I was gonna
into
say
a
no
smash
mana.
at that. Guma max range, cleanses.
Okay,
Broken
watch out
blade
for
out
Senna
of
early.
the
Senna
will
go!
not reach either, and Guma gets out alive.
Okay,
I
no
was
Senna
looking
ult.
for it. He wanted
아직
to
안
throw
떴다.
the minion at his back, but in the end, didn't have enough damage. But still really good getting both of Gumayushi summoners there with that play. Gonna make it really nice now if we can match the lanes as we see this replay. Look,
아, 여기서
the
미니언
moment
먹으면
LeBron
6렙 되니까
hooks in,
싸우자라고
Owner levels
했는데
up, but
이게
here,
밀려났어.
the dawning shadow from
The
Senna
thing is,
comes in and does
Shin
so
Zhao's
much for
ult
this
kind
game,
of
and the
pushed
electric
Labrov
attack
away,
is
and then he
also
flashed out.
enough to
그러니까
kill Owner with
루틸러스를
another
이게
roofing.
잡아야 되는데
T1 fan.
도망을 잘 가가지고 빨렸죠 이게.
Okay, maybe she's a
unlucky.
G2 fan. I don't know.
It happens.
I don't know. I see some betrayal, but I see Caps now, who's up 250 gold after that earlier solo kill from
Yeah.
Faker. Remember, he was maintaining a CS lead in this lane, so.
아까 웨이브 안
just because he's been able to
좋았어가지고
match the
시스
kill
차이도
now,
이제
gold in
벌어지기
his
시작하는
favor, and
미드에서
Caps good
라고
start, I would
하지만
say, but Level might have the burn as the Emperor's Divide. No, he's going to stand his
I've never
ground.
seen Faker emote before in my life.
And
Like
Owner
what?
takes him down.
He like had a
Caps
thumbs up
should have
in
been
there.
able to flash away from that
아니,
one.
따봉,
He just
따봉
didn't
뭐야?
have any
따봉이요?
vision. He's sitting in
따봉
mid
디코이.
against an Azir. He
Okay.
has to flash that Emperor's
Clean.
Divide, but instead he just kind of accepts his fate.
I don't
He
know why
will
Caps
hold
is
on
not
to his
flashing
flash,
today.
but
He
now he's
could have
dead
flashed
again.
twice now.
Divitu's going to begin though. Meanwhile,
Like earlier in the
Kerry has
1v1
ultimate
and
available
now just
layers
now
on
he could have
top of
flashed the
Labrov, who
ulti and
flashed
we would have
before.
liked it.
No escape for him. A free kill over Kuma on Lucian.
Oh,
And T1 in
Labrov,
this
thank
early
you.
game starting to race a bit.
Labrov,
As
thank
Hansama,
you.
Winter's bite causes the flash.
Really appreciate the
T1
donation.
getting a lot out of there too. A very different story to the Anyone's Legend series so far.
Yeah, big mistake by Labrov disrespecting there. Despite the early lane going so well, you are still only level 5. You can't walk up and take that fight. You do not have
Probably
the ultimate
misclick
ability.
from mashing
The Senna
R.
ulti
Oh,
before
true.
it was on
T
cooldown
button
when
is
the
right
fight
next to the
started. I
R
think they got
button.
a
I've
little
never
bit
seen
too
Faker like
confident
actually
because
emote like that
there
before.
was no
So.
summoners on Gumayushi, but still, that ultimate difference is just too vast, and you gotta play a little bit more respectful in these situations.
It's got turret plating as well, by the way, thanks to the 2 grubs. So, again, another lead to talk about here for T1.
Yeah, it's definitely a very nice spot for them as Guma's going to eat a bunch of damage with the Dawning Shadow to his
이게
face.
지금 루시안 플래시
But,
없는 상태라서 조심은 해야 되거든.
Yeah,
Lucian
definitely gotta
doesn't
be
have flash.
careful
We
into
do
the
have to be
Braum.
careful.
Even if he didn't have
But
the
so
ult, he can get stunned.
so far
up
so
while
good.
Braum was sitting there with
We
no
got defeated
stuns.
warfare.
Definitely a bit of a
무력
risk.
행사
So he
스택도
does pay the
먹었고.
price, and that does mean that T1 in a pretty
이 정도면은
comfortable
나쁘지
spot
않게 하고
in this
있는데.
game. We're able to pick up a couple of the grubs as well, and are holding on to a lead in this one.
Imagine Broken Mid opens topside here and then GT tries to secure this second dragon. That would be great, really
그러니까
solidifying that dragon win condition that we so know well. Trunder's gonna finish up his full clear. A sign goes to match the Azir. He's gonna be
어차피
very
후반을
fighting
본다는
against
건가?
that.
셀라는.
Clearing the waves and we look to join the fight with teleport as there is ghosting on
Area.
gaps.
Yeah, but Winter spikes out a range. Good pillar to disengage from Skumon. That dragon mentioned before, number 2 here for G2. but they're not going to get anywhere near it for now. T1 hold themselves pro.
Good vision control around Dragon. I think this Dragon should be ours. 이러면은 그냥 G2도 용을 주는 것 같은데. Trundle's gonna go for like top scuttle and overgrowth. 공우충 남은 거 하나 먹으러 간다.
Not like marriage, by the way. Marriage is definitely not an accident.
Yeah, absolutely. That is going to be
Okay. Figure just runs out. Nice. Wave is bad again though. 아까부터 아제르 라인이 프리징 돼 있어가지고 근데 집을 가야 되죠. 그러니까 여기서 괜히 열짱거리다가 스킬 빠진 상태로 트런들이 뒤에서 올 수가 있기 때문에. It's okay though. We got Dragon. 욕 먹었으니까 괜찮아요. 밀려오는 웨이브 이제 받아 먹으면 될 것 같고. Grab the wave. I was going to be cautious, so it's fine. We got Nash's now. From Faker. As you can see, we have one item on every single champion except for Doran. Meanwhile, on G2's G2's team, Caps and Labrov doesn't have their items yet. 지금 아직 애니템이 안 나온 상태라서 근데
Yeah. G2. And this is kind of what you want to do with a sign. You just want to
오늘 도란 6진
Guma goes for the cooling here. I don't think he's gonna get that much. Heal and walk out. Caps
골코만요.
to get a shunk on door and knowing they have the numbers
호스팅을
advantage.
걸긴 했는데.
Guma and Carry are trading down both sides potentially, so dive would be difficult as.
Nothing happening is not bad. Nothing happening is not bad. Our comp is actually like better and better the later the game goes. Except something might be happening now. 다행이다. 트런드 기등 너무 무섭고.
Yeah, I really like that angle. I like how they're playing around their vision and trying to look for pockets where they can really abuse where T1 do not have the vision. And it doesn't work, but their engage is not there if the Nautilus doesn't work.
Kuma always smiting. Oh, what? The Aura was trying to predict his flash or what? Oh. 깔끔하다 진짜로. Grab the red buff. The Trundle is completely thrown now. 방금 브라운공이 이거 트런들 플래시 예상하고 쓴 건데 뭔가 안 맞은 것처럼 보이긴 했죠.
I don't know if you saw
I think he's clearing 3 camps and 2 top dive. No, I don't think they can dive top.
Then killed him after. That's
well, they're just gonna
the
recall
biggest disrespect that can happen to you. That's very unfortunate.
It's the worst thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ona just picks up all the
분노원 T1.
camp from top side in the meantime. So
아니 어저께 그 분노를
he
했어야지.
loses 2 camps, he loses his life.
어저께는 너무
Gold lead for T1
평온했었는데.
is about 2,000 gold as well.
분노를 좀
I
했으면
think outside
어땠을까.
of, you know, Caps finding that kill. With
아니
the
근데
return of
솔직히
Ona,
T1
everything
젠지
has been
결승
T1
또
favored in the
보면은
early game. We've seen Azir, we've seen Aurora, like we see a lot of team fights set up here. I think they'll be chilling.
최근 한 5년 동안 T1 젠지 결승을 몇 번을 본 건지.
Yeah, they're in a very comfortable spot. I mean, their Lucian is
이번
gigantic right
MSI도
now.
T1
Guma just
젠지였어가지고.
so fed at this
Okay, they're
point
keeping
in the
top.
game as
I
now we
think
got a
Brooklyn
TP
Blade
up
just
to the
gonna
top
ult the out
side,
there,
but
it's
that
fine.
is a Scion, so
Oh,
he's
that
just
means
gonna
that he
run
doesn't
away.
have ult for the
So a lot of the lanes
Herald
here
fight.
being controlled
Herald
by
spawning in 50.
T1. It does look like G2 at least able to
이러면은
invade once
전령
again.
나오는
They've had
거
control of this
사이언
jungle
궁도
for quite a
없고
while.
트런들 아예 관심이 없거든요. 바텀에 이거 와드 다
home.
먹은 상태.
Oh,
maybe they are contesting. They are contesting.
They don't want to give this Herald for free.
Bro, the kills are not connected.
Which means Faker might open up for the next wave. The Herald is the next call, right? Shelly has some business to do. Maybe with G2 as Ona just backs off and they're going to receive waves first, but someone has to receive top because G2 are losing a bit of minions, bit of XP, bit of gold for this.
It's pretty awkward for G2. They use both their solar lanes to rotate towards mid, but they don't really get anything with the time that they both use. Meanwhile, Zora and Faker is pushing both side lanes, and now both, while G2 has to go and catch those waves, T1 is going to take control of mid, take control of the top side river, and
세나
most likely
스태킹한 꽤
gain
잘하고 있는
control
편인가?
of this Herald. I don't think
42개,
Skuma can walk in there,
42 stacks for
especially with
Senna
no
at
flash.
15 minutes.
You just gotta
Okay,
give it,
I
and
think
that's what
that's
happens. If you use your
pretty decent, no?
your turn to walk mid, and you don't actually
Oh,
get
they're
something,
committing. 오늘만 have to ult and flash. 근데 궁이 있잖아, 괜찮아요. 오히려 역으로 들어가기. 우와. Mr. Faker. So worth it. Okay, nice. Okay, oldie and an oldie coming through. Any 조심해야 되고, any 공 조심해야 되고. Oh, but he doesn't have the stacks. 와, 애니가 지금 CC 저거 패시브 쌓은 상태가 아니라서. 와. 너무 빨리는데? 잠시만. Tibbers is doing so much damage there. 러브 공연. Mr. Faker down. 이상해지고 있는데? 잠시만요. 일단 저. I mean, we may have overreached a little bit of the Annie. 그러니까 애니한테 너무 많이 들어갔다? Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, the nice heal coming from Carrier. So behind, bro. 평타, 평타. Q, 평타. He just doesn't take damage. What? 아니, 딜이 안 들어가. 오케이, 나이스. Nice, nice. And we got Senna. 그렇게 하는 동안 이제 오너 선수가 세나를 잡은 모습. 한사마 actually just straight up got run down. 진짜. However, we have the reset because we're playing a very long topside fight. 근데 이러는 동안 우리가 턴을 길게 뽑아서 탑에서 이제 용은 트런들이 챙기는 모습. And we'll get it's fine. It's fine. Power gone. I think we're pretty happy with that. T1's pretty happy with that.
Skuman was able to sneak in here and take down the Drake, but that is just a consolation prize at this point.
So Finn, still G2 favored. Like, where did we end there? Because there were two parts of the fight.
Well, that was maybe my first caster curse there. Slight solace for Trundle getting
Caster
that dragon,
curses?
but I mean that is a T1 classic. I feel like they play so well on max range with low health bars. Like you see all these low health bars, and you feel like,
오, 계속 싸우는 모습. T1. 루션 딜 봐봐. Look at Lucian's damage. 평타 킵. 와. Oh wow, they're just flashing forward to stop his ulti. 이게 마방만 가가지고 지금 루션한테 녹네요, 근데. 오, 오늘? 라고 말하는 순간 바로 그냥 살아나가는 사이언. 아니, 형님. Don't do it. Don't do it, my god. Don't do it.
Yeah, we saw G2 do this to GENG yesterday, and GENG could
Gumo's
not keep
space
up,
going
but
in?
T1
Yeah.
are keeping
this
up
fight,
with flying colors. They say,
they're catching up. Uner?
It is fine for
But
us.
Uner actually was like reverse, no you, no, I'm catching you guys out. I'm gonna go in. 뭔가 한 곳에 몰려있는 곳에서 폭딜. 오로라 궁이랑 루시안 궁이랑 they were all like grouped together and Caps wasn't here yet, so
he tries to flash away from the carrier's concussive blows
Wombo combo coming through.
He gets a lot of damage out just before
But then
that.
T1 went really deep and Tibbers was doing like a ton of damage onto Guma and Guma got shut down. 티보가 진짜 본체라니까 이거. 애니를 죽여도 티보가 딜을 더 많이 넣기 때문에. And then Faker goes Mr. Faker goes hooked here. 뭐야?
Especially when you don't have stun up and available. This is going to go on for another 5
애니
minutes.
잘 긁었다. 근데 여기에서 이제 상대도 무리를 하는 모습. 또 여기서 오로라 잡으러 들어가는 사이언. 그러니까 신자오가 바로 그냥 원딜을 물어버렸죠. Yeah, when you get marked, the E range from Xinjiang is incredibly long. Incredibly long. Hi, Femi, hi, Chat, who's
Guess who
high?
gets the kill? It's Gumiusi.
뭔가
after all
T1도
that. I think that was kill number 5
I
in
don't
the
know,
game.
angry
As he's
T1.
sitting on, I think, 7 or 8. Yeah, 7 at this point.
Angry T1 is back.
On the Lucian. One of the early picks in the draft. Guma's running away with this one.
But now we start Atakan and T1. We've already come back and it's a 5k.
We have
G2
no
has to
spellbook
walk into
smite
this.
though, we have to watch
But again,
out.
Terrier sets down the Glacial Fissure, the Unbreakable as well. Dredgeline in after a decimating smashing.
아니, 브라움이
Atakan is secure.
브라움이 저 좁은 골목에서 들어오지 말라고 혼자서 다 막았어. 5명을. What?
Faker though, auto attacking after a 3-man knockback is big, but G2 has 5 still strong. Owner, where did he
What is that?
He got sent upwards and now escaping.
He's driving out.
We have evolved in this game one. As he's also going to look for something better. I don't know. He's just troubling and getting out of there. G2 won the fight.
What? He just ran out.
He's a driver. What doesn't own
아니 방금 하늘로 날아간 거 보고 아니 운전해서 도망가는 것도 뭐야?
Way up in
아니
the
진짜.
sky, it looks like. Yeah, T1.
F1 owner, holy. T1 owner? No, F1 owner.
You know what? I think we win anyway. 4v5.
T1이랑 F1이래. 짜장 배달이라고. 아니 저 좁은 골목에서 근데 침착하게 운전하는 거. I mean like. Look at this again. Like I don't know why he went out. 이거 바드 관문에도 있는 버그인데 그 에어본을 당할 때 이게 하늘로 한 번씩 날아가거든요. 저렇게. Like look at the owner is gonna go in. And the owner is gonna get queued. He's gonna. 아니 뭐 전국을 찍고 오시는데요. 아니 근데 이걸 또 도망을 가는 게 레전드인 게 I thought he's dead for sure. But he had heralds, so he actually rode the herald out. No fucking way, man.
Stranger things happen in League, I think not. We're fighting again. It's been a great third place match so far. You know, I've got the perfect co-casters with me for this, and we're going to just send it out. Okay, Culling into Skewmon. He's stunned up. It's concussive blows. Carrier.
Aura's coming out. Aurora 올라오긴 하는데.
Owner re-engages Crescent Guard in. He fears not as Doran's angle is now there too.
Oh.
Lebrov gets him with a hook in.
Oh,
again,
silencing a lot of damage. Okay, nice.
G2, but not enough.
Phew.
Still too squishy.
Okay, 노틸러스 잡았고요.
Broken Blade, he's
좋다.
slowed down to Bugger. He flashes out, gets out. T1 still winning fight. It's still their game despite the
Owner
goal
flying
being
up to the
close.
outer space and summon the dinosaurs.
Dragon to make number 2.
Yeah, I think G2 just overstepping a little bit there.
He summoned
It just
the- he
feels
summoned
like
the
a very
heralds.
brawly game. They want to bring the brawls to T1, but there's just so much lockdown between the Braum and the Xinjiao, and they have a lot of ways to keep guys
아니
like
근데
the
뭔가
Nautilus around.
T1이
So LeBron,
엄청 유리한 것도 아니에요. Look, I mean the gold. Look at the gold gap. It's not even that big of a gold gap, guys. Like maybe like 2K.
Will be given
6,000원
over to
정도
them.
차이.
Still a relatively close game when you do look at the gold, but a very fed Guma, a very fed owner as well, who's got the biggest lead right now. On top of that, Otacon is going to
둘팀
be
다
pretty
즐겨
huge for T1.
보더라고.
Yeah, the big solace for G2 is this
진짜
Senna that is
T1
stacking
즐겨 보는
83
거긴
stacks
한데
at 23
지금
is actually a really good number.
싸우는 게
Usually the
굳이 안
breaking
싸도
point is 60
되는데도
at
막
20, that's median. So
I mean T1 is
83
just
at,
permanently fighting.
23
Like
is
it doesn't even
super
make
strong on him.
sense.
Really
There's
hard
no
for T1's
objective,
comp
there's no
to
reason to fight,
catch
but
him
then T1
unless they
just
get a lot of
fighting it.
different angles, and he's really scaling, having a really good game so far, and this is the avenue where G2 can kind of get the way back
T1이
into
원래
the game.
그런다?
And so on top of that as well, I mean, Broken
그럼
Blade, although
원래
he still can be killed with
원래
a
그러기도
Vizier, this
하는데.
constant DPS. I feel like Broken Blade, who's in
I
a
mean
good
it's
position, who's
19
still
kills in
quite tanky
23
for the game.
minutes.
Also
거의
adds
분당
that
1킬이
flavor,
나오는
and,
수준으로
what
킬이
you
많이
call
나오고
for Broken
있거든요.
Billy, like he's getting to his
참고로
third item.
20분까지 0킬인
And for Broken
그런
Blade
프로
as
경기가
well,
많은
like T1 we've
모습을
seen,
봤는데
he's already quite hard to kill. So he's got a bit of
3,
time to play with,
3위전이라
and I think
텐션이
for G2 that can
그럴
only be a
것
plus.
같긴 해
So the
근데
game's not over yet.
이미
2K
뭔가
gold is
탈락했기
T1, that's it for
때문에
now.
그래도
Two
그냥
Dragons,
오늘
the fact that G2 got earlier
열심히
Dragons
하자 뭐
does
이런
seem to lend itself
느낌.
to their win con.
Yeah, it does feel pretty good for
재밌게
them. I
열심히.
think they're in a
I mean, it's like
relatively
I
comfortable
think
spot.
both
I
teams
do
are kind of
worry,
playing
you
for
know, they have the scaling
fun.
of
Like,
the Sion
yeah, they're
and
trying
the
their best,
Senna,
but at the same
but,
time, it's
yeah,
not like
you
they
really
win here and
can't
they
get
make
too
it to
far
the
behind.
finals
This
or
is going to be
anything.
the
There's
really
no losers
critical part of the
bracket.
game where it's like, okay,
This
we
is
got
their final
Baron
game of the
spawning,
tournament,
Drakes
so.
are kind of even. And we're just going to brawl again, I guess.
Hey, winner?
Talon
우리?
strike, Crescent Guard out again. A route in for Han Sama, but he's not with the rest of the
또
fight.
애니가
Doran's in
되게
person.
멀거든요.
I was
Annie's
talking
super
about
far
Broken
back.
Blade being tangy versus 5 members of
두두두두두.
T1.
Oh, look at that!
Terrible.
Carrier blocked a
Between
lot of the
Rolf
Annie
and
burst
Doran,
there.
jumps in, then jumps back out.
아니 근데 애니가
Carry in the glacial fissure for Owner to snap
Mr. Caps, you're so
in.
far, and then you came in and you
T1 made messy at
did
the
you
start
hook
of this
up
game,
onto
but
the
that
bro.
was the cleanest
My
fight
guy.
we've seen.
I
저런.
mean, Owner's just an assassin
Mr. Caps,
on this
Mr. Caps.
Xinjiao. I mean, he spots Caps and he's like
아니,
laser
이러면은
focused
바로
on this
챙기는
Annie.
팀.
And I mentioned how this was
아니,
going to be the
뭐,
critical
게임이
time.
진짜
Yes,
뭐지?
you've got your
이게
scaling
뭐지?
elements, but
I
you're
don't
giving
even
up
understand what's
Baron. You're
going on.
giving up so much here to T1 as G2.
It is like the backline of T1 has just so much damage. Whoever they're hitting, the
Backup
frontline of
secured
G2
it.
just can't
Let's go,
keep
Mr.
up there.
Faker.
Look at the skirmish in the top side of it. G2 doesn't want to give up this red buff.
레드를 먹고 있는데
concede this, but Owner
여기에서
decides to
그냥
say,
역으로 계속 들어오는 신짜오 미친 챔프 궁키니까 세나가 딜을 못 넣죠.
Here Faker just goes in and Broken Blade
애니가
might be tanky, but you still
템포를
get
되게
shredded.
멀리 탔어. Annie TP is so far away. So we had to like walk all the way around. And then there's a ward in the bush, so they just instantly collapse on caps. 그러니까 이게 뭔가 G2가 달렸죠. 애니 템포 위치가 너무 멀어가지고 돌아오는 길이었는데.
Before caps flashed. Unlucky for him, but great for Owner. Who, as you said, 11 out of 14 KP is having a great game.
경기를 볼수록 어제 경기가 더. 근데 뭔가 G2랑 ALM이 살짝 다른 상대긴 해서도. 네, 우리 어제 좀 많이 아쉽긴 했습니다.
As we all know, all roads lead to him fake. You can also look for the shuffles now with those flashes down. So G2 really needs to try to stabilize the map right now.
I think they just need to nerf the Braum E.
You're right, because the damage on Owner is
Braum
not
E
enough
just
to range from Han Summer.
the moment you use E, just take no damage.
He has to kite his way through just to do something in the fight. I mean, yes, there is some good follow-up damage as soon as they have that disengage, or rather lack of. But LeBron walks in, and when Concussive blows,
Nora's just dead again. Oh, wait, they're going in again. Look at that. 와, 오너, 앵그리 오너 나왔고요. Angry owner. It's gonna go in. Oh, flash there from Dora. And the Faker Anger too.
And I think Broken Blade feels a little bit shy.
Broken Blade. He's not gonna get out.
Has joined in with his unsealed TP.
양악이다, 양악. Oh man. Absolute destruction everywhere on the map.
We have had at EWC so far. Game 1.
GG.
Just fantastic stuff. A very entertaining game.
G2한테
Very back and
와버리.
forth. Props to G2 for sticking in it for a while, but the damage from the Shindao
Angry T1
and the Lucian was just too much for them to handle. Guma and Owner having a day out here, and the rest of the team also playing extremely well for T1. It just felt like
I think it's gonna
they
be
kept
a
opting into these fights,
fast
and T1 kept
2-0.
knocking them
What do you
down.
think?
So good team fighting from T1.
I think T1 is angry and awake now. Yes.
In their clicks, they know
They may have
exactly
been
what
sleeping the
everyone's
whole
role is.
tournament, but
They always look for the proper fights. Guma usually Doran doing so much damage. Sama tries to kind of match that, but I mean these Doran ults in fights, they kind of went a little bit unnoticed, but that damage just adds up so much. Everyone is so slowed and makes it so easy for the carriers of T1 to follow up.
My only regret with this after watching this.
사이온 쓰레기, 사이온 버프?
do not have a
아니
best of
선생님.
5 between G2 and T1.
그거는 좀
It has been glorious.
사이온 버프는 좀 양심이 없는 거 아닌가요?
Highlights after again Owner
뭐야?
put on a masterclass Voldes that himself. He was assassins in Tao. He was just
캐리어 패시브 다 묻히고 오너 그냥 툭 타워 무시하고 그냥 들어가서 아 오로라 진짜 개 좋다. 아 저렇게 좋은 오로라를 우리는 왜 안 하고 왜 맨날 럼블 같은 거를 뭔가 T1은 항상 럼블 구원을 고용을 했던 것 같고 오로라가 좋은데도 이게 이번 대회에서 오로라 탑이 좀 나오는 거지 MSI에서는 또 오로라 탑이 안 나왔거든요. We didn't really see Aurora top in MSI that often. We did see a bunch of Rumble and Gwen and stuff like that at MSI. But EWC, Esports World Cup, we are seeing a bunch of Aurora top. It all started from Mirwin playing Aurora top into Rumble. And then everyone started playing it too. 기인이 쓰면 다 좋아 보인다. 다른 선수분들이 들어도 나쁘지 않은 것 같았거든. 럼블 상대로 라인전이 일단 좋다. 플러스 AP 딜러, 플러스 궁극기. 럼블이랑 비슷한 이펙트. Talking about Mirren. Talking of the devil, guys. 미르웬 선수 얘기하니까 갑자기 미르웬 선수가 나왔는데.
I can see another one killing this flower.
They're looking for Faker.
It's really difficult to find them.
They're looking for Faker.
No, we have 3 for now, 4 in this bush, 5 in the Nash.
아니 대상력 찾기 뭔데? 페이커 찾기?
6 in the ground.
There's one on the wall. 그 벽에 하나 있는데.
7 in this
포탑에
tower.
하나 있고. 오케이.
8 here, 9 here, 10 in the base.
내일 안 하니까 좋다.
It's in this angle, I can see. Okay, 11
렐은
here,
그냥
12 in the red, 13 1 in the raptors.
패배의 아이콘이 돼버린 건가?
So basically, I got 14.
13.
I don't know how many there are, but I think I found actually many. I don't think it was really difficult, at least for me. Hopefully, I'm the top one. Who will see?
Okay,
Okay, so
Oh,
we're
inspiring.
looking for fakers. I already see one faker here, second faker here, third faker here.
It's like, oh.
This faker? Yeah, it is. Fourth faker. Another one, fifth faker.
Another faker.
So they can also be on the towers. Here, sixth, seven.
Reminds me of when I played like Where is Waldo? Do you guys know this thing?
I see more.
It was like one of those like books, picture books, called Where is Waldo? And you're supposed to find this Waldo person on the page. The page of the book has like hundreds of things happening and like so many people.
8, 9, 9. I see the 9. Oh, 9 it is. Pretty hard. I had to really look into it.
The most normal jungle player. Okay, jungle player number 2.
Okay, so one picture of
결승전을 못 가는 거다. 네, 패자 부활전은 없고 이제 3, 4위전은
pictures of faker.
지금 진행 중입니다.
3 pictures of faker. 4 pictures of faker of the Nexus.
No, there is, yeah.
5 pictures of faker. 6 pictures of faker here. You know it's getting hard actually.
Our jungle players are like so slow at this. What the hell? Junglers?
9 pictures of faker. 7 down here.
미리웬 선수가 잘한 거였구나.
10 pictures of faker. 11 pictures of faker.
뭐? 빨리 말하.
12 pictures of faker.
Wait, he's fighting a lot now. He's fighting a lot. Okay.
13 pictures of faker. 14 pictures of faker. 15.
Okay.
16 pictures of faker.
16? Oh, you just say 4 more.
So if
Copy.
I'm not wrong, I think I got 16 pictures of faker. I'm not sure if it was the maximum. I probably think I missed a few of them, but I think it's like pretty decent score.
Oh, Alpine, Edge. Just don't pick Rel. We found that like pick Shinzao.
Gaming experience with over 8 billion
신자오
playlists only
좋았고요.
on Spotify.
그래, 이 좋은 신자오 놔두고 우리 왜 50을 했을까라는 생각을 할 수 있겠죠?
Esports World Cup.
Like, why do we play Wukong yesterday when we could have played Shinzao? Huh? 오늘 결승은 사실 누가 이겨도 이상하지 않았다. 솔직히 젠지가 당연히 이길 거라고 생각하지만 EL이 폼이 MSI 때보다 더 좋아진 것 같고 되게 무서워졌거든. I think AL's actually playing better than MSI, so we'll have to see who wins the grand finals. It's gonna be a best of 5. 결승은 이제 여기 써있듯이 best of 5. 5판 3선이기 때문에 maybe T1 makes it a quick 2-0. Let's go. Grand Wukong really good in team fights, but they need to farm. Yup. And I feel like early game, like into Trundle and things like that, you can't really do anything. Xin Zhao just going to go into you and do a ton of damage. 누가 이기던 간에 옥각을 갈 때, 그러니까 3대0은 절대 안 나올 거고. I don't think it's gonna be a 3-0 in the finals. Probably gonna be like best of 5. 특히 이제 피오레스라서 피오레스 밴픽이 5판까지 가는 것 같아. I think because it's Fearless Draft, we've been seeing a lot more best of 5s, as we saw from MSI, yes? The fans are so passionate. I also say hi. 네, 어저께 근데 젠지가 G2 상대로 2세트 패배하는 모습을 보니까 확실히 그 같이 모여서 싸우는 그런 것만 조금 신경 쓰면은 그래도 이기지 않을까. G2 때 진 거 다시 보면은 그냥 한 명 없을 때 싸우고 막 그래가지고 졌거든. I don't know, guys. I think Genji's gonna win today, but the only thing is if Genji like does the same mistake as yesterday, where they're fighting like 4v5s and stuff like that, then they might lose. But otherwise, I think it's gonna be
1-0 over
Genji
G2
win.
in a scrappy, very, very entertaining
Okay,
battle.
focusing on this
Dion
one,
here
I think it's a
alongside
T1
Meteos, and we'll
2-0.
break that last one down.
I'm sorry,
Meteos, what'd you think
G2.
of it?
I'm sorry, EU.
Well, it was a little underwhelming.
sorry.
I fear.
no.
It kind of felt like a lot of Western games versus the top Eastern teams where you just do nothing and lose. I think that G2 drafted somewhat of a low damage comp. They had a lot of crowd control and like team fighting capacity, but they just weren't able to get it going. I think they didn't have a lot of pride in their lanes on top of
노틸러스
having a
좀 구린
fairly
거 같지
slippery
않아요?
comp.
뭔가?
So
I don't know,
yeah,
but
I mean, they
Norris
tried
just
a little
feels
bit
really
of stuff early
squishy.
game, but ultimately they just kind of rolled over.
Yeah, well,
잘
we
죽어,
actually
뭔가.
have right
노틸은
now
잘
standing
죽는
by
것.
live from the SDC arena. It's Atlas and Kitty for their thoughts on that last matchup. What's up, y'all?
Okay.
G'day,
Atlas is
Dion.
here.
It's pretty loud in here as some of the MCOI folks have come in with banging some drums, making sure that they keep the hype levels as high as possible. We can see LEC representation. It doesn't matter where it comes from. It's all here for G2 today.
Respect to the fans from Europe because they always show up to any arena in the world. And of course we have T1 fans on the other side that are just as excited.
Exactly. Of
Koi
course,
fans
the
are
T1
cheering for
fans feeling a little
G2.
bit better after
Look at
that one.
that.
I agree with Meteos. It was certainly looking a little one-sided.
Maybe a bit too one-sided. However, it is a best of 3, so like yesterday,
Guys, I'm losing my voice,
G2
guys.
might just get a better
I'm
draw
losing my
for
voice.
Game 2 and bring
How do
it
they
to
do
a
it?
1-1.
Exactly right.
How do
I mean,
they
this
not
is the
lose
best
their
thing, right?
voices?
You lose game 1 and then you come back. It's like the reverse sweep mentality. This is how G2 did it, right? They got that one win and then that was all they got at MSI. You turn it
한스
around
서버는
this
지는 게
time,
맞나?
and then you can possibly make
그러네.
that comeback. So
생각해보니까
hopefully
wait,
they can cling on to
한스
some of
서버 and
that
Kitty are
energy,
dating
make
and
something
then they were
happen.
both on the
And I hope
stage.
people at the desk aren't gonna be game 1 Andes because G2, what are we gonna do?
Han's
to
someone's
T1?
behind her.
Let's go G2.
They almost followed it.
Of course she's gonna be
T1
cheering for
fans,
G2.
Are we just gonna clean sweep this
당연히
one?
G2 응원해야지. 키티.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
T1!
Thank you very much, y'all, for the check-in from the
TOFGK.
STC arena.
TOFGK.
We'll get to hear
TOFGK.
from Kitty and Atlas later on in the day. Now let's go ahead and
한스
break that
서버는
last
세금
one
10배
down.
내라.
Kitty's suggesting maybe a different draft here, Wolf.
Well, for me, I think whether they call it a game
최악의
one Andy,
원딜러.
I think the game, when you look at the end result, you look at the 7 kills on the Lucian, you think, okay, this game was incredibly one-sided.
G2 will
But
come
several of
back
the
at
fights were
feviknight.
actually pretty close, right?
Okay,
T1
Morales,
almost getting caught
do
there
you wanna
around
bet?
the Baron pit before Otacon. Looked like the fight was definitely winnable for G2.
Bet
If
your
the two
chimes,
things were a
haha,
little bit
that are
better,
going
if
in
it's a little
Sub's
bit
prediction
tighter
for game
play
2.
from G2 or a little bit faster on the
Game 2
rotations, they might have won those fights swimmingly. They might have been the ones that people are saying they took a one-sided game. So I feel like despite the issues with the draft that Meteos already brought up, it was playable. They just got outplayed by T1.
Yeah, and we have examples of that in a couple of our highlights.
그러게
starting with
최악의
highlight number one,
원딜러들이 왜 이렇게
which was
많지?
a very long, extended
뭔가
fight
생각해보니 다
that
원딜이네.
it felt like G2 looked good early on, but a big Emperor's Divide by Faker changes things.
This was a really interesting fight where, in theory, G2 should be better because they're
원딜
starting
라인이
with a 4-man
좀
engage
그런
on
매력이
2 people
있는
from
라인인가.
T1, but it kind of goes down to them just not having that much damage outside of caps. So they started the fight without Annie, and then Annie TP's in
Yeah,
late,
I
doesn't
mean,
have the stun
this
ready,
fight wasn't even that
and
bad
they
for
just end up
G2
in a
though.
horrible formation. So what could have been a good play for them just ended in tragedy.
Caps, he shows up right after taking a backswing so late. He has a
와,
good
근데 진짜
angle.
브라운
like you mentioned,
정말 안
he doesn't have his stun
죽는다.
prepped, and
Brown
Doran's
just
ult,
doesn't die.
on
Look
the
at how
Aurora
tanky he
actually
is.
just bought so much space for T1. Same with Faker, right?
And that's a really nice hook from
these
the bird,
are
but
the T1 quintessential plays where it looks like, oh, T1's out of position, they're caught, and then they buy enough space for everyone to rotate over, and they end up having the man advantage. They have the advantage in positioning.
하지만
This
G2
was a bridge too far
무리했죠.
from Broken Blade as he
저런.
leaves Hansama out to dry. MSI and also dies himself attempting to get that kill there, but ultimately gives it
브라움은
over to
개사기다.
Gumi. You see, and it's just a bit of a disaster
확실히
here.
노틸러스 이런 거랑은 다르구만.
Loss on the fight, but this made the game almost unsalvageable.
몸이 정말 단단해요. 잘 안
I think
죽어.
the tough part from this, if you're looking at yesterday's matches, G2 had a long, drawn-out fight in the top lane where it was very, very scrappy, and they ended up coming out on top, and it turned the game back around. So I think maybe a little bit too much focus there on trying to flip the coin early. However, over at Otacon, the game did stall out a little bit with a huge
여기에서 그리고 브라움이 5명을 다 막았어. Look at Braum, he actually just zones 5 people alone. 유튜브 골목에서 방패 세우고 혼자서 탱킹 당하고 죽었다? 와. Like G2 couldn't get past the Braum. He just like blocked everything.
Because the fact
Just to
that
carry
they
him.
did it, even though a lot of them died afterwards, and since Xiao went for a crazy ride right there, T1 is pretty happy with it. It's an insanely strong buff. It gives you a lot of scaling, a lot of XP for your whole team on top of the takedown AoE slow. So yeah, I think that definitely reinforces Double's point that it's okay to lose a lot of people for an objective.
And we did see at the very end of that fight, the combo there, Labrov gets the dredge line, the ult does come through, the stun rather comes through from Caps, but there was so much time with there where he's trying to stack the stun up, and everyone in T1 knows he doesn't have it, so they can fight through that choke point. It did ultimately end up going poorly in the fight for T1, but they got the objective, Owner's able to sneak away, and it's just these fights I'm talking about where it's so close. If that stun is prepped, if G2 are a little bit better set up, then I think they can get the punish.
Yeah, and then from there they had a definitive gold lead. G2 clawed back a little bit, but then here at the red buff is our third and final highlight, where we get to see
우리 날다가 아니라
Assassin
오너 날다.
Xin Zhao. This is a
유하하하.
dream. It has to be.
This whole moment is
이거 그냥 막 들어가는 거 봐. 진짜 저거. 와, 진짜 just going in on like, and then Baker goes in. Braum is just like, so behind Braum.
So G2 kind of have to leap
그래서 캡스 선수 위치 파악하고 캐리가 브라움이 내려오고 있다. Braum is actually moving down immediately because they saw the cap CP.
He
Really
exploded
good
there
turn.
at the end. I wasn't sure if there was like
Really
an
good
Aurora
turn.
Q still on him because that was more than just a
짜오를
damage.
너프, 짜오랑 이게 브라움도 너프를 받긴 했는데.
And when you have one of these
브라움
comps like
got like
G2,
-5 armor.
you've got a tank, Nautilus, Scion.
방어력 -5.
Trundle's like, he's kind of a tank. He doesn't do that much damage at this point in the game. You
-5
really need
가지고
your Andy there to start
되나라고
things off to just get a lot of damage
생각이
in, get that initial CC, but he wasn't there. Broken Blade ends up just getting jumped on by everybody, goes down before Caps has even arrived. So it just, I don't know. They just weren't able to find the right setups, and T1 just did a good job finding those fights.
Sorry, I'm like,
G2 with
clear
one
my
more
throat lots.
opportunity to try and
I'm
bounce
kind of
back,
losing my
get
voice a
together as
little
a team,
bit.
and
뭔가
send
지금
off with a good
목
note
상태가
back
별로 안
to the
좋아가지고
LEC,
양이
or will
부탁드립니다.
LCK's really big darlings of
어제 좀
the league be
소리를
able
너무
to close it on
질렀나?
out here
I
at
screamed too much
EWC?
yesterday. I was shrieking too much. Like a banshee.
Oh, I did not know T1 were LCK's darlings, but I understand why. Thank you, Dagon, as Voldemort and Finnegan alongside me. Hysterics. What a game. What a day so far. What a good time we're about to have for game 2. Don't you think?
We just watched a spaceship owner in the last game.
We've just come back. We've just come back from visiting Owner in outer space.
Yeah.
That was fun. I mean, God, like that was just, I don't know, that was a bit of spaghetti.
So brave.
So brave of him.
Yeah,
So
just
brave of him.
incredibly brave.
They're all smiling too. GT's all smiling.
Space.
Isn't him.
G2도 그냥 즐기는 느낌이긴 하다 근데 다 웃고 있어.
I think that
오히려 T1이 지금 표정이 심각하다요. Doran always has this face though. 도란 선수는 항상 근데 저 표정이기 때문에 되게 막 집중하는 표정. Oh, there it is. 230,000 T1 win. Someone said 320,000. That's 230,000.
He picks the Xin Zhao to the Trundle, says, I
Kenny
don't care.
Hakumi.
I will carry this game, and that he
Baker
did,
is Mr. President.
alongside of his 80 carry brother. And now we'll just have to see what their draft looks like from the red side.
Yeah. Now G2 kind of has the ball in their court. They can kind of dictate what they want to do with draft going on the blue side. Most likely there's going to be
there it
similar
is.
bans
Game
as the
2 draft.
game.
Here we go.
Usually on red side you end
Let's
up
go.
banning that Barriers and Pantheon, having that third ban
Because
that's a little bit more flexible. Here we see targeting the Nico carrier and taking out the pick Orianna.
If I'm T1, I would ban Maokai. That's what
Pantheon,
I'm saying.
Talia,
EU
Varus.
tree, Finn.
Pantheon,
That's
Talia,
surely going to be
Varus.
the priority.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see the third ban coming soon. I imagine it's either gonna be the Maokai
Just gotta
like
ban
the
every
game one, or
single
it's gonna
game,
be
I
the
guess.
Varus. I mean, in general, Varus is the stronger pick, but GG's had so much success on that Maokai, and it's such a comfort pick. And going down 0-1 in the series, you really need to put
그
your
영어
players on
중계기
something that
때문에
they know
영어를
works,
하는
something they
겁니다.
can
한국
perform at,
분들이
and
많이
something that really
오신
pulls the
건
team together
맞는데
into
영어
one
중계로
unity. And I think for
중계권을
G2 that
했기
pick has
때문에.
been
Oh,
Maokai
how much
historically,
fans?
but
Okay, can someone
obviously
ban a guy?
it's not,
What is that?
never gonna be easy against T1.
And they're going to leave the Maokai open, actually.
Okay,
It
I will
definitely
ban him
looks
myself,
pretty
actually.
enticing, but I'm not sure about a
이상한
first
얘기
pick
하지
here.
마시길
The bar is
바랍니다.
not going to
영어로
be
해도
on the
다 걸려요.
cards.
제가
Still
알아듣기
some
때문에.
strong stuff left available. I mean, we only saw Lucian Braum and the Senna down there, but also some strong mid lane. Control mages still up. So what are G2 going to go for? They're spending their entire time, and it is
I mean,
the
Maokai
Maokai
is open, but we have to ban these champions. 이게 레드의 정말 문제점이 항상 있지만 그 정말 사기 챔프들을 먼저 가져갈 수 있을 거 다 밴해야 되거든. We have to ban all the broken champions because they can actually take it on blue side first pick.
We can also try to secure bot lane. Varus is out.
So of course we're gonna have like Skewmon and Maokai,
carries.
the
If
one
you
trick
wanna pick a
Maokai playing
strong
one trick
laning AD
Maokai.
carry,
That's
Guma had a
the
great game of Corki yesterday, despite them losing in the end.
나 G2는 정글러들이 이 나무들을 되게 좋아해요. 아이번도 야이크 선수도 그렇고 아이번 좋아했고 스큐먼트 선수는 마오카이.
And generally, as a rule at the LCK, you don't give Owner Vi. He is one of the guys you do
There
not
it
give this
is.
champion to. I know the champ has fallen off a
Doran.
little bit in terms of priority, and that's why it does fall through the draft
There it
here,
is
and with the
though.
prio
Broken
on
Blade
the
with the
pick
Jack
and bounce
counter
side for
pick.
Skewmon, it does
잭스가
make
그웬
sense in
상대로
that facet,
카운터
but I
느낌이긴
think it
하기
still does
때문에
stand that you do not want to give that pick over to Owner. So
조심해야 되는
fantastic
부분이고
1-2,
we do need to be
extreme
careful.
comfort for the side of T1, although BB
We
at
already
least
saw
will be playing that
BB
Jax into the
playing
Gwen.
Jax into
Moving
Gwen.
away from the Jace that we saw yesterday. Didn't
It
really
was
get
kinda
much.
crazy.
Didn't really
It
do
was
what
really
we
crazy.
wanted to see from a Jace. I was screaming at him to pick the Jax, but
오너는 심지 오너 선수는 마오카이를 정말 그 마오카이 세전이 메타 때 항상 세전이를 했었던 기억이 있거든요. 근데 마오카이를 별로 안 좋아하는.
Alistar kind of when well is out. Alistar
그리고
kind of
오너는 또 아이번 한 거 본 적이 없는 것 같기도 하고.
is like the main two supports.
자이라도
Alistar
별로.
Rakan kind of starts getting their way back into the drafts in the second and third games.
So for T1 here, I want to advance the draft. I was
친구를
going to say, you
싫어한다.
take Silas here with Alistar locked in
Alistar is
blind.
like
Normally it's
crazy.
an Ahri pairing.
There it is! Faker
on Silas here,
Silas!
what an angle.
그래 알리스타를 하고 마오카이를 하면은 바로 그냥 사일러스가 궁을 니공 쩔더라 딱 가져가서 바로 그냥 그러니까 AP템을 가는 극딜 사일러스이기 때문에 알리스타 궁이 더욱더 강력하고 사기가 되거든요. Honestly, blinding Alistar, this is the reason why blinding Alistar is so scary. Because of the Silence pick. Silence is the direct counter. Thank you very much. 뭐야? Thank you! 너무 감사합니다. Thank you very much.
Now we will see what Caps wants to play into it. I was thinking about that Dion and his rightfully being taken away quite fast by T1. Rise as well, something that
오너 니달리도 구경하고 싶은데? 아 근데 그래도 3일 마무리를 해야지. 물론 이길 수 있긴 하지만 리스크가 좀 크다. 지금 메타에서 많이 안 나오는 챔프기도 하고.
We're gonna see what he wants to play. Meanwhile,
Oh, they're
just
banning
targeting this
Rakan.
strong pairing with the
Jinbar 이거.
Karma Astral that we saw yesterday, or the Sai Rakan.
Jinbar. 설마
Has been very
Jinrel?
prominent this tournament. It's
Don't
been
tell me
taken
they're
out
playing
this
Rel
returns
again.
to one of his
또
comforts, I would say.
설마래?
Bit of range into there as well for G2. Feel like they're going to throw a Hail Mary here as well. Han Summer last game,
Summer.
the same impact. That is not what we mean.
We might see Corki come out.
That is not what we mean.
설마 한스 서머의 드레이븐?
What do you think about the Draven?
He's smiling.
He's
He's smiling.
Okay.
와 이걸 안 하네.
Also popular AD carry.
드레이븐 나오면 근데 바이한테 궁으로 계속 죽는 거예요. Like if they pick Draven, though, Vi's just gonna ult you every single time you're gonna be dead. But with Sivir, you can E the Vi.
Caps really plays a lot, and the Caps split push is something that is such a menace in
네,
Europe.
3-3전입니다.
Burner!
Carry! Carry! Do it! Do it!
10,000 gold lead!
He's doing it!
Now Skewman is gonna be that solo ape Maokai, probably gonna go towards the lane.
Arzo!
We're gonna have to see
Arzo
how
coming
Caps
there!
plays this matchup, because while Caps
T1
is
받은
stronger
실동.
in 1v1, we know that Owner and
Oh my
Carrier
gosh,
really
finally
likes
we
to give
haven't seen
Faker
carrier play
that
Bard
extra
at
hand and really
MSI
likes
or
helping
EWC,
him
guys.
get through those early lanes.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a lot of help with that buy and the
뭔가
Bard, as
최근
you did
대회에서
mention,
바드
Bard
캐리어
is-
바드
it's
처음
Jin
나오는
Bard.
겁니다,
Like,
여러분.
we've seen this so many times from the side of
MSI도
Human
그렇고
Carrier. It can be a little bit
EWC도
iffy
바드가
into
나올
the
수
Sivir
있다고
for
생각을
sure. I think she
하는
can
그런
dodge a
각에서
lot,
이제 다른 챔프들이
just by
나왔었거든요.
running away
확실히
from the
리스크가
Jhin
많이
and
커서.
being able to dodge a lot of his
빙고!
abilities, but also the
바드,
ult from the Bard we saw
바드,
unfortunately in
바드.
some of our past games here at EWC. Not very good into Sivir, which is not a big surprise, right? So
Thank you. Thanks for the
at least the
$2
ultimate part of his kit. So it's going to be pretty interesting. I think it's a lot of comfort. It's a very nice composition rounding out from the side
I
of
mean,
T1.
Bard
You have
is so good
fantastic
into Alistar
follow-up
though.
with
근데
the
뭔가
Jhin Bard
알리스타
behind it and
11이면은
tons of
바드가
setup
너무
for pick
편하긴 해요,
potential
라인전이.
with those things, but there's still a lot of tools on the side of G2
He
that
heard
can
your
kinda
prayers.
keep T1 at
Carrier
the
heard my
distance as well.
prayers. 우리 서포트
Or
캐리어.
something that usually comes out later in the draft, but
Let's go.
it is really good against these immobile AD carries and mages in general. And you might think, well, G2 doesn't have that, but how the Tristana W interacts with Bardult is that because of the big wind-up with the Tristana jump, she just gets knocked down if she tries to jump out of it. So it kind of works as a great picking tool against Tristanas because
Yup.
a lot of them tries to get out of it with the jump, but they just end
참고로
up
저 바드
being caught by it
장인입니다.
and then standing there
바드
without jump
700만
after
점.
the effect ends.
I
So
have a
like
7
to pick
million
him
measure point
to
on
be
board.
carries
If you guys
out the
don't
only
know
people
why,
that
I'm
does
just
not
super
play
happy about
Bard.
Bard.
He always puts on
채널
crazy
처음 오시는
numbers
분들이
and a
좀
crazy
계신
show
것
playing
같아서.
this champion. I remember some of the
바드
amazing
장인.
faces made at Worlds with this champion around the
바드
bottom tier 1.
장인.
Going to this game,
T1 Bard.
we need to see more
T1
from
바드
G2 than we did
출동.
in game 1, that's for sure.
We definitely do. The onus is on them. It's a single best of 3 elimination. But also,
스킨
the
주인.
final destination is third place.
의민의 바드 고수
T1 with a
출동.
win here secure.
하나 둘 셋.
G2 with a
T1
win, get a game
파이팅. 바드
They put up
파이팅.
A brilliant fight
T1
against
Bard.
GENG only yesterday. Whereas T1 got blown out of the water by AL, who are now waiting in the finals after this. Remember that finals will
Let's go,
follow this
T1.
series. This is going to be the last game's biggest question. I see Comfort again.
Oh my
You guys
gosh,
are talking
Carrier's
about the
grabbing
bottom
chimes.
carry. I see Goomer on
좀
Jin.
뒤졌다, 나이스.
I see Faker in a great Silas angle. Vault, as you were
Wow.
just saying, that Owner, a lot
Look
of people
at
do not
Carrier
view him as
words.
champion.
If Malone is fishing.
Oh, hang on, hold.
I love the
Does he
grin.
Does he get the 10?
감사합니다. Thank you very 감사.
Wait. Hold. Hold. Oh.
Oh, there it is. 저런.
No, wait. He's got
10원까지
one more.
먹을 수 있는데 you can get 10 gold, guys.
All eyes on him.
Broken play. You make it or you fake it.
Hey, show me.
Hey! What about the invade? Oh, hey, he's out. Hey, what did he get?
아니 잠시만 한 대 맞고 시작했는데.
Okay, thank you, observers. Actually.
아니 버너스는 감사합니다. 영어 너무 잘하셨어요. 어디 공부하셨냐고
Yeah,
물어본다는
if the
게.
invade happened, chat, don't worry. Wouldn't have
저는-
This skew on the late invade. Oh, Faker's on him, flush away from
Oh,
the
Skewmon is having to go to his own
Can't do a thing
jungle.
but watch. Now, Skewmon
완전
has no
익혔네요,
flash.
이거
He's got no
G2
camp to start. At least Cap's got a good trade on
정글이.
Faker, but that's about it.
I mean, honestly,
저는 책을 많이 읽었습니다.
That is not too bad.
Yeah.
I read a lot of
scared that
books
they would end up more than that, but I guess by level
when
1
I was learning
isn't that
English.
powerful. Also, Gwen doesn't want to go too far away from her top lane when Jax is standing here on the wave, so we'll just
소설책,
a little
소설책.
bit delay on the clear,
오,
but
heal for the traits? Not too
depending on
much.
the bot lane here, on some
보시면은 제 바드가 룬을 끈질긴 사냥꾼, deep ward and relentless hunter.
It's going to feel
깊은 와드랑
fantastic here
끈질긴
for Guma
사냥꾼.
and Carrier there. Should be able to get level
뼈방패나
2
이런
here
걸 갈
first,
수도
which
있긴
Carrier
한데
already
뭔가
did, so he's getting
라인전이
their
너무
face
쉬울 것 같아서
as you do against the Alistar. Very curious
원래는
about
뼈방패
the
그리고
Gwen
불굴의
versus
이지를
the
가는
Jax.
게
Broken
좀
played
일방적인데
very confidently in the draft, immediately
별로 안
picked up
무서운
the
거야.
Jax into this blind
알리스타
pick
11은.
Gwen, who has gone for the Ignite, actually.
So
So
Faker
Thorn
roll.
does not have the flash in this
Oh
matchup.
my gosh.
The logic with the Ignite
미드
on
힘들다,
Gwen
미드
is
힘들다.
that normally when you go play Gwen, Jax
아니
can just
원딜을
jump when you
미드를
try to trade you,
미드나
but with
탑에서
the Ignite,
원딜하는
suddenly
건
if you
진짜
hold
너무
your
사기
ground,
아닌가.
You have enough damage to kind of win that extended
뭐야?
all in, so
Okay, there
makes
it is.
it a little bit
Ono's
harder
here.
for Jax to just
Mid.
force trades
Mid,
on
mid,
you
mid,
as
mid.
you kind of gotta keep that
Ono's
jump,
here.
but Faker is
He's looking.
Wait for the abscond abduct. It
There it
matters.
is.
Everything here as Owner comes in and Vault Breaker trying to predict. Instead, Caps doesn't get out. Abscond abduct missed. So Caps actually gets away with a light trade.
Yeah, kind of interesting
okay.
there. There was a ward in the
오히려
river that
좋아.
did spot
마카이
Owner,
오고 있었어. 마카이 was
which,
behind.
Is actually pinged by T1. It looks like he was able to hop over the wall and avoid it. So Caps didn't know, but he
Happens,
was also
happens.
very safe, and Skewmon was right there. So at the end of the day, not amounting to all too
Carrier
much.
just
The bottom
overthinking.
lane still going pretty well here for T1.
바드 짤짤이 평타 좋아요. I mean this matchup is impossible for Gwen.
very chunked. Probably has the base now.
아니 근데 이거가 진짜 잭스가 너무 좋아요.
The base is probably gonna get either a Ruby Crystal or an Amptome come back. Let's see if Gogwe can deny that
I
cannon.
mean, Gwen can win once she has a
Well
level
done, and now
6. But otherwise, until then, it's gonna be a hard matchup. 육렙 궁 뜨면 또 모르긴 해 근데 점화 들어가지고.
can get a better base here and
Oh,
probably
it's a
really
figure
get
us
control of this
around.
matchup on this bounce because that's when Gwen kind of struggles when Jackson just walk up on the wave and she has to fight you and if you
It's a
manage to
figure.
actually cue those Gwen snips really well then you dodge a lot of her damage and it
야,
can
점프 해서 막
obviously
딜건
with the grasp,
할만한데.
you don't have that really extended all in threat but still
Vi and Maokai keeps hovering around mid
Yeah.
because
Picks up
in mid lane there's
a
something
bit of
can
cooldown
happen
reaction
anytime.
and a longsword as well, sorry, ability haste.
Okay,
as I'm
it's your
completely
Maokai.
wrong, Owner, we're back to the
Trying to
scene of
yoink
the
the
crime.
minions.
This is where Skewon lost his flash earlier. But Bramble
Yeah.
Smash is so good at camp taking and Skewon
Okay.
just smites down for the
바드
steal.
왔다, 바드
Yeah, I
왔다.
mean, any amount
Bard
that
is
you
here.
can steal away from the Vine and delay a level
W 걸어가지고
6
직각이.
spike for Owner is going
Oh
to
my
be
gosh.
fantastic, obviously, is that gank potential from the
바드가
Vine just
근데
levels
턴
up
남는
so much
시간에
from
가서
there.
미드에
Because once again,
W
we see Doran
커피를
kinda struggling in this
두 잔을
one,
깔아주고.
looking for another trade. He's down a level.
Is that
Maybe.
it? Oh, he flashes behind the
Ignite?
snip, waiting for the counter strike. It's broken blade.
Doran!
Not sure on the time, but as he bops away, Doran wins
Good
it
try,
out.
good
Yeah, and
try.
that's the power of the Ignite. Suddenly you can't just jump on Gwen and fight her, because Gwen, if you jump on her and she just keeps
Hold on,
holding
they're
her
looking
ground
for
rolling,
killing.
but
Counter
Counter
strikes back up
She
and
has no
available.
cleanse, she
All
has no flash.
it takes is a jump in.
Oh,
but
goodbye,
Broken
Broken
Blade
Blade.
has had to jump back. No flash for Broken Blade up
저런.
against the wall. A
이거는
Vault
할
Breaker
수가
simple,
없다.
but Owner autos
Doesn't
it for
even
first
channel
blood.
the Q
The
there.
Bolts come up to help out.
Q도 안
The carry is
썼어.
quickly
그냥
behind.
평타로.
G2 uses it as a swap, but it's still T1
플래시
walking
빠지고
away
이
with the
빠지고
goal.
Q
It's a disaster
빠졌으니까.
for Broken Blade. He was feeling confident because LeBron was coming there, but Honor was a little bit closer. And now he dies, and it won't be
다방집하대.
time to catch that big bot wave that
커피집?
Kamish is now crashing. And a big lead for T1 already. Impatient by Broken Blade. And I think if you play that a
We're
little
just
bit
walking
slower,
around.
if Botlane is coming, Gwen is stuck there, she has no TP, you would be fine
돈
there.
먹고
but,
W 하나 더
we really
깔아주고
saw
집 갔다가
kill with his eyes, but
지금 6분 거의 다
wasn't good enough
냈거든요.
this time.
At 6 minutes,
I
I'm
mean,
guessing
Broken
the
Blade
board's
has
gonna
had
take
some
TP.
star performances
6분에
on
아마
the
텔포가
Jackson. I
나오지
think
않을까.
he saw it as his moment to look for the outplay. It can be a very tense matchup, especially when the Gwen does have the ignite, but instead, as you mentioned, he oversteps and Owner's right there ahead of the play, makes it happen, flashes in
오,
just
그거
to
만약
make sure
맞았으면 오히려
100%
무서운데.
that Broken Blade would be
I'm just
punished
scared,
for
like-
the play. And so that's going to be huge. I mean, you got this Gwen now ahead. The
I mean,
Vi
this
also is
Cap is playing
accelerated.
so safe.
Doesn't have a
뭔가
splash, but he's
뜻하고
going to hit level 6
앞점프를 안 해가지고
relatively
근데
soon. And might
이
look
정도면은
for a
사이러스도
follow-up
CS 잘
gank
먹고
at
있고
some point
서치가
here.
성장하고 있습니다.
Area just hanging around mid.
Quite sad for Skewman, who was doing really well. in the
Okay,
early
Broken
game,
Blade
taking
is
away
level
the
6
Raptors from
and Doran is level
Owner,
5
but
right now.
Owner getting one kill kind of equalizes that lead and gonna come into the next fight kind of on even terms.
다들
Both
봉풀주
teams
드세요.
level
네,
6 now,
맞습니다.
Vine is
봉풀주를
one, maybe
든
two
지 한
more camps
3주는
for
된
level
것
6,
같은데.
so Skewman having that
최근에
slight lead still
봉풀주만
trying to
하는
get that
느낌.
dragon while
Barrier.
Owner is stuck farming camps.
And
Guma just pulling out the summoners out of Hans and simply Hans.
그냥
just doesn't
봉풀주가
wanna fall
굉장히
too far
사기입니다.
behind
지금
on HP,
너프
as we
받긴
talked about.
했거든 근데.
Dragon, the next objective, sitting there waiting. Already started up, and Skewmon has brought Scuttle in with it as well. So a nice Bramble Smash here to continue the aggro. While Lebrov's sitting on a
선생님
ward,
근데 매번
but
이거는
T1
진짜 T1
trying to
경기
play
때
this through
있는
multiple angles for now.
복장이기
Pretty bold
때문에.
of T1 to try to contest his Owner's only level 5. He's a little bit away from
Nice
the
flash!
but
It preempted
Yeah,
flash
Doran
from
just
carry
walked in. I
out,
mean, this
making
is
a
just
portal for him.
from
What is
T1.
that?
I don't know what they were thinking here.
건물
but,
만들어주는데
Bolt
살릴 수가
definitely
없었다.
a short word fin.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't
No.
have flash. I don't understand where all that confidence came from to walk up against 4 people. Big punish by G2 getting the dragon and that kill onto
Mr.
Doran
Doran!
is really nice for
He didn't
both of them.
flash
Now he's gonna be
though.
left alone with
I
his
mean,
bottom
he
tower.
literally
Probably the
didn't
ball
take
gonna get
flashes.
1 or 2 plates and come back with
개소는데?
a sheen and almost a fade. So really
잠시만,
nice for Broken
바드로
Blade.
지면 안
They
됩니다.
gotta get back from
We
that
can't
early
lose on
mishap.
board.
Yeah, the
We have to
comeback
win.
is pretty huge here for
T1
G2
바드
after what happened early on. I
썼는데 이거.
think that he was standing next to Keria, who's Bard, and he's like, "Oh, I can magical journey out of this." It was like some very kind of
그러니까 바드는 괜찮은데
false safety in his mind,
같이
especially
이제
because his team was
저희는
trying to
팀원이
collapse
죽는
and
경우가 많아서
trying to make their way into
like the
this
Bard
fight,
is
but
fine,
Aria
you can
made
like
the
flash,
mistake,
portal,
and
but
Keria just leaves
your
it
teammate?
alone.
Not really fine.
I don't think even a magical journey gets him out here.
Yeah,
and
it's just
it
that,
comes out late,
100%.
but yeah, just a bit of a mistake from Doran. He knows it, and G2 will capitalize.
It's like when you and your kid did something naughty when you were young, and then the friend you went with just runs away and leaves you there to face all the consequences. loses.
T1 상대로 바드 나오면 당연히 T1 응원하죠.
T1 dropping that kill didn't really lead to anything apart from losing the
괜찮아.
dragon.
바드
Now, of
6렙
course,
찍고
bit
이제
of
공
gold for
대박
G2, as
나면
we're
되는
saying,
거야.
but
Board can hit
grubs
level
are
6 and
being
go for
taken.
crazy
Again,
ult
just
angle.
Zana
It's
against
fine.
the Jack side laning. Does feel like
As
T1
you
getting
see,
all
Board
three
has
grubs, or at
level
least two here.
advantage
There's
on
still a bit of a
Alistair,
wing.
right?
Caps have gone
Okay,
back and
nice.
find him
Pumpy
as
까고.
Buster shot taken away by Faker. And Orna is going to go for all three.
Look at Scuman on both. He's looking for this Gwen without flash behind there. They're trying to get a cross map going, but Doran respects, but he walks over a ward. And
Broken Blade is gonna commit. 점화 있긴 해서 근데 혹시 잡을 수도 있어 근데. I mean he does have ignite, so maybe he can go for the kill trade.
He gets the armor MR from his lovely circle, but he's on the wrong side of the rift. Nature's Grasp will lay her down, and now that Needlework's done, there's no extra healing, no incentive. Owner's coming in, but not in time. Kill unfortunately goes over to Skewmon, but more AP on G2 might just be what the doctor ordered.
Impatience by T1. It reminds me of that play yesterday where Ono was getting a dragon and then Gumyushi and Kerry ends
I mean,
up dying
Skewmon
on the weak
played
side.
that very
Now Doran does the
patiently, by the
same
way. If
thing.
he rushed, like if he
Ono was
ulted
confident to help him
first,
push out the way, but
그러니까 뭔가 궁을
5
먼저
seconds away,
던지거나
he gets a
빨리
little bit
들어갔으면
impatient and
오히려
tries to go for it
마오카이가
before
플래시
he
없는
actually
상태에서
has to help
죽었는데
close by in proximity.
굉장히 침착하게
G2 now
잘했어,
up
G2도.
about 500 gold.
G2 played that
Guma's
very
doing a
calm.
good job in this lane. He's going to open up with the ult.
오.
Gonna at least find the minion wave, maybe Hans.
It's not connecting.
If he can go everything which he does, he barriers in the end.
It's not connected, but Hansa was
Fancy
also
feet,
barrier.
but nervous fingers pulls out another summoner.
Carrier's still here. I mean, Hans
Carrier
is
changed to
extremely
Ignite. Carrier
low.
changed to Ignite. He's
No
trying to
barrier.
ult the
There's
tower.
a chance.
타워에
They
그
want a full
궁으로
shot.
올리면 되긴
There's no
하는데
ignite from Carrier,
근데
though.
마오카이
There's
오는
splash
거
from LeBron
이게
to Guma.
확인이 된 것 같고요.
Guma's on the way,
마오카이
though.
is here, so they
Everything
ping.
else was happening.
Reward.
Ball shot. Deadly Forest will not kill
So
here.
close.
Guma
Gummy.
does not have himself collected yet, but meanwhile, Caps in mid lane. Bolt breaker there. Flush
Oh, for
from
combo.
Owner. No
Boom,
chance to
boom.
react with a chain lash. Well done. I mean,
이게
there's a
이거거든,
reason you're
play.
telling me that Owner
This
should
is
not
it.
be given by.
Well played by
I mean,
Faker,
he
but
knows all
great
the
play
angles.
from
And Tristana,
Owner.
you think about one of these very safe mid laners, especially Caps with
너무 좋다
flash,
진짜.
but just trying again to push in
아무것도
that
못하죠.
final wave, and he just gets
큐플,
caught
궁,
against a
빵빵.
Vi who has flash, and
I mean,
Owner's
can't
so
move,
good
can't
at
move.
lining
Caps
up the
can't
queue,
move.
flashing on in, and just giving the Tristana no chance at all. You think about the champion itself should be fine,
Let
but
me in.
not Caps this time.
Carrier just wants to stop the back of Hans Sama, and Labrov is just the bodyguard.
What's the border?
Great play by Owner here, using sweepers. We
It's the
know
border, what are you doing?
unspotted. From Fog, it's very hard to react to the VIQ
와,
flash. Can't really
이거는
do
뭐
much
살
with
수
the
있는
attack. You
방법이
probably hug the
없다.
other side
Can't
more,
live.
but your Alistar's
Can't
top side.
move at all,
Your Maokai
guys.
is top
Can't
side.
move at
So
all.
it feels very safe to hug that side.
Thanks
knowing
for
that's
streaming on
around
YouTube,
the area
yo.
they are, but
True. And Tempered Fate used. We come back to live, and
Oh,
Labrov scored out.
Labrov
Now,
just getting
Labrov
caught
has no
out.
flash. She's got a teleport alternatively.
저런
They're not going to help him. He
앞감문
dies,
타서
drops
그냥
down
바로
T1.
그냥 정리해버리고.
Crawling in gold again.
Maybe
It's
Bart
just
can go
members
for a
these carries are
dive
getting
there
up.
on
Look at
Silver,
Guma.
but
Guma is 30 CS up, and he just got a kill. So there is a very big problem in the 80
Oh, they're
carry position
fighting.
again.
They
It's
are
on the cap.
fighting.
It's just
알리스타
a
공
dive
가져가는
in.
사일러스기
Fake it out,
때문에
Unbreakable Will, he gets past the Nature's Grasp,
굉장히
but Owner
세거든요.
getting chunked out, Caps
하지만
up tempo.
바위는
It's
세지
nice
않고요.
They've got an angle here, but Faker out with his gonna duck, and meanwhile Hunt some of the dive.
Carrier to this speed, Pokémon.
Carrier magical journey.
Boom.
Curtain call there.
다이브 성공.
From Guma takes away Han Sama, a trade
I think
cross
Bart ulted
map
the
here.
tower. We
As
have
things
to
are
see
getting
the
a bit bloody
replay.
for Faker. Abscond duck, he's back in with the Kingslayer. Abscond doesn't
설마?
connect. Faker now getting space,
Okay,
and
it's fine,
Caps knows he has
스키
nothing.
다시 떴고.
Waiting for those cooldowns. There's a rocket jump, but Caps will not take it. 200 HP for both as we're
Doran?
diving now.
That's worth it,
Okay,
though.
we're playing bot lane
boom.
as well.
Doran.
Every side of the map is my map here. As
I
G2
mean,
get
dude,
another kill.
Guma Yushi is really ahead. The board is ahead, but rest. I mean, 바텀은 진짜 세게 이기고, like look at Guma Yushi. CS 30대 차이에다가 지금 다들 날뛰고 있거든요.
Kill again.
하지만 여기서
Broken just gonna
잭스를
run,
잡는.
but yeah, that was greedy, and he's
Nice!
gonna pay
나다!
behind price. Owner, another kill
뿜뿜뿜뿜뿜.
as Caps
Okay,
is now getting
that's
mid, and I love it. We started a little bit brisk, but we have turned into a full-on
Okay, top side was
shot
struggling,
in
but
game
not
2 again.
anymore. Only mid and top,
We're
mid and
just
top.
up in the tempo. You know, game number 1, that's the way it went. Game number 2, we're right back into it.
Yeah.
And maybe some
And
more action
Skewmon's
here.
playing
Nope,
pretty
not
good on this
really gonna
Maokai.
Oh, I say that. Faker going in, going out.
와, 딜 뭐야?
Gigantic.
오, 바즈 터져요. 바즈 터져요.
Almost kills him.
바즈가
Carry
제일
down,
문제점이 좀 몸이
and
좀
Yuntal
울렁이거든.
is paying
Oh,
dividends
Redemption
in the
coming through
mid lane.
from carry as well. I think Redemption is fine into that comp though. 조조업 상대는 근데 구원이 좋은 게 확실한 마오카이가 AP 마오카이기 때문에 묘목을 좀 맞기 시작하면은 이제 피가 반피가 까이고 막 그러거든요. I mean, like, because of sapling, AP Mako sapling,
Dragon
redemption
given
value is actually pretty high.
G2 will pick up
Really
number
smart
2,
build.
and this is kind of like game 1.
Wait,
G2 had early Dragon control. T1 started winning fights more and more, and then losing out as
Oh,
Guma's just
no,
jumped on by
Guma.
Caps. Again, we're doing this.
Pokemon.
Caps has the
No,
ultimate.
good flash, no!
Guma, the ulti. Oh, no. So close to curtain call, bring you back. That's revenge in an instant, and Caps
Guma,
just
Guma,
got
Guma.
crapped.
I mean, that was because of the...
I mean,
if you
Guma
watch
is just
Steel
styling
Cap.
on them today. He has made
Plated Steel
Hansama
Cap.
just a
저거 방금 산
non-factor in the
이유가
side
신발을
lane. He
보시면은
beats them in. I
그
don't know if that was on
평타가
purpose, but
들어올
he
때마다
gets the
10%
final
딜이
word
덜
in, and
들어오거든.
the final shot straight
그래서
into
저것 때문에
Caps'
산 거야.
back.
왜군
And
마무리가
he's
또
going
안
to be the
되는
carry for
피었으니까.
T1 if they end up winning this game.
Finn, you got to respect that play. Surely
당연히
that's
그
like
방어력도
it looks
주기
amazing
때문에
if it works at the 50 HP.
궁이나 이런 거
Looks
자체의
bad
딜도
if it
내려가긴
doesn't.
It was
했지만.
really close. He was,
Yeah, that's
he
actually
was
such a
looking for
smart
the
buy
ultimate
by
into the
Guma
outside
because
that you've seen
they have
15
multiple
times, I'm sure,
AD
but he
damage,
doesn't end
auto
up
attack
getting
damage
that
champions,
outtake at
right?
the back end of that Tristana ult and
평타 딜러가
looking a
트타
little silly
11을
because of it.
잭스까지 평타 딜러기
There was a
때문에
fading in
밸류가
both players
엄청
jump in, but I think both
12%였는데
players slipped out
10%까지
in the
너프가
background,
됐어.
seeing those hot shots
다시
or whatever
11%로
those
다시
are behind
올렸나?
him.
아닐 것
I
같은데.
don't think he's gonna get baited in
Is
there.
that what they are?
I think so.
Okay.
Let's go back and summarize what happened there. Caps
I mean,
looking
yeah,
for
like
the
if
angle
you
here.
this
You're gonna
평타
see
평타.
really
I
confident
mean, this
player.
Caps
LeBron
is
looking for the
just doing
flash
so
combo,
much
he
damage.
flashes out, but now he's
Leber's
looking for the
flash
ulti ult
combo
out,
was
but
actually good too,
just
but
out of range to get the last out type, but
I mean, honestly, owner was gonna ult his ass anyway, so he just wants to like get the kill and probably jump out, you know, best chance to live there. 인터뷰 영어로 plated steel caps. Plated steel caps. 옛날에 닌자 타비에서 바뀌었으니까. 템이 바뀌었어.
You can't love him at his best if you don't respect him at his worst. Something like that. Well, you know, I'm there for you. Skewmon, Brown smash away. We're fighting again. Really good.
Can't ulti.
Skewmon outplayed it, but the
그대로 멈춰라 좋았고. 9원. 오 9원 밸류.
On his head, he's
Owner has
just
to
got
run
this
though.
Caps auto attack after auto attack. LeBron now in a bad
나
spot.
브로우 has to run now. 하지만 아까 미드에 플래시 빠져가지고 도망을 못 가는.
As T1 get the fight win, but Broken Blade versus Doran. A 1v1. BB getting redemption for MSI. G2 walking it back with a curtain call. On the couch, you little rat. He steals it
Carry
A little bit more trust in
Carry on the barn god.
It would have been, I think, a 4th kill here for the Jin, but yeah, Baker's TP just a little bit quicker than Caps getting over there. And they're able to not only get the Alistair, but also pick up Caps. And yes, Broken Blade at least able to win the 1v1 in the side lane. Doran now at 0 and 4. They're going to have to do something about that because that is the big weakness right now for T1.
Will be the feats of valor for G2 taking
엄청
that
싸우네
tower
그러니까.
down there.
서로 그냥 계속 교전하고 있어. Both teams are just perma fighting. It's crazy. Look at that. Even Vicker is going in. 알리스타 공이라서 근데 지금 되게 강한 타임이거든요. But when Silence's Alistair ult, he's literally the strongest champion.
They're really relying on LeBron to find a good
That's why
engage.
Vicker is being super aggressive here.
Quite slippery. Protobelt in the inventory, and as you said so well,
Kroglord
it's the
buff
unbreakable
just
will that
expired.
gives him confidence. Baker really.
Kroglord
Doran.
He needs to go get executed to the jungle camp again.
Big leads individually.
Time to go solo Baron and then
He
die.
actually misses the Q flash onto Skewman. It makes the play look a little bit awkward. I thought he messed up here by missing that combo, but in the end, Curious by so much time for Gumayushi to come here.
그 큐프를 했는데 거리가 또 안 돼가지고 콤보가 깔끔하지 않았는데 와 이 구원이랑 힐이랑 바드 W랑 지금 거의 뭐 소라카식으로 힐링을 주는 바드.
Maybe it's redemption arc already onto
No, come on the flash! But Carrier has redemption again. 오 구물을 올리고 도망가. 아니 구마 stay in the ult. What do you mean? 바드공에 그냥 들어가 있지. 물론 죽긴 하겠지만 I mean you would have died no matter what. Because the Jax was there. 잭스도 와가지고 근데 무조건 죽긴 했다 저거 공 있어도. Yeah, Doran. Wait, can he trade back though? 아, 그거 맞았으면 좋았는데. I mean, it would have been a 1-for-1.
Right now, that's G2's hope as Caps is trying to auto attack this one out, and again, Carrier's walking in.
Carrier just running.
Caps is going to take it. Owner's following.
바드레는 타는 거 아닌데?
Great cosmic binding as T1 bring Faker into the mix.
Yeah, I mean, looking for that angle there was Faker.
And
but
I feel like we
Caps
couldn't
Farley
hard
is going
punish
to
him
back
부산을
away. It does feel like the tides are turning a bit into the favor of G2.
아니 근데
At
뭔가
least it's
잭스
getting
너무 잘
back
크고
towards
있어서 좀
even, just with
불안하거든요.
how
Jax is like
gigantic
really
Broken
fast.
Blade is on this Jax.
Look at this
and he just
Broken
keeps
Blade gonna
getting
get
better.
power
I mean,
here.
Doran's stepping very
타워 이거
far up in the
나가겠는데
lane with no
잠시만.
vision in his own jungle, and Broken Blade and the whole team is coming in.
Oh, if he gets this tier 2,
It's
he will
huge.
be a rich, rich man.
Oh,
Trying to run away now. The Gwen will keep
man.
going. He will probably die for that. Caps fighting on top side as well.
Duck, but Faker's taking his ulti. Labrov helping out.
mean,
Faker's gonna
alone
disengage into the wrong
here.
side of the rift, but G2.
저거
That
잭스
three
잡으러
members of
갔기
Faker has no
때문에
hijack. Nature's Grass gonna line as Broken Blade
사이러스는
losing on the other side
혼자고요.
of the map. He got in it for this. It is gonna be X-Blade, but remember, the
Okay,
crop
it's
comes
okay,
out.
it's okay.
At least
I mean,
G2
Faker's
got a
dead,
turret
but
for it. Faker's buying a
it
bit
is
of
what
time
it
here.
is.
Skuma's gonna push mid.
Okay, never mind.
Faker
He's
gets
escaping.
out. It's
the
critical.
way he's getting out. Oh,
Clutch match,
he flashed
Cap.
as well.
Ordering redemption. Heals
구원.
him up. Faker.
와, 이걸 살려 그리고 구원. Literally the best redemptions I've ever seen recently. I've never really seen a very good redemption usage
Criminal
from
behavior.
supports.
He can't keep getting away.
뭔가 구원 밸류 이번 판 완전 그냥 거의
How
3,000
does he
힐링 한 것
escape
같은데?
these
Like 3k healing for a
positions
more redemption.
after
Maybe
time.
like 2k to
There's
3k so
three men
far.
on him. You don't have an Adisler ult. There looks like there's
Oh,
no way to get out of that, but he
구원
just
봐도 이거 히트인데?
manages to do it every single time.
천장이
and
이
it feels
강아지고 그나마 몸도
it just
단단하고.
keeps happening. Heartbreaking for G2 because
I think Bard could have also even gone like
We get
Ninja
to see
Tabi.
this play
Unkillable
from the
Demon
meta
King
itself.
POV.
Yeah, I mean, Faker does a
Unkillable
great
Demon
job
King
here.
POV guys.
You see that Caps has to respect, but really, props also to Keria, who just
아니,
seems
페이커
to be
선수의 얼굴을
everywhere on the
보여주잖아요.
map, right? You see the pings coming in, he gets the
And then Bard
redemption
ult
down,
his own out.
even the Tempered Fate was coming in.
Oh.
He's been in every single team fight, has been Keria, and that's why his Bard is world class.
Grump is a paid actor.
서로 표정이 굉장히
Yeah, for
심각하다.
sure.
That too.
보법이 다르다
I
싶다.
mean, the escapes, what a classic. T1. Really, they're escaping any allegations that were made after AL. In fact, after the semi-final
Allegations?
performance, this
Come
series has
on, we're
been
T1.
a lot of fun, but
We
also
may
the
have
T1
kind of
mainly.
ran it a little bit
And one of their cleaner performances
yesterday,
here
but
at EWC.
we're still
Owner
T1,
again
right?
on a carry performance. Skuma.
그래,
Two
G2한테
items plus the
G2한테
armor
힘들어하면 안
advance,
되지.
like, these lanes are big. The
일단 근데
only
골드 차이는
saving grace right
엄청
now
골드
is that
차이밖에 안
Doran
나기
is
때문에
0-5
only
on
2k
his
gold
Gwen,
by the way.
and Broken Blade
Yeah.
has 2 items for G2.
I just want to highlight that G2's free out-tech based champions. Maybe we get a fighter, but yeah, G2's free out.
어?
Tempered
바드궁?
Fate, we are going to get a fight
You only hit
indeed.
one person
Skuma
though.
has been kept in
마오카이는 좀
place,
맛이
but look at
없는
Owner with the
대상이고.
flanking angle. G2 getting snip collapse.
Oh, they're hard diving on Caps, but Caps actually buffers his ulti, but there's there's absolutely no damage and redemption on 5 people coming through from Carry. I just flash Q flashes over the wall. And Broken Blade is going in 1v5, but he has to flash out. That is insane gameplay from Bard, by the way.
He disengages, but absconded duck.
와, 이걸 한 번 더 들어간다고 근데? 잭스 많이 무서운데. 그러면 대상역은 무섭지 않다.
Of Summoner's Rift with Atakan being taken. It's clear
Goodbye,
that
Skuma.
T1
Goodbye,
want to
G2.
show
Goodbye,
they're
you.
the third best here.
Yeah, this is
I mean,
what T1
that was
does.
probably the best
5
bet.
men
Bard
show up
kinda
for the
ulted only
fights. They
Maokai.
go
저
for
Bard 때문에
even
ulti
though
there.
the Tempered Fate doesn't do a whole
상대가
lot, it sets
이게
them up
그
for success.
사이러스가
And
알리스타를 군 가져간 상태로 안타를 마구잡이로 들어오는데 대처가 아예 안 됐습니다. Let's watch again what happened here. The Bird ult kind of like completely missed, but then Faker goes over the wall and he takes the Alistair ulti here and he uses it. 이 딜이 안 되는 거야. 진영이 아예 붕괴됐죠. 그 바이궁이 너무 날카로워서. Caps had to like jump out. His buffer on the Viora was actually really good, so he lives there. But then Keria, Keria의 바드는 예술이거든요. Q flashing.
And Finn, I see you're holding your hotel key.
벽에다가
You-
따닥
you
각을
assuming that
맞추는
right
게
now,
바드를
you know,
해보시면
T1
알겠지만
is gonna split us
굉장히
up 2-0.
힘듭니다.
It's obviously not
11을
nearly
아무것도
enough
못했죠.
finals
진영이
after
완전
this, but I see
붕괴돼가지고
what you're insinuating.
딜을 못 넣었고 구마이시 3,767 damage. Meanwhile, Silver wasn't able to do any damage, right?
No, but
The fight was completely like they were complete split while T1 was all grouped like together. Okay, I complimented you, Team and then you're going to be dying here. It's a little bit of a problem.
He gets out. Kuma got out. How did Kuma get out? Now he can play Ranger with the curtain call. Dorat, who's been 0-5.
Here's the flashes dance. Shut down on Bordo? 이상해지는데 잠시만.
He's got to find a little bit more deadly flourish.
Okay, it's fine. Doran. 돌아. 아이고. 정리가 오케이 나이스. T1 Faker unstoppable. Faker. Okay.
Looks like Broken Blade was
Bard
doing
may
so
have
much
died.
on the back end there.
어쩐 랩.
Solo killing Carrier.
방금 진 포지셔닝 진짜 너무 안 좋았었는데 다행히도 스펠이 있어가지고 살았고요.
Ends up killing him before he gets much done.
다들 뭔가 급하게 팀원들을 위해서 관문을 열어주는데 그러다가 이제
I see that.
I don't know about this. Torrance one's gonna die. 들어갔다가 그냥 썰리겠다 이거.
He's still sitting on one item in this game, and yeah, this just sets up once
Let's watch here again.
Over here in
미드
the blue
밀고
side.
앞관문 타서
It feels like he's doing everything when he's playing the Bard. He's setting up the exhaust angles. Guma does get caught, but Carrier keeps him alive as well.
Gets bopped
and it's like what
into the Maokai.
This is an enemy team Bard here. You see Broken jumps onto Gumayushi there and now starts chasing.
바드가 관문을 진이 살리려고 관문을 썼는데 관문 있었으면 밑으로 타면은 안 졌거든요. Like the thing is, if Carrier just kept onto his portal, he could have portaled to the right, and he would have portaled mid towards Zoran, and he stuns the Jax if Jax takes the portal, right? But he only died there because he was trying to save Gumayushi.
After the counter strike stun had finished.
07 was the portal.
Maybe that would have been a better fight, but in the end, just really clutch play by T1.
I mean, he did save Gumayushi, but portal was
annoying as well. This Bard, as you said, it definitely does feel like enemy team Bard when Broken Blade, their heaviest member,
바드가 잘했다고 저거 살린 거 진짜 다행이다.
is being drawn away, but T1, I see.
알리스타 Q 맞아가지고
I see glory for them
큰일
in
날
a
뻔했는데.
2-0.
Look at the little mascot.
Redemption
Look at the
after
little
their
mascot.
crushing
둘 다.
defeat against anyone's legend.
It's
As Doran
Ati.
is going in deep, but maybe a flanking
Cute
angle.
mascot.
Lavrov's going to see him first, but it means they get onto Skumon. No problem. The pop away sends Doran closer to the EU tree.
AP 마오카이는 몸이 약하거든요. AP 마오카이 so weak, like body is so weak.
Fair enough.
Damage is high, but the tanking is not there.
I'm going to look for an Innitar and topside. Faker disengaging against Broken Blade. Broken Blade can win this, but never mind.
Call an ambulance, but not for me. Okay. No! I can't save him. Save Mr. Carrier. Carry on. Save him. 와 이거 살려? Oh, Faker! 소냐! Okay, wow. And we have portal back again. 관문이 또 뜨네. 방금 관문 써서 들어왔는데. His cooldown reduction must be super high because he went to cooldown boots and upgraded cooldown boots.
By himself, but he's got his whole team right behind
페이커
him.
개 잘하네 진짜. 아니 그냥 뭐 16렙 찍기 직전인데 와. I mean he had a hard time in lane, but then you're into true star in lane. I think Caps had to punish like way harder. 와. APM 마우스 클릭하는 거 보세요. 진짜. Like the way he like changes like his mouse clicks and stuff like that. 와. His APM is actually so fucking high.
Operation
His APM is
Keep
super high.
President Faker alive was a success, but then again, the president kind of did a lot of that himself.
LeBron missed time to knock up after Bard
5K
ulti.
damage from Faker, and yes, he is still not dead, but I think more importantly, I can't believe Doran is that relevant this game. It
I
just
think
shows
even
you
if
the
he
rest
did
of
that,
T1
because
picking up
Faker
the
stole
slack, but even
Zonia's, I
Doran
don't think he
in
would have
team
died.
fights, and the Gwen that's scaling is doing a lot now too.
And that was kind of the end result
Okay,
of
Carrier
T1
going
realizing,
bowling.
wait, if we match Faker with Broken Blade, all
Carrier is literally portaling forward the whole time.
He flashes away. Faker takes away on the hunt. Really nice.
아니
Gets out of
바드
the
이거
nature
앞관문
stress
계속
from
타는데
Skumon.
게임
Now the Guma's
내내.
here as well. The range
Like
will
the
start
enemy team
ensuing.
isn't punishing them
Doran
portal
ready to
forward, like
follow
they
in
can't do
with level
anything.
16 needle
And
worker
he's
for
portaling into the
AoE
base.
shocked. Carrier.
아니 뭐 넥서스 안으로 앞관문 타게 생겼는데. Oh my gosh, another redemption, crazy. I really want to see how much healing this redemption did. 아니 구원 사용이 진짜 너무 맛있어. 와, keep flashing! Fordo. Keep flashing on the inhibitor, guys. Don't understand. Q풀 안 사용했으면 그 절대로 스턴각이 아니기 때문에 그 플래시 쓴 다음에 Q 쓰면은 당연히 상대도 반응을 하거든요. 플래시 있는 뜻하고.
Well, they won't be able to revisit GENG. They'll be able to remind the West who their father is. T1, your third place at EWC, are still styling.
They should have played Bard yesterday. 어제도 진, 레일 말고 진 다들 하지. They should have played the Bard yesterday.
Out in a couple of games in a row, T1 are back as the
Okay, third place, third place, third place.
3위,
3위. 아, 그래도 이거 오늘 경기력은 정말 너무 다들 좋았다. First game was a little bit iffy in the beginning, but
T1 are indeed
pretty dominant showing from T1.
And there wasn't much they could do today, Finn. What did you
이게
think about
어제였어요?
G2's performance today?
I mean, as you say, Val, as
괜찮아.
while T1 came in and showed domination, I
Carry
still
on.
think G2
Best
was
board on
able
the
to
world.
trade blow for blow
바드의
sometimes, but
바드의
it felt
아버지
like
바드신.
T1 was just inevitable. They were slowly
I'm gonna take
creeping into
notes.
more and more
항상
dominating
배우고
positions
있습니다.
on the
이거
map,
구원
and
이거 가야겠는걸?
Faker just being like a ticking
천상의
time
이
bomb
구원?
this game is getting stronger and stronger and stronger. It was
Celestial Position into
G2's
Redemption
bad. I think
actually looks
they were
fucking
attacking Doran a lot,
boss
and that was really
if
working
used
out
like
for them. But
that.
the moment they put
I didn't really
Faker
like the
into
Redemption
Broken
coming
Blade,
through from a
and that
Slay Bard. 뭔가
venue of
썰매
attack
바드
disappeared
썰매
for
근
G2.
다음에 구원 가는 건
Absolutely
별로였는데
started falling apart, and it was
왜
really
구원을
hard to get a
갔는데
single
썰매까지 가버리면 몸이 너무 약해거든요 바드가.
You could say
Like you're
hands
just
dip
so
is like a
squishy if you
baseline,
go
but
Redemption first, but
the
Celestial Opposition gives you enough
intelligence
tankiness
from T1, you
for
talk about
that.
matching lanes. I feel like Carrier's ability to sync up with Owner throughout that whole game was incredible.
Mr. Faker was insane.
It's part of the reason why T1
My
are
team!
just so clean.
Faker
with their
just
players
like
now. I'm told that there's an interview on stage, so we're going to hand it over after T1's dominant third place victory.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are back on stage after a clean win from T1 against G2, 2-0, locking the third place. I have
There
Kyria
he
with
is.
me for our Amazon winner interview. First, Kyria, congratulations on the win.
POG.
My first question to you.
Actually, I don't know who
It's not the trophy
POG is.
that you wanted, but it was a statement finish. So how would you reflect on this
Oh
very
no,
long
could be
week?
anybody.
일단 캐리어 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문은 아쉽게도
turn off the
우승은
sound.
놓치셨지만 그래도 이제
소리 좀
3위로 이제
키울게요.
유종의 미를 좀 거두시게 됐어요. 그래서 이번 주에 여정에 대해서 좀 얘기를 해주신다면 어떨까요?
일단 이번 주에 저희가 또 MSI를 바로 하고 와가지고 좀 쉽지 않은 일정이었는데
눈 충혈됐어.
더 잘할 수
피곤한가 봐.
있었다고 생각하는데 좀 잘
He
못한
looks
것
so
같아서 좀
tired.
아쉬운 것 같고 개인적으로 많이 아쉬운 것
He looks
같습니다.
so tired. His eyes.
Yeah, it's been a tough week that we went straight over to EWC after MSI, so it wasn't easy preparing for it. But that being said, we
다크서클
should have brought it more
생겼어.
to our
눈 밑에.
overall performance.
He has, like,
So
dark
I
circles
think that's a
underneath his
bummer
eyes.
that we couldn't bring it.
Absolutely. So you and Gumayushi have entertained everyone in this series. Everyone can commend what you did in that game. So how are you and Gumayushi working together so far after all these years being together with T1?
이제 또 구마유시 선수와 정말 오랫동안 또 듀오를 이뤄서 정말 또 많은 업적을 또 이루시게 됐는데 구마유시 선수와의 이런 좀 듀오 생활이 좀 어땠는지도 한번 얘기를 좀 해주시죠.
일단 뭐 지금까지 잘한 점도 많고 못한 점도 많지만은 그래도 또 앞으로 더 잘할 수 있을 거라고 생각해서 이제 앞으로 더 잘할 수 있다고 생각합니다.
Yeah, there's been a lot of ups and downs, highs and lows, but still, I think we can still put up more each other. So I think in that sense, I think we can still achieve more as a team.
Well, you and T1 fans have showed here at full force in this arena. So since this is the end of your journey in the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends, what would you like to say to all of your fans right now?
이제 또 마지막 경기까지 이렇게 또 관객석을 정말 가득 메워주신 팬분들이 또 이렇게 오셨는데 EWC 이제 마지막까지 함께해주신 모든 팬분들을 향해서 한번 마지막으로 말씀해 주시죠.
일단 또 멀리까지 직접 현장에 와주신 팬분들도 너무 감사하고 또 이제 집에서 또 보시는 팬분들도 많으실 텐데
집에서 보는 사람!
저희가 좀 아쉬운
우리!
성적이긴 하지만 그래도 또
저랑 여러분
그래도 또
채팅
또
여러분
당장 한국 가서
유엔차.
또 경기가 있기 때문에 더 이제 이 대회들을 통해서 더 발전하는 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you for all the fans came for us for a long way to cheer for us. I know it's a very long way, but it's
T1
been
is
very
better than
grateful. And
G2.
also thank you for all the fans watching over the TV.
True.
And yeah, well, I think it's a bummer that we couldn't bring it our overall performance, but there is another game coming in the LCK, so we'll try our best to be in our developed form.
Well, good luck to you and your future endeavors, and congratulations once again on behalf of the Esports World Cup. We would like to present to you the key framed with the bronze heart to
Bronze
cement
heart.
your win as third place at the Esport World Cup.
아,
presenting
가운데 이거
League of
채우는
Legends
거구나.
alongside
3위부터는 이거 해주네.
$230,000 and 500
그러니까 살짝 그
championship points.
모델 그
네, 이제
메달처럼
3위를
it's like
기념하는
medal.
이제 브론즈 모양의
You know, like
그
Olympic medal,
킹프레임을
things like
이제
that.
수여하시겠고
Bronze,
상금
silver,
23만
gold.
달러와 함께 T1의 3위를 기념하는 또이
23만 달러.
메달을 드리겠습니다.
$230,000.
Now
23만
we'll
달러.
go to a kitty with a broken blade, waiting for our exit interview. Take it over.
Wait, Kirina interviewing Hansama?
interview of G2 versus T1 by my
Hansama가
side.
아니라 Broken Blade.
So once again, you meet
I
the
mean,
same
G2
fate versus T1 where
Broken
you
Blade
will
was popping
always
off.
get the shorter end of the stick.
텍스 굉장히
So
무서웠고요.
what do you have
어.
for reflections today?
오.
I think
초반에
we
좀
didn't play as good as we did yesterday,
분위기
honestly. I think
이상했어.
if we did, we could have gone out with victory today. Obviously, T1 played great. They played mechanically very, very good. It's a bit sad to go out this way, you know, especially 2-0. I feel like we didn't put up a fight the way we wanted to. So it's a bit frustrating, but
And in our previous interview, I know that G2's goal has always been
Wait,
to
why is Kitty so
overcome
much taller
the
than
Eastern
him?
teams, and you guys were able to beat BLG, for
Yeah, what?
unfortunately falling short to T1. So
우승이
what will
60만
it mean next
달러.
time
어.
when you will face them at the international stage?
How
I think
tall
we've
is she?
shown
I
a
don't
huge
know.
improvement from the last international tournament, which was MSI.
키가 얼마나 크신 거야?
And
아니면은 보큰 블레이드가
I'm looking forward
작으신
for
건가?
the next one, hopefully we will qualify for it very soon. Coming in summer split, where we will take the title for the first time this year. So.
Thank you, BB. And of course, one last word for the G2 fans as G2 exits the esports
빨리
World
결승
Cup.
보게 해주려고 그러니까 한국
One last word to
팬분들이
the fans
빨리
as you guys leave esports World Cup.
근데 5판
Thank you guys for
3선이라서
coming.
제 생각에는 한 12시까지는 하지 않을까. I mean this it's gonna be best of 5 for
G2
the
gave
grand
it their
finals,
best,
guys.
But it was T1 coming out on top, 2-0 in this third place.
보큰 블레이드가
match
키가
at the Esports World Cup.
$163이라고.
$230,000 going the way of T1.
나랑 비슷하네요. I mean,
going
Broken Blade is
the
actually
way
my
of
height.
G2.
163?
Fourth place, great experiences, great international
저랑
experience
비슷하네요,
and
정말.
matches. And they'll go back to the
5'11"
LEC
via 6"
with
6 foot me.
greater knowledge on what may
True.
or may not work for them in the future. For T1, it's back to the LCK as they prepare
Wednesday
to
will be
qualify
Genji
for
vs
Worlds
HL.
and
Yeah, they have to fly
defend
over and then a couple
their
days they have to play.
championship title in 2025.
I don't
As we
even
take a
know,
look
bro.
at some of these
아니, 여기-
big moments
와.
here. Digon here alongside
달리고.
Meteos, Wolf, and Doublelift for the big talking points of that last one. Meteos, when we look at this game too, what jumped out at you?
대상역 Faker goes in.
In this second
마오카이
game,
군 가져가서
I was
바로
pretty
써버린다.
impressed with Broken Blade's performance.
재진님,
He got
they
a
go in
huge
again.
lead in the top lane,
Boom,
but
boom.
that about does it for what went well for G2. Caps actually had a pretty good early laning phase.
What a good game for
but
Faker.
After an unfortunate tower dive that he forced super hard, it didn't get much better, and yeah, he kind of became really weak.
Yeah, there were some angles in game one. Like I said, it felt like there was some
아니,
fights
왜
that were really
울어?
close, and you could really feel like if just a few things went better for the side of G2, they'd end up getting the W. But in this
울지 마.
one,
괜찮아요.
outside of like you
It's
said,
okay.
what happened with
Third
Broken Blade on the
place.
top side, most of these fights didn't feel that winnable. There were a few scraps, right? There were a few moments where you're like, okay, maybe
롤드컵을
Caps gets the
준비하면
resets,
됩니다.
maybe he could pop
LCK
off
가서
the near
잘하고.
catch on Faker, right? While they were losing Broken Blade on the bottom lane.
Carrier
There
did
were
more,
some
like, as
moments
much
where
damage as
T1
Silver.
were really in control start to finish.
다드랑
You could see the
11이랑
goal
딜량이
difference over
비슷해.
time here, just how one-sided this game was.
I mean, like, Caps was legit owning mid, like 30 CS ahead. He was plates ahead. He had the
반년을
early
울게
intel. I
해준다는
thought he
오너.
was in a really good
어,
position
뭐야.
to carry along with
반년
BB,
이미
but then,
울었으니까
yeah,
이제
I think he
웃는
kind of
날만
lost his
남은
mind a
건가.
little bit at one point where he went
이게
for the
울리냐.
dive. Maybe he underestimated that Jin Rush
울
steal
수도
caps, which was a
있지.
smart play by Guma. I do want to point out there
우는
was like a pretty
거였으면
cool
근데
play that I haven't
어저께
seen very
좀
much.
무슨-
Maokai immune Vi's ulti once with his W. That
어저께
was
끝나고-
really cool, and I haven't seen that interaction very much because it does require pretty fast reactions. So, you know,
좀
big props
슬프긴
to Skim in
하더라고.
there, and I think G2 is
뭔가
going to go back to LEC
허망하다고
with
해야 되나?
some good learnings.
Yeah, well, we have Wolf here with us who's going to be on the call
이제
for
웃기만
the
하자?
finals. He
Okay.
needs to go get ready for that. We also have Caps and Dylan Falco standing by. So we're going to take
지는
a
거는
short break,
슬프지 않은데
reset the
너무
studio,
선수들이 너무
get the
힘들어하는 게
insights here with
보이니까
Doublelift
계속
Media's
막
Dylan
그
Falco
팬들
and Caps, and then
찍어놓은
start
영상
setting
이런 거
up
팬캠
for
같은
our
거
grand
보이니까 봐.
finals. GENG
선수들이
versus
너무 힘들어
AGL.
보이는
Don't
거야.
go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
페이커 선수 막 함승 치더라고요 끝나고. I mean, Faker was like looking so tired. All the players are looking so tired yesterday after the loss. I'm happy T1 was able to at least wrap it up 2-0, have a good showing today, because like, holy moly. I was looking at some like player cams yesterday. After the game there, Faker was like sighing and stuff like that. I was like so sad. I just want the players to like be happy. I don't want them to be sad and tired and suffering like this. And then they have to fly back and play and get ready for LCK. 이러면 오늘 저녁에 비행기 타고 귀국하는 건가? 어떻게 되는 거지? 내일인가? 귀국하고 왜냐면 이제 젠지 한화전이 지금 수요일 날로 예정되어 있는 것 같거든요. I think this we're gonna be seeing Genji Hanwha Live Esports in LCK this Wednesday. That is 3 days from now. 3 days from now. 관광할 시간도 없고 아무것도 못해 지금. 바로 비행기 타고 와야 돼. I feel like they should have had like, I think LCK should have probably put these EWC teams later on, and then have like, you know, other teams who haven't played yet and have them play like first. I don't know. 뭔가 좀 나중에 플레이 막 주말에 플레이하도록 해주면 좋긴 한데 일정이 어쩔 수 없나 보. EWC 측에서 BM평 대줘서 젠지 하나 튀어. 맞아, EWC 측에서 이제 비행기도 그렇고 호텔도 그렇고 숙박고 여러 가지로 다 해준다고 하더라고요. 듣기로는. 이것이 사우디? 물론 라이엇 대회들도 다 그런 거 도와주긴 하거든요. The schedule's cooked. LPL has already started. I actually was watching the Shy play yesterday, and I don't know. The schedule is crazy. I mean, the thing is, like, you can't really squeeze in the EWC. And then you have teams who didn't make it to MSI and who didn't make it to EWC, and those teams are not playing at all. They're taking days off, right? They're taking months off. 근데 이게 뭐냐면은 스케줄이 빡센 팀들은 겁나 빡센데 그 MSI 진출을 못한 팀들은 몇 달씩 쉬는 거야. 생각해봐. Like, think about it. Like, imagine you don't even make it to road to MSI or like playoffs. Then you spent like 2 months doing nothing, right? 그러니까 이게 만약에 플레이오프 진출을 못한 팀은 지금 얼마나 많이 쉬고 있는 거야? 몇 주를 쉬는 게 아니라 지금 거의 막 한 2달 정도 쉬고 있는 걸로 아는데 그게 좀 편차가 많이 크니까 이게 어쩔 수 없는 건가, 솔직히? 다른 스포츠도 다 비슷하겠죠, 당연히. 이게 이기는 팀은 계속 경기들이 남아있고
Hey guys, we're here at EWC for 2025.
하위 팀들은 그냥 계속 주구장창 쉴 수밖에 없는 그런 느낌.
The League of Legends winner for the EWC
Participating in MSI is huge for development, I think. Yeah, I think having tournaments like this in the middle is really good. I think it's
and although
really good.
we've had bangers and awesome games so far, when they're chilling out, you must wonder, where do they go? Well, I'm here to show you today where they hang out. All League of Legends matches are happening at the STC Arena, but for the players that aren't playing or aren't involved on the day, they can chill in this nice area behind me and enjoy the games here. They've also got the Heroes Club, which has a massage chair for that very busy and unnerving day when you just need to relax. For many players and teams that are out of EWC,
does anybody in the chat have a massage chair?
That Riyadh has to offer, like the desert experiences that it's so well known for, some of the awesome shopping here,
마사지가 저
the
사고 싶은데
cultural and
뭔가
heritage
돈이 아까울 것
experiences
같은 그런
that are
느낌.
also here to
효과
offer,
있나?
as well
잘
as some of the
모르겠어.
amazing food. All of these experiences and
너무
more are
비싸니까
available for the
고민을 많이
teams
하게
and
되는
players
느낌.
at EWC. Players don't have all that much time to enjoy all this.
T1이 2대0으로 이긴 AL이 진짜 잘한다니까? AL 젠지 잘 진짜 모름. AL 젠지 진짜 모르긴 하는데 뭔가 좀 알 것 같기도 하면서 샹크스 초비? I don't know. Shanks vs Trophy gonna be kinda crazy. They have spas there? 스파까지
There is
있어?
also a hotel lounge area where players from different games can meet up and enjoy the games together.
와,
There you might meet
개부럽다.
G2, GENG, or even T1 who are enjoying their off time.
마사지
and
진짜
watching
저도
some
샀는데
League of
2,
Legends.
3개월만은 쓰고
Well, that's all
지금은
from me.
건조대
I hope you enjoyed this
됐음요.
little tour around, and I'm looking forward to seeing you
딱 그럴
at the
것
League of
같아가지고
Legends
그리고 이게
final
부피도
for
커가지고
EWC
다리도 많이
2025.
차지하고 그냥 버릴 수도 없잖아. 그리고 되게 처리도 곤란하잖아요. 좀 그런 것 같아. 좀 아프다. 이런 것도 있어서 부모님이 좀 사용하셨으면 좋겠는데 부모님이 좀 많이 드시셨어가지고. 근데 아프면은 또 아프면 또 안 될 것 같은데. 중고나라에 올려도 잘 안 팔려서 부모님 드림? 부모님도 잘 사용하시나 근데? 진짜 흉물이에요. 집이 이상해져? 갑자기 거실을 막 그냥 꽉 차버려. That's it, guys. We are playing the grand finals now. 부모님 드리는 그 말이 이상하게 나온 거지. 물론 그런 뜻이 아닐 겁니다, 당연히. Who wins grand finals? I think Genji's gonna win, but.
So in our third place match, it is the reigning world championship champions getting the victory, T1 over G2
with the glasses.
after a solid performance at an international event for G2. We have two guests that can speak to that very intimately. Joining us on the desk is Caps and head coach Dylan.
Every time they
Falco
try
of
to take
G2,
the headset off, it's
double lifted medios.
these
This
players
is
are struggling.
such a dream right now, everyone.
Even
if you're
thicker.
at home, you couldn't imagine this kind of desk. Welcome, gentlemen. You guys just finished playing. How you feeling?
Well, not the greatest.
먼저 물어봤는데 안 쓴다. 저도 그래가지고 마사지 이자 부모님 이거 사드릴까 고민 중이었는데. 엄마가 이거 하지 말라고 계속 그러셔.
Playing very well this tournament. Kind of wanted to come in and win. And I do feel like both games had some good game states, so it feels kind of bad watching from the sidelines and being like, oh my gosh, we're actually winning this game, we can win, and then I guess some fights went not too great.
When it comes to something like that, and you had these types of close moments, how do you go ahead and turn those into teachable moments for the team moving forward?
Well, I think it depends. Like, it depends on the way you lose. Like, for example, at MSI, a lot of the games we lost was like some very specific like lane swap stuff or draft interactions and all of this.
This one's just
And
like
I think
mechanics,
there
though.
you have a very specific point. I think here a lot of it was maybe we were taking a lot of 3v4s, 4v5s, chasing them a lot around the map. Like either way, you just rewatch the game and review it, right? But I think
Just running
the types
around.
of things you're looking at are going to change depending on, I guess, the way you lose or the way you win.
Caps, I want to get your experience here on what feels like the traveling tournament. You went to MSI and got to scrim a lot of the same teams. Then you come here to EWC. You make it further along, so you still needed to scrim a lot of the similar teams. What is that experience like compared to, I guess, the LEC build-up?
Yeah, it was definitely a bit strange. I mean, usually after the international tournament, we have like a week.
Double F can afford to hire a tailor. That's on
LEC, right? And
Double F pants are too short.
A lot of weaker teams.
No way.
But now we kind of just got.
Maybe it's
thrown
like
back
on
in
purpose
with the
though.
Wolves, and
Could be on
I
purpose.
think, I was
Fashion
quite
statement,
curious how we
guys.
would do just because of how poorly we performed at
SMH.
MSI, but I think
You
we
wouldn't
actually
get
took
it.
some good lessons away from MSI, and I'm hoping we'll do the same from EWC.
Oh, dude, you want to go?
근데
Okay,
G2는 다들
so many questions,
표정이
but
좋은
one
게
is like,
레벨업
you know,
해가지고
Dylan
4위
saying
엔딩도
a lot of
솔직히
learning
되게
from
잘한 거
Sai
아닌가.
and stuff
I
like
mean, the
that.
thing is, I think G2 is going to be pretty
specifically
happy.
with lane swaps, you know, that's like something that I've always been interested in because it
They
really
leveled
involves
up
bot
and
lane,
they
I think,
showed
like,
up,
in the
right?
beginning, people swapped exactly around 7 minutes because it's like it makes sense. It's right before grubs. You want your bot lane to have like tempo and like setup for grubs, and then it just seems to have evolved so much through MSI and EWC that like bot lanes are swapping earlier and earlier. And is that something that you guys actively like sort of like evolved with? And like, why do you think that even is? Like, what is even the advantage in bot lane swapping so early?
Well, I think like we played our
바텀
first
서브 왜
best of
이렇게
5 in
일찍 하냐는 거야.
MSI in the main bracket against GENG, and I think both our top and bot were behind like 1k or 2k gold.
탑이랑
Every single
바텀이
game of all of
1000,
our losses,
2000 사이가
and everyone's like, oh, we
났었다.
just got gapped, these
MSI에서.
lanes, these players are bad. And if you just watch the games, a lot of it was just our misplays, right? In those
근데
swap
다시
situations.
보니까
I
이제
think a
수업
lot of it is
같은
just
게
wave management and
문제였다는
TP
게
management.
나오는.
If you swap on good timers, you can get TP advantage, or you can get waves frozen. and
수업을
denied to the
잘하면 이제
enemy.
웨이브 프리징도
And
가능하고
obviously, as it always is in swaps, right? Some top laners are better at handling
대포도
it
아낄 수
than
있고.
others, right? If you lock in Nar, I think we had in one of our games, and they had Sion. It's like classic, right? Everyone knows if you. get a swap
그러니까
scenario in
그리고
that case,
이제
it's gonna be better for the
라인전이
Sion than Nar,
힘들면은
so
수업을
there's a
통해서
lot to
좀
it, I think.
숨을 쉴 수 있다. 그런
Caps,
얘기를
I
하고
just
있어요.
wanted to ask you because in this tournament you've played against some insane mid laners.
더블리프트 선수는 옛날에 수업을 안 하는 그런 시절에 뛰었기 때문에
How has that
이런
been?
질문을 하는 것 같아요.
Is that
이게
something you think
솔랭에서는
about
수업이
when
안
you're in
나오거든.
the game?
그러니까
Thinking
잘
like, oh, I'm going
모르는
up
거야.
against this like
그런지?
legendary, world-renowned mid laner. I mean, you're in the conversation too for
Absolutely.
that, obviously. But
Western mid laner.
do you think about who your opponent is in these matches, or for you, do you just think about like I'm this champion, he's that champion, it's a matchup like any other, or yeah,
상대가
just, you know, what's your
누군지를
experience like?
상대가 누군지
I mean, definitely
보냐
think
아니면은
about
그냥
the players well, right?
챔프만
Just
보냐?
because we also do a lot of scouting beforehand, so like
그
certain players
캡스
have certain
선수가 얘기하기를
tendencies,
스카우팅을 되게 많이 한다
and
우리 팀은.
especially if you go up against
상대가
like,
누군지
someone like
정확하게.
Chovy, it's like if he ever has a bad state, you know that there's someone coming to help him out. Like he will always try and keep himself in a solid state. So make sure that you
그러니까 이게 챔프나 이제 본인만 집중하는 게 아니라 무조건 상대가 누군지를 집중하는 편이라고 하네요 캡스 선수.
Some side lanes have like tendencies to
그러니까 같은 챔프라고 해도 그 사람이 하는 그 습성이나 이런 거를 파악을 하고 그 전에 다 리뷰를 하고 하는 거죠.
I mean, I think like Faker did a lot of
좀
very good
약한
things
거나
last game
강한
he played,
점이나
right?
이런 걸
But,
파악을 하는 거죠.
in more just so in like preparation.
For me, just and I think for so
I'm
many
basically
of the fans, they
translating
wanna
what they're
know
saying in
what it's
Korean.
like integrating two new players to this roster that has been so stable for the longest time. It felt like
T1,
with the
2-0
previous
for
iteration
T1,
of G2,
complete
it was
stomp.
about scraping the most out of what the potential was, and moves like this, bringing in Suman, bringing in Labrov,
T1
feels
brought
like
up the border.
a whole new shift,
Border!
and maybe a higher
T1
ceiling. but
carry
that
a
also
border.
means maybe
Carry
a
a
little bit
border,
lower
carry
of
a
a floor.
border.
So what has that process been like, moving on from older roster and also learning how to grow together here? Be either one.
Yeah. So
both of you.
obviously, it's always a big change when you change two, or I think before we changed 3 players to make our last roster we were running with. Yeah, you need to learn the strengths, the weaknesses. You need to learn what type of team compositions we're going to do good with, do bad with. Sometimes you learn the hard way, right? You think something's strong, it doesn't work out. You adjust, you keep adjusting. We've had to change our processes a lot. Even from MSI to EWC, we've changed how we do a lot of our match preparation to try and be more adaptable and sharp in the Fearless. So, I don't know. Like, to me, the thing is we changed 2 players this year, but it's also Fearless. And I feel like the Fearless thing is almost just as big. So much has changed this year of how I need to do my job and how we need to do our
이번
jobs.
연도 감독이 이제 많은 걸 바꿨다고 하네요. 피오레스
And
때문에
Caps, I
바꾼
think
것도
for you
있고
to follow
이제
up on that,
챔프
about the
그러니까 플레이어
personalities
2
on
명도
the team.
바뀌었잖아요
You're the
G2에서.
leader, but now you have
정글이랑
a
서폿이
different
바뀌었는데
group of people that you need to lead. So has your leadership type changed a little bit?
I mean, I think obviously Labrov is like a very funny guy if you get to know him. It's
결승은
always
베스트
fun to
오브
be around
3
talking.
아닙니다. 베스트
Skew
오브
is a lot
5.
more serious.
베스트 5. What do you mean?
Into his first year in
Okay.
LEC,
We're
he
back,
has
we're
really
back,
high
we're back.
expectations, and sadly we haven't like lived up to them. Same for
A little
for
bit
our
of buffers
expectations yet,
coming through sometimes, but
we still have
okay.
a split and a
하루 3번은 안
hopefully a
찐다,
world
젠지.
to really stand out and
그
make a
24년생이라고 하는데.
So like
24 and 0
it's,
currently for
he's relatively
Genji.
early on in his career, and you're literally like a legend. Do you
네,
feel
여기서
sort
LPL이
of
우승하면
like
치욕이기
do you feel
때문에
pressured
그래도
sometimes to
젠지가
have the
이겨야죠.
answers when he doesn't know what to do, like within a given situation, or like like
LPL
should I skip
winning
this
here
camp
would
to
be
do
an
this or that?
absolute
Like, how's the relationship like?
embarrassment
Is
for
it more like
SK.
mentor and student? Are you guys more equals? What is it?
Yeah, I mean, thank you. I think for sure. I mean, I don't know if there's so much pressure. I think both Labrov and Skumon coming into G2, I think
Why is the
they
camera
try
shaking?
to listen a lot. I think something we had, especially in the beginning, was I was trying. I think we were all trying to get them to speak up a bit more because, like, there's a reason we got them right. We
Trying to bounce
also want to
together.
hear their opinions, and I think they have very good opinions.
mean-
so whenever they share them, I think that's great. And I think in general, I obviously, of course, try to help him wherever I can, whether it be like on how to adapt to like moving to international tournament or how playoffs would be.
라브로브 스큐먼즈 거의
And,
뭐
I mean, I guess now there's also the
새로운
fearless stuff, which I
선수들이니까
don't know that much about. I'm still learning
뭐 좀
about this all,
가르치는
but
역할을
there's a lot of
하냐 캡스
lessons
선수가.
that we
캡스
can learn
선수는
together, I
그렇진
guess.
않다고
And also
하네요.
the league evolving every year. Like for example, the lane swap thing is a new thing, right?
오히려
It's like,
그쪽 레브로브
I don't really
스큐먼즈에서
have all the
좋은
answers.
인풋이
It's also something that I'm
좋은
figuring out as
피드백이
we go
오면은
along.
그것도
And
듣고
with
막
the meta
그런다고
shifting
하네요.
and all these things, so I think all of us are just trying
경관
to
챙기면서
learn on the fly.
강세야 감사합니다. Thank you.
I wanted to
네,
ask
목
a little
상태가
bit
조금
more
안
about
좋긴 해서
Fearless,
오늘 조금
specifically for Dylan.
양해 부탁드립니다.
How has that been coming into this year? Because obviously it's a huge
어디 사시길래
change.
제가 해외에서 많이 살았고
And
유학도
when I'm sitting there watching the
뉴욕.
games, it seems like there
뉴욕에서
isn't
대학을 나와서.
one strategy for Fearless. It seems like team by team, even just series by series, it's so hard to predict what's going to happen. There's the individual game bans. There's like 40 champions ban going into a game 5. How has that been for you? You know, as the coach is the one who like shoulders the burden of drafting. You know, just how's that been?
It's been really up and down.
감독으로서 PRS 이제 5세트는 막 챔피언이 50개가 밴이 되는데 그런 거 어떻게 그
50 times going to best of series.
아니 아까부터 계속 빠졌고 what is going on?
Because now there's just so many different variables.
경기중은 아니라서 다행이긴 한데.
Accounted for. So I think that's probably why you've seen a lot of different teams win. Like there's there's different set of teams at MSI than at First Hand. I think Fearless definitely has a decent amount to do with it. We've been messing around with a lot of different approaches, like how we use our bans. Are we using our bans for reserving champions? Are we using our bans to try and create better game 2s, game 3s? Are we taking each game individually? I don't know. Like Cap said, we're just trying to learn and develop on the fly. I think
뱀픽할
this
때
tournament,
좀
I'm actually pretty happy with what we've done.
방법을 바꾸고 있대요. 그래서 MSI에서 했던 방식을 끝나고 나서 EWC 전에 수정을 해서 EWC에서 새로운 방식을 하고 있는데 확실히 그것 때문에 좀 더 잘하는 것도 있는 것 같긴 해. G2가.
Dude, like, sorry if this has been asked to you guys before, but like, dude, this has been talked to death on Twitch, Reddit, co-streams everywhere, and Twitter. Like, what is going on with Kalista and TF and Scrims that is not showing up on stage? You know, like, are these Thanos champs that are just dropping 20 kills and the Scrim ends in 15, or like, is it just that maybe like on stage it's not the right?
Yeah, they always have like a crazy win rate in Scrims, but then on stage they completely flip it.
For sure, TF was doing quite well. I guess we were mainly scrimming a lot of EU teams, I guess, before we went to MSI, so we were also just winning a lot of our games. But
EU teams?
He was, he was very strong in
what are you talking about the other EU teams?
Like historically as well, TF has been performing very well at the pro stage, and I think similar with Kalista. Of course, it's always like difficult, I guess, going into the tournament to figure out just how nerfed they are, because something like Kalista got nerfed like 10 times in a row, right? 10 times in a row. And I guess finally it hit the turning point.
Yeah, so I think it's different for both. For Kalista, I think it's pretty clear. I think it's a core champion pool for so many players at the tournament. Like we have Hansama on our team. It's his most famous champion, for example. And it's very good into the engage comps, having Rodada. So once there's 4, 5, 6, 80 carries gone in the draft, and they start locking in engaged champs, it becomes very tempting to lock in this champion you have hundreds of games on.
나이가 40대라고? 아이.
But it's just been nerfed so many times. That's
외국은 뭔가
한국이랑
좀 다르기 때문에 나이 들어 보이는 게 있는
I think
것
it's just nerfed too much.
아직 20대입니다.
I think TF can be viable in pro play. I think if it's picked late, picked in good scenarios, and you have a good TF player.
이 감독님도 되게 젊으신 걸로 아는데 막 그렇게 막 나이 들어 나이가 좀 들어 보이긴 하죠, 감독님. 다들 막 수염이 좀 외국에서는 젊은데도 막 수염이 많이 나와가지고 그런 것도.
Neither of them are probably actually all right. It's just also just a bit unlucky.
Dylan, do you read like any sort of like Reddit comments or community opinions and stuff? And if you do, does that ever affect the way you see draft?
Okay, so it's like hit and miss, right? Sometimes I just won't read social media for a few months because I'm focused on my job and doing drafts. Sometimes I'll read a bit. I find it funny
소셜 미디어 SNS를 보냐 질문에.
It's just draft fault, right? Flame the draft, G2 bad drafts because that's why we lose. Sometimes they're right. So sometimes I'll read some comments and they'll be like, man, they have 0 damage in this comp and they just have full tanks. How can they ever win this game? And I'm like, yeah, true. It's not good, right? So we definitely blunder on stage sometimes in draft, and sometimes the community.
선수들 이거 제가 알기로는 다 소셜 미디어 다 보긴 해요. 웬만한 선수들. 일부러 안 보는 것도 있긴 한데 안 보는 분들도 있는데.
And that's kind of what I'm interested in.
다운 타임이 좀 많기 때문에 이제 경기 중간 중간에 막 대기 시간도 많고 폰을 보는 경우가 많거든요.
Losses led to a change in the systems that you've created, or would you consider
reading
like
social
this
media
whole
when you're in
process
G2 wouldn't be a good idea for a few months XD.
And just
I mean, it's not a good idea for anything. Like P1, like bro.
And then in the game.
Just don't look at
it. Is it changes in systems or is it performance?
So I think our ability to keep drafts, mentality, and performance stable is probably why we didn't win in Europe. I think we're up there with the top teams, and we went winners bracket both sides to finals, right? Like it's not like we're a weak team in Europe by any means. I think the difference between MSI and EWC, we made big changes in how we draft and what we were talking and thinking about and doing in game. Like it's not like we just ran it back with the same approach to gameplay and the same approach to draft. So I think this isn't just
big
random
changes. He's not really
variance
talking
performance
about
stuff.
what
I think
exact
it's
changes
because
he's
of the work
doing
we've been
though,
putting
because
in.
that's like leaking the strats.
Caps, as we take a look
그러니까
at the
MSI에서
prize pool here
했던
that you
준비
guys earned
과정이랑
getting to play some
EWC에서
of the
그걸
biggest,
바꾼 걸 또 얘기를
teams
하는데
in the world. I kind of want to get your
big
thoughts on
changes, big.
the event
하지만
of being able
정확하게
to
뭘
bring in
바꿨냐는
all
얘기를 안
these
하고 있거든요.
fantastic players, all
그건
these
당연하지
fantastic
않을까.
teams, and what it's
이거를
like. I
알려주면은
guess,
다른
do
팀들도
you
다
know that? Do you feel that you are
특히 이제
participating
EU에서
in a
NEC에서
larger
경쟁 팀들이 가지고 와서
ecosystem
사용하면
for
어떡하냐고.
G2 since G2 has other teams, or is it just like I'm locked in on league and we're gonna do good for us and our league?
$600,000
I mean, definitely
for GENG,
focus, I guess, more
or
on,
is it
on
for
us and the
AL?
league team, but it
We'll
was
see.
cool to I guess see a
2등이랑
lot of
1등
other
상금
teams and
차이가
esports,
진짜 말이 안
at,
된다.
like the Hotel, because we don't interact that
Oh,
much with
really?
other teams and
First
stuff.
place and second place is literally twice, 200%
Yeah, I mean,
increase.
just seeing some players, don't know like most of them, but I know a few, I guess, and that was cool to see.
And then specifically for league, were there
$600,000 for me?
players
아니,
here,
아이스크림 하나만
I guess
제발.
over your international travels that you're just excited to
If
meet and
GENG
hang out with?
wins, 아이스크림 하나씩만
It's
제발.
always cool to see, like as you said, right? We played against like Fager and Chovy.
메로나 한 개, 메로나 한
and Knight as well,
개.
right? And they are always there every international tournament, so we get to meet a lot. I think.
T1 3등 했어요. 네, T1이 2대 0으로 이겼습니다.
MSI and EWC,
T1
and
2-0.
we actually did some jersey exchange with him, and he is a very funny guy. So that was quite fun to meet him.
Yeah, we saw the Indonesian boat TikTok or Instagram that you guys did. It was just so funny.
Yep.
And Shanks seemed really down. So that's really, those are the types of interaction I think
What is
are
that?
cool about EWC. Dylan, go ahead, and then Medios, you have a question? Okay, Medios, go ahead.
I just want to ask, how do you guys feel about EU versus NA right now? You know, I have to ask it because at MSI, FlyQuest got the better of you guys pretty handedly, but bringing back this tournament, you got your revenge, and just obviously day-to-day tournament results can go either way, but do you have any like overall
밤경기
feelings
몇
on the strength of the
시에요?
regions?
경기가 예정돼 있는 거는 원래 9시로
I
예정이
think
돼 있는 걸로 아는데
definitely it
아마
was
곧
a
시작할
bit,
겁니다.
a bit tough for us for at MSI, but going into EWC,
지금
like,
선수들
we took a
준비하고
lot
있을
away
거예요.
from MSI. We were watching a lot of the games back, and I think we leveled up from it.
What is this
so
glazing
I
on
feel confident
EWC?
going
I mean, it's
into
EWC.
against
EWC
FlyQuest,
is
I
gonna
guess,
glaze on
from
EWC.
NA
That
right
is what it is, guys.
now. We also just came in the mindset that like we got cheesed at MSI, so it's gonna.
We're 빡쳐 멈추라고.
Yeah.
It zooms in so much. I can like see like his core, like his pores and everything.
Sadly,
You know?
Genji had a bit more cheese left, so.
Give me like
Whoa.
a Dragon Ball Z power ranking here. Like, how is
So
FlyQuest
passionate, like, what?
right now compared to like Team Liquid a year ago or 2 years ago? You know, because you've played against NA teams almost every single
열정이
year.
다들 근데 장난 아니다. 분위기 현장 분위기는 진짜 레전드겠는데?
Gauge against the
다들
history of some of those
Actually, we
Which one
진짜
is like
즐기고
better,
있어.
you know, in terms of the pecking
e스포츠가
order?
진짜
we did not play
요런
against
게
any
좀
teams, although they
다른
did
스포츠랑은 좀 다르긴
manage to make
했어.
a group
I
stage at
mean,
Worlds. We had
the thing is,
some,
unlike other
different
sports
opponents,
though,
I would
esports
say.
is usually like indoors.
You didn't even scrim
And
you didn't even like play?
you can't just
No,
like
we played them. Actually,
blow
they were looking
trumpets
pretty
and
good
like
at Worlds.
drums
They
and
were
all
very
that.
ahead on
Like
lane
that.
swaps last
Like
Worlds,
just like
actually.
football matches, you
But
can't really
when we
do that.
scrimmed later
Right.
in the tournament, where lane swap stuff
too
was
loud.
more solid,
Too
we were
loud.
doing a lot better.
근데 트럼펫은 너무 근데 귀
I
아프긴
mean,
했어.
I think FlyQuest is doing very well right now. Like, we played them as well in scrim set, like a good team,
부부젤라
right?
여러분
I would say
기억하시나요?
not as
You guys
good
remember
as Team Liquid
Vuvuzela,
when you
like
were there.
the South Africa
Yeah,
World
that's
Cup?
That's what he wanted.
Vuvuzela.
He just turned it into a
So
stream.
loud.
That's what he wanted. Yeah.
But almost there.
It's too distracting.
Okay, thank you.
I think FlyQuest obviously is a good
사람
match, good
사는
team.
데는 다 똑같다고.
They had a pretty good MSI
맞아 맞아.
and seemed to go pretty close
Double
with
lift
the
is
Asian teams.
cute.
Still
Okay,
haven't taken
bro.
a set off of them.
I think it's taken.
But they did beat us 3-0, so there's that.
He has a
At least
girlfriend or
from our
fiance? I
perspective,
think I don't know if
like,
they're married
the
yet
goal
or not.
isn't just to beat an A. The goal is to beat the Asian
월드컵에서
teams
기
and
터지는
be
부부젤라 맞아.
even better than
와,
that.
소리
So
진짜
obviously it's
장난
like a
아니었거든.
huge failure for us if we're getting knocked out by NA or a Western team in the tournament in general.
2024년을 응원할 때
they're
나도
a
저
strong
정도
team, but
응원했다.
we have higher goals.
2020년
last couple
그
songs was
담원
Peter,
와,
Like, actually.
Was it?
You just called us a trash
Yeah,
mob.
but
Like, side by side.
but
한참 NCK가 힘들었던 그
If
시간일 때요.
If
그
we die to the trash
시대였어가지고.
mobs, then what are we, right?
You got no chance against the boss. I mean, all right, I see how it is.
Yeah, the last several years.
세미 형님 얘네 왜 이렇게 많이 그래요? 이거 이분들도 힘듭니다.
However, it looks like things are starting to change. Y'all, it has been fantastic.
그러니까 시간을 끌어야 되는 게 이분들 직업이라서
Final thoughts
계속
here to
얘기를 해야 되는 거야.
all the travel to MSI to EWC and all the fans that have supported you. Caps, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, big thank you for all the support. I mean, honestly, it was kind of crazy to be here
그러니까
and have everyone support us
동고쇼 하는
and
거야,
in between
동고쇼.
games. there was like so much cheering going on, and I think it's the first time that there was like a cheering section for each team, so it was like very focused as well. So that was cool. And
G2도 쿨하긴 하다. 경기지고 저기서 저렇게. 근데 해외는 살짝 이런 분위기긴 해. 해외에서는 엄청 못해도 그냥 막 좀 당당한 느낌?
But we will come back stronger for summer.
그런 문화가 좀 좋으면서도 부러우면서도 뭔가 성적이 안 나오는 이유가 아닌가라는 생각이 들면서도.
We've gotten to play so many games with people watching, so I'm really looking forward to it and looking forward to the rest of the year.
Thank you very much.
마니드 셋은 근데 본인 개개인의 행복에는 더 좋은 것 같긴 해. 개개인의 행복은 결국은 결과와는 무관하게 갈 수 있는 거긴 하잖아.
Alright, so we do have our grand finals coming up here in the second ever
개인주의라서 그런 것
World
같아요.
Cup presenting League of Legends. We will set that stage for you over the next
There it
around
is.
an hour, so make
We're
sure to
loading
stick
in
around
though.
for that. Don't
Is
go
that
anywhere.
happening?
You're watching
Are
the
we
Esports World Cup.
starting the grand finals? The players are entering. Oh, the players entering now? Don't tell me that. No, guys. Another 30 minutes of yapping. Okay, let's go. Okay, Genji. 더운데 저거 다들 선수들이 되게 두껍게 입고 다닌다. 45도라는데 사우디가 지금 45 degrees Celsius and they're wearing like jackets and everything, you know? Looks hot. 1 hour ad break? Hey, come on, man.
The next player inducted
Not
into
1
the Hall of
hour.
Legends, in my opinion, should be
2 hours.
someone like Caps, someone from the Western
JK,
scene.
please.
It would be cool for sure for the community.
Maybe Ambition, just because I played against him my first year in like season 7. We also played against Haru at the time, like they had Haru
Ambition?
and you could really
Captain
feel the
선수,
difference.
Ambition
obviously
shout
Haru was
out.
also playing very well, but when Ambition was there, it just
역시
felt like they had full control of the map. He would always put very good vision, and it felt very hard to even get a single kill against them.
我觉得下一个能进入名人堂的应该是
Hall of Fame?
Double Lift 或 Caps.
명예의 전당 앰비션 나오면 난리 나겠는걸? 1길 2창 그 아직도 생각나거든요.
都
그거.
很值得
이렇게 팀원 팬들이
接下来进入名人堂选手可能是泽赛吧，因为他也是把
Oh,
他
wow.
拿第二冠
Uphill
军，
win the
然后也
first
是非
world
常有
champion
知
is
名度，
really
打得非常
famous.
好。
일단은 페이커 선수와 우지 선수 이렇게 한국, 중국이 됐으니까 제 생각에는 미국이나 유럽 중에서
다들 이거 생각하더라.
W
서양에서
생각하는 거.
Double Lift Hall of Legends?
deserves the next spot in the Hall
Caps?
of Legends.
Of course, the EU players are saying Caps. Of course.
And I think he's made the most impact when it comes to Western League of Legends, at least out of all the players that are, you know, greatest of all time.
Biggerson hoặc là
Bjergsen or Caps? 근데 뭔가 캡스는 현역이긴 해도 페이커 선수 현역일 때 명예의 전당 받았으니까 캡스 선수도 다들 얘기하는구나.
Và Caps thì tại vì
I choose Caps?
nghĩ Caps
Okay.
là một người mà không phải là cái người mà
Levi was crazy yesterday into Losrak Donuts, by the way. Levi 선수 어저께 진짜 로스락 도넛 상대로 비에고 하드캐리 홀리 몰리. 비에고
carry rất là tốt cái khu vực
Crazy.
châu Âu.
I think should be deft. He's had a really long history in the game. But if you want to change our role,
But if we have
sort
another
of meta,
Korean, I
think
don't know,
both of these
guys.
players have been
We're just gonna keep
just
having
for role
Koreans in Hall of
playing
Legends.
and are really historical.
근데 이번에 또 한국 분이 또
Somebody
선정되면
iconic
좀
and played a while ago that's retired now. I would say someone like Mad Life or Insect.
Oh, but
that
Mad
really
Life, though.
kind of revolutionized
Insect?
what everyone says.
What about Flame, though?
That's your Insect, so I think that's pretty.
네, 소포라면은
historical.
매드라이프
I think
선수가
at the
제일
moment, if a
떠오르긴
player has to be
하더라.
inducted right now, that was still playing.
전설의
I think it's too early,
소포
but I definitely see Trophy in the future.
역할
being inducted
자체를
into Hall of Legends.
바꾸고 인식을 바꿨잖아.
Just
어.
'cause we've had one
My life is probably like
LCK player, one
the
LPL
player
I
that
think
changed
if
what
any EU
support
player
is
was to make
as
it,
a role.
he'd be the most deserving.
Ruler, maybe? Because he's won
It really is crazy.
LPL, he's won LCK, he's won Worlds, he's won MSI. He's been good for a very, very long time, almost 10 years at this point.
I would like to see more like Western players on the Hall
Oh,
of Legends.
Western players.
People like Caps, maybe Perks. I don't know.
Perks?
I think it would be interesting. Ruler, maybe. I don't know if like.
Perks
they're
had a
doing
really great career,
specific,
and then he
but
kind
I
of
think
fell off
Ruler
towards
is
the end.
a very big.
I think when he like lane swapped and stuff. I personally, I don't really care who's the next Hall of Legends, but I do want it to be someone from like NA or EU to balance it out. There's a lot of like legendary players from the NAU, I think. 퍽즈 선수는 뭔가 커리어 이제 좀 후반에 조금 힘들어졌는데 라인 수업을 해가지고 좀 그러지 않았나 좀 아쉬웠습니다. 미드라이너스로서는 최고였는데 원딜로 가가지고 갑자기 라인 수업을 원딜로 했었거든. Show resumes in 30 minutes? Okay, I'll catch you guys in like goodbye. 30분 동안 이걸 광고 30분 이거 장난으로 얘기했는데 진짜라고? I literally joked around about 30-minute break and we're actually gonna have a 30-minute break! Huh? 30분 휴식 그거 장난으로 얘기했는데 진짜 30분 휴식이라고? Okay guys. I guess you guys can come back in a little bit. I'm going to also take a break guys. So please behave in the chat. 다들 잠시 휴식을 하러 갔다 오겠습니다. 다들 그 저녁을 드시러 가면 되지 않을까? Maybe Koreans can go eat dinner. The rest of you guys should go get some snackies. Maybe. I'll call you guys later.
Just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. Ooh, you can spend the night, baby, together. Take it nice and slow. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. Just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. I gotta get out. Got to get out of here. Got to get out. Got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. I got to get out. I feel it here inside of me. But you know what just occurred to me, baby? The things ain't what it used to be. And this time something, please show me something alright. Cause I'm scared of getting old, and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway and just move on. Cause it's so fun, no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive, living my life the way I want. We're creating memories, and we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our lives. And I know this is what we want, cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway and just move on. Cause it's so fun, no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive, living my life the way I want. into my tea, make into roses. I want you to hold me. 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 I want you to. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Straight from the underground.
Okay, I'm back. Hello. I'm back. 왔습니다. Testing mic. How's the sound? We're good. 와, 진짜 30분 경기. 와. 이따다 싶어서 밥 먹고 왔습니다, 진짜로. I was like, oh my gosh, wait. Break time? Time to eat the 밤도 있어 food.
It is time for a
Goodbye.
celebration of League of Legends here at the Esports World
저녁을
Cup. As
먹고
we have
왔고요.
AGAL,
I ate some
the
old dinner
LPL
and also I'm
champion,
changing my
looking
outfit. So
to
give me a second,
win
guys.
The first ever title here at the Esports World Cup in League of Legends for the LPL. We'll see if they're able to do that in just
I'm
a little
changing
bit.
my
Welcome back to
outfit.
the studio.
지금
Digon here alongside
T1 경기
Mios,
끝났으니까
the
복장도
Valderos,
한번 바꿔봤는데
and Doublelift.
잠시만요.
Welcome back, brother. How was that cast for you, man?
It was a lot of fun. As a T1 enjoyer, I enjoyed it very
There we
much.
go.
Right? It
Hi.
wasn't a big stomp. It wasn't a very close match, so you know,
Long
it could have been
hair,
a little bit more interesting.
suit up.
But in terms of pure enjoyment as an LCK
Hair bounce.
caster, very fun.
머리띠까지.
Yeah. While we've got the time, you know, we have two of the greatest talents in North American
Castle
League of
feviknight.
Legends history and some of the biggest streamers in the world.
Grand
And so we figured
finals.
we'd just
Gotta
kind
suit
of
up for the grand
dive
finals, guys.
into Meteos and Doublelift's
Hi, you look
experience
gorgeous.
here
Yeah,
so
thank
far
you.
at EWC and here in Riyadh. So how's it been so far for you getting to scratch the itch being live here on the desk? A little bit
내일이
different than
월요일이라서
what you
슬프다.
normally do.
I've had a great time so far at EWC. The food's been really
하지만
good.
수요일날 또
and
LCK 시작이잖아 한
The
잔에.
weather's hot,
좀만
but
버티면
it's
또
kind of like
LCK.
a comforting hot. I don't know how
선수들은
to explain
힘들지만.
it. It's nice. And as far as
I
the
don't know.
event, it's been great. You know, the desk a lot of
It's
fun.
really hot in
It's
Korea
cool hanging out
nowadays.
with all
요즘
the, like,
덥고
LCK casters and meeting
비도 많이
everybody,
오는데
so I've had a
다들
blast.
건강
Yeah, obviously you just got
안전
here, but you were already shooting stuff.
챙기시길
You've now
바랍니다.
seen one of the games with all the fans kind of showing up with the big players.
Which team are you rooting for?
How's your experience been so far, and how do you see this kind of growing in the future?
I mean, I would say the first, I mean, a bunch of things just, stand out. My first 10 minutes here, I think I got a sunburn on my nose, which
Don't tell the T1 fans, but I do want the LCK team to win.
Then I got to the hotel
Korea
in the arena
team.
and I realized there are so many.
T1
and I
득점
didn't expect it,
W야.
so many
T1 got
Saudi,
third place.
like League of Legends
오늘
players.
2대
So I
0으로
basically just
확실하게
got
지출을
recognized the whole time
부셔버렸어요.
checking in at the
다들
hotel, walking
결려버려.
around, at the
We beat
arena,
up,
obviously there's just like a ton of people around the center.
G220
and
today.
I've just been
That's
having a
good.
blast. I also just
어디
like,
팬걸로
I'm really into
갈아입으시나요?
eating, like,
감사합니다.
local foods
Thank
and
you.
stuff and trying out stuff. I'm really adventurous with food. And
다들
every meal
they're
that
all
I've had here
suited
has
up,
been
so I suited
absolutely
up too.
delicious. Yeah, haven't had a bad bite
It's
yet.
not a pajama,
So,
guys.
yeah, all in all, just been a great experience, having a lot of fun, meeting a lot of people.
Valdez, you're a multi-title caster.
Everyone's,
right?
like,
you do
suited
multiple
up.
different games.
Look at
Obviously,
that.
most people know you
Caster
but you've
feviknight?
done multiple
Yeah.
different titles. How's it been being around just some of the best in
초비
other
오로라,
titles and just
maybe.
getting to interact with other
그래도
casters and kind of share
젠지를
stories and
응원해야
secrets
되나?
of the trade?
I mean, that's actually the most fun part of events.
중립으로
for casters, I would say.
보면서
Like, casting, doing
살짝
a job,
젠지를
that's
응원하는.
obviously
Like I'm gonna
still
try to
very
be
fun,
like,
but like getting
you know,
to just get insights from
in the
every
middle,
other game,
but I'm
every
probably
other
gonna lean towards
scene, essentially.
cheering for
Also to
Genji
be
a little bit.
surrounded by
Yes?
so many talented and like awesome people.
바드
that
가면서
a
아바타
lot
좀
of them you'll
만들어달라고.
just see them on the screen, but you get to meet them in real life. Even as casters, we're still like fans of all of these other people. So
가면.
just getting to interact
옛날에 바드
and
핀
kinda,
있었는데.
like, get
I had like a
outside
bard
of,
pin in the
our
past,
shell
like right
over there
here.
in Korea
한
is
여기
always really
정도에
fun.
바드.
I've always wondered, like, you know, pro
가면
players
머리
we get to
핀.
play solo queue and stuff. Like for casting,
야.
do you ever just like do a practice cast, or how do you prep?
What about like a 1v1 with another caster?
A cast off?
Prepping
It's
for
like,
the
it's like
cast
a
off?
rap battle? Yeah, it's like a cast
Battle of the casters.
Honestly, I don't think I've ever done that, but we should do that. That's a really good idea.
에일이
In
이게
terms
만
of
트로피
prepping
밑에
for casting,
티제는 한
though,
박제당하는
we've
건데
been
이게
doing it for
감당이
so
안
long
된다.
that it's more so like mental prep than like actual physical prep. Like our mechanics are very crisp. So
고르긴
it's like,
해.
you know, we can like warm up
그리고
our voices and stuff
이참에
like
그냥
that. We can,
젠지
like,
LCK
watch some
팀이
VODs and get
60만
ready for, like, the
달러
narrative points and
상금을
stuff, but
타오면은
it's not like actually like,
좋지 않을까.
oh, I need to practice doing a hype play-by-play because we've done that so many times. It's more so like
외화
getting in the
보러
zone and,
와야겠지.
you know, what are the stakes
젠지가
here and
한국
what
기업
does
아닌가요?
this matter for the teams? Like, who should we be pointing out and stuff like that.
Yeah, it is very unique, and it's just cool that we get to share
Panda
that
plush
with
gets
you as you
plus
guys
20
are,
focus and plus 40
pick up
mechanics.
the craft of being on camera content
Jenny needs to
creation
bring
now
out their
in
tiger
the
plushie.
live setting. It is very fun
Yeah,
to
they
be
are yellow
sitting here with you. Super
mascots,
excited to see
yeah.
what both of you guys have in store in the future, and for you, the rest of your EWC journey. So thanks for
I'm drinking
spending
coffee,
the
by
time
the
that
way.
you did with us here, Double It.
지금 커피 마시는
Thanks, guys.
중입니다. 저녁
Alright,
7시
so with that, let's
45분에
start
커피
setting the
마시.
stage
I am drinking
for our
coffee at
grand finals of League of
7:45
Legends.
p.m.
First
It's a
up,
fucking
it's the road to
no.
it's a road to EWC AGAL.
There it is. Kyle, Tarzan, Shanks. I think that was
首
Flomter.
先，这次 EWC 的我也是第一次来到参加比赛嘛，所以很期待，然后希望多学一下吧。我最近打比
Tarzan's
赛
Chinese
心
is
态
super
的话，
like
就是不管输赢
중국어를 거의
都
원어민급으로
好美好的游戏吧，
하시는데
然后就享受美妙的舞
regardless
台
of
吧
the。outcome.
我觉得无畏真招模式的话，对我们战队来说应该是好的，因为我们战队不管是
Everyone says Fearless Raft is good for their team. Everyone, including C9, said that.
有很多套战术吧。
Take it with a grain of salt, I think, when people
首先就是
say
来
that.
到 EWC， 就是首先就是比较开心嘛。然后这个地方我之前也
哦，就
没有来过，
판다
就也很想
판다
体验一下
마스코트
这边的风土人情，还有吃的之类的。然后
Tarzan's been in China so long, he may as well be Chinese at this point. Is that how it
拿到
works?
一个好的名次吧。我觉得国内的比赛
I
和
don't know.
国外比赛最大区别就是国内只要做好自己的
아직
训练，
T1 안에
然后
T1
国外
이미
的话
경기했습니다.
有
T1
时
경기는
差
이미
的影
끝났고요.
响，还有饮食或者是
이제
训练环境，
결승전
也有自身状态的，就是需
AL
要成
젠지
长提升的状态
결승전이
吧。我觉得
다를 거는데
来这次 EWC 我们的目标肯定是冠军，但是就是首先分歧和 T1 我们也交手过，
His
他们也
Chinese
是
is
非
really
常
good.
强的战
Oh,
队
do you
吧
guys
我觉得
understand
他们也
Chinese?
是
Maybe we have some Chinese speakers in the
只
chat.
要
But
怎么说？
I
就
don't
是我
really
们都
speak.
是2-3输给他们，我们也是
저는
有机会
중국어는
赢下
못합니다.
他们的，然后我们也会
배우고 싶긴 한데 굉장히 어려웠거든. 또 있지 이거랑 니하오 와난.
Great to hear the journey of AGAL here to the Esports World Cup Grand Finals for League of Legends. And joining us now is the COO of AG Global. It's
Oh, wow.
Eddie Chen. Mr. Eddie Chen, welcome.
Hello,
Eddie Chen?
Hello, everyone.
Kind of give us some insight here
Mr.
on
Eddie Chen.
the AG-AL merger for those League of Legends
I
fans
don't know
that are
anything about
only
AG, actually.
familiar with anyone's Legends, but it's actually the same.
Yeah, actually, we are the same owner for a long period of time.
你好，你好。
But because we use like a dual branding
中国。
in the China market, and then
中
for
国
this
人。
year's
韩国人。
EWC, and then we combine and create a new
我
brand
是
called
韩国人。
the AGAL together.
Is that what it's
Feviknight.
going to be moving forward for this year or for beyond for both teams?
We are still thinking about
이분은
that. But this
AG
year, EWC,
그
we
글로벌
prepare a
대표.
lot. So we
대표는
have
아니고
created a new logo for
부장님급인가?
AGL and hope you guys enjoy it. But as I know, most of the fans like about the new logo.
Yeah, one of the big things is the panda,
CEO님이라고?
right? The panda that's
오.
associated with AGAL. Why
높으신
is that?
굉장히 높으신 분
Because
아닌가?
actually
다들
our,
높으신 분이 많이 오시네.
our club's headquarters is in the Chengdu city, which is a city of the panda with most of the pandas living there. So panda is like a
His
very
English is actually pretty good,
signature,
right? His English is really
iconic
good.
mascot for our team.
Valdez, you have a unique connection with AGL.
영어를
'cause
되게
you knew
잘하시네
about
그래도 이
AG
정도면.
before League of
발음이
Legends?
좀
Yeah,
있죠.
I've known about AG.
청주 어디서 많이 해요? 청주가 이제 롤드컵 이번 연도 롤드컵이 청주에서 이런. So this year the world's gonna be in Chengdu, by the way, if you guys don't know.
About 5 years now,
So,
and All Gamers is
AG
one of
is
the best,
located in
if not
Chengdu, I
best team
guess.
Thank
in the
you.
world for that game. So I was curious. You know, that's a really cool connection that we have. But I was curious, what is it like to have such a dominant team in another game, and then try to expand to other games and try to be as dominant in those new games?
Yeah, actually, it is quite hard for us to expand to every different game. But because our clubs have already got 25 years of the history, so by building up a different team in these 25 years, we have been looking into like the League of Legends, the Honor of Kings, the Crossfire, and other different games. And then starting from 2 years ago, we decided to go to the global market. So that's why we established the AG Global at that time. And then in this 2
아니
years,
T1
we
상대로 이기고
already
판다 던질 때 진짜.
went into different countries to scout for
Yesterday
the
they
best
beat us
talents
and then
from
they
all
threw
over
the panda
world.
like this.
Right now we got 10 teams
My heart
from
broken in 2
10 different
pieces.
countries.
My heart
Because
was
all of you
broken.
may know that in the China, some games are very popular, but there are still many games in the EWC that we need to scout for the best talent from all over the world.
Medias, you have a question here for Mr. Eddie Chen?
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
what
AG
are
is
some of your other
participating
favorite
in
games that AG
different
is in for EWC?
Apex Legends, League of Legends, Fatal Fury.
There are quite a lot of games right now. We have got 9 titles right now, but I think
9
the Honor of
titles?
Kings and also the Crossfire will be, and also League of Legends definitely will
아니
be one of our
갑자기
mainly focus. And right now we are already planning for next year's
팀들이랑
plan.
같이
So I think,
스폰서십
I hope next year
해가지고
we
지금
can
팀들이
have
다
more
우승하고
titles to be
있거든?
getting qualified
상금이
into.
그리고
So you're
어마무시하잖아?
the head
상금을
of
지금 다 타가고 있는 거잖아요.
AGAL Global. What has been one of the, I guess, biggest learning lessons about taking a normally Chinese organization and then
AG Club has
globalizing it?
25 championships.
First of
That's
all,
crazy.
language is a problem.
It must be a
and
super
then the
huge company.
time
Like, I'm not
zone
sure what they
actually
do,
right
but
now. I work like 24 hours a day because we got some teams from the America and also we got some teams
다른
from
게임도
the
막
Africa
다
as
지금
well, and
우승하고
also
있다고
from the
하네요.
Asian countries. So I think
설마
that
리그 오브
time is one of the
레전드도?
biggest challenges. And then also
다른
like,
게임은 이겨도
many
롤은
legal, taxation, accounting issues. There are
SK 호랑이 젠지가
yeah, culture is also a very big difference. But because
SK
when we
호랑이
go
젠지가
to, when we
떡하니
want to go to the
버티고
global
있다.
market, we
언제 하나요?
decided to
아마
have,
지금 한
the
10분
localized team
남았지 않았나?
in order to run that.
아,
So
5분에
that's
10분?
why I think
Like
all
5 to 10 minutes
the
left?
challenges that we can be tackled through.
And then kind of let's focus here on this League of Legends squad, AGAL or anyone's Legends winning the
되게 시간도 네, T1 경기 끝났으니까 이제 이상 체인지 한번 해봤고요. 저도 밥 먹고
I can
왔습니다.
see they are working very hard, and
그
then
밥이랑
actually they spend
깻잎
a lot of efforts and a lot of time
그리고
in order to improve themselves
김치 참치
and to
볶음.
study for the opponent's strategy, and then we can and also the coach Tabi, actually he is also from Hong Kong City, same as me. So
Oh, Hong Kong. That explains why his English is so good. He's from Hong Kong.
Hopefully,
Tabe is also from Hong Kong, so they're like
Right, and then
pretty
finally,
much.
what do you have to say to all the AGAL fans who've showed
regional.
up here at EWC and are very, very hungry to win?
오늘이
international
복날이라고요. 다들 삼계탕
Okay,
드셔야겠네.
the final words I want to say to AGL.
영어
is
잘하신다
AGL,
맞아 맞아.
자요.
홍콩 사람이라서.
자요.
But indeed, again, this AGAL squad on the cusp of doing something very, very big. In the way, though, is the Behemoth, one of the best teams in all of League of Legends. It is GENG.
One of the best teams?
Uniquely enough, we have
I mean, current best
CEO
team.
of GENG
They just won
standing by on
MSI.
the stage. We will hear from
They
him
should be the
in
current
just
best
a
team.
second. When you look at organizations like GENG, what do they do
70만
that
달러?
makes them
Holy.
so great? And
Who do you
you
think
can
will
kind
win?
of
I'm
emulate
thinking
with?
Genji is gonna win.
Okay,
But
actually,
then
like a few months ago, I
Tarzan's been
personally
popping
go
off.
to visit GENG, and then I
Kyle's been
sincerely
popping
would
off.
like to learn something from them, and I know that they are doing very great
I don't
in
know,
the
guys.
training in the academy.
Genji
So
did
that's,
drop a
I
game
think
into
we can, learn
G2,
from the,
which
how
T1
to
didn't even
operate
drop a
like
game
an
into
academy.
G2.
Thank you
T1도
very much.
G2전
Thank you,
상대에서 한 판도 안
the
졌는데
COO of AGAL
그
Global.
천하의
Now
젠지가
let's send it on over to
어저께 한 판에
stage
졌기
with
때문에
In
G2
Chambers,
상대로
standing by with CEO
오늘 경기가
of
막
GENG,
3대 떡이 나오고 그런 거까지는 않거든. I think Genji might win, but they're gonna drop some games. 한두 판은 그래도 지지 않을까, Genji.
Hey Riyadh, everybody having a good time? GENG CEO Arnold Hare is in the building. Arnold, how are you feeling about this?
This is crazy.
Arnold is a Genji CEO, by the way.
You are eyeing up this grand final.
Look at all these Genji
We'll get to
fans.
that. Let's just talk about the run that
Wow.
GENG have been on as of late.
Stack.
Back-to-back MSI champions.
요즘
Grand
근데
final this
젠지
year
뭔가
at EWC. What's the
해외에서 인기
secret to
많아지는
all
것
this
같아,
success?
확실히.
I mean, the
내가 또
secret
해외
has definitely
쪽을
been the
많이
players, the
아니까.
coaches, the staff, all of our fans. You know, I
역시
love
우승을
the fact
해야
that, you know, whether we're pushed to game 3,
팬과 이
whether we're pushed to game
명성도
5,
따라오는
down
그런 거긴 해.
0-2, down
우승이
2-1,
중요하긴 해요.
team has always come together.
T1도
and
팬이
figured
되게
it out.
많은
Even
이유들
just
우승을
yesterday,
많이 해서 당연히
when we were 1-1 and we had lost
잘하고
that
우승
match
많이
against
하니까
G2,
팬이 많아져.
you know, Chovy came in the room and said, "We're not playing to the level that we need to be."
Wait. Any Chovy fans here? Yeah, let's talk about him.
Chovy fans?
Let's talk about him for a minute.
LCK is greater than LPL.
He is just a big-time
LCK
player.
greater than
Comes
LPL.
up when it matters. How much of an impact does he have on the players, the team, and even the meta?
I mean, it's a team effort, right? And I think Chovy will be the first one to talk about
LPL
that.
시청자가
Like,
엄청
even
줄었다고
when we
했다고
were
유럽도
winning,
그렇고
the first
맞아
thing I said,
유럽
even after
리그가
right
좀
after
많이
MSI, I think I
시청자가
told that on
줄어.
the broadcast is I asked him like, you did great,
맞아요.
your aurora was incredible.
국민은
And he's
이미
like, no,
나가야
it wasn't
되고.
me, everybody stepped up, right?
LPL도
And I think that
요즘 롤
leadership,
말고 다른
that
게임이
teamwork,
인기라고.
everybody from top all the way to Duro and
땡머리야,
bot lane
땡.
everywhere. And I think Duro also deserves more credit. I'm a big
우리
Duro defender because he's not getting enough credit.
Zero defender in
every single player has really stepped up, the coaching staff. So, you know, it's going to be a
Professional
really
lawyer
hard
for
battle.
Duro.
They look incredible. AGAL looks incredible. So we're just hoping that, you know, we're ready for them.
let's talk silverware. Because right now, this is the thing that is in grasp. It is in reach.
그러니까 축구 같은 거 봐봐. 맨날 브라질이나 아르헨티나 이런 데서 막 해먹는데 유럽이 다 해먹잖아. 그래도 한국에서 축구 장난 아니죠. 일본도 그렇고. 봐주면 안 돼. 그런 거 말이 안 돼. 그 우리가 상관할 바 아닙니다. 그러면 e스포츠가 그냥 다 죽어 나가는 게 맞지.
I definitely want
공정하게 우리도 최선을 다해서 한국이 이기는 거니까 어쩔 수 없어. 아놀드라고? 네, 맞습니다. Arnold, GENG CEO. We saw the ALC.
in Korean, so that's a good sign. So I'm hoping that that's going to bring us good luck.
Korean?
Nothing is granted. Everything is earned. And if you do want this trophy, you've got to earn it.
젠지의 채사도 인도 선수가 나온다고?
What's your prediction? And can you get it done?
So I think it's gonna be. I think we can definitely do it, but we know they're gonna bring their best.
Speak English,
so,
please.
I'm not one to do predictions, but I feel really good. Team feels really good.
I am speaking.
They got a lot of sleep, and they had a pretty reasonably healthy diet, which I'm happy about. So I think it's gonna be a great match, and I think it's gonna be awesome to watch.
The GENG fans are here for it.
Why does he keep talking about diets? In the last interview too, he was like, "Oh, I can't really control my roster's diet." It's like, "Oh, they eat too much hamburgers."
The AGAL team is here, and they are incredible too.
번역은 한국 중계 가서 보시면은 번역을 볼 것 같은데.
And they have a drum.
AO fans are there too, though. AO fans are there.
They're gonna be
ready.
very loud.
It seems like we have more GENG fans in the stadium, though. 언제 하냐고? 원래 9시 예정이 해서 설마 9시까지 기다리는 건 아니겠지?
하나, 둘, 셋.
한국어가 교포 발음심인데?
Is this man gonna cry tonight? I'm kidding. Look, best of luck. It is going to be a battle for the edges.
Crying?
To get into our grand final. Thank you so much for joining us, Arnold. Enjoy
Already
the show.
cried.
Right now, it's back to the man with the sexiest red hair in the business, Digon.
I thought they were chanting Femi.
Thank you very much, Ian Chambers. As much as all the fans out there have a lot of noise, maybe some drums, as we welcome everyone back into the studio, we got ourselves a Finn on the desk. He's on
Bomboy,
here.
explain your
Welcome
tweets,
back,
my
Finn.
guy.
Great cast on the day.
Bomboy.
You've been all over the place. How's it been for you so
Bomboy,
far?
what happened on Twitter?
It was
or
a
X?
little bit
What happened?
disappointing seeing G2 kind of crumble under the weight of T1, but it's good to be back on the desk and I'm ready to break down some good old-fashioned.
캐릭터가 페미니랑 연동되어 있는 건가요? 네, 맞습니다.
All right, let's get on to it. LCK versus LPL. Let's start
예,
with
제가 하는
the
행동은
MSI
이렇게 구현이 돼가지고 요즘
champions
기술력 참
in
좋아졌죠.
GENG, as they have been so good off of since maybe the beginning of last year, Valdez. Win percentage in the
Snowball, why are you
90s.
here?
It has just been an amazing run to
Snowball's
watch
here
based
too.
off of a couple of those guys on your screen. Chovy, Cannon.
Yeah, I mean, especially internationally, right? It felt like 2024 was where they began to really pick it up. And obviously in MSI, they were able to get it done. World's not quite getting there, but T1 was able to pick up the slack for the LCK. And then obviously this year, big favorites after once again winning MSI. So not a big surprise that a lot of people do have them slated to potentially win this
There it
matchup.
is.
But it's not as
Kian,
one-sided as you
Canyon,
might
Tove,
imagine, as
Ruler,
EGL
and
definitely having a
Duo.
good tournament too.
Yeah, they've been pretty dang good. Medios, when you look at that roster, I mean, who has stood out to you at the most since the beginning of this tournament here at Esports World Cup?
At EWC,
LCK 호랑이
I see
젠지.
Keen is the
엘로젠,
best performer.
엘로젠.
Granted, they're all doing very well. You know, this is GENG, pretty much the team
그거는
everyone
잘해서
wants to
GENG
be,
fan.
the team that most people probably
젠지
try to copy
팬분들
for their own games
많이
and learn
보실
from.
것 같은데.
So, yeah, great
Fighting,
team, but I
fighting.
think Keen has kind of had a standout performance. He's playing all kinds of stuff, different play styles, and I don't know if he's had a bad game.
No, I don't think
얼
so.
빡샷
he's
진짜
looking
어떡할
pretty good
건데?
for the Sunny MVP of the tournament. Not
아니
locked in yet,
얼빡샷을 너무 좋아하셔 이거
they also have
EWC
a pretty
그거 카메라맨
fantastic
분들이.
established AD carry and leader, world champion in his own right. It is Rula. He's standing by right now on the stage with an interview.
Hey everyone, this is the pre-match interview for the grand
호랑이는
finals
판다를
between
찢어?
GENG and AGAL.
There
I've
it
got
is.
Ruler from GENG,
Ruler is
so
here.
welcome to the pre-game interview. I'd like to ask that this is going to be your second best of 5 against AGAL. Last time you guys merely took the win, so what's going to be different today?
일단 룰러 선수 첫 번째 질문으로 일단은 MSI에 이어서 이렇게 두 번째로 또 AJL과의 오전제를 또 앞두게 되셨는데 사실 저번에는 조금 타이트한 경기였는데 이번에는 좀 어떤 경기를 좀 예상하시는지 궁금합니다.
이번에도 좀 비슷하게 타이트한 경기가 나올 것 같다라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a really close match like before.
Oh, okay, interesting, because you guys both swept through the EWC competition so far without dropping a single series, might I add, without dropping a single series within the last 23 series. So what is keeping you motivated for you to continue this type of achievement?
이제 이번 EWC를 포함해서 지금까지 국제전 23연승을 또 달리고 계신데 이렇게 지금 지금 연승을 이렇게 달리고 계시는 이유가 좀 뭘까요?
일단
국제전 아니가 그냥
저희 모든 팀원들이
리그전까지 합한 거 아닌가?
이기고 싶다라는 그런 열망이 좀 많이 있어서 계속 더 발전하고 싶어하는 그런 것도 많이 있고요. 그래서 이렇게 연승을 할 수 있지 않았나 싶습니다.
I mean, we're fully motivated, and I think we're trying to do better as a
네, 키티분이 지금 인터뷰 전체로 다 호스팅하고 있어요. 호스트.
That we're getting a win streak.
이제 바쁘게 일하시는
Thank you
중.
so much. That's going to be all for now, and best of
네, 옷
luck.
갈아입고 왔습니다. 저녁까지 먹고.
Thank you very much, Kitty. This is another fantastic interview, as it has been all tournament long. Maddox with the translations, and then Ruler there. They've just
5
been
minutes!
so poised and answered every question so far.
아니
in
진짜로 1 시간을
2025. It has
대기해.
been so
아니
fun to
장난으로
watch
1
this
시간
team here,
대기하겠지라고 장난으로 얘기했는데.
just
I was
consummate
joking around. Oh, we have to wait
professionals
like
right
1 hour for the
there,
next game,
fantastic,
next
and
series.
just like they are on the Rift as
And
a
we're
team moving as
actually
5
waiting an
in
hour?
and out of these team fights. They do the same thing in interviews and off the stage as well. They're always super professional, have the best interviews, just a fantastic team to be a fan of.
Now, but
5 more minutes of yapping, guys. 5 more yapping minutes.
The LPL,
It's gonna be great.
AGAL,
Best of 5,
and this
yeah, it's a
squad
best of
here,
5.
stacked with talent, still
카메라
room to
앵글이 좀
grow here,
그랬나? 아니 좀
and are
밑에서
looking
잡긴
to
했어.
become
밑에서
the
카메라
first
잡았네.
team in quite some
하소해.
time to
Okay,
win
now
one of these
AL.
international titles.
Blondre,
that
Tarzan,
isn't from the
Shanks,
LCK.
Hope, and Kyle.
And this team has just bulldozed through this tournament, and you know, I came into this tournament and I wanted to highlight how beautifully they play team fighting. I can't shut up about it.
Yeah, you keep talking about it. The flanks.
I was ready for it to come into fruition against T1.
Top lane
but
is
they
Fevi?
just stomped them 2
Yeah.
games in a row. I didn't even
So
get
me and
to
coach.
show those beautiful team fights. And I feel
I'll
like
bring
they've
out the
just been
Teemo.
so dominant. That's the man I'm looking at. Tarzan
Teemo top.
has just had such a standout
And
tournament.
Tarzan
Even
is
Blondre for me has
popping
just-
off right now.
They've
100%.
gone super saiyan. I don't know what's happened.
매력이
with them. They are
넘치는
just
팀이라고.
monsters at the tournament.
그러니까
They're stomping it in,
최근 중국
consistently getting
팀들
advantages,
중에서
snowballing it masterfully.
좀 다들
Yeah,
부진을
because
하는
it's been
느낌인데
so
얘를
much
갑자기
good
치고
decision
올라와서
making from Tarzan to stifle
결승까지
opposing
와버렸고요.
junglers, and then just give that lane advantage by fake
사실
ganks
탑의
that could potentially
감독의
be there, and then the lanes start to fall behind.
감독
Yeah, I think Tarzan's
역할이
been
진짜
great at this
크다는 걸
tournament.
느끼는 게
Maybe the best performing jungler because although
BLG를 떠나서 AL을 오니까 갑자기 BLG가 부진을 하기 시작하고
hasn't looked quite as untouchable as he
AL은
normally
떡상.
does. You know, the game against G2 where they lost, he was kind of playing a little loose, a little bit silly. Whereas I feel like Tarzan has just been completely locked in the whole time. He took out T1, and he's doing a really good job with these aggressive early game junglers and just pressuring the entire map, not making a lot of mistakes, and yeah, just getting his team huge leads.
Yeah, you got to see on that bracket.
Oh my
they
gosh,
are
the Hana.
slayer of the LCK. And
하나전.
they've got one team to go. They beat the number 3 seed in Hanwha Life Esports earlier. Then we got to see them dismantle T1, and now standing in their way is the final hope for the
Zeus
LCK
got it.
in Gen G. It is a
They got
step
absolutely
up for
destroyed in
them,
the
but
fight.
they've taken every step so deftly and are looking to do so to etch their name into the totem for
faker,
2025
T1.
for the Esports World
Whatever.
Cup, and get that special notation, the Champion Slayer, after defeating
Doran's
T1,
trying to
who are the
1v3
current
and
reigning title defenders of
Tarzan
League of
on
Legends
Trundle?
here at the Esports World
Unkillable
Cup.
full
It's been on the back
HP?
of that man Tarzan.
Is this the exact comp that T1 just
Come
played?
on, just ran down.
I think T1 just copied their homework. Whoa.
No way. Who would have guessed that? Teams look at other teams and scout from there. We have 2.5 minutes left on in here. Another lane that has been so good for AGAL has been the top lane. Blondre, back
Oh
to
my
back
gosh, the Lee Sin
Sony
top.
MVP
Lee Sin top 그
of the
장면.
day, in the last 2 days.
아니 근데 이 장면은 진짜 진이 말 플래시를 안 사용하는 세계선은 또 달랐다. If only Jin didn't flash like that. Insane reaction from Ho, by the way. 근데 그만큼 이제 AL의 그 AL 원딜러 이제 호프 선수도 얘기를 해야 되는 게 확실히 캐리하는 템포풀도 되게 넓고 굉장히 무서운 부분인가요? Only 2 minutes left now, Femi? Almost there, guys. Almost nothing.
And I love that because when you take a look at the names
Oh,
of the top
man.
laners that are here,
This
you have
2v2, they
Bin,
went to
you
half,
had Zeus, you had
and
Doran
Flonder
as
perfectly
well,
cut it
you had
out.
Broken Blade, you go up and down the list. It's like, wow, this is a pretty stacked role, and he has been on top. So Valdez,
그리고
when you think about
플런드레.
that, how do you feel like Keen
플런드레.
versus Flandre could match up going into this grand finals, especially best of 5 fearless as well?
I mean, for me,
럼블이
it just
침묵
feels
상태라서
like,
공을
especially in
못
these tournaments where
사용했어.
you get through a couple of fast best
Rumble
of
was
threes
silent,
into
so
a
he
best
couldn't
of 5
ulti.
towards the end. It's like it's all about momentum, right, and mental state. I feel like right now AGAL
Or Doran.
still have the advantage there over any
Got
other
this right.
team, right? They have rolled over everybody,
I mean, if you
and they
look
played a
here,
lot of games as well.
KP
and they just look more
83%.
dominant than
KP
anyone
is
else. And
crazy.
so while Keen is a very strong top laner, I do wonder about how he'll deal with that momentum coming through the top and jungle of AGAL.
All right,
예사롭지
final thoughts here
않습니다.
before
예,
we
지금.
start wrapping up and sending it to the stage for the finals.
I just saw Flounder's KDA, 18.5 KDA for a top laner. What is this man doing? I need to get on some of that because that is incredible. What a fucking standout.
All right, time for predictions. Medios, let's start with you. Which way are you going in this best of 5 grand finals in 2025?
It's a really close one. I could see either team taking it, but I'm going to go with GENG. They've just been too good. They're on the
그래,
hottest
GENG.
streak I've seen in a long time, and I don't know. I think they just have the momentum.
20
I
seconds,
think
Valdez.
GENG wins
Preach
today
it,
as well.
GENG. I got to go with my boys. I think they're going to do it again.
Final thoughts here, Finn.
AJL, I think they got it. I think their form is
Oh.
just immaculate. I believe in them.
The best team in the
역배.
world, back-to-back MSI champion.
I mean-
GENG are on a trophy run, but the LPL looking for revenge and trying to etch their name in the history books. It is AGAL. It is GENG in the
언제
grand
시작하는
finals.
거냐고. 지금 1시간째. 우리 모두 1시간째 대기 중. 그래, 그럴 수 있어. 그랜드 파이널이잖아요. We're starting finally, guys. It's happening. Nothing is granted, everything is earned.
进到决赛的话，感觉没什么困难吧，就搞好我们自己的状态和心态就行。我们上次输给真之后，我们复盘了好久了，然后这次我们会不一样的，你们也小心一点。
They reviewed a long time after they lost to Genji, okay?
이겨서 깔끔하게 넘어갔고, 근데 이제 다음날 2일차 때 2대1로 조금 힘들게 이겼던 부분이 있었는데 그래도 이긴 거에 대해선 나쁘지 않게 생각을 하고 있습니다.
打成绩重要的话，就是打好我们前期吧，然后中期语音的东西也是要小心吧。
제가 AGA를 MSI 때 만나서 경기를 한 번 했었는데 더 크게 와닿았던 것 같습니다.
아니, 우리 왜 항상 당하는 거냐고.
拿到 EWC
Why
的
is Steven always
话，
losing?
一个
뭐야?
很非常的
He
开
was
心
always
的一个
getting
事情吧，
destroyed.
然后未来的发展也会给很有
아니,
自信
에어
吧。
MSI에 이어서 EWC까지 당연히 뭐 그런 스파이크처럼은 아니더라도 제가 압도적인 기량을 보이고 제 존재를 세계 각국에 널리 알리도록 하겠습니다.
我们做好我们自己的，谁都打不过我们。
Grand finals starts. Are we going to countdown? Yes, we are. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jingle bell. 타잔 선수가 거의 지금 5년? 6년째 LPL에서 뛰고 있거든요. 어젠 그냥 AL이 근데 AL이 잘했어 진짜로. 근데 AL이 잘했어 진짜. 오늘 AI 과연 근데 젠지 상대로 잘할 수 있냐? That was a different story if AO can actually pull out yesterday kind of performance. Oh, we're starting. Open it 0. Where's the viewers? It's only 30k? Wait, why? What do you mean? Riot also had like drums like, as well at MSI. MSI도 그렇고 뭔가 불을 치는 요 세레모니. 난타 맞아 난타.
Forget favorites.
피자는 별로.
Forget underdog stories. This is a collision of two beasts from the east. Two teams gunning to end each other.
Your MSI
네,
champions are
결승은
looking for two
5경기.
international
한
triumphs back to back in a space of a week to show the world they are truly built to win.
Their opponents weren't invited here to join the elite. They kicked the door off of its hinges. And now, everybody who doubted them know what they are about. They have taken down tournament titans.
Now they are at the grand final of League of Legends at the Esport World Cup. Not to compete, but to conquer.
Now, of course, we have a $2 million prize pool. We have club championship points on the line. This trophy, of course. But on top of that, playing on all of these players' minds is our key graveyard. This is where losers reside. It represents heartbreaking losses and monumental
저희는 안 쏘는 게
for the
좋다. 오케이,
victors
확인.
here in Riyadh.
한국어를 잘 못합니다.
Legends
죄송.
stack them up. Are you guys ready?
젠지 3대0 그럴 것 같은데? 2 million is crazy, guys. Absolutely insane.
Dead set on a back-to-back silverware.
Absolutely
Please
insane.
Gen G!
220k vs 600k. So if you win here, you get $280,000 plus dollars. 저거 키 절대 부셔지면 안 되거든요. We have to protect the key. We have to protect the key.
From hopefuls to
Thrillers
history makers. One more victory here makes them
The mascot from
legends
AL is also
for
so
real.
cute.
It's AGAL!
Still carrying pandas again. 또 판다 들고 나오네.
Riyadh, are you ready?
Every team fight, every baron, every lane, all led to this moment. The grand final of League of Legends at the Esports World Cup is now.
Revenge for T1 Big Bar? Big Bar though!
Welcome everyone thank you so much, gentlemen.
Wait, who's revenging who though? Is Genji revenging AL for T1? Or is AL revenging Genji for T1 at MSI?
Genji, the #1 seed
you know,
from Korea,
both teams kind of defeated us,
AGL,
so...
the #1 seed from the LPL. It could not get better than this, boys.
The last time these teams faced off against each other, it went to 5 games.
Have you ever watched Panda in China? No, I didn't.
So much
I
this
want
year.
to.
We had this team fail to defeat both Korean
Maybe I travel to
representatives
China
MSI,
one day.
but now have the opportunity to take out 3. Anyone's Legend took out Hanwha Life Esports and T1. They are the Korean killers, the LCK killers here, and their final opponent to lift the trophy is Genji.
It's their best opportunity to do so.
T1 팬들 AL 응원하는 분들도 좀 계실 것 같은데.
Our first fearless best of 5 of the tournament as
그리고
well. So we are
본인들이
going to be
응원하고 싶을 때
potentially
응원하면
going
되지
the
솔직히.
distance.
뭐
Everybody I talk to
월드컵도
says
아니고.
we will be going the distance, and 5 games should not be a big surprise. It's kind of hard to say. AGL have been having huge momentum so far at this tournament, but Genji
화면에 채팅창 일부러 안 켜신 건가요?
and after winning MSI,
켜는 걸
still a
까먹었습니다.
big favorite. So who's going to step up tonight is really what matters.
One of the big questions we always have for teams, especially from our region of the LCK, is will they hit their peak? Because it feels
Just
like
entertain us, don't care who wins.
AL are hitting their
That's a
peak
good
every
attitude,
time.
actually.
And that's the scary part about this team
Absolute
right now. I feel
cinema
like,
gameplay, please.
Factually,
No
objectively, they
stomps.
have been the most consistent
We want the close series,
of
I
our
think.
teams here at EWC. We have seen some really high highs
There
though,
we go,
from
we're
Gen G,
starting.
And
at their best, they look
There it
amazing.
is. But here we are ready to get into the draft for game #1. This is the first time, of course, this is going to spice up as we head, hopefully, to 5 games. There has been one series that Genji
They're
have
both
taken
banning
part
different
in
champions.
since
They're
the
not
road
banning
to
Pantheon,
MSI
Varus, and
that
Talia
hasn't gone
on
all
this
5
side.
out of like what?
레드
4
사이드는
best of
판테온,
5s
바루스,
that
탈리아
they've
벤이
been in.
아닌데?
They played 10
They're banning
games
Gwen,
against
Xayah,
T1
and Senna.
in a row at MSI to take that title.
That means that both
And they're
Talia
now
and
looking to
Azir is
see
open.
whether they can take an EWC title as
아지르도
well.
오픈이고 탈리아도
They did
오픈.
go to 5 with AL like you were talking about. We'll see what does
줄리오
happen
선수가
here. As
바루스를
already
하네.
the Varus going to be locked in first here for Genji. A lot of priority onto Ruler to give over the Azir as well.
Crazy to see a Xayah ban prioritized over the bars.
I mean, Aurora's banned as well. Aurora 바로 그냥 잘라버리네.
Which looks like that's the gamble that AGL wanted to
They
look
just
for
deleted
here, but
Aurora
the-
from the
the
game.
Talia is up. If
Genji just deleted
want
it.
to take it in response, so and we may see the Xin Zhao to go over with this Azir pick. It's a strong
Xin Zhao
rotation,
Azir.
but I feel like this Varus pick has been
지금 판테온이
the
밴든
main
상황에서
threat in terms
신짜오가
of AD carries,
제일
the most
강력한 모습을
successful
보여주고
pick.
있는데.
Yeah,
Are we
in
actually
terms
gonna
of
see
big
Xin
picks
Zhao, or are we
here
gonna
at
see?
EWC specifically, it's been Varus. It's been a lot of Pantheon focus as well in the bans. The Azir coming through for Shanks is good to take away from Chovy, but as you mentioned, I feel like Chovy's best champ
Are they
many
trying
times
Jin
this year
Bodo?
has been Talia. So
설마 진바드가 또 하예 선수가 바드를
the
즐겨하는데.
EU Maokai before.
Wow, they insta-lock Maokai here for Canyon. What?
Slamming down the
This is like a G2 EU comp right here. Koei and G2, they love playing like this. 이거는 G2나 코이가 같은 유럽에서 되게 유행하는 조합. 마오카이랑 미드 요네. 조비 쿠비오스 긴 on the Yone with couldn't. You don't actually know.
It's a strong pick for the lane.
Oh, that's
and
actually
is
very
gonna be
quick
incredibly
Alex.
powerful for those team
No
fights,
border.
and it's a pick that you're never going to get your hands on if you don't grab it here.
Yep. Bunch of answers now available in the bans as well if they want
얘는
to go there.
아카이만은
Have
충분히
Genji
이해되는
been
알리스타 픽.
scrimming against EU teams?
그
Is
여기서
that the thing?
사일러스를
Because we know
걱정할
the
수 있긴
Maokai is
하죠.
still
They
very
might be
popular
scared
over
and
there.
Salas
That's the
might
one
be.
region. Maybe MKOI and
Yone
G2
might
have
be
been
put
giving them
top.
some ideas.
Well, you know, T1,
But
as I think it was Finn was pointing it out on the desk,
they're just
they
banning
were
Poppy
playing the
here.
exact comp
Poppy
that
supports.
AGAL were playing just yesterday. So maybe Gen G, after playing up against G2, take a little bit of learnings from that.
아트
I think
각이다
that's not a
하긴.
bad idea.
아트록스 나오나 이거.
We do see the Poppy coming out as the ban here. I do wonder about a potential Silas flex with the top Yone.
Yeah, there we go. The casters talking about it too.
You know, something
Silas
to
could
think
be
about.
picked
We
for
just saw
mids
Faker
for
playing the
Trophy and
Silas to
then
an
flexing
amazing
unit top.
degree, and with Alistair
We
picked
just
here
saw
for
Faker
Could be a
on
consideration.
Silas.
I'm not expecting it though.
It's definitely a consideration for sure. The Poppy pick makes a ton of sense here, or Poppy ban rather. That Rumble is still a big question for me because we've seen Rumble Maokai just be so successful in our region and just in general around the world over the last few years. Rumble, just has been a mainstay top laner. So That's a pick I expected to see banned here by AGL, but instead they'll take away the Ambessa.
You know what's also really good
아니,
with
탑에-
Maokai is
탑에
Blitzcrank.
감독-
It's something that Duro has played
What
quite
is
a
tabak
lot,
cooking?
and we've
Like,
seen
what?
a lot of that tech
These sounds
over in
really
Korea,
makes no
the
sense.
Maokai Blitzcrank.
Sorry.
I do wonder if that's
I'm just
another
like
consideration with Duro.
crashing out
Maybe
right
not
now.
the best into the Alistair, but there's going to be a lot of other picks that you could look
It was the GENG special, but it wasn't Duro, right?
Well,
it was Lehens.
Duro and Lehens. Like both of them actually have played this. You know, even with two different sports. Now the Rumble will be taken away here because the pick priority does go over to anyone's legend here. So this is
이 조합이 뭔가 근데 정글을 마지막으로 돌리고 있는 게 맞나? I don't know. They're actually delaying the jungle pick until the end. Like, what are they trying to play here? 도대체 뭘 숨기길래 정글을 마지막으로 픽한다고?
Something crazy could
What
be
are
a
they
flex
playing
of the
here?
Maokai to the bottom lane, right? And then you could pick something a little bit more aggressive in the
Cassante
jungle
top.
if you would like to. There's some crazy things that
Keen
you could
Sante.
get done there, but the Cassante, Keen Sante going to be coming
Keen
in as
Sante.
the answer against this Rumble. And I was thinking that maybe like you could have done a rotation here of like
Casual
Orange
agrees to
Trundle, for
AO
example,
picks?
and then you could have
God damn
really
it,
shut
Casual.
down what this Rumble wants to do, as of course the Rumble doesn't have the greatest time.
1경기인가요? 네,
against
맞습니다.
This is kind
지금
of an
1경기.
awkward spot here for support.
Game
With no Poppy, I guess they'll just go for the Rakan, but doesn't feel like you really want a range support here. You want a little bit more engage. Damage is going to be somewhat of a concern here for GENG, especially if they go
젠지
without
조합이
on
곧
this
딜량
Varus, but
딜을 요네가 다 해야 되는데.
it is incredibly strong now that the Cassante is locked in, and it feels pretty free. I have to say, like, I thought
럼블공
GENG had all
콤보는
the
별로
cards at the
없습니다.
beginning
There's
of
not
this
really
draft, but
much
as we've gotten
Rumble
deeper and
ult
deeper
combination
into
coming through
it seems like
from
anyone's
AL.
legend have really just gotten a draft that scales incredibly well.
근데
had
뭔가
some
젠지 조합이
frontline
더
issues,
좋아
but that's
보이는데.
somewhat
I think 젠지
mitigated by
complex
the Alistair ultimate,
better
by the subjugate. This
on
Trundle's
paper.
going to be a menace on the front line, and Jin is going to have so much space to work with.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened in this draft. It does feel like GENG kind of fell apart towards the end. Like, we did see Flandre have some success on the Cassante, but that was a very different
분석가분들은
match,
지금
a very
AL 조합이 훨씬
different
좋다고
situation
얘기하네.
in that game.
So
And,
they're all saying
yes,
their
King
AL
Sante is
comp is
something
better.
of legends that we do
But I actually
know
think Genji's
over at
comp
the
is better.
LCK, but it's not the highest tier pick, so definitely a question mark there. Duro's Rakan, it's pretty good. I think it's a great
I guess it
answer
really
for
depends
some
on how the
party
Trundle
games
plays.
on top of the Maokai, because with just Maokai, you might not be having enough, but yeah, that Trundle, I think that's the big one we were looking for on the side of AGL. That really is like the nail in the coffin for the AGL win in the
나우
draft.
크산테가 너무 도시락이라고. 딜량 부족 얘기를 하시네요 지금. 딜량 부족하긴 해 근데. I mean, there's a little lack of damage from Genji's comp for sure. Ruler and Chovy has to play really well this game. Then we're talking about 그 기인 on Cassante. Like Cassante is a tank, but he can also 1v9.
I just don't think you're winning any fight like that. It's just going to be too tough. Your Cassante isn't going to be doing damage. His frontlining for a Varus really only in terms of that DPS. The Yone can get a lot done if those ults are clean. The Maokai can set that up, but I think map control and objective control has to be maintained, especially in the mid game.
Yeah, I also think that winning out in lanes is going to be pretty important here for GENG. Top lane is, like you say, going to be so incredibly tough, but mid jungle could be somewhere that they can attack. But already, it does feel like AL off to a
트런들
great
잘한
start.
듯.
Last time these two teams met in that
정글을
best of
마지막까지
five,
숨기는 걸 보면 진짜
yeah, the Rumble situation
상대
wasn't necessarily
탑이
dealt with
정글,
by
그러니까
GENG.
정글에서 막하게 의미 나온 거
Let's get
보였는데
that one out of the way, so we don't
탑에서
need to
탱이
worry
나오나
about
안
banning it
나오나
next
이걸
time.
기다리지 않았나.
Yeah, it definitely does feel
탱이
like there
나왔으면은
were a
이제
bunch
트런들 하자.
of mind games
탱이
going
아니네?
on within
그러면
this
이제
draft. There are a lot
다른
of different
준비된
layers
픽이 있었나
to
봐요.
this one, as it
I
appears
don't know. I was thinking like maybe are they trying to play like a
issue
Amumu?
as we will be getting through this one as soon as we possibly can. It's crazy to see the
Amumu
entire
Maokai.
arena just stacked
We
with
did see
so many
Amumu
fans.
sometimes
Yeah,
in per
obviously
play.
So excited for this matchup. It's a real treat to get GENG up against AGL, especially with AGL in their current form. So I'm really looking
Maokai's gonna have to
In
run
terms
away
of
from
subjugate
Trundle. Like
targets,
Trundle's
I
just
think
gonna run him down.
Cassante is obviously one of the best you could ever have, right? But
마오카이가
at the
근데
same, thought
트런들이
process of what this
굉장히
Trundle is
빡세지
gonna be
않나?
able to get
정글에서
done, you
도망 다녀야 될 것
shouldn't,
같은데.
unless the Varus is making a mistake, ever really be able to be anywhere near him. I don't think the Yone is going to care too much about the pillar because he's going to be unbound. He's going to be looking for ult angles anyways, so it's hard to lock the Yone down. So I'm curious how much value in teamfights the Trundle can get. Sure, you could, again, if there's no summoners on the Varus, if he's playing too aggressively, if he's too far forward, you could catch him there. Maybe you can catch a Cassante off guard if he's up too far in a lane. there are places where you can find those catches. I don't feel like it's a giga sick Trundle angle outside of that subjugate value. So we'll see what they can get done with this, because I think that's going to be one of the big sticking points here for AL.
I think the best thing about the Trundle
T1
is
fans.
that it reminds Ruler of what happened yesterday. So basically, what Tarzan needs
T1
to
팬도
do
이거는
is
봐야지.
walk towards
결승은 봐야
Ruler,
되거든.
and then Ruler will maybe just pause the game again because he's a little bit too frightened.
Are they
What T1
pausing,
did
or is
underneath
it
that
like
turret in mid
what
lane
is
will be
going on?
burned into my brain for a very long
포즈야
time.
뭐야?
The champion is just really strong, in my opinion. It's not necessarily the greatest of matchups in the jungle though, so maybe they can get some advantages there, because of course Maokai does like to build a lot of AP these days, and you can kite him out
Drinking
with
some coffee,
saplings
my
placed
God.
well and things like that. So we'll see whether Canyon can find some angles. Canyon wasn't really the Maokai guy though, right? Like that was sort of Peanuts MO in the LCK, and
안녕하세요, 어서
Canyon played a heck
오세요.
of a
또
lot of
우리
it, but
또
it
대기하는
wasn't
거야?
necessarily the iteration of Canyon that we really liked.
빨리 시작하라고!
Very good on
Hurry
this
up,
pick,
sword!
and I think
We're
it's a
waiting
fairly
again?
easy
Okay,
pick
never
to
mind.
play in a draft like this.
Okay.
So I'm
going
not
in.
worried. I do agree
It's
it's not
happening.
necessarily one he's known for,
찌лаг이다,
but
이거.
one he definitely can play
Let's
in a format
go.
like this.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is solved, and we're onto the rift for game number
Let's
one
go.
of the Esports World
들어가자.
Cup League of Legends Grand
어쯤들 한
Final.
시간의 대기
It's
시간을
best of
뚫고
five,
시작을
so make
합니다.
sure you settle
Waited the
in
whole hour for
as
this?
Once again, I
Or-
believe I spied a rumble in the jungle.
Grand
There's a few
Finals,
people backstage,
EWC,
that are going to be saying that it's
2025.
not the greatest skin of all time, but they do not have a microphone now. And I can tell everyone, though, that line of pineapples, it's just glorious.
It's a good one. You know, I think that whoever doesn't have the mic currently is incorrect. So I would agree with you there, Atlas.
JDG.
As
Thanks, Brendan.
we're
No,
spamming some.
I'm not looking angrily at him or anything like that. There were no threats that were mouthed or anything. Just take my word for it.
Did you see the shout-outs there from Ruler? He's got the old Samsung
아니,
Galaxy
근데 텔포
flare and
바루스
also the
이거 맞나요,
GEG thrown
여러분?
up there. Just showing that Ruler has
TP
been
Ferris?
everywhere. He's gone over to China. He's won in the LPL.
뭐 라인 사업에서
and now
이득을
he's
더
back,
많이 보려고 하는
with
것인데.
GENG in Korea.
Hope was his predecessor.
텔포 이거
on
살짝
JDG
불안한데?
back in
I don't know
that
if I like the
2022
TP from
roster.
Varus.
I was super high on Hope that year, and I thought JDG were going to make that run. It was DRX ultimately who won it in the end, but I Hope now plays against the one who replaced him. So very interesting to see all of this. Again, not a surprise to anyone,
I guess,
probably, that we see
Genji's just
double
gonna try to
unsealed
farm out
spellbook
for the
across
game.
our supports. Ruler going for the Comet, will be going for that lethality variant, which I think is, again, it's extremely common and makes a lot of sense here, but it does mean that consistent damage is not something Genji necessarily
팀
have in
이름이
a longer
아니라고.
team fight, especially consider that as year damage and some of the
AGN이라고요.
rumble damage that can come through as well.
You know what I really like about Chovy here on Yone in Game 1 is I feel like this is his stomp
straight.
champ. You know, it's like he picks it when he wants to send a message. Like he has done it to so many mid laners in the LCK and
Arisha, thanks for the
internationally
stuff for the
on
official
this
hero. Comes to the
champion.
phone.
Obviously, it's very strong nowadays, so that's another good reason. But I feel like in terms of that, you know, trying to get into their heads, if you have a really good game on Yone and you're Chovy right from Game 1,
let me turn on the
I think
song
you're
a
going to
little
be
bit.
sending a great message.
Well, let's see how it is going to go. Already playing pretty aggressively in the lane as Shanks holding on to things. We'll get knocked up here momentarily. But it is just get as many minions as you possibly
오늘은 왜
can.
정장 입으셨나요?
Try to
아까
upgrade your entire
T1전에서
health bar
T1
for it,
그거
as Keen is going to be able to find a cute little queue here. So far,
복장을 좀
feels
바꿔봤어요.
like the lanes are relatively neutral.
대망의
Outside of bottom
결승전이니까.
side where the push seems to belong to anyone's legend. It's good to see things starting off real close.
Chovy looking aggressively here, just going to hang out on the edge
I mean,
of that turret. But
Chovy's-
those are the kind of plays you have to make, like you were talking about, Atlas, where you get the minions you can, you get the trades
equals
you
CS,
can.
nothing
Otherwise,
crazy
a
going
tough
on.
matchup to play is Duro.
오, 방금 이거 집 끊었으면은 이거 난리 났겠는걸? That was very brave. Like the Jin, if he stopped his recall, then he would have died.
Yeah, desync backs really matter.
Both
though, when you're
junglers are
trying to
just
go for a
pathing
lane
full
swap
clear
like
into both
this.
sides.
And it is going to hurt the pacing here.
Oh, Shanks is running out of mana though.
Top situation.
Shanks is gonna go home, I guess.
Sante is going to be the answer. As Tarzan moving towards the mid lane, just going to try and help sort this lane out, give Shanks the decent back angle.
미드 집 먼저 보냈고요, 조비.
Landry will get his back off without a problem
Chovy's
here.
son
And there's no
Shanks home
crash,
fast.
so disaster averted here
Shanks
for
gonna
AL
TP
for the
back.
time being.
Yeah, Absolutely. Just waiting for this very early swap. We used to see this all the time.
Chobi's pretty healthy, but he's still gonna recall, probably grab items and come back.
Make sure you have better.
Good word coming through
matchups in your
from
lanes.
GENG
I
to
forget who
scout
it was
out.
we were talking to
Blood
on the
위치가
desk, but they were just saying like you
굉장히
really want to go for
날카롭고요.
the swap immediately when you feel like your top laner is going to have a better time into
How do you think about
the
TP
two,
variants?
into
I
the
hate
duo. I think it was
TP.
Lucio, yeah.
Yeah,
He was
ADC.
talking about that. So in terms of
Overturn are good when it's
specifically
like
going for
Ziggs
lane swap
ADC and then
timings,
Ziggs check
definitely
CP,
want to
then
get
it's
that
okay,
Jhin
but
away from the Varus, who can be an annoying lane bully, but also feeling like Keen won't have as good of a time in the 1v2 as Flandre will.
Flandre losing a
한타
little bit
때
of farm here.
뭔가
You can see that's starting to add
바루스가
up in the top CS
위치와
difference,
이런 거
even though they're not
들어요.
playing against each
I
other.
mean, what else would you
But,
take?
did not have to use
Like
his teleport to get to
Ghost?
the lane, so is still holding onto that one. Keen obviously
한타 때 위치가 좋을
same
것 같기도
story
하고
up here
바루스.
on the top side, has not
아무튼간
completed his
태포
first
이득
back
보는지 한번
yet.
봅시다. 재밌을 것 같아.
The Keen is sort of just there
Ooh,
on
good
an
trades
island
coming
trying
through
to get
from
as much
Joey.
experience
I think he's
as he
gonna
can.
have,
He's
yeah,
not really zoned
more
away from
damage.
actually killing any minions, but I think is in experience range. Trying to do the same thing on the other side of the map is GENG to Flandre. So it's going to be some pretty low econ top laners, I think.
Which does favor the Cassante, you have to think. I mean, Cassante does a lot with a little.
근데 럼블이랑 크산테랑 둘 다 이렇게
And Keen is
조닝
happy to
되고
just
둘
not even take it
다
back here and sit in this lane. He is soaking a lot of that experience, even though it's lower eco. than otherwise. He's
힘들어지면은
about half
당연히
a level up
크산테가 더
on
좋죠.
Flandre. Shanks.
크산테는 탱커인데.
Shanks level 5, actually taking so much damage.
아니 지금 이거 텔포 빠진 아지를 지금 이거 망했는데. 아지 has to go home. He's gonna. Oh my, Chobi's Yone, holy moly!
See that both the junglers
Chobi's Yone
and
is
the
kind of crazy
supports
though.
are kind of hanging around that mid lane because Chobi's creating so much
이게
action.
6렙도 아니었어가지고 6렙이었으면 방금 킬각이었는데. I mean, he wasn't 6 shots, so not a kill, but
saying, I'm going to control it on
still
this
gonna
Yone.
be
He's
kind
like, yeah.
of.
Melee into range doesn't matter. I'm playing
CS
Yone,
gap
it's
coming
OP.
through, I think.
I'm going to
That's
win the
what-
trades. I'm going to have my team there to support me, so I can continue to put on
CS
that
차이가
pressure.
나고 있고요,
And essentially
미드에서.
just do whatever I want is what Chovy is saying. We're gonna swap back
초비
here.
이
Looks like
장면이
Keen's gonna
요네에서
TP bot.
나왔거든요.
Looks like they're going to maintain
So,
that
you know, like the whole,
into
like,
the Keen
infamous
Sante here.
Chobi.
The teleports will be traded. In fact, actually, Flandre, I was looking at this thinking he was
That
going
was
to just
like
TP back
when
in,
he was
but
playing
the wave
Yone,
stay
by
on
the
top
way.
side means he doesn't have to, so he's actually going to maintain teleport advantage over
That was like
Keen, who had to go
that
down
one
there
time
and
he
catch
played
that
Yone
wave
mid
as
and
it
he
was
had
being pushed
insane
in
performance.
very quickly there, so he barely gets the back off top side there with that wave and goes straight to the bottom lane. Hope and Kael will go down and match him. But yeah, like you guys have been talking about, this Chovy lane pressure that's been generated is exactly what you want to see. Gives you hope that this Yone is going to hit the mark in these upcoming team fights. Speaking of, we're a ways away from one right now with no dragon control really to either team, and the grub zone
이
spawning for
정도면은
another
근데
minute
초반에
30
사고 안
is
나면
Keen
젠지가 훨씬 좋은 거 아닌가? I think GENG is probably gonna be happy with this state. They're just like full clearing. They have a very front to back comp. They have a scaling comp, so they're gonna be pretty happy. I just think like Rumble is not gonna have any good ult angles. I was gonna.
What are we doing?
Cassante tank, by the
He's getting away
way.
with it, absolutely. We'll be able to dash away. Deadly Flourish
Copy
is going to
pasta.
slow him down, but I don't know whether you'd want to stop him from leaving, Hope. It was looking dicey.
Yeah, I just feel like
체력
that's why I was
4,200.
talking about earlier, the reasons why you would swap. I feel like
방어력.
it's actually a better situation for Gen Z because Flandre's having a lot of
Showmaker,
trouble
copy
into the
pasta in the
Rakan
chat, yes.
and the Varus with unlimited sustain and the insane damage from the Varus, but the Jhin and the Alistair don't do anything to Cassante.
They can't stop him.
진이
And
너무
we've
구리다
seen
진짜.
Cassante be one of the
Jhin
best
can't
lane
really do
swap
any
sword
damage to
champions. Even
Cassante.
before
Yeah,
lane
you're
swaps
right.
were massively nerfed, but we'd see them at level 1. This was Keen's life for like a year, right? And
크산테가
he's winning it this
탱커를
time. He's
잘
got so
잡는
much
챔프는
practice with this,
아니거든요.
and
진도
without
당연히 잘
the
사용하고
Varus,
조합을
with the
잘
dirt
짜면
in
좋은데.
hand here,
We just
it's
saw
just gonna
Gumayu's Jhin, right?
smash
Doing
Flandre
tons
there on the
damage.
top side. The sustaining
But
actually
he wasn't
comes
against
for
like
Kronk,
tank.
who's going to come through, and so they get to steal some of the jungle away, set up some of those deep
탱커를
wards
상대하는 게
there on the
아니었기
top side of the
때문에.
map. But GENG control of both sides of the map right now feels fantastic as grubs have spawned.
Yeah, Canyon
Oh,
looking to try and contest
Canyon's
this.
gonna
Full vision
be
available
finding
to
this.
AL. Canyon walking on forward.
Might
Should
be
be able to watch
contesting,
this
he's level
first one
6.
go down. We'll see whether that's all AL can get,
level
although
6.
they are still in this pit. 4 versus 3.
Oh, good
For the
movement for
moment,
Hope.
Ruler is moving over there.
Oh, Jhin might have to
Flandre,
flash.
Level 7 does have Equalizer at the ready. This is a dangerous fight for
와,
GENG
이게
to
싸움이
take.
근데
As Ruler
갈려가지고.
throws out the ulti,
조비 말
Tarzan's
ulti.
flash.
방금은
And
진 궁은 너무 대담했다. Yeah, they basically pushed them out, right? Genji pushed them out.
Closed and then they were opened and then they were closed again pretty immediately.
Yeah, not the greatest.
Do you know all location was like Yone was about to ER
I think
and
after Tarzan flashes, you
that's
know
why he
you're
canceled
gonna
his
have to give
ulti.
at least 2/3 here.
진이 공 쓰다가 요네한테 공 맞으면 그냥 그대로 그냥 폭사하는 거라서 이러면은 젠지가 바로 절로 그러니까 욕먹으러 They got Dragon here as well because AO has to reset.
With his Varus, it feels like he's run the lane, and obviously Chobi's done a really good job in mid as well. So now they can just kind of roam the map as a four-man unit and take whatever objective they want. Like Hope playing this Jhin right now has zero impact compared to the Varus in these team fights. And yeah, he was just being bullied essentially by Chobi and Duro, who weren't allowing him to do anything.
Varus actually used
Genji get 2
TP
grubs and they get the first Drake.
and
So
was able to
off to a
grab
great start
extra
there.
waves.
Yeah, it's just the objective control that is so necessary for this
원딜의
Genji comp. They
장점은 이제
are very
웨이브는 이제
strongly
손해가
holding
없다.
tightly onto in this early game. Just through lane pressure
당연하지.
alone.
이제 웨이브까지 걸어가야 되는 사람이랑 이제 바로 텔포 타서 날아가가지고
but does hit level 6
웨이브를 타.
here. Can just get some deep vision on Tarzan's pathing, and that's going to be the end of that. But just gonna wrap his way all the
한타에서
way
어차피
around.
뒤에서 포킹하면 그만이긴 해. 근데 애초에 바루스가 거리 안 주면 되긴
He just
했어.
wants to get as much information as possible. They do kill his ward immediately, though, as the lane assignments are kind of interesting. Chovy now laning up against Flandre towards that top side, as Equalizer was actually invested just a little while ago.
네, 얘는 솔직히 조합을 좀 구대기로 짠 거 아닌가?
Duro is following Tarzan here towards
얘 조합 이거 맞아?
Says hello to his former jungler from Griffin and does do a whole
Okay.
lot of damage. Snaps back.
Chobi
to
and
that
Tarzan
soul.
formerly on
Flandre
Griffin
was just
together.
unable to really
Basically
help
body.
out, so it's just a sacrifice of 50% of Tarzan's health bar.
The
Thankfully has the
Oh,
contribute
Shy's
to
just
get that
getting
health
run
back.
down.
Keen has into this
Shanks
rumble,
is
works
laying
into
to
the
Yone
zero as
and
well.
Cassandra.
So he's
That's
actually
very
just
bad
sitting here
news for
chilling, going,
AL.
I've got all this MR.
They have
It's hard
two
for you to put
losing
a dent
lanes.
into me, so I can continue to trade with you. And
아니
Chobi's
사이드가
also
근데
just happy
다
to trade into
불리하네.
Flandre here because he can
아직가
snap
지금
back when the flame spitter comes out, when the silence comes through, and just avoid that
아직가
damage and
다
take these
사이드가
aggressive trades.
불리해가지고.
We're going to see that TP here from Shanks now as they try to swap away from him. We'll be able to catch the wave.
그리고
but
뭔가
Genji have had
럼블공이
so much
맛있게
vision on
깔리기가
top side
굉장히
that,
어려운
Duro
조합이죠.
can make
It's
those
very hard
plays
for
where
Rumble
he's
to have a
just
good
surfing through
ulti
the jungle
here.
and dropping
Unfortunate.
wards everywhere because he can see literally everything.
There's no skarner, there is no
risk
like
whatsoever to what he's doing. And Genji,
Nico
look at the wards
ults
they
or
have all
anything
over the
like
map.
that.
Like they have
The
so
top lane
many.
is insane. It's just a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the first time Genji have done this. I think there's a reason why their macro game
Trundle's,
is
like, really behind
considered
that.
the best in the world. As Duro in a little bit of trouble here. He's got a lot
Duro! He's gonna have to flash out. Oh, he does not have flash. Because he used it earlier.
And he's able to take
What do
a
you
chunk out of the
mean?
Rakan.
Morning
And that's
alone.
first
It's very
blood.
dangerous.
It's kind of insane that
와드를
it
뭔가
is
너무
a
혼자서
1.5
박으려고
minutes into the
들어갔다가
game, and I
이제
feel like
잘려.
there's been a lot of stuff that's happened, but that is the first kill that we've actually
아니
had.
트론들 왜냐면은 이게 마오카이가 훨씬 CS는 잘 먹고 잘
caster explanation
트론들
because
쏘는
he had
각인가
so much
했는데
vision topside, he
아쉽네요.
can make those plays
킬
right. He
먹어서.
can be anywhere he wants. On the bottom side, not so much.
It's okay.
They
It
find him,
happens.
they kill him. He's trying to get
서포트
wards
하다
on
보면
both
저런
sides
장면이
of the
나오긴
map,
합니다.
and he's
근데.
punished.
Yeah, you got to be careful. I feel like Duro, sometimes on Rakan, you can feel immortal, right? Because your
True.
amount of
Rakan's
mobility
like
that you have is just
WE.
insane, right? You can hop to allies, but he was alone, so he couldn't hop to allies. He used his W, and then he just got caught by the pillar, so you're just kind of out of options at that point. So Duro, you know, still very much a newer player compared to at least his teammates.
Kyle's trying to
And
back
maybe a
up
little bit of a
Rumble.
rookie
They're trying
mistake
to let him.
there. Got to be careful about that. Still a very close
I think
game at
Genji's
this
not
point,
gonna
though.
commit because
Yeah, and I
honestly
think
they're pretty happy with the
holding
state
onto
of the
flat,
game
an
right
interesting choice there as well. Not a whole lot to fight for right now.
젠지가
but a
급할
fight around the
필요는
Herald,
없긴
something like that,
해서
somewhere that a Rakan can get a whole lot
어떤
of value
다이브나
in.
이런
So
걸
we're
안
gonna check this
하네요.
one out one more time. As yeah, the deadly flourish placement
That's a
just
good W from
glorious there
Hope,
from
actually.
Even if the
Good W
bullets
from
didn't
Hope.
necessarily land, it didn't matter.
He is able to deny the kill onto the Jhin. That movement was pretty good there, so it's still
아니
significant.
트론들 근데 얼마 전까지만 해도 진짜 코빼기도 안 보이는 챔피언인데 뭔 일이 일어난 거야.
Still valuable, but that was well played by Duro. I think that's why he commits the ult there. It will be back up for the objective. Doesn't commit his
I don't know,
flash
we
though.
haven't seen
Knows that
Trundle
extra
in like
movement
years.
should be enough.
Now we see
Yeah,
Trundle
and
every single
sometimes in
game. Trundle.
tournaments, some players just they have this ability to just they're like a magnet. Like all the kills go towards them, and it feels like Tarzan is always in the right place at the right time. Him and Flandre have been the big names from this team that we've been mentioning over and over. But Tarzan is just part of everything, right? He is the core of this team, and you know it's a little thing. It's just one kill onto a Rakan, but again, it's like this Trundle. you get that little bit of a
The
fear
board's
in
being
you that
placed
this
back
Trundle's gonna
down.
get
Gonna
super
reset.
fed once again.
Dragon's coming up in
And
37
stop
seconds.
feeding the
35
Trundle, man.
30초 후에 용
I wanna be able to
나오고요.
build the tank
1분
items, I want to be
20초.
comfortable. And if this subjugate gets too scary, then it's going to become a little bit of a problem. As Chovy here towards this bottom side of the map dealing with Flandre, continuing to
지금
do so.
바텀 1 바텀 정글에 근데 와드가 되게 잘 돼 있어가지고
We're trading plates top for mid. It looks like here as you can see
깊은
where
와드가 되게
Canyon
잘
is on the
박혀
map
있다.
right now with 10 seconds until Dragon.
Very
They
deep
favor
vision
position
in
of Genji
the
or diving. This is gonna be
AL's
so tricky into
bot side
Asante.
jungle, so
Flandre's just gonna equalize here, but that should be a free dragon.
think,
Let's see
yeah,
if King
that's
can
gonna be free
survive,
dragon
'cause
for
Subjugate
Genji
will come through, but he's
그냥
still
용
Cassante, he's
포기하고
still got
탑에서
flash.
뭔가 하려고 하는데
see where the Showmaker's going
they're
to be
just gonna
talking
get
about
the tower
this one.
or they
3
try to die.
versus 1 is dangerous.
I
You
don't
get
know if they
the
can.
all out, and he uses that to
You're
lead.
not supposed to ulti Trundle though.
with him.
아니 트런들한테 공 쓴 거는 방금 실수다 근데.
Pillars up that wreck
We
your
ultimately
day, and
watch
that
what
is
happened, but
exactly what happened.
maybe if we ulted
Maybe though, the
Alistair, he
double
could have lived
principle of,
right.
like you lose somebody, you get the dragon in return feels good. But if they get that whole turret
쟤네는
with his
플레이를 한
mashers
건가,
to,
이거?
Zir, I think that might be a
까비.
price that's a little bit too big to pay here for Genji.
Yeah, a bit of an issue.
아즈를 아니면 알리스타 이렇게 납치했으면 괜찮았는데 트런들은 너무 체급이 깡패라서. 오, first ball 잘했는데 going over to AL. So AL is definitely trying to get the feed strength here.
Into the lead in terms of gold here is
Genji already secured
EGAL.
the
It's not a gigantic lead, but with
The feed of
I
objective.
believe it's Infernal Soul on the way, gonna be
그죠,
feeling
그죠,
pretty good.
We're gonna check it out on from
아
Taz's
이거 이거는
perspective
미스클릭이다.
as he takes the
아즈랑
Cassante
트런들이랑 캐릭터가
and
서로
this
겹쳐
flashes
있었어.
up for him, and he
So
takes
Azir and
the
Trundle were on
Cassante
top of each other, so I think it's a
I
misclick.
don't
He
know
must
if
have
things would have
misclicked on
been
it.
that different if he pulled Shanks, but I think that the Trundle was problematic, to say the least, in terms of the target he pulled over there. On his attempt to escape, but with the turret
잔심
going
매섭다.
over, and with 2 kills to 0,
트런들 지금
even
투포
though Genji have
나오고.
gotten all the objective feats of strength, it's just
좋습니다.
1 kill
하지만
now
이러는
for
와중에
Team Spring to
오브젝티브를
go
다
over
챙겨주는
to AL.
캐니언.
So, another significant factor
만만하지
that
않다,
comes with
본인도
getting
이제
that
보여주는
turret.
거죠.
So,
I think this Valkyrie is grabbing every single objective on the map. 2
dragon,
dragon, grubs,
and
and Herald now
We'll
secured
see though
for
if it
Canyon.
ends up being a lot of
So
gold
Tarzan's
injected
popping off, but
into
so
this
is the
year.
Canyon in an objective type of
Toby
way,
again,
right?
just kind of doing whatever he wants in this game. He hasn't been part of any of
아무튼
the
럼블
action because there
죽겠는데?
hasn't been
럼블
a
might
whole
die.
lot, but it does feel like whenever we're looking
That's
at him,
really
he is doing a good job of bullying his lane opponent, but he's still 400 gold behind Shanks, who did pick up the kill. So going to have to deal with that. Obviously, now that he finally has his Bork, he becomes even more of a champion. Does Chovy on the Yone.
It's looking pretty scary there as Tarzan once again sacrifices 50%.
트런들이
Of course,
괴물인데?
what goes unbound in the soul department does have to go back to the soul. I think that's the same. Maybe a little wordy. But not going to be too worried about it. Takes the
Rumble
grab.
has ult, so he can
And
clear
here on
the
bottom
wave.
side,
Yep.
Shanks continuing to push. One more kill, and that will be
There
feats of
he is.
warfare for AJAL.
Rumble ulted the top
and
wave.
some upgraded shoes to boot. Oh, that was
He
not the
ulted
combo
and
I
now
was
he
looking for. Take it away,
resets.
Will. I think I need to time it.
탑에다가 럼블이 궁 사용했다는 뜻은 지금 오브젝티브 3분 남았거든. 3 minutes until we have dragon or anything like that, so.
Will spawn, and it's been a relatively
그때까지
quiet
그때
early
전에
game.
이미
There's no real
럼블
pressure
궁이
points
뜨겠죠,
on the top
당연히.
side of the map for Genji anymore. Herald will just be
근데
used
럼블
here
ult
to
cooldown
try to
is
secure
really
this
low
big
in
turret with
general.
the Varus wave clear that Ruler
But
can
I
provide.
think now
See if
Genji is trying to
AL
force
will
mid
be
because they're
able
like,
to
oh,
defend.
Rumble's ulted,
They don't have
Rumble's ult is still on
equalizers, so I
cooldown.
think
So.
this is just going to be Genji getting a turret in return.
Yep, there it is. Not going to be first turret
It's
or
not gonna
anything
kill
like
the
that. Still
Bro,
down
the pillar!
Shelly, and she just decides
No way!
the
The pillar just stopped the Genji's herald. Oh my.
beautifully done.
But it was
아니 저게 전령이 바보예요, 바보.
They used it in mid.
기둥에 그게
Look at
박치게
where Canyon
돼가지고
is. Who's
저게
the guy who dropped it? He's
캔슬된다.
in top. He's
It
like,
cancels
okay,
the
I'm getting
herald
my
push
vision.
fire.
I'm making sure that Chovy can push the top
I
lane.
mean, it's not the end of the
and to get
world.
that
I
turret
don't
by
think they would've
himself.
gotten
So they're
power
gonna get a turret
anyways.
eventually.
어차피
Although,
퍼블
as I say, that
타워인데
does look like Chovy's trying to join in here onto this fight.
Well, there's an exhaust
They're
immediately here.
they're
As the charm comes down, chains of corruption.
Tarzan is fed, but how fed? Not enough.
They're gonna do it.
Can't move.
That's one kill to answer AGAL now, only 2 away from getting the
아니
feats
알리스타가
beforehand.
바텀에
Actually,
아즈랑
kind
붙어
of
있었네.
interesting
Kyle
race
is like with
towards
Azir. Like
our
he should have been
feats
with
of
the
strength in
jungle.
this game as Chovy will be able to finish off this turret and that gold advantage that Genji has
정글을
is
혼자
only going to
뚫으려는
surge further
문제였나?
forward. started. Game is
아니면
still
알리스타가 같이 안
extraordinarily close,
있어요.
but it feels like Gen G starting to
가지고
come
일어나
alive.
They're
해프닝.
starting to get back control of the
잘
map,
모르겠죠.
right? Like Valdez was
젠지가
mentioning,
잘한
you
걸로
know, the
없어.
charge didn't go
젠지가
off,
잘했네.
but Chovy got the whole turret topside. They used Chovy's pressure there and the attempted defense of the turret to get deep vision
요네는
into the
조용히
red
크고
buff
있다.
and then look for the fight there.
아나가도 모르겠. 아제르도 솔직히 잘 크고 있는 거긴 해. 이 정도면은. 라인전은 설치를 안 당한 게 좀 크죠. I mean, Shang survived the 1v1 into Yone in lane, like he didn't die or anything. So now that Yone has a gold lead, but Shanks has a Q.
1,300 gold here, but
I mean, the CS lead,
at the same time, like, have really never given
it's actually
AL
really
any
close
core in this game. They've just constantly been in control of the tempo.
Every
it's
lane
very nice
is
to see GENG
slightly
getting
ahead.
right back on the horse
Over the
after
Varus
a
is
little bit of a shaky
extremely ahead.
series up against G2. I like what Arnold was
진보다
saying on
근데
the stage
바루스
earlier, how Chovy
지금
went back and he's like, we're not playing our game, guys.
CS
We're better than this.
차이가
And maybe they've come
펠프
in with
바루스
that kind of
뭐라고
fire and
했잖아?
that
펠프
energy.
바루스를
For the
들었기
grand
때문에
finals
저렇게
for
CS 차이가 나오는
EWC
건데.
League of Legends, there's a ton on the line,
와,
obviously.
펠프 바루스 활용도
And
레전드.
it's very nice for us
역시
to watch
룰러.
GENG at their full form because I think
Ruler
that's where
going
we're going to
TP
get the
Varus,
best series.
literally giving him
really
such a
hard for
good
Hope to
lead because
farm in
he's
this
skipping
game
to the
too.
wave.
Look
He's
at
not
how far
actually
behind
losing
he is
any
in
wave
terms of
every
Brewer's
single
farm.
time he
Look
takes
at
for a
his
reset.
confidence during these waves. Chovy
집에 갔다가 텔 사고 오니까 이게. Oh, they're going in, but Kyle's charmed. He couldn't get the Q combo.
Now he might be needing to press that ultimate button to keep himself alive. And I don't even know
이렇게
whether that's
되면은
going to be
AL
enough
다
as the will
쓸리겠는데?
is
AL's gonna
indeed
all die.
broken. And in goes Canyon. He thinks he's
Tarzan
found the
does have
angle.
flash.
Still has the bramble smash. Uses the has to
Canyon
get
gets
the
out!
heck
An
of there.
HP.
Duro is at least able to battle dance his way around. One knock up onto Tarzan and he has to
오,
flash
서로
to
되게
get
날카롭게
out of the
플래시
way of the chains
사용하는데
of corruption. Keen's found his way.
방금은 뭔가 알리스타 콤보가 막혀가지고 Alistair flushed in, but then he was charmed, so he couldn't get his combo off. And it was like way too deep, right? 너무 깊었어 근데 애초에. Oh, they're gonna commit, and they're trying to try. They're trying to. Canyon doesn't have flash. He's so dead here. Oh, so that's actually fake going over to AO. 아니 잠시만. They're all angry here. I don't know if they can get anything though. 타워 때문에 이거 더 이상 안 되죠. They're trying to turn on Atacon, but I don't know if they can. They have all TP. 근데 원딜까지 텔포가 있어서 바루스가 텔포 타고 와가지고 어떻게 하는 거니까. 하지만 굉장히 빨리 먹는 아제를 트런들 그냥 빰빰빰 장판 깨고 그 아제르도 병사들 다 설해서. That was a fast attack, I'm not gonna lie. So here, Chovy actually gets an ulti, but he gets blocked by the blue. And then Duro, literally the last 0.5 seconds of the charm. 방금 라칸 궁이 0.5초 동안 그게 알리스타 콤보를 무산시켰어. 와, Canyon took so much damage there. And then really nice flash coming through from Tarzan here, because he was gonna die. 바루스 궁 맞았으면 바로 거기서 터지는 건데 한 턴 살아가지고 AL도 반격을 한 거지. 당연히. 둘 다 근데 진짜 잘한다. Both teams are playing really well. 위험해. 이 정도면은 그래도 젠지는 잘 버틴 거긴 하느라고 생각할 수 있지만 아타카는 좀 뼈아프긴 하죠. 근데 이제 젠지 does have soul point. They have a 3 drop. 용 3개 먹긴 해서 아타칸 굳이 아타칸 줘도 기분은 좋을 듯.
Not to mention the fact that he built the Force of Nature.
Yeah, that's so rare.
Really, really interesting because we don't
the
see
gold
this
graph
side
is
ever,
crazy.
but it's
Look at
actually
that.
kind of good into the Rumble and
Roller
the
coaster.
Azir. Of course, a lot of little magic damage happening all the time is how you stack it up real fast. It's not necessarily like the best
아즈르를 한 번 잘라야 된다. 14를 맞으래?
but if you're ever going to build
지금
it,
존야를 갈 것 같긴 한데 3코어를 과연 라바돈을 갈지 존야를 갈지.
So maybe Keen is onto something here as he's a little bit above half health for the minute. GENG here clearing out vision where they can and setting up for a dragon that isn't spawning for another 2.5 minutes. Could just be to make sure that they can get this outer ring of turrets.
경기 수준이 높다. 바로 진짜 잘하긴 하네요. I mean, the thing is, Ruler has such a huge gold lead. He's gonna have your items soon. Oh,
everything that Tarzan is doing is known. Like
he's gonna be hurting a lot
as he rotates through his jungle. So Ruler backs up, lets the
not
wave
even
push
Chondo can
mid.
tank
They
that.
get that bottom outer turret. Chovy can continue to pressure onto Shanks. and they just are trading like, okay, when you guys are
바루스를
clearing
주면
that vision
안
top side, we
되는
got
것
the vision
같은데.
bottom. By the time you come to deal with that bottom
아무리
vision,
봐도
we put that pressure back up
바루스가
top
너무
side.
사기야
This has kind of been
진짜.
the rinse repeat during these
템포가 너무
downtimes
세요.
between objectives we've seen from
라인전
Genji.
세지.
I've got a theory.
Yeah.
All right. So what if AGAL are actually giving up Mountain Soul because it'll give more defensive stats over to Genji, so it doesn't matter who Tarzan subjugates. He's going to get so many defensive stats. Wow.
Atlas is smoking some copium, guys.
If you give me,
Someone go check.
yeah, if you give me like a 10-page paper by tomorrow on that, I'll consider your theory.
You know what? I think I'll pass. I don't know whether I could sell
10-page
it if it's actually
essay.
going to be documented. I'm happy
You
to
write me
say it,
10-page
though,
essay about
to
it.
as many people who are willing to listen. It's all right. Going back. Genji, like
바루스가 개증신 맞아요.
why
잘 커야 되는
they've
멤버들이
been
젠지
allowed to
쪽에서
get so
잘
many
컸어.
dragons, but I think it was
바루스가
mainly
잘 커야
because
되는데
they
바루스가
prioritized
잘
that
컸고
over the,
윤혜주 잘 커야 되는데
later on. So
무난하게
will it be
성장
the soul
중이고요.
that's actually going to be picked up here in a minute's time
미코
for
나온
Genji,
상태.
as right now the control of the map dictates that perhaps they can, but AL have been grouping and team fighting really, really effectively.
Yeah, it just
I
feels
mean,
like Genji have
Genji's
been
pretty
winning
happy
in the macro
because,
game
like,
little by little.
champions
There
that
have
need to
been
be
a
fed
lot
are
of,
fed.
you know, plays around
Their
the
comp
map
has
where,
very
like,
little
Choji's getting
damage
the top
except
lane
for Varus, and
turret,
Varus is very
or
fed.
they're able to put a lot
And
of
Yone
pressure on
is
so
scaling
that
really
they
well
can
as well.
sneak away
Yone
a
needs to be
dragon.
fed as
I mean,
well.
they even got the 2 Void Grubs as well, so certainly a lot of little things going their way bit by bit in this
딜마우
game. We
요즘
know the
다들
Baron
딜마우를
about
하더라고요.
to spawn, but I think this game just a bit too close, and obviously the
유럽식
Mountain Drake is
딜마우
going to
카이.
be the more important objective right now in
야,
about
묘목
20 seconds.
던지는 마오카이가 한동안 안 좋았는데
Like, you can never
그
let
피픽
objective control go.
저주라고
Like, they always have to be the ones who are
새로운 템이
defensively set
있거든.
up on it,
그 럼블 가는 저
and they
빨간
just
거.
always have been. Like, every single time.
저거를
And, I mean,
가면은
once again, this
묘목이
Maokai can
되게
just keep everyone at
세게
distance, and AL have just been sitting back,
사기라서
losing vision, and letting
시너지가 좋아.
Genji run the map, and that is just going to continue here. And when Ruler has this much vision to work with, and it's so hard to collapse on, look how much
Kyle
damage he can do
is half
poke-wise here
HP.
in the
One
neutral.
Q from
He can
Varus and
sit
Kyle's
back-
half
sits back
HP.
and free fires, and
I don't know,
Chovy
man.
can start the dragon up by himself, and good luck crossing that nature's grasp.
I don't know. I think they have to give the soul. It's pretty much gone already. 이미 먹혔는데 이렇게 되면.
He has the biggest lead in the game.
어떡했다.
This Mountain Soul is just gone.
Oh, it's just so uncomfortable for AL. They can't even get past Kyle's.
Kyle has to ult, but he's down so incredibly low. They're trying to play it defensively, but Keen's going forward. Ruler untouched, but Keen gonna have to get himself out of there as the Mountain Soul comes in, and now Genji at one step
아니
closer
묘목이
to
그리고 너무
immortality in
불안.
this game.
like
not a lot of things
Maokai
that are
sapling
bringing
is like you
life,
can't
but
really
that
walk forward.
Mountain
You're gonna start
Drake,
getting
that
slowed and
Mountain Soul
like
was
take massive
so
damage.
free for Genji. They had immense vision control. There was no entry for AGL at all.
They
The
had a
Maokai they had to
Cassante.
run into with all the treants, it was just way too much for them.
They had a Cassante blocking the entrance. They had a Nature's Grasp at the ready. They had Chains of Corruption, which didn't land.
룰러
They had
엔딩이라고.
Duro on the angle, so he can set up a charm to deny any
이미
entry.
Q 한번 맞고
You just
그
never
알리스타가 아예
get
그냥
close.
한타를
And by the way,
못할
the
수준으로
whole
인기가
time, Ruler's
없어가지고.
just chucking
The thing
damage
is,
at
one
you
Q hit on
while
Alistair,
you're
and now
considering
Alistair
how
can't
you're
really
gonna
go
approach.
in.
He just hits you again,
We literally about to die already.
3-item lethality
아니
bomb,
저거 어디까지
2,000
가는
gold ahead of
건데?
his opposition at Genji.
He's literally over the
So
wall and
that's
he's
fine.
all the way
Four
there.
breaks to 0 in this one, and even though
아니,
Otacon went over, it's a
요네 이거
relatively low pedal game. We're looking at Chovy a whole level up on his opposition here in Shanks. It feels like Genji are the ones who are holding the
자기 챔프
Otacon.
올리려고.
And as far as you know,
일단 내가 하면은 겁나
the
구린데.
satisfaction of this game for those of us
초비
that
선수가 하면은
really
굉장히
don't like
사기구만요.
Jin, it's really up there. I'm not going to lie to you. It's been a tough one here for Hope.
선수들이 하는
going
요네는
aggressive. He
다르다.
can snap back. Tarzan once again down to 50%. That has been Trophy's hobby.
Tarzan's literally dying. 아니 그리고 트런들 지금 잘 커봤자 트런들이 Q. Oh my gosh, they're committing. Wait, they got an AO Star. They AO Star. 우리 왜? 아니 근데 더블 킬이야? 아직 몰라요. Oh, Shanks is going in for the crazy plays. Keen is just gonna 1v1 the Jet. Oh. 근데 이거 바로 먹은 거 치고는 손해를 좀 본 것 같은데 이 정도면. I mean, the thing is they lost the fight pretty hard. What, 2 for 3 trade?
It's
So they got
very
everything.
messy fight both ways. I
Azura
can
to
say.
flash,
I feel
everything.
like Kyle did a
아재를 끄는 게 좀 많이
fantastic
크다
job
근데.
getting in there, and it looked
I think
over-aggressive
once Trundle
almost, but
stole
he
it, maybe he
created
could
so
just
much
try to
space
run
and a big
out.
distraction,
뭔가
knocking
트런들
3
스틸했어도 그래도 바로는 찌른다? 도망을 가는 것도 괜찮은데 다들 개피기 때문에 한 턴 더 보잖아요. 얘도 날카롭게 노린 것 같지만 결국 그렇게 해가지고 스펠이나 자이큰 아지르까지 잘리게 돼서 결국은 손해인 것 같아. Like let's watch Shanks is actually like okay, I'm gonna do damage on the Baron. Kyle's going in 3-man knockup. Tarzan flashes over. And the Rumble ulti is actually doing massive damage. 근데 이거 진짜 욕심 날만해 근데 이런 상황이면은. It looks like it's a quadra kill. Shanks goes in, Ruler flashes out. 아 이게 아지르공이 조금만 더 잘 들어왔으면 대박이었을 텐데. Well, at least hope lived, I guess. He doesn't have something now. Oh, TP coming through behind.
Going to connect this time around as 50% of Shanks' health just goes in the blink of an eye. Flandre almost loses 100. Meanwhile, on the back end of the fight, it's Hope that's just being thrown around like
They're running. 바로 먹고 지금. 바로 믿고 열방. He's on a rampage.
This is not the result. That's not what we wanted to see.
I think this may be the beginning of the end of this one. Atlas, GENG winning the fight here.
바로는 먹고 minus Baron power play, minus the 800 gold Baron power play. They're flashing in. Flandre has no flash, and it's just going. And they're just gonna push, and that's it.
Rumble performance a little bit different to that of what we saw at MSI. This time, GENG able to deal with it, and they're looking to push through and take game number 1.
GENG's just too good.
Shanks going down low as there is the
와,
attempt
A도 되게 잘했는데 날카롭게.
Sonya's out of Shanks, but Keen is just having the time of his life.
You don't give King to something. And you don't give the Varus. 바루스를 주지 말았어야 됐다.
But he's going to be going back. He left something there, I think. Needed to go pick up his keys. It's now Tarzan going to fall as well. Nexus turrets on the ground and
GG! 1-0 GENG. Gonna be taking the lead.
Absolute masterclass here in
I
this
think we might do a
first game.
3-0
Just
today.
great stuff. GENG is
I don't want to be a game winner.
here and declaring
첫 판을 보고 3대0이 나올 수 있다는 생각을 갑자기 하게 됐는데 저 아까 한 그래도 5판은 가지 않을까라고 생각했거든. I thought we might see like game 5.
by the chains of
Super
corruption by
Springs?
Ruler, who was having a fantastic game the entire time, and they just fell like a house of cards.
The big story for me, Valdez, is the
결승전은 지금 5판 3전입니다. 그래서 3판 먼저 이긴 팀이 I mean, they got the Baron, so they're trying to do something with the Baron, but of course, the flanking TP coming through from Kasonte. Yone is also TPing as well.
Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, I almost said the space, gonna break it down. The boys in the studio.
와, 근데 진짜 바루스가 정말 사기다. Varus is just broke and like TP Varus. I gotta write an apology for it. My bad for doubting the TP Varus. Chovy did a lot of damage too, because like I thought this Varus was gonna just top the charts. 그 럼블이 궁을 맛있게 사용하기가 굉장히 빡셌죠, 역시나. 아니 막픽으로 정글을 남겨놔서 저는 좀 뭔가 엄청나게 맛있는 게 나오나 했는데 뭔가 원복 콤보 그런 정글이 나오나. 나무를 상대하는 나무? 아 나무는 아니지. 나무는 미라. Oh wait, we're actually in a... 텔바르스 이거 히트다. 다들 텔바르스 하면은 점수가 많이 올라갈 수도. 아 근데 하지만 우리 미드는 초비가 아니고요. 우리 정글은 캐년이 아니고요. 서폿은 드로가 아니고 본인은 룰러가 아닌걸? 탑은 기인이 아니고 솔랭 초비나? 텔바르스가 견제도 없이 성장하는 게 맞나? 맞아. 살짝 그런 게 있긴 해, 근데. I mean, like, what does AL have to draft to beat GENG right now? What do you think? Put Shanks on Rise? AL도 그냥 샹크스 선수 라이즈 주고 탑에서 막 요리 이런 거 꺼내고 막 이런 수를 써야 되지 않을까? 제일 잘하는 조합을 꺼내도 될 것 같기도 하고. They're hyper zooming into her cheeks. He's suited up as a Genji suit. 아니 저렇게 주민은 땡겨도 다들 이쁘시고 저렇게 주민 땡겼는데 이쁜 거 쉽지 않거든요. 듀로 블리츠 나오면 그러니까 듀로 선수가 이제 블리츠나 파이크 이런 것도 가능하기 때문에 그랩 챔프류들이 좀 나오지 않을까. Please defeat AO. Tomorrow is Monday. Mabam just wants like a 3-0 so he can go to bed early. Tomorrow is Monday. You're right. 그래, 월요일이기도 해서 3대0으로 빨리 끝내면 좋을 것 같은데. 아니 저거 진짜 T1 U 마스코트 적응이 안 돼. T1 마스코트 이거. 음악 이슈 페이커?
I started playing the game seriously at around season 6, and jungle was the strongest role at the time. Feels good to be better than your opponents.
그때 제가 정글러를 했었을 때 가장 티어가 높게 나왔어가지고 그 길을 좀 갔었던 것 같습니다.
정글을 왜 하게 됐는지.
Desperation, I think. You just get flamed for everyone's mistake. Like you're just escape bullet to everyone.
因为打野位置就很好玩吧。
Like I actually respect junglers, man. Everyone just flames jungle. If something goes wrong, you just flame the jungler.
队友的优点you can make a lot of creative plays, play around vision really well. So
I mean, jungle is the most powerful role because you can actually impact all three lanes.
Can really make them up harder.
정글이 근데 제일 강력한 역할이라고 생각을 하는 게 3라인 전 라인을 다 임팩트를 할 수 있기 때문에 돌아다니면서.
정글러가 맡는 책임 같은 경우에는 아무래도 이제 오브젝트 관련해서는 정글이 관련이 제일 많다 보니까
타잔 선수는 한국 선수입니다. 중국어를 잘하는 한국 선수.
내리고 약간 그런 게 중요하지 않을까 싶습니다.
Until then, it's your responsibility.
They should put subtitles for the English speakers too. Like, hello? Like, Elyoya has a pretty like strong accent. I don't really understand everything all the time. Copium. 방금 판 알리스타 좀 맛이 없긴 했는데 맞아요. 전체적으로 다 차이가 난 것 같긴 해서 전 라인이 좀 차이가 났죠.
So the grand finals is going to be crazy. We have 12 teams looking to battle for one championship spot to be the winners of the entire tournament. And I mean, even yesterday,
no lagging
right?
Now,
they
please.
got a bunch of points just to try and give them a head start for today. So some people are coming in with an advantage.
Oh, well, talking about advantages, yesterday we also had our semifinals and going into the championship
I like
weekend,
how everyone is like
we
suited
had
up for the
our grand
finals.
From League of Legends between AGAL and GENG 2. So tell me more about what's going to be happening today.
Well, today, these 12 teams and some really big organizations are looking to try and get that top spot, of course.
I think this segment with other games is weird.
Money is on the
I mean,
line.
you can think of it like Olympics. You know, Olympics, you're watching like
to kind of spread around the
ping
block,
pong, and then they show like
I'm looking for
badminton
at
and
least
what's
one
happening over
team
there
from
and things like that.
all the way from Brazil
You know.
to win it all.
Ooh, Latin America stepping up. Thank you so much for joining us, Gideon, and I can't wait to see what plays out over at the Free Fire stage.
Thank you very much, Kitty
Long hair,
Grande,
yeah, we're
as
back
it
with the long
is
hair.
A big weekend,
the little
not
hair
only
bun.
here in League, but
Blue hair
across
bun.
the Esports World Cup ecosystem, as there are many championship points on the line across 2 different titles here at League and at Free Fire. As we take a look at the EWC Club Championship
솔랭은 테일 바루스
presented
스트리머
by
보라고.
STC. We already know that Team Vitality is on the mark at the top with 1,700 points thanks to their win over at the MLBB
Falcon, Team
Women's
Spirit, Team
Invitational.
Heretic.
But right there, right behind
Team
it,
Violet.
is
Genji is
GENG
actually
at
up here as well. Well,
1550
Genji.
and has a chance to climb up the
Genji's
leaderboard,
winning a
as well
lot.
as AGAL after we had
Genji's
the
winning a
opportunity
lot.
to talk to Eddie,
Q1?
Mr. Eddie Chen
어째?
for AGAL.
뭐야, Q
They
어디
have
갔어?
9 different titles that they're participating in, and a win here would do wonders. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. It is game 1 in the books. GENG over AGAL 1-0 in our best of 5 grand finals. Digon
2,
here
3등을
alongside
계속
Meteos
우승을
and
못하고
Finn
2, 3등을
to
계속
break
하고
it all
있다고.
down here, and this one was a methodical game of
다른
League of
종목들이
Legends.
많습니다.
Plays
참고로
right into the
21개
hands of
종목이기
GENG,
때문에
Meteos.
롤 말고도 다른 거
Yeah, this is pretty much what
계속
Genji is
진행을 하고
known
있고요.
for, just having a
맞지?
very slow, not very volatile game, very controlled. They just basically stack dragons on cooldown. AG wasn't really able to contest any of them. Even when it came down to the soul, Genji just got the dragon soul without having to fight for it, which I thought was pretty interesting. I think it just comes down to their really good macro and just their tempo being able to set up
참가만
and
해도
AG was
상가삼이다.
ready for
맞아.
it.
Finn, this is our
참가만
first best
해도
of 5, so
이제
we know that the
비용
draft
그
is
뭐지
going
상금을
to,
좀
continue to
받아가기
evolve
때문에.
over time. But it felt like this was a draft won by a certain team here. in
네,
your opinion.
올림픽이라고 생각하면 e스포츠 월드컵이긴 한데 이름이 월드컵이지 올림픽이 더 가까운 것 같아. e스포츠 올림픽. It's more like Olympics, but obviously they can't really use the term Olympics. So they just call it the World Cup. But it's similar to Olympics because with all the other different games. 21 games including chess.
To retake areas that are controlled by GENG, and as we all know, GENG loves pushing out those lanes.
저기는 발도 꼬고 편안하게 중계하냐고. 저렇게 하면 이제 한국에서는 다리 꼬고 이런 게 좀 안 좋게 여겨지기 때문에.
over the LCK and globally, and they just know it so well. And it felt like ALAG didn't really draft good answers into this playstyle.
So there was 3-2 for the longest time here, and then we finally got some more scraps that led to kills. First highlight here, Otacon. The
Culture
Otacon
difference.
setup was
In
a
Korea,
big part as we
you're
take a
not
look at
gonna
this
have
fight.
like professionals crossing their legs because it's considered rude to cross your legs. But then you see like right now the English analysts they're just relaxing, crossing their legs.
Trying to get some
reclining
flashes,
and
trying to get
things
some
like
health bars,
which
chip
might be
damage
considered
here
rude
from
in
the first fight, but
Korean country.
in the end, GENG seemed to be quite happy with this trade. Sure, Canyon died, but he did end up getting that dragon while ALAG got that Otacon in the end.
Was
I
it
thought
considered
wasn't a good
rude?
trade, but they proved me wrong.
Maybe the Koreans in the chat can help on this.
I generally would prefer
But it's just
Otacon
like
if I was in that situation, but I think just
supposed to be
because
more
of
professional,
the pace of the game,
respectful, whatever.
there wasn't a lot of kills, which then translate there's not that many petals around the map. Also, you're not gaining more petals because that's part of what makes the buff so strong is each time you get that execute and like the little AoE, you get another petal for your team. So I think that GENG was kind of okay with it. They figured, it's not that much value for them, and then they were just able to get a quick soul.
Yeah, well, the focus on objectives was on full display here.
Yep.
Our second highlight, the big moment.
Jungle
a Baron
Chai.
steal that went the way.
Jungle Gap, Canyon just absolutely secured every single objective on the map somehow, as usual. 네, 오브젝티브를 저렇게 잘 챙겨주면은 정글이 그냥 뭐 킬존을 봐도 이미 게임이 되게 막 유리한 느낌이긴 하죠. 여기에서 A를 되게 잘 썼으면 if AO had a better fight perhaps.
Yeah, I was
They're all crowded in one place.
Sometimes
because of Rumble ult they couldn't
when
get out of
see
the
a Baron
pit.
get stolen, it's usually like, oh, why did you start this Baron? Like, why did you let it
와,
steal?
그
But
룰러 선수 플래시
I
다시
think
봐도 되게
AGL
잘했죠.
actually had a pretty good setup
Rillo's
for
flash
the
was kinda
steal.
crazy.
Alistair went in right before Trundle did, and he was able to get a 3-man pulverize, which kind of slowed down the DPS a lot on the Baron, and then Tarzan was like 1 HP, and he just like did the YOLO flash in and go for the steal. It worked out, but I think most of the time that probably would go GENG's way. So yeah, not ideal for them, but I think it was okay because even if that happens, you're still really ahead and you'll win the fight.
Yeah, MVP type behavior there. Again, we're still wondering who's going to be the Sony MVP. So y'all at home, let us know in the chat who you think that should be. Finally, here, highlight number 3.
Who do you think is the
It
MVP,
was
guys?
the mid-engage that closed off the game. And from here,
Toby?
we're kind of like, do they end? I guess they end off
Canyon?
this.
Yeah,
Ruler?
for destruction, they got that Baron, right? And they used the Rumble to try to get this tower, but Varus ult ends up connecting onto the Azir, and here Hope is just left alone by this
저는 룰러 선수 한 표.
Sante on the back end of that fight.
I mean, Chovy played amazing too, but like Ruler's literally hitting everything.
Is gonna die, and there
그러니까
Kayle
바루스
dies as
포킹이
well.
진짜
A little bit overzealous by AL to go for
게임이
tier
거의
one.
불가능
I think they really
수준이었어.
felt
AL
threatened that they had to use that
입장에서는
Baron to get
진입도
something,
하기
and
전에
the next
개피가
one, Lucio can
돼가지고.
get, but good defense
They
by
couldn't even get
GENG
close
and
because Varus
not
was
giving them
poking
a single
just
inch.
5
I
miles
think
away.
That kind of showed how comfortable GENG was engaging from multiple angles. Like you mentioned, the Varus ult hit his ear. The same time,
chooses
Maokai
blue
ult's coming
side,
on everybody.
AL blue
Keen,
side.
I think it was a teleport flank, but they were
블루가
able to
사기긴
punish GENG
한데
for not having
과연.
flash because he used it in the previous Baron situation.
I mean, they're probably like first
so
pick
just
black.
a really good team fight by GENG.
First
They
pick
didn't
Lucian.
really seem bothered that AGL got Baron because they knew they could punish.
Yeah, and that's the thing about GENG, right? They might
First
have
pick Rice.
made a mistake earlier, but if you make the mistake, you step
Talia.
up too far, they always find a way to make it hurt even more. In this case, it ended up costing the game. You had some lives come back in line.
또 레드에서 오로라 밴까지 챙기면은 뭔가 하나가 뚫릴 것 같은데. I mean, they're gonna ban like what? Pantheon,
the
Talia,
dying ended up being game
Aurora.
number 1 in the hands of GENG.
GENG's
So
gonna
let's
ban
turn
those
our focus
champions
here
on
to
red
game
side?
number 2, gentlemen. Draft-wise, very GENG sided. It felt like getting Varus, getting the Maokai, something that they're all comfortable in. Comfort picks for them to play their style. That's not the game plan here for
판다보다
AGL,
젤랑이가
as they
귀여우면
now
제
shift on over to the blue
개추를.
side, Finn.
Yeah, man, I feel like AGL, they really thrive when they can just take fights, no matter like. I think they thrive when all of
젤랑이
the
마스코트
players,
좀
or at least
귀엽긴 해,
most of the players
근데.
can kind of start fights, get them going. It
특히
felt
그
like they were kind of
모자.
running into the wall that it was GENG. They were like banking on it,
모자
banging on it, but they
디자인이
just
되게
couldn't
잘 된
really
것
get any
같아요.
progress. And
귀여워.
I would love to see a little bit more proactiveness in their draft. Give them like some more skirmish-heavy champions. Try to include Flandre more. He was kind of stuck on his rumble. He was catching waves in the swaps and couldn't really get into it. Same with Tarzan. He was also, yeah, it just felt difficult for them to get a foot in. I would love to see something a bit more engaged, or at least something that really focuses on these team fights, because I think that is where AG can actually beat GENG.
Yeah, we saw the top side for AGL. That game was Rumble, Trundle, Azir, which doesn't really have much hard CC.
Yeah,
A lot of the
no
time
synergy,
when
no
people
hard
play this
CC.
Top side.
They should have
drafts,
played
we've
that
seen it with
move.
Braum, someone who just has really good
move,
lockdown, who can
move.
keep the other team from being able to kite.
Move would have been
And,
cinema.
one thing I would be a little bit concerned about for AGL is
Just
they
hard
did
engage
actually
on
lose to
Varus,
Trundle,
TP
who's
Varus, just kill
one
his
of
ass
the
in Game of
strongest
Course.
early game duelists. And that's kind of a big deal because I think when you have a matchup between two really good junglers, being able to get the most out of your early game champions is going to be a pretty big deal. So the Maokai was able to neutralize it. You know, you just have phase rush, you build AP,
Relentless
you're not
long,
really a great
yeah,
sub
I'm
J
telling you,
target.
these
It's hard for
yapping
Trundle to
sessions
really
are
do
kind of
anything
long.
to you. You just kind of avoid them the whole game.
A lot of
You
yapping
make
in
it
this
so if
tournament,
they
for
face check
sure.
a bush, they take, you know,
뭔가 말을
15
좀 많이
points to
하긴
their health
합니다.
from a
대기 시간이
sapling,
좀
and
길어.
it's just super annoying. So I agree. I think AJL will probably try to get more engaged in their comp, just some inevitable team fighting champions, maybe stuff that can dive.
I mean,
and
you guys
I
are
think
watching
them,
this
they'll
for
really
free,
try to
right?
up the pace
Can't
of the game
complain too
because
much, I
think
guess.
these, like slow, low kill games
We're watching it
are
for
so
free,
much in
guys.
GENG's favor.
Can't complain.
Yeah, GENG's not afraid to scrap, but that's
와티도
not their
이번에
normal setting. We got to see it
T1
on full
마스코트 드디어
display
나왔고요.
here in game number 1.
T1도 모자 같은 거 귀엽게 뽑아주면 좋겠는
MVP
거.
front runners here for both squads, right? We did have the
빨갛게.
steal. We know that Tarzan's had a good run. Flandre has won the daily MVP over the last several days. On the opposite side, Keen has been leading the line. You just brought up Canyon with his itemization in this matchup specifically. Chovy,
아티가 나오는 3승 4패?
Engineer, CEO Arnold calling out.
이거를
Duro
마스코트
getting his,
지금
punish.
가테오나 너?
Who do you have as your front runners for
불닭한테
both squads here, Finn?
I mean, this is so difficult because I think for AGL it's been quite easy this tournament. For me, it's been Tarzan and Flandre that really has been the front runners. But when I look over at GENG, it's like, wow. It's really hard to pinpoint one individual in this team. It's just such a well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
And they're all different.
They like to
cultures,
zoom
they're
in on
all
her a
twisted in
lot.
their own ways, and it's really hard to highlight individual players. I think for me it's gonna come down to whoever has a standout series now in the finals. And for me it's a little bit early to say, but really like what I've seen from Chovy on the own. Really like what I've seen from Duro, and honestly Keen has had a great tournament as well. It's so hard to say.
I think I would have to go with Keen as well. I think he's just looked so solid.
옷 갈아입었다고? 네,
it's tough when
맞습니다.
it can be hard to
휴식
have
시간
all good
동안.
performances. You know, sometimes that's the role
줌을
where
어마어마하게
like, you
땡기네,
just
그러니까.
gets short into the stick. But he
여-
somehow managed to
아니,
avoid that. Even this game, as Cassante
살짝
and Rumble,
부담스러워.
he was able to neutralize the matchup. He's put in a lot
Telling
of
you I can
swaps
count
where
the pores.
He, you know, almost got a 1v2 on their bot lane. I think if a few more
I
Qs
can see like the
connected,
hair follicles.
He would have,
I don't know if I want to
potentially
see
been
the
able
hair
to kill Alistair,
follicles.
or at least force some
Not gonna
summoners.
lie.
So I think he's doing a great job, and yeah, it's just awesome watching him play.
안녕수야님이었어
Getting
방금?
to see League of Legends at
What?
this level and see that we know how good everyone is.
뭐야?
There are no free
She's
passes. It's
by
not
the
like,
way,
hey,
the
we won't
girl
get
that you just
punished
saw
by,
was a very
a
famous
stronger
Korean
team. This is
streamer,
the
by the
stronger
way.
team.
Korean
You are
streamer.
getting punished. How do you respond is so fun over and
수야님이었어.
over again. Both these
아니,
squads
줌이-
getting ready on stage in
슬로우에다가
just a
지금까지
little bit.
땡겨가지고
Should be
몰라봤네.
around 2 minutes. You also hang tight
혜민님
as
그 옷이
we
젠지복인가?
buy a
아닙니다.
little bit
이거는
more time
그냥
for the
전장
players as they
같이
get
베스트
themselves
입었고요.
back on in position for this game number 2. Finn, as a player that's played
젠지
a playoff
복장
series
따로
before, what do you do when
없습니다.
you reset after the loss, especially in a long series? What is the best way to kind of reset your mental after it's kind of like you don't go out with bang, you go out with a whimper in game number 1.
I mean, there's one thing
응원
that almost
MVP도
every player
뽑는다.
does, I
막
think,
저런
that has
장면들
played
막
on the
슬로우
stage.
걸어가지고
It's
많이
just
보여지긴
such a
합니다.
common ritual after a game like this is
응원하는 모습.
go to the bathroom.
아까 어떤 분 막 우시던데
I'm sure Meet just can
어떤
confirm.
팬분이 막
You
눈물을
drink
막
so much
흘리더라고. 티원
caffeine
팬이.
and water that just like
Coffee.
you gotta get there fast. And then while you're there, you're thinking about the drafts, like, oh my god, what's been wrong with this game? Oh, this
Cry.
guy griefed me. Oh my god, we gotta change this up.
그래.
And then he goes to your coach. And you say,
젠지
okay,
너라도
I want to
행복하다.
this side. I
너희도
want to drop
행복해.
on this, and then it's like, oh, we chose the other side. And you're like.
너희라도
Again,
행복해라.
from experience here, but like
Cry,
in general, it is that you gotta look ahead, right? You gotta think about what went wrong in draft,
Tiwon
what
is
can we fix in
going
games.
home.
Quick fixes. You can't make fundamental changes to
Hacker,
your team,
airplane.
but if there are 1 or 2 things that you messed up last game, or 1 or 2 picks that you really need to secure, that's what you hone in on.
Okay,
What
Finn, you
can
gotta
do
stop
and
yapping,
what
oh my
can't you
guy.
do? You gotta really focus on what you can do.
Yeah, I think from a mentality perspective,
It's like,
something that
30-minute game,
was just try to not
30-minute
think about
yapping.
your previous games in the series. On C9, we'd always say, you know, like, okay, just treat it like it's 0-0. Whether you're up 2-0 in a series or down 2-0, you don't really think about it. You think, okay, just focus on one game at a time. Don't worry too much about what's happened. I think with Fearless, there's probably a little bit more to it just because the draft is such a interesting part of the game. I think you're probably thinking about, you know, what's available this next game, what do we want to play, and also what do we want to play into, because any given champion is only going to be
저분들도
available
야핑하고
once per
싶어서
series,
하는
and
게
it's
아니라,
like, do we want this on our team or do we want to give
그러긴
it to
해.
them and then try to counter it? So I think there's a lot going on there that people are probably thinking about, but ultimately you just have to not think about the games beforehand, especially if you lose, because
아니 다 같은 이미 세팅 완료된 컴퓨터에서 다시 이렇게 앉아서 하는 거 아니었어? 뭐가 이렇게 대기 시간이 긴 건지라는 생각이 할 정도로
really frustrating, but you just have to forget about it, just go into a game with a fresh mind and
기다리는 시간이
you
많이
know,
기네요.
play how you know how to play.
Yeah, and when I think about last year's tournament in 2024 here at the Esports World Cup compared to this year, it was a 3-1 in the grand finals, T1 over TES.
유튜브 광고
No Fearless at that time, so it was still just a
돈
lot of
벌어야
creating some of
되면은
the
애초에 이런
meta
대회를
mages in the
호스팅하는 거
mid
자체
lane
우승 상금
and,
자체가 너무
checking
돈을
out
버는
those
거와는
jungle
거리가
mid matchups
되는데
that you just got to perfect rather than
사우디
okay, we
형님들은
have to
돈이
kind
문제가
of remember
아니거든요.
what's gone, figure out what type of composition that we're going to build around these power picks that have been, you know,
LCK
banned, and now we're
그러니까
gonna start letting
LCK는
some go so
진행이
that they
진짜
let some go with
빠릿빠릿하게
it.
하긴
Yeah, but I
하거든요.
think that's a big liberty for some players, because I remember one of the most stressful moments as a pro player was those long draft meetings before you played official games. You sat and you went around in circles. This guy wanted to play this guy wanted to ban this, and you sat there and went around. It's like people never
아랍
agreed.
국가가
They
영향이가
never
이거는
came to a
그리고
good
이제
conclusion on
해외에서는
something. But like a
전국으로
lot of the times there was this massive discussion.
송출이 되고 있기
At least
때문에
now in
영어로
Fearless,
해야죠 당연히.
you could try something. If that didn't work out.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
don't have to worry about
it
again.
is what
you
it
can go on
is.
to the next game and really try
At
to
the end
look
of
for a
the
fresh
day,
start over and over. Like Meteor said, it's all about resetting.
I have a lot of
between
time
the
in my
games.
hands.
It
I
is
don't know
so
what you guys.
true, because you can't
Maybe you guys can
linger on
go
the past. You really gotta look ahead and just focus on what you
relax,
can
do something
That is
else for a
most
little
important part,
bit
and then you try something
between
different.
games.
Yeah,
Sounds about right.
I feel like that's a really good insight there on
Meanwhile,
the fearless
time to check Twitter.
mentality and
Let me see what G2 say.
trying to identify
After
how
getting
to
destroyed
fix
by
your
their
problems.
bestie,
It's,
T1.
don't worry about them. Let's set our own pace here, which, as we set the pace, it seems like we are about a minute out from going back to the stage. So, Lottie, here. Let's do one final reset. 1-0, GENG over AGAL, the LPL champions, after a game where AGAL felt muted. They tried to make plays, GENG ready every time. The only kind of little blip on the radar was the Baron steal that went their way. Midas, what's the key here for game number 2 for either side here? What do you want to see here?
I think AGAL should probably try to get more hard
치킨
engaged,
시킨
more
사람들
ways to
치킨
just
도착하는
get the fight
시간
started.
끄는 거라고.
And there's a lot of options for that. You know, you could try to get Defy, something like Nautilus. You could go. There's the Nocturne Oriana combo we've seen. Ornn, Sion even. There's a lot of champions that kind of have these inevitable engage tools that's like, okay, you know, when you press this, the fight's going to
치킨
start.
딱 먹을
Let's hope we
시간이긴
can
해.
win it. So maybe something like that could be good.
배고파질 시간이야.
5 seconds. What you got here for me, Finn?
GENG is keep on doing what you're doing. It's going well.
All right, there it is. 1-0 to GENG in this best of 5 grand finals for the 2025 Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends title. Let's send it on over to the stage to get into game number 2.
All right, Riyadh, we've got a grand final on our hands. On one side, we have GENG looking confident, looking calculated. Do you think it's going to be a full sweep?
아레나 한 판 하고 왔는데 저 아저씨도 아직도 떠들고 있다.
Very loud, AGAL, let me hear you.
바루스 텔포 바루스 한 판 더 하는.
No, this is a big
Okay, we're starting
matchup.
though.
This is a
시작합니다
huge
근데.
matchup, so let's go a little bit
Let's go!
boxing
게임 2!
influence here.
이 세트
In
시작하자고.
the red corner.
젤랑이랑 판다 이름은 모르겠는데. Look at the panda and look at the GENG mascot.
Blue corner, we have GENG.
젠랑.
All right, you know what? Let's have a face-off right now in the middle of this stage.
They're doing it. 보이. 펀치.
Who's gonna take it? We're
와,
going
내 키스니
into game
저거.
2. GENG versus AGAL.
서로 뽀뽀하는데요.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible matchup here between Panda and Tiger. I know this was, you know, the Wilds. I know where my money would be, but you never really know. You can't count them out, even though
서로
they lost
펀치를
game
날릴 줄
1.
알았는데.
See how the Pandas are going to perform.
Really
Welcome back, guys. We are ready for game
Really looks
number
happy.
2.
Like he's looking
Although
good.
maybe like game number 1.5 as we see the result between Tiger and Panda. What do you think, guys? Who takes it?
Just given how Tigers and Pandas work, you know, I'm gonna have to favor the
드디어
Tiger.
마침내
In terms of
finally.
the two mascots, I think it might be a draw. You know, I feel like they're
More
pretty
yapping?
evenly
I thought
Okay.
you were going to say, just give it to the General. Just give it to the General. I mean, game 1 was such a stomp. It's really the onus now on AGAL to say, okay, we've got blue side now. We're going to have a better draft. We're going to draft more hard engaged like Medios was talking about. We're going to lead the pace of this game.
I think
because
Kyle may
game
be
1,
owner's lost
it
brother.
kinda felt like they were
Wait, you
just
think they
being
look alike?
dragged
Interesting.
along, you know, but
Yeah.
GENG got to decide
I don't think
where
they
we
look
were
alike at all.
I think the Vi is 100% going to be banned by GENG. The Talia stocks are going up, so you know Pantheon will probably be the 3rd ban on red side for GENG, and the identity of
There
the
it
draft we'll
is!
see here for
We're loading
AGL
it.
is what I'm most curious about because
와, 드디어.
it does seem like those are the obvious bans right now with what was taken in
진짜
game 1. The
갑니다.
Varus is gone, but otherwise kind of
Pantheon.
an unusual draft for GENG. So there's the
Pantheon.
Pantheon. I imagine Vi will be 2nd.
We'll see whether the
Talia.
Zaya continues to get banned as well.
Aurora.
As that could just be taken away here on the blue side. You
난
have a little bit more
Aurora, no?
flexibility. Instead, the Nico is going to be taken away.
Something I've been looking at a lot recently, last couple of days, has been the Lucian Braum as well. We saw that Ruler and Stura went to that in game 3 against G2, and then we just saw that T1 were willing to pull it out very early.
Big bar!
Up against
Big
G2
bar!
in the 4th place match.
터드!
So could be something they look towards. I don't know if it'll
Zero
come out this
border?
early, and as
Kyle
I'm saying
border.
that, we are going to get Lucian actually banned
와,
from the red
루시안
side.
선픽 나오나
So
했는데 루시안을 그냥 잘라버리네. 와, 젠지 actually banning Lucian is really
Yeah, that's
crazy.
really interesting. Something that
So I
we were
did
talking
think
about,
they could
and,
actually burst
Atlas
pick
was mentioning
Lucian
a lot,
for
is the
Hope
fact that
here.
now that Trundle is gone, a lot of these tank picks also really rise in priority. The Sion, the
치료받을.
Ornn are a lot more viable to play in the top lane. With the Gwen ban here, that could be something that AGL is looking for here potentially.
perhaps in their
Talia's
second
gonna be
rotation.
banned here.
Talia, I was
So they want to
talking about, is
be
banned
probably
away.
first picking
Vi
Aurora.
is still up though.
Aurora
and
선픽
I feel
나오나
like it's
이러면.
so incredibly powerful with so many different types of compositions here. I would be surprised if GENG let AGL have it.
Yeah, that's certainly a big pick. It hasn't found the same level of success as we've seen for the rest of this year, right? Like Vi has been pretty much permaban status globally until I guess MSI.
I mean, we saw owners Vi. Vi도 오픈이야.
And that's kind of what GENG feel as well.
I mean, Vi and Xin Zhao is open. Xin Zhao is open. Xin Zhao도 오픈이라서 근데 설마 짜갈 조합도 나오나? Xin Zhao, Galio, Kong,
If they
maybe.
don't take it, then you get Viari.
바이를
And
가져가면은
it's just so scary. I feel like it's
짜갈이
mandatory
나오는데요.
because of that, right? You know, you
I
don't
mean,
want
Vi
to
is
give
great
GENG
and
that
all, but
1-2 punch, and they
Xin
will
Zhao
take it
stronger,
here
I
straight
think.
away.
Xin
One
Zhao,
of the best
Galio.
options into the Vi can be the Xayah at times, but we already see that Rakan was selected earlier by Duro, so that's Fearless banned. So maybe
Ezreal?
Do they
You can
wanna go
counter the
towards
Vi
that
ult with
Ezreal?
Bard
You
ult
don't have to pick it
or
here,
Tonkan ult.
but definitely getting something that has
No,
a
they're not
decent
doing that
amount
at
of safety is a good
all.
idea.
They're going to be
Senna, another
prioritizing
choice
the
if you wanna
Senna
get a big
Ken.
front line, and then you have
Senna
huge
하면은
amounts of
켄치
range
안
and
나는
just
거
try to
아닌가
play the
이거?
scaling option and just
Senna
try
Ken?
to avoid early fights, but that does
Ken's just
mean
really
that
good into
AGL,
Vi.
immediately, even
ult
just
it
after seeing these first
and
couple
deny
of
the
picks,
Vi
could have
engage.
some good early tempo in this game.
Yeah, it's certainly the
This
opposite
is
of
kind of
Ezreal
crazy though.
in terms of safety. Very risky pick
Oh, they're
here.
taking Galio
And
first.
a blind Galio. Galio's
어차피
been so
상대가 정글
successful
픽했으니까
this
신자고
tournament. We've
급할
seen
필요는
it blind
없지.
and still find
3픽으로
success.
픽하면 되거든.
Especially Chovy's Galio
You don't
has
have to
been so
be
incredibly good. His
picking
catch-up
Xin Zhao here
Hansama
because they already picked
defined the end
jungler.
of that series yesterday in the semifinals. So
Oh.
gonna just lock this one in, and it looks like it will be into the Annie rather than the Ahri here for Shanks.
Yep, of course, similar idea.
Aurora,
You're
waiting
going to have
room.
a fair bit of damage in between those
Aurora,
two, hold them in
where?
position and then allow that
I
layer
thought
and
Aurora
CC to come
priority
down.
was going to
So
be pretty high
will
this
still
round.
be a lot of
It's
mid-jungle
not.
power, but I do feel like Galio answers Vi really well, right? Like, she presses R on someone and then you press R on them, and she has to stay there in that big circle of being knocked up, and that's not a whole
탱크스
lot
애니
of fun.
저항감.
Shanks, what are we going to be picking here to round out the first round of picks here for AGAL?
Yeah, it just feels like we're already seeing these compositions take shape. GENG going to be playing that, you know, backside, just
Tank in the
protect
top
the
lane.
carry of probably the
근데 뭔가 AL
Senna and
조합도
maybe something in the top lane that could bring some more damage. And I wonder if you
이렇게
would
말하기
consider
좀
something like
그런데
Aurora into the Xayah.
전판이랑
We've seen
비슷한
that
것
before.
같은데 뭔가
Camille
느낌이.
also another very good shout with
AL's
the,
comp again,
Galio
I
and
feel like
offers
doesn't
you that
really
bit of
have
extra damage,
the
because if you're only running Senna Galio,
synergy.
I think
Like it doesn't really have any synergy with each other, so a little bit getting worried for if you're an AL fan. It seems similar like last game. Top side just feels like
but also an
kind of
aggressive
everywhere.
pick into this Scion. I feel like GENG would have been very happy themselves to get the Scion
Genji's gonna
because
be
the
super
mid
happy,
laner
yeah.
here isn't a ton of consistent damage. It's just engage only, and the Senna would have been really safe if they had that Scion. So I think that's a nice pick away here, but it's a good answer from Keen.
그러네 색깔이 여기 AL은 다
immediately gives
붉은
you that
색깔이야.
extra bit of damage as well. It's a pretty aggressive composition
불타는
already
줄.
from the side of
Pumpkin's
AGAL.
back.
Corki with
There
huge
it
amounts
is.
of damage
Pumpkin's
follow up as
back.
well from close and from afar. I think it's a good
이러면은
shout,
바텀에서
especially because the Corki stocks have
노틸이
been
나오나?
rising a lot.
Tom
recent
Kench,
times.
super obvious here just with how safe it is into the Vi Annie.
What are they
Maybe
gonna
a
pair?
Caitlyn ban would make
Senna
sense
with?
here,
Norlis?
just simply because it's a strong
I don't
pushing
know.
lane into the Senna. But we're really just
Kai'Sa's
talking
bound
about
to
2v2 here.
Good ban. I
as
think Hope
in
really
terms of
likes
Kai'Sa
Kai'Sa.
follow-up to the dive, that's also an
Hope
incredibly
is,
strong pick. Isn't obviously going to be winning the 2v2 lane as hard as something like a Caitlyn, but they do opt for that ban instead. I don't think we're going to see a Thresh here. You know, there's no other real safe pick for Duro to
We
play
sing
with
like
this
an
Senna.
MF or something.
What about
for Hope?
Blitzcrank? Is what we always
Blitzcrank?
say when it comes to this guy.
Duro
The
Blitzcrank?
Stana ban, actually kind of interesting, as of course we are still
Duro
looking for
Fitzy?
Canyon's pick. The jungler already locked in as
네,
Tarzan
별론 것
does
같은데?
have the Vi. But what is Canyon gonna do? As oh man,
녹턴
Galio. It's a little
갈려.
scary as well. As the
녹턴
semi
궁으로 들어갔는데 그
globals
위에
are
갈리오
continuing
궁
to
빵.
pile in, 'cause you got Dawning Shadow to
I
layer
think that's
on top
broken
of
comp,
everything
no?
at the same
Now they
time.
just seem
So
like a
Gen
super
G,
tanky,
they will
like,
sort of turn
support.
on a dime to decide who they want to kill, and that just might be a jinx at the start of these fights. A dangerous jinx angle here, gentlemen.
Yeah,
Jinx
I feel like
Thresh?
the Nocturne was
in part to just
징크스랑
Jinx.
룰루?
Obviously can be really good in
I don't know if
dives
Lulu
as
can
well, just
save,
because you turn the lights on and then it becomes really hard to
Jinx here.
coordinate those fights and set up those Annie stuns
룰루가
after the
요즘
bio
안 나오는
goes
추세인
in.
게
And then you
너프를
can
또 받았기
re-engage.
때문에 룰루가
But
nerf
Jinx,
again.
so powerful in the lane.
야,
and if
Braum
you
makes
get
more
any
sense. You
hit
need like a
onto
tanky.
any target,
브라움이
it doesn't even
오픈이었네.
have to be the
와,
Senna. It could be
이러면은
onto an
징크
ulting Nocturne, it could be onto a
이거
Galio that
히트인데
gets caught,
징크스
or an Nefessa
나오면은
who's just a little
갑자기
bit too
사연이 너무
far
좋아
forward,
보이고.
then the Jinx will
오,
absolutely
역시
carry
탑에.
those late game fights.
Hub is crazy, guys.
Just have to see what the
Jinx
answer to this
bro
Braum is going to
really
be from
changed the
Duro.
entire comp.
Maybe not.
His top side looks
Blitz
so
rank.
weak,
We'll
but
see where he
if you
is
pair that with like a hyper carry
I've
like
just got
Jinx,
robot on the brain at this
now
point
that's
in
what I'm
time.
talking
I
about.
really liked it in the last draft.
Front
but
to back
yeah, the Bard,
fighting.
rising up a lot and
There it is, the robot
also can set up your pick potential. if you do
징크스면
wanna go for
받으거든요.
dives
Bordo,
yourself, especially
Bordo,
with something
Bordo,
like Jinx.
Bordo, Bordo,
Gotta be careful
Bordo.
though, because you
Oh,
really
I don't know.
have to
Duro's
get
Bard
your setup
did look a
before
little bit
Jinx
iffy
gets
sometimes,
excited,
but
because
we'll
if
have to see
does,
how he
if you
plays
get
here.
that pick, I feel like it all falls apart like a house of cards for
We
Gen
played
G.
Bard
Like,
earlier
the
this
Bard's not gonna
tournament
be
as
able to do
well,
anything. Jinx
and we
is too
also
fast,
carry
you
a
don't have
Bard
enough
like on the
heal.
line. So
I would say with the Nocturne selection, which allows you to go both ways.
세나
but
바드,
yeah, I think the Bard is a good
제가
choice,
바드
but it will
700만 점
rely on Gen G having a lot
유저로서
of
한마디
control before the
하자면은
team fights get started.
그 제가 제일 바텀에서 같이 하는 거 싫어하는 원딜 중에 하나가 세나예요.
They can wrestle it away, and when you have
One of the most, the ADs that I hate laning with the most is Senna. She feels like a support.
Shutting down the Annie, or even just stopping that.
I mean,
Sion
yeah, I
for
know
being
she skills
relative
really well,
already
she's
can
really
struggle a
broken,
bit
but like,
side lanes in this game.
at least early
Means that you should
game
be
we
able
have
to
no
dictate
damage.
fights, but I worry about what happens, you know, if we get to a mid game where AL is just ahead. If the Jinx
하지만
gets accelerated, because you
바드가
just
한타
don't have
때
damage
징크스한테
for Gen G,
궁 한 번만
and
잘
you need
날리거나
time for
다이궁
that
한
Senna to get
번만
her stacks
궁을
online.
씹은다면
So
어땠을
it's a
것일까?
really risky yet confident
Or just needs to
draft here
ulti
for
when
Gen G.
Die
I think they were
ultis,
really
if
making a
ulti whoever's
statement here in this
is
game too.
trying to
Yeah, I
target.
think they also need to get
Oh,
their
he can just
combos
ulti
in order,
Jinx
right?
every
It
single
wasn't as
fight,
much of a
Jinx has to
combo
flash.
draft last time around. It was a little bit more weak and kind of hands diff you all over the place, find these angles and make those
바드공은
outplays.
근데 벤시를 가는 게 아니니까 씹을 수 있는 방법이 많이 없습니다. 징크스가 쓴 뚜벅이는 당하거나 아니면 플래시 쓰거나 둘 중에 하나밖에 없어서 뚜벅이 나오면 이렇게 한 번씩 나오죠. 바드가.
For Gen G here
I
in
think
this
we'll
game
be
number
moving down a
2.
little bit.
But we'll just have to
Okay,
see
now we're loading
how
in
well
really
they're gonna play
quickly. Let's
match point on the
go.
line for Gen G and
Are we
AL,
gonna see
wanting
T1
to turn this
Bardo?
into a best of 3.
T1 Boulder.
Seeming pretty likely at this point, to be honest. I do really like
T1 바드를 안 쓰다니 트로야. What's the
It's very aggressive.
Why are
It
you not
allows
using
them to
T1
grab
Boulder?
hold of this series and fight it on their terms. The one big
이번에
thing
새로
on
나온
the other
바드
side
스킨
for me
쓰시네요.
that I'm scared of if I'm
이쁘긴 해.
AJL is Jovi's Galio. We were talking about how strong he was up against G2 just yesterday.
Okay.
It's a classic. It's a legendary pick for Jovi.
Probably
there have been so many
unflinching
huge plays, even
second
right here
win?
on this part of the map.
Yes.
For
Could be
Jovi, the
unflinching.
flash, like 5-man taunt that he got in
Boom
that one
play.
game a long time ago. He's just fantastic on it. And I was going to do a segment earlier actually on Gen G and the way they
희망평
did.
한타 때마다 궁으로 징크스 올리고 이게
Came down to Jovi
절망편.
moving in and out of vision and
한타
making
때 그냥
the
먼저 물려가지고
aggressive Galio
터지고
plays work.
궁도 못 쓰고 뒤지.
A lot of onus on him, but he can handle it.
아니면 이제 궁 쓰긴 하는데 막 급하게 써가지고 픽살이 나.
Same reason, right? It's fear the cross map and
아니면 녹턴 들어갈 때 잘못해서 상대한테 존나주고.
Jovi is so good at him and a lot of his other mid lane counterparts in the
Yeah,
LCK.
unflinching bone plating.
Known for that sort of style of play, and something that Jovi has really developed over the last
뼈방패랑
few years.
불그레이즈 바드.
It's not the type of draft where I feel like the Bard ult is necessarily going to be game defining.
the
It
Bard
certainly
ult.
can stall things out or turn a 5v5 into 5v3 for a minute for you to get into position, do some additional damage. But the ability to rotate around the map with a magical journey, I think, is super valuable for a low range.
Magical
composition like
journey.
what Genji's is. Sure, the Senna will have a lot of range later on, but a lot of these fights, you're trying to get your melees into position to threaten that Jinx or get to the back line, force the Annie to use
요즘
her stun
바드 많이 나온 이유 알려드림.
defensively. So that's
물론
what
바드가
I'm most looking
버프를
forward
받긴
to here
했는데
for Duro on this
라인전
Bard pick.
메타에서는
There's a lot of inherent
라인전이
risk with
성립이
this
잘
pick,
안 되기
though, because
때문에
if you fall behind
바드의
your
최대
squishy
약점이
support, that's gonna
라인전이거든요.
struggle to get vision into this
근데
dive pop
라인전을
with
안
the
하면은
buy that will just
약점이
blow you
없어지네.
up if you ever show your face.
It's like
If you ever
Bard's
had
weakest
face
point
check,
is
if
his
you ever
laning
try to go
base is
towards
usually
objective
the
you don't have
weakest.
control of, There just really
But if
isn't a
with all the swaps,
recourse
there is
for the
no lane
Bard
phase.
that's going to get blown up because he's so squishy.
초반에 그냥 대충 2대2 하다가 이제 돌아다니기 시작하면
We have a
돼서
look at
swap하고.
where these lanes are situated right now. Flandre on this Scion having a real good time at this point in the game. I believe we saw this matchup previously and it didn't look quite this good. for the Scion.
에일이 벤픽
Here at
압승이네요.
EWC, but still very, very early into
뭔가
the game,
징크스
so
브람 나오기 전에 저
around
상체
14,
그니까 애니
where
바이
he's gonna be,
사이언은 좀
having a
부러
bit of damage
보였는데
onus,
like
on
the
himself.
AL
Those
comp
are
looks
two
so
items he
terrible
needs
and then
to
they
get
pick
as
Jinx and
soon
Braum
as
and look
possible
really
to
broken.
make sure that he is going to be a threat heading towards that back
Any other
line.
ADC I would be like
And you guys have been singing the praises of AL's comp, and I just kind of want to echo it. I love how well it sort of bridges towards late game with the last few picks that they lock in, because it was quite late.
근데 상대가 애니 징크스는 뚜벅이라서 또 모릅니다.
Which
다들.
allows them to team fight really
Oh,
effectively.
Jinx is swapping top
just
very
front to
early.
back
Look at that.
into GENG with their sort of fancy combo
징크스 집까지
composition
탑으로
that
수업이
they
되게
have
일찍
here.
된다.
Will certainly be still difficult, but
Very
it's just AL
interesting
playing some
lane.
pretty classic League of Legends
I mean,
and
this
setting
because
themselves
this
up
wave
for
is
it
super
with some
nice.
pretty
이런
good
웨이브는
picks for the
근데
situation.
징크스가
Here's the
프리징해서
lane
너무
swap.
기분
This is,
좋죠.
what we've got. Very
This is why they do it.
Look
They
at the
swap
timing
it
of
because
this.
that wave
The
is super
Hope
nicely
catches this
frozen.
gigantic
Jinx can just
wave. It's
1v1.
just kind of almost funneled
안베서
into
상대,
him.
사렙 안베서
It's like the
상대로도
Scion sets up a
물론
giant
피도 안
pushing
좋긴 한데
wave into him.
웨이브까지
He's
포터 마피라서 안전하게 다 먹을 수 있거든.
Oh god.
혼자서.
And he's just farming up there. He's having a great time. There's no
I
threat
know.
from an early
Riot
game Ambessa.
just
of
nerfed the
course.
swap
So these,
meta.
another early swap
수업
comes out
메타.
from ATL. This one
수업
I feel
메타
like
좀 어떻게 해봐요,
does make a
라이엇.
bit more sense.
우영.
You know, I think you can absolutely bully the Ambessa a lot more with something like a Jinx compared
King
to a
just has to
Jin into
reset.
Calzante like last
King
game.
has to reset and
And
go
you've got
bots.
Scion, who
쟤네
never
갔다가
cares about
바텀에
any
텔포타면 되는 거라
Also,
안베서도
if
뭐
you're farming alongside, then you're absolutely fine because Jinx wants to scale and scale and scale. You've
네,
got a Scion that's
결승입니다.
going to be getting
This is the
infinity
finals,
health
guys.
as the
Grand
game goes
finals.
on. And so
1-0,
definitely a much
Genji's
better
leading.
scenario. I'm glad you bring that up because that is
If
very,
they win
very
2 more?
important. Not going to feel as much of that pressure in these side lanes. As Genji will answer the swap now.
Yeah, I mean, you
수학에서
could have left
학구매.
the Senna into the Scion and just sit there and chill and stack, but you're not going to get any sort of advantages, and the Jinx is just going to get such a big advantage if you leave her
Wow.
alone like that. It's super
like
frustrating.
AL all about
With the
Pinkers,
tempo
look
they
at
got
that.
With that fast swap and the call buy, they can go, oh, your Senna's back topside.
지금 AL 전 라인이 픽원을 다 샀거든.
This is part of
Support
why we're
ADC
seeing
mid and top
Unsealed
all about
Spellbook taking
Pinkers.
4 supports these days, because
That is
sometimes
crazy.
you're going to need that teleport to get back and catch the tempo.
Meanwhile,
Won't
Genji
necessarily
only
be the
has
case
1
in
pink word
this
on board,
game,
that's
but
it.
This time AL are the ones running the show.
젠지는
at least in
핑화에
this
돈을
early
안
game, whereas we
쓰는다.
saw that for Genji
기가차,
the
젠지,
previous game
핑거리.
around as Shank's going to get taunted.
Yeah, Trophy doing a bit of damage here. Otherwise, not too much else happening, and Shanks able to find a few extra Pyroblasts. Is Chovy moving forward? I'm not sure about this, because these autos are raining down on top of him.
He really wanted to push that wave in. He's not really going to be able to. Meanwhile, ATL is just taking a free dragon. This is, of course, after the re-swap of the lanes. They have their bottom laners in the bottom lane, and so they're able to have that pressure on the dragon and take the objective this time. So
그러니까 저 핑화들 많이 산 걸로 용쪽 그 강쪽 진짜 다 잡고.
Yeah, I mean, just really
용
gonna get a
챙기고.
ton of value out of this. They're gonna get a plate here
I mean,
as
they
well
bought
for
4
Hope.
penguins,
Off of
placed
this wave,
3 of
the
them.
team just really has no recourse here. He hits level
To
6,
grab the
but he's playing into a Braum, so the
dragon.
all-in just isn't a thing. He's not gonna be able to do anything with that. You can see he's stunned by the concussive blows here already. And even with Kyle sitting on level 4, I just don't think Keen is
근데
going to be
젠지
able to
조합이
find an
진짜
angle.
근데
And sure, on the top
징크스
side, there's a little
브라움
bit
이거
of push
나오니까
for Ruler and Duro, but it's just not the same
man,
amount
I
of
don't
value
know.
into
Genji's
this
comp
He's
looked
stacking
okay,
for
and then
free,
Jinx
but
Braum,
Jinx
like-
is stacking money and stacking a break.
Yep, Flandre also stacking
Ambessa
himself.
Nocturne has to kill
So there
Jinx
you go.
True.
every fight.
There are sort of stacks all over the place here. Is Canyon looking to steal away some jungle? Will
Just
do
kill
so.
Jinx and then
Tarzan
you
just
win.
going to move out of the way. Bit of an El Clasico as far as the LCK history is concerned.
Okay.
And Tarzan is Shanks
Portal
looking in
gank!
trouble. The
Okay,
exhaust
he's
comes
just gonna
down. You know what he
run
does? The walk quickly strategy, utilizing that phase rush to get into safety.
난입이라서 발 개빠르고요,
Yeah,
까비.
I think that was a bit overzealous on the play. It's Annie who's got stuns, has flash and phase rush.
어차피 근데 봉불주 그 살찐이라서 괜찮아요.
Yeah, I guess so.
Just spellbook
At the
exhaust.
end of the day,
So
they
his
don't
flash
spend
is
a
up
whole lot
again.
to do that, but yeah, unless you've got heaps of CC, you're not going to be locking down this Annie.
I think the only way you possibly get Annie's flash and possibly kill him is like Q flashing into the wall, like flash in the front and then
Shanks
Q
was
backward.
also so well positioned there. Like he wasn't
Into
really
the wall?
vulnerable. You know, Canyon ults, he just walks around the turret, doesn't care. There's a really opportunistic attempt there by GENG. And if this is like a
초반에 근데 별일 안 일어났네. 너띵 Nothing
maybe
else
you
is
could've made
happening
something
early
happen with Chovy
game.
looking for the taunt,
Bench.
but instead Shanks is just
Wake me
like,
up when there's a
"Alright,
kill, guys."
Nice try, I suppose.
Yep, and so the result of this early game is one objective, one dragon going over to AGAL, and GENG being able to utilize some of these swaps in order to get a bit of a farm advantage. That is about all we can really say. Most of that money is on team. It was done well as this Ambessa, but we know Sion doesn't necessarily need that much money. He will still just be a body that they can put in front of a Jinx to hopefully soak the damage so she can kill everyone, right? Like, we'll still do what it says on the tin, as we like to say. Void Grubs have popped up here as Canyon looking to get something done here towards this top side. Paranoia at the ready.
서로 그냥 아무것도 안 하는 게 맞아서. I mean, both teams also want to fight though. Jinx wants to farm it, Senna wants to farm it. 징크스, 세나 서로 파밍하고 싶어하는 원딜러들.
You can't gank the Sion, obviously. So he would love
Something
to do the
might be happening here though.
AL again, they're in control of this
어떠면서 그러고
at the
딜감
moment, and
세게
Duro is
했고.
just magical
Duro,
turning
no
away
portal.
from this fight for now.
관문이 없으면은 바드가 좀 그 다음에 앞으로 나가기 좀 빡세요. I can't really walk up once you don't have portal though.
I mean, I just don't think GENG really need to fight for these grubs at such a risky point in the game because it could just open things up super hard against them. And if they get grubs,
이게
like it's
바드가
Ambessa, if the
벽
Sion
옆에서
gets grubs or the Annie gets
계속
grubs, it's
있는데
Annie or
좋아요.
Sion, right? I like playing
Next
it
to the
slow
wall
like
is very
this,
good.
looking for the later TP
So if
here from
anything happen, you
Jovi,
can put portal
and
and you
slow
just run
playing
again.
it. I thought
Right?
for a moment they were going to try to hard
검은
force
다시
with the
떠서
Nocturnal,
이제
which I
앞으로
think would have been a
무빙하는
huge
바드.
mistake. Just try to win the war of attrition with the Senna.
검은
Even in
없어
the
도망을
early
못
game,
가서
you can actually kind of just
위험하다요.
chip away at those health bars.
Wait, this is
and
actually
win
really
out,
good for
and that's
GENG,
exactly
though.
what they're going to do. Late TP here from Shanks, though. A bit late for the contest.
두 개 먹고 관문 타고 도망. Wait, portal and just roll, I think. After getting
that teleport does come in. Shanks makes it over to the top side, but it is only one measly grub available here for AGAL. So GENG, after this one is finally taken, they will even out even the feat of strength count.
초반에 바드가 득점에 이기는 좋아. 노노노노노. 바드는 오히려 초반에 아무 일이 아니라면 좋긴 해요. 궁이 뜨고 나서부터 이제 바드 궁을 줘.
I'm feeling like this is an even one at this stage of the game, gentlemen.
그냥 계속 징크스 애니한테 바드 궁 던지면 되는 거라.
I think you're onto something here.
It's close.
It's a very
살짝 불치랑 비슷한 느낌인 게 딱 그냥 한 번만 궁 제대로 들어가면은 터지기 때문에 한타가. 후반에 가면 갈수록 좀 밸류가 높죠.
Flipping it basically at this point would just be such a silly choice to make, especially with GENG kind of slowly getting control there. It was a late TP from, to render the fight from Shanks there and didn't end up
Team's just
leading
gonna grab
to
the
a fight
turret
because
and
the
the
magical
purple
turning, you
goal
can
and
see
then
what
just gonna
the
reset.
value of the Bard is there, but because he commits that, he loses a plate here bottom side, right? We'll lose some farm because he doesn't have the TP anymore.
라인전 초반에서는 애니가 당연히 갈리오 상대로 딜건 잘하고 막 앞서고 있었는데 지금은 오히려 갈리오가 앞서고 있는 모습. Jovi is actually ahead in farm now.
The second break is up here. You can see GENG here slowly grouping down towards that bottom side of the map. Jovi does not have TP to join the fight, but he can, of course, if he
근데 막 유이미랑 그 골드 차이나 이런 건 아니기 때문에 I mean, the thing is the gold gap isn't anything too crazy though. So I think we'll have to see what happens after this. Dragon's trying to be secure about GENG. Going in really deep. Nocturne is hovering topside around Dragon, so.
Has been completed. A big spike actually.
나이스. Okay, Mr. Bordeaux has already. He can try to ulti like 여기에서 이거 들어오는 거 골목에 그냥 빵. Nice. Spellbook snipe. Let's go.
Really nicely here as in goes Tarzan and off go the lights.
Boom. 바이 그냥 올려버리고. 평타. Oh, it's over, guys. Oh, never mind. Okay, 따닥. 나이스. 바드. Bordeaux.
Jovi wasn't even there.
They didn't need Jovi at all. It was just insane the way that GENG turned that fight around.
I mean, Vi went in, but then they reverse engaged. Like, look at Kian. 암베스를 보시면은 다시 보기를 보자. 바이가 들어오는데 역으로 들어갔거든. 한 턴 뺀 다음에 들어오는 거를 unstoppable.
He pulls the
Oh,
jungler away.
man.
Duro then
No you
isolates.
card.
Duro secured
No
the
you.
dragon with the smite before this.
And then Duro
And it
just
felt like AL
throws Vi, so Vi was completely out of the fight.
to make something happen
그다음에
here after giving
여기서
the objective, they're like, well, we just can't simply give this
완벽하고요.
up for free. But I think you just
Really
have
well
to be
played
willing
by
to do
Mr.
so.
Bordo.
Remember, Shanks lost half his
Good
health
smite
bar
as
to
well.
Eclipse in the bottom lane just moments before. They were by no means in a position
Oh,
to contest
man.
that. A huge mistake to go for that call.
I guess,
Disrespecting Keen's
2-0 for
reaction time as he
Genji.
goes unstoppable.
Might be a
looks for the
fast
exact
3-0.
engage he wants there. And then
네,
Duro catches the
문제가
buy with his
징크스가
ult.
이제
I mean,
전멸이
how
없기 때문에
more,
we will have to watch the
well-played
board,
could
but
that have been for Genji,
no
and
flash
how
on
much
Jinx.
more risky could it
Means
have
the
been
board
for
is
AL?
very keen on playing around that Jinx and just ulting the Jinx.
Tarzan doesn't need to go for the only guy that has Unstoppable in his kit, right? Like, that's just, it's a little bit of a mistake. There was the only target presented
Kyle
right there,
supposed
but
to
just
go
because it's the only
home, getting
target doesn't
bullied
mean
by the
it's
board.
right one.
Sometimes you gotta walk away. Sometimes you gotta say,
What
it's
the
unfortunate
hell?
we lost this Drake, but we're gonna have to make a play elsewhere. And AL, we're just not willing to do that.
Yeah, and I really feel like AGL had, you know, a lot of tools in their kit in some of these team fights. They have so much great
Now
engage,
Jinx,
but
even
as you
underneath
mentioned,
their own
they
tower,
can't
she's
use
not
it
safe
onto the
anymore.
mid and best, right? The one guy who's just going to turn it around, and that's what the Nocturne does, right? If they overextend, you turn off the lights, you make it really confusing, and then the counter engage comes in so easily. This is not great.
He's the one guy, and he
와,
is.
이거는 근데 선생님.
People, Keen.
What do you mean? What are you doing over there, bro?
I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, sorry, 5 people. Sorry, 5 people. Genji,
Oh.
get a plate for it though. That's the trade. I'm gonna say that's a trade in the southerly direction.
I feel like this was a good collapse there from
그러니까
AGL,
너무
but at
자기
the same
자신의
time,
강함에
it
취하면은
wasn't that big of a deal
그럴 수
for
있긴
the
해 근데.
side of
Like
Genji.
he's probably
Even
feeling
that
so
last
good
there,
and like so
Super
strong.
Mobile
He's
tried
like,
to
oh
get
yeah,
out, so you're gonna see
I'm just gonna
a
kill
Valiant
everybody.
TP
I can
pop
just walk in
against
here and learn.
there.
Yeah, that's a
Give
red dot
Flandre.
TP. That's
It
not
happens.
aggressive TP.
It
We're gonna be
happens.
fine.
Yeah, this is going to be Flandre taking the opportunity to back here. He has a Scion after all. So
오히려
money was
너무
picked
강한
up
게
in the mid lane.
흠이었다?
Like you said, it's not an even exchange.
세나
in
스킨
terms of where the money
이쁘다고?
went there. It was
맞아.
a big
그리고
shutdown for
세나
Shanks
스킨.
onto Keen.
세나 skin is
But
like
they're
super
going to need a lot
nice,
more
yes.
than that. Just a pick
So
on
is
the
the Scion
Ambessa
skin.
before anything is really relevant. Like they couldn't turn it into an objective fight.
Best
isn't going
Scion
to
skin is
matter,
not the
but
best Scion skin.
still,
I think so.
every little piece of gold you can get is
Choo-choo
significant.
train.
Very true. Once again, Keen just going to be face checking a
TP
brush
back
and loses
on
out
the
on that
bottom.
trade against Flandre. But Flandre
Teleport
not
on
going to be
the
able to offer enough.
There it is, redemption.
Continuing
Redemption
forward.
Bardo
Could be fine here
from
for the
Kyle
Ambessa,
again.
as
Is he gonna
he
go?
moves down to put pressure on the bottom side.
썰매 또 가는 거
1.5K
아닌가?
is going to be the resulting lead here, but one
아,
objective
썰매
away
바드를 제가
from
별로 안
Pizza Strength
좋아하는데요.
here for Gen
썰매
G.
바드를
That will be a
갈 것
big deal.
같은 느낌이
Those dots
나는
do
걸.
not go anywhere. Those shoes will be available
바드가
for them
일단은
as well
그
with his,
천상의 일을
Thatcher
좋아하는
is
이유가
going to park
구원을
himself in
가면은
this
제가
mid lane
말하지
from now on.
마. 말하지 마.
Make sure that the center
몸이
is
약해져.
continuing to get these stacks.
애니
You can
바이
see 40 already
바드
through
시야 잡는 거
here by the
노리다가
15-minute mark.
터져.
Duro
이런 장면
might
여기에서.
just be straight up dead. If Thatcher's- he magically turned his foot.
What do
He's
you mean?
unfortunately now stuck inside the pit. Chovy could press his R button, and he does get the cosmic binding down. Kyle now in trouble as Ruler over the wall, doing so much work. The magical journey is up again. I'm sure. Never mind, it's not.
It's
a
not.
to
Magical
Death
journey is
Chamber,
24 seconds.
And Duro just with a bit of egg on his face. Another one of these bards that just
Keen's
not
gonna get a
looking
turret,
super
though.
hot right now.
I mean, every single win that AL gets has a return by Gen G somewhere else. And
It's all a bait.
Maybe that was the grand plan.
That's first turret, and that is feats of strength going over to
Oh,
Gen G.
man.
So kind of worth.
I wonder if
a
he
little
plays
bit.
like
I think if he gets out, it feels very
screen
worth.
lock when he plays Dark
Silly. I
Portal.
shouldn't have been talking down to Duro. He knew exactly what he was doing.
But at the end of the day, I mean, it's
가문은
still
잘못
going to
깔았다.
be
한
probably
번씩 저러긴
a
해,
turret to
근데
go down
가문이.
here on the top side for
가문
AL.
깔을
We'll be able to
때
get
그
some of this money.
카메라를
And it just took so
풀고
long to kill, but
네.
Gen G get 2. It's the macro game
반대편
again, just like game 1
벽을
here, where
보고
Gen G,
나와서
maybe they
마우스를
give up something
움직여서
small, but they get
놔야
something
되거든.
even larger in
The
return.
amount
참고로
of
그렇게 하면
objectives
좋아요.
that were just bought by Duro being a little bit of a silly Billy in a Herald pit was kind of nutty.
Genius maneuver.
Yeah, something like that.
You have to unlock your camera when you
He's just
bar
on
portal,
another
by the way.
level. We just do not get it.
Oh, there we go!
Look at
Bar
this.
portal!
Gonna quite
No,
get the
bar
charge,
nothing.
but turret also not going to help out towards Kyle
Golden.
here.
I'm pretty surprised
Golden
to be
turret.
honest that they commit the Herald top
off because they got the top turret for free, right? Like they were gonna just get it naturally, and then they wanted to double down because Dragon's up, which by the way also goes to GENG with the
괜찮아.
bottom side control they had.
죽어서 전령이 나갔지만 그 전령 나간 거를 오히려 살아나서 궁을 올렸죠.
Transition that top side play into a mid herald drop to pull GENG
본인이
off of the Dragon or look
땀똥은
for some chip
다들
damage to the
본인이
turret. Instead they
치우는.
just
이것이 바보.
sent it topside, and then Duro's like,
애초에
well,
픽이
I
좀
mean, I do
저런
have this
서커스
really
픽이긴
cool
해요.
ult, and I'm just not even gonna let you get the charge. So
I mean, the thing is with Thor though, you are just kind of a
what Genji got on the map.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys were watching
kind of
the
like a
first
troll
series of
pick,
the day,
yeah,
which
but
I'm
you're
sure
also kind of like
you
really
guys-
busted, but you're like just running around.
But yeah, it was incredible.
Like he died, so they
how
lost a
Duro was
Herald,
able to
and then
just
the
neutralize
Herald
so many
play,
of the
you
plays
ulti
of
the
PG
tower,
with his
you know.
Bard, and I feel like Duro,
It's fine.
obviously, you know, the bait play into the Rift Herald pit. Maybe not on purpose.
Genji
but it
already
worked
got
out
like
for
feet of
Gen
strength
G.
and everything, so they
also,
don't really
he's,
care
he's
about
doing the same
towers.
thing, right? He's gonna have his
anyways.
ultimate for these hard engages from AGL.
전령 주고
He
오히려
has the
미드를
redemption.
깼다.
The Chemtech
맞아.
Soul is
미드
coming
미는
in.
게
They're gonna be
훨씬 중요하긴
stacking
해서
those. The heal
탑
from the
타워보다는.
redemption is gonna be huge, and from the Senna as well. It feels like Duro's
look at
game
those-
is kind of panned
look at
out.
those
He
warders.
knows exactly what he
맞아요.
has to do in this game, as long as he doesn't get caught out in those weird spots.
썰매 같네요.
Again, he should be just fine and in a great
썰매
spot to
버들?
help out his team.
그럴 수 있어.
Ruler also in a really good position right now.
I mean,
Rapid fire cannon
I
now
really don't
completed,
like Slay.
does
I'm just
have
a
the
Slay
Swift
hater with
he's
the
done as
Redemption
well,
Slay
so
build.
actually a lot safer than he was
카인
previously
선수도
with all
근데
the extra
썰매
movement
구원
speed, what
바드를
these
엄청
two
많이
first
하더라고.
items and the shoes.
There it
Ooh,
is!
Lash actually has to be invested here
1번
by
끝.
Hope. Because he
That's
would've
all
been
Bard
set
needs to
up
do, keep
for
ulting the Jinx
cosmic
every single
binding
time.
after that ulti wears off. So Gen.G really scaring AGAL right now.
That's your main target. You know, you were hitting the nail on the head.
근데
You're
저거
thinking exactly the same thing I
맞아도
was. Like Brewer's on 2 items now. He's
징크스가
stacking really well.
그
He's at
브라움이
56
1을
here at 18 and a
세우면은
half
다들
minutes.
따닥이 안
Now
맞거든요.
your Jinx opponent doesn't have
방금은
flash.
맞아도 되지 않았나라는 생각이 들
Canyon
정도로.
going to be very early ulting. Heroic entrance to come down here as Canyon getting into that backline. And there's a public execution.
Ward
Bard is dead yet again, but they trade
just
it
exploded.
for the buy here. Ruler
I
not
mean,
quite able to auto
Jinx
attack
is
though
alive.
in
I don't
this
know if
fight
they
as the
wanna
winds
keep
of war are
fighting.
so scary.
Kane's
And
going
keep
in, though.
wanting to kill even more of these
너무
AGL
무리하면 안 돼. 근데
members.
징크스
But they
신난다라도
are gonna be playing
터지면은
it
이제
real slow,
빡세거든.
actually letting them kite back. And just moving
And you just trade one
towards
for
the
one.
next
You got the
objective
jungler,
on
so
the map,
I think Genji's
which
pretty
will
happy with that
be
trade, right?
Archon spawning in a
근데
minute's
소프
time.
때 정글 교환이라서
Yeah, it's kind of
이거는
funny, you know, there wasn't any objective on the
나쁘지
map.
않은 것
Both these teams are sending all 5 of their members to join this fight. It feels like
천상이-
finally AGAL are stepping up to Gen.G, who
천상이 솔라리
very
일어났다.
aggressively try to take control of the map with their vision, as we saw in Game 1. And now we got
Ariel
Shanks in trouble.
went
He really
redemption
is
as well,
just
so I
trying
can't
to
even.
connect as Ruler doesn't quite find the snare, but it doesn't matter because he finds the auto
Oh,
attacks, and that is going to be Chovy locking that kill down. And as over on the top side, Chovy takes a lot of damage.
You're
but they'll get another
crazy.
turret, and then they can move over to this
Mega
Archon.
Opera.
It's going to be up in 23 seconds.
The truth of the matter
It's
is,
hard.
we talked about
And
this
it's
a
just
lot
really
in
hard
the
to live
draft,
on.
is it's a silent
애니는
on the
그냥
other
살 수가
side, so he doesn't
없어.
have agency to try to make a cross
I
map
love
with
that.
It's
It's a
hard.
revenge for T1. Pick Bud 3-0.
There you go.
But like, if you have Kyle and
Big
Flandre
Bard.
going, okay,
They
they're
actually
stacking
pick
top,
Bard.
let's make a play there. With other champions, maybe
He was
you can
onto
actually
something.
stop Keen there. Maybe you can get something
There's a fan
done.
with a sign, by the way,
Maybe
that
if
says
he's
pick
not
Bard.
1,500 gold ahead as well.
And Genji
but
pick Bard.
They just don't get anything in return. And this
They're
is
about to
these
3-0 this.
exchanges we keep seeing with Genji, where they heavily commit to a
Ooh.
play, and there's a trade, but their trade is a massive trade up. Even this play here, where it's a support for jungle trade, and they end up winning out on the health bars so significantly that it's hard for AL to make any play afterwards. And the Genji fans are loving the dominance we have seen.
The fan
so
was
far.
me?
This game was relatively
Yeah.
close, but now 4,000
I'm in
gold
Saudi
advantage
right
is
now.
Genji set up for Otacon.
Yep, that MVP
Saudi
discussion,
Arabia.
I think it's feeling a little bit more Keen favored as we're heading through this series. This guy has been playing so well all tournament, but also
Look at the
I mean,
goal.
I had Duro there as like
전
a
라인이
dark
다
horse
차이나.
as far as MVP was concerned, but
Every
I
lane
think
is
there's no
a
taking
leading
away
for
from
Genji,
Keen
bro.
After this game, unless something
5K
crazy
goalie
happens
right now?
in the
4,000
next
골 있는
one, or
사이.
the one after that, or the potential one after that. If
그리고 이제
AGL
제일
are
중요한
able
게
to grab
징크스가
a cheeky
플래시가
victory
없어.
here or there.
징크스
This
없으면
game
flash for
not
this
over
fight.
yet, but feeling very much in Gen G's
보이자마자
hands
그냥
for
바드
now. Otacon has
바드공
taken
대가리에
many teams, and so it might claim Gen G here unless they're very, very careful.
Bard's just
Keen
gonna
getting
ult Jinx
his,
and the
ducks
fight's
in a
gonna
row
be
here towards the
over.
bottom side as far as the wave
It's
is
happening.
concerned. AGL, will they be able to
This
get
really
an entry?
uncomfortable, I
And will
think, for them.
Tarzan be able to achieve the steal, this is indeed started.
Shanks is basically the main character for setting up that first pick here for Hope to get the reset. But GENG have all of their ultimates, and they have a Nocturne composition. It's really tough for AGL to play this up, but they can't just walk away and go, well, we'll side lane. Not with
Okay,
this composition.
와이공이 먹는
So
바들.
GENG really have them here between a rock and a hard place. Don't use
Go for
that
jellies?
phrase too much anymore, but like, what do you do, Kyle?
Well, you get taunted just a little bit here. He throws out the
Kyle,
ulti.
trying to run.
The door has worn off, but it did
Portal
its
up?
job.
Okay.
And so Kyle is going to be alive. But maybe the Atacon is not, as Chovy just being a bodyguard.
아니 이거 근데 아타칸을 본다고?
alongside Duro.
Feels like
Tarzan
Duro's
line of the brush, and yeah, I don't. Like Chovy's so incredibly
Chovy's
tanky.
so
They're
really
just not
tanky,
letting
yeah.
Tarzan get over here. It is still relatively healthy, and into the backline
오,
goes
아타칸
Quandre.
근데
But they hold
또
him at
아프거든요.
Bay's Canyon. They're
사이온이 아픈 게
stealing
아니라
it, but he
우와 아프사 and the bird ulti 나라 오케이 go next Cinema banger coming through absolute banger 다들 궁 다음에 Q 맞지도 않았는데 bird didn't even hit the Q after the ult but it doesn't matter 와 바드 너프 예상 I mean bird's gonna get nerfed after this tournament
GENG keep away comps are just so insane. We saw it with the Maokai last game. But look at this, they deny
Champions too
Quandre
strong.
entry. Hope is so far away from any of these
와,
targets.
긴
So Kyle
진짜,
gets caught,
와.
you're suppressed, right? The follow-up Galio ult on top of the tempered fate means
바드 Q 안 맞든 안 맞든 갈리오가 W 연계가 돼가지고 바로 그냥 쓸렸고 He's just killing the Jinx
the whole team is wiped when he's excited.
바드가 들어가서 원딜을 죽여
GENG crushing them,
Hope was
dominating
trying to,
them.
like,
The
run away, but-
combos that you were asking for, Atlas, are we going to have to see them? It's going to be a little bit trickier to pull this comp off than game one. And the answer is GENG 100% can pull it off.
And I have to say, as far as compositions
잘하네요,
that utilize
젠지.
tempered fate well, this is a really good
T1
one, right?
팬이지만,
Like the Galio lands, you see
I mean, I'm a
doesn't get the
T1 fan.
knockups, but then you are
Genji's like
freely
T1
able to
rivals,
position
but
the easiest
goddamn
comp of
GENG,
your
you guys are
life. But
good.
after they
Like,
get
what?
out of that stasis, the setup here, if you can hold them in
AO's
position,
been like
is
really
just
strong. Like
insane.
AL이 진짜 하나 상대로도 T1 상대로도 되게 매서웠거든요.
Start that way. They end it that
그래서
way.
오늘 솔직히 뭔가 이렇게까지 젠지가 일방적으로 이길 줄 몰랐는데 아직 물론 2세트긴 합니다. 몰라요. 페페 승승승 이런 거 이번 판도 솔직히 모르긴 해. 아직 안 끝났어. hasn't ended yet. But I think I kind of know how it's gonna end now. 너무 편해. 바드가 너무 편해서 이거 징크스는 한타 불가능 수준이라 하늘에서 바드공이 떨어지는 건 어떡해. 할 수가 없어. I mean the thing is Bard has always been really good in the Braum. It's a Braum counter.
It just feels like that Braum is falling very short. Maybe they should have gone
근데
for something a
브라운
bit more
카운터가
aggressive.
옛날부터 바드였어요. 그러니까 옛날에 바드가 겁나 구린 시절부터 그나마 프로에서 하나 라이프 e스포츠 그 키 선수 다들 아시나? 엄청 오래전에 몇 년, 한 7년 전인가? 바드가 그때 별로 안 좋았어가지고 안 나오는데 그나마 브라움 상대로는 한 번씩 나오는 그 정도.
For what AGL are trying to do in this game, and it's making things really, really difficult
맞아.
for the LPL squad.
키 상윤 bowling, do you guys remember that from
He's going to be
LCK?
the advantage here, as, yep,
Bordeaux
teleport's
main.
come in,
Oh, the
Devastate
Bordeaux
doing
mid,
well
ult miss.
this
Oh,
time, and
Cooper!
there is the heroic entrance to also not find the angle,
Oh,
but
Jinx
Ego
is just
King.
unable to live. It doesn't matter. Just
Quandre now just getting destroyed.
Morally,
Finds a nice
morally.
double knockup, but Keen
Cute,
is just
okay.
running amok. They are way too
So cute.
distracted in that backline.
Good
And
boy.
even though a whole bunch of buttons go missing, it does not matter. GENG is still just going to wander over to a Baron.
I mean, AGL just trying to fight for
boy.
Prio, and they're losing control on top side. Chovy's pushing their shanks. It's like, I got a TP.
징크스 살 수가 없어. Jinx can't live. She's like a Tom Kench or like a Thresh or something. 브라움이 지켜줄 수 있는 그런 조합이 아니다. 그러면 결국 징크스 브라움이 아니라 징크스 탐켄치를 했어야겠다. 근데 탐켄치 본인들이 배는데 I mean like AO banned Tom Kench because they didn't want to play to Senna Tom Kench. 와 젠지도 진짜 조합 준비 잘했다. 젠지 actually prepared. 그리고 세나 바즈가 라인전에서 좀 구린데 서로 라인전 자체가 없잖아. 응? 라인전 안 하면 그만이거든. 라인전이 구리다? 와, he flashed backwards and then Duro just Q flashed. I mean he flash Q, but Q풀 아니고 플래시 Q였네. Oh, they're trying to kill Duro. No. 스키스 보르드! 저게 근데 바드의 안 좋은 점. 아무리 골드 차이가 많이 나도 그 굉장히 풍선이죠. It's like no matter how ahead you are, Bard is a balloon. Especially when you build like that. When you build like Slay, you're all very squishy.
Have a look at the gold. It is cresting 8,000 at 27 minutes.
헤르메스 신발이라도 갔으면은 관문에 좀 빨리 탈 수 있었어.
Oh my god, the stacks are really getting higher as Hope is looking.
Genji needs to come down. They need to wait for the bar to come back alive. Oh, Ruler's like 1v3 positioning though. Wow! Wow! Keen triple kill! Ruler 1v3 positioning into Keen engage. Holy moly. Absolute giga stompy. Ruler just smurfing it like his positioning is not a normal zone of position.
Ruler is 1v4ing plus Tibbers.
아니
Not
바드
caring, kiting it out, waiting for Keen to find that old angle. He has
바드 이제
flash as
채팅으로
well.
아니 버스 감사합니다.
So close to
아니 방금 한다는 조금 서폿이 없어도 괜찮은 라고 하기에는 근데 바드 너무 잘했어. I mean I think Bard played really good this game and I think Bard was really broken. 이판 핵심은 근데 확실히 안베사가 너무 무섭지 않았나. 안베사 궁이 너무 미쳤어. 용 쪽에서 그리고 바이가 타던 선수가 정말 그 핵심의 콤보를 Never mind! POG 보르다! POG 다들 POG 바드! Quadra? Oh man. This is a fucking stop man. 일단 젠지 팬분들, 젠지 관계자분들, 젠지 선수들 축하드리고요. I don't know, man. It's gonna be a quick 0-0. I mean, AL's comp wasn't even that bad. It was just a complete gap everywhere. Lane phase, team fights, mechanics, everything. 바드가 좋은 바드가 좋은 사람. 바드 공 다시 구경하고요. 아니 근데 안베사 needs to be banned from Cassante. I mean, did I call it? Did I just call King Cassante? Yes, I did. I mean, 쿼드라 장인 룰러. 야. 뺐다 야 이 그 장면을 해외에서도 되게 유용해가지고 와 룰러 doing 27.5k damage on Senna is insane by the way. 28-minute game too. It wasn't even that late. 기인 딜량 맞아. 안뺐어. 에요.
欢迎你是 AO 的哪位选手的粉丝呢？是香克斯的粉丝，香克斯加油 ！Shanks fan， How long have you been supporting Shanks？ 你支持多久了？香克斯选手，我从他从 WE 的时候就开始喜欢他了。哇 ，WE 的小卡。真的是老粉了。那请问你是从哪里飞过来 ？Where did you come from？ 我从重庆飞了10几个小时。She came all the way from China, Chongqing, and flew for 10 hours. 谢谢，加油！
와, 10시간 비행기 타고 가서 응원하는 정도로. 10-hour flight just to cheer for Shanks and AL.
Hi guys, Judy here.
And I'm Finn. And I'm Ox.
And we're here at the Riot Games Arena to try some games, have some fun, and see what's up. Judy here, and myself and Ox just went up against former retired pro player Finn from the LEC in a 2v1 to see whether or not we could beat him, and we actually could because it was pretty easy.
Finn, what do you mean? What do you mean? 아, PC방 같은 것도 있구나, 거기에서. 뭔가 리크레이서 뭔가 친구분들이나 가족분들이 같이 가서 여러 가지 하는 게 재밌는 게 많나 보네. There must be a lot of different things you can do there, like event-wise. Seems like they have a PC cafe like this. It is a fraud. Imagine losing to like 2 randoms. Come on.
Well, I mean, I guess you didn't really play.
Pretty sure Ox is like gold or something. I don't even think he's like diamond.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I know Brendan Valdez is like plat in Korea. 글로벌 전통놀이.
When the games are playing, play.
This is epic. I always wanted an orange wristband.
Oh my gosh, I have like so many of these, like rubber bands,
Great when I can't find the bottom
rubber
of the
bracelets.
Is there different points where you hit it? Okay. If you have aggression, is what you do.
Of course, it's a Timo dummy. They have real life dummies though.
Okay, I was distracted by the
롤토 체스에서 저거 더미 저거 많이 봤는데.
didn't even hurt on him, like.
연습 모드에서도 그렇고. 재밌는 거 많다고.
I think that's a bingo.
You're supposed to break it.
Valorant. League of Legends. Okay, we're actually going into another ad segment. One sec. Oh man. 젠지 상상 이상이라고. 거리가 너무 가까워서 맞추기 쉽다? 그러긴 해. 저거에 한 2~3배 거리는 돼야 좀 던질 맛이 나는데. 2대0 뭐야? 카라님 어서오세요. 하이. 젠지가 지금 3대 떡 내기 직전입니다요. EWC 우승 직전. 60만 달러. Holy moly, bro. $600,000 in the bank soon for GENG. 안녕하세요. 어서오세요. 하이. AL이 못한다고? AL이 못한다고 하는 거는 다른 경기들을 안 보신 것 같은데 하나전이랑 T1전 보면은 AL 절대 못하지 않거든요. 60억 맞아. 60억보다 더 받는 거 아닌가? 환율이 거의 1,400원이라서 기인이 탑에서 아니 조금 오늘 전체 라이너들이 다 차이가 좀 나긴 해. 근데 every lane is kind of getting gapped a little. Top, mid, jungle, support, AD. Oh man. T1을 어제 팬미팅까지 했다고. 일정이 좀 많이 빡세긴 하나 보네, 진짜. 요번에 레드씨 글로벌이라고 이제 사우디 그 기업이랑 스폰서 계약까지 한 걸로 아는데 그거 다 만나가지고 막 사진 찍고 해야 되잖아. 대기 시간이랑. 프론트 좀 시계 좀 놔두면 좋겠지만 어쩔 수 없지. 뷰어십의 천사. 아니 3대0 나오면은 근데 한국 사람들은 좋지. 지금 내일 월요일이라서. I mean the thing is like it's 10 p.m. in Korea, so if it's a 3-0, I know it's a little bit boring for international fans, but I think Korean fans want to go to bed soon. One day tomorrow.
I'm
One day
from
tomorrow.
South Korea. Who's your favorite player from GENG? My favorite player is Keen. Do you want to show us your
Keen
sign?
fan.
Sign?
She's a Keen fan.
This.
방송이 젤랑이 방.
This is Jelang. Keen. Yes, super cute. Who do you think is going to be the best player for this series today, GENG versus AGAL? I think it's Chovy. Yes. Thank you so much. Best of luck, GENG. GENG fighting. Fighting.
Keen Fan vs Trophy. Should have answered Keen there as a mage. 각이 안 보인다. AL이 여기에서 페페 승승승승 할 수 있나? 페페 승승승을 할 수 있나? 근데 우리나라도 만약에 사우디까지 날아가려면은 비행기시간 엄청 오래 걸리는 거 아니야? 중국처럼? 최소 한 12시간은 걸릴 것 같은데? 한국에서 사우디까지. We don't deny Genji being strong though. They are also strong last year. Yeah, Genji's always been strong. It's just like internationals, they've been kind of like dropping a little bit and not playing good. But I think this year, Genji's looking kind of strong, guys.
All right, let's get
Just
on
a
into
little
it. Game 2, different game plan in terms of the
14시간
draft thing,
걸린다고?
but still same outcome as AGAL are trying to find any type of fight, but GENG are just constantly finding a way around it.
I mean, you heard us on the last game 1. We were a little bit disappointed because
오늘
AGAL couldn't find
진짜
avenues
자주
to
나왔어.
actually attack.
Two games
GENG
apart
couldn't find
today.
avenues to engage onto them, so we said, okay, let's draft more engaged, and so they did. But GENG drafted even more engaged and went even harder in the paint. You see this draft by GENG, full dive. That Nocturne and Bessa Galio combo made it so difficult.
뒤로 봐도 잘하네요. 그러니까 그 관문 한번 실수 빼고는 솔직히.
Yeah, this was very reminiscent of their third game against G2,
I mean,
where they
they're
played the
just-
Ambessa Galio combo, and they just looked so good on it. Shows that they can play more than
파이크
just, you know,
나오나?
like
이번에
a
3세트
slow
파이크?
dragon stacking comp. They can
다들
find
했으니까
really
이제
good engages
브리치.
when it's presented to them.
노란 뚱땡이
and
하나
it was
했으니까
just
노란
awesome.
뚱땡이
Yeah,
두
again, the
번째 거.
control around
브리치를 하면
objectives
어떤가?
was huge. One thing that you wanted to point out there, Finn, the Jinx pick
오늘
early
서포
on,
차이가
it was
근데
something that,
조금 나기
yes, there's
하고요.
engage around, but the Jinx
I mean,
pick
there's a little bit of
very,
support
very
gap today, I
vulnerable
think.
to
I
even
actually
more
think
engage,
so.
as you said.
Kyle's been playing
1, 2,
really
3
good,
is
but
always
Duro's
the
just been playing
Sion,
better today.
Annie and Vi. So it's not really a great peel. And then you see this Senna, Galio, Nocturne, and Bessa coming your way, and you pick Jinx. And I think if you do this, you
형들에게
kind of do
놀.
need
아, 그
some
살짝
help
그
to help
보이스
her, like
듣기
a
시작
Sam
듣고
Kenshin
싶긴
that
하거든요.
YouTube's all
이거
told
바드
you, but
유저라서
I feel like
저런
Hope
관문
really put
저도
himself
한
in a
번씩
hopeless
하는데
position this game because
와
there's really
그때
no way
그
for him to put a damage these fights because all these threats were coming from
플래시까지
every
써서
single
관문으로 딱
time. And if your
도망가려고
Jinx
했는데 딱
dies
저런
in the beginning
관문
of the fight before
만들어주면
getting any sort of resets, I don't think the rest of AGL's comp has the damage.
팀원들이 핑을 많이
Yeah,
찍습니다.
Nados, I mean,
바드
if you
살아있다,
look
바드
at,
살아있다.
Canyon and you're the
Ding,
Nocturne,
ding,
you look on the
ding, ding,
opposite side. Here's the Jinx, and they have a lot of dive for our carry, but I don't have to worry
비하
about that.
핑
It
도배.
must just be a play day there for Canyon.
Yeah, I thought that it was really clever by GENG. They took Senna in response to Vi, which I think helps your dive comp, but also it makes it kind of a hard target for Vi to ult because, you know, you can just press E if Vi's trying to ult on you and she'd have to like throw down a control word to get vision of you. So it's a little deterrence against that. And then, yeah, I mean, playing Jinx into Bard, Nocturne, Ambessa, Galio is just nightmare fuel. There's literally nothing you can do if they all go
She need
on
like a
him, so,
thresh.
yeah, that was pretty hopeless.
징크스가 딱 쓰레쉬가 있어야 됐어. 징크스
That's where we
쓰레쉬?
go
그래서
for highlight number
랜턴으로
one at the Drake pit. Keen staking a claim to becoming this tournament's
그나마
Sony
그렇게 했으면
MVP.
징크스가 살 수 있었나?
He nullifies the Vi ult and dodges the Bar ult. So the Bar ult goes on the Vi
긴
himself, goes onto the
POG.
backline.
근데
of
역시
AGL,
POG는
and
긴
with
선수가
one
맞는 것 같아.
button click, he has won the entire fight for GENG. So clutch.
Oh,
Really something by
Ambessa's
AGL to
disgusting
put so
champion
much
when
into them, Ambessa
piloted
can
by
easily
someone like
nullify all
Kian.
their abilities.
Yeah, and it seems like a lot of these fights, Medios, are fighting around objectives. We take a look at the second highlight here over at the Otacon, and the setup around it has been so consistent, not only here at EWC, but throughout the tournaments here for GENG. They
여러분,
love setting the trap
사실을
and
말해도
forcing
되나요?
people to come
Can I
fight
be
into
truthful,
them.
guys?
Yeah, GENG just did a really good job proving for the objective, and then I like how Canyon used his W to block the Scion ult, and then
살짝
as AL
그
did try to
배가
come from
아프기
different angles,
시작했어.
it wasn't
My
exactly
stomach
what
is
you wanted
hurting
to dive
from
comp, 'cause
jealousy.
They can just commit to one side, Scion wasn't there to peel,
Yeah!
and then it was just unwinnable for them.
Yeah, I think you could hear
Should've
there
been us.
on the microphone.
Should've been me.
GENG has joined us on the stage.
Should've
and are
been
ready to
carry
go.
a board.
Little bow by Ruler to the crowd, who has been very, very impactful. But they're not alone. The
아프면
AGAL
똥 싸.
fans have been showing up and trying to will their team to a win.
그런 배 아니라고!
And that means they've been
그런
trying to
아픈 거
find a lot
아니라고.
of these fights, but here in our final
이거
replay,
하고
again,
오세요.
just a little bit too far behind at this point, and it gets
두려움에
turned
지는
around on
거다.
him.
I mean, at this stage, it
I mean,
is
this
just
is
a
like
nightmare. You see here,
completely
Genji walking up on the
impossible
mid,
for
there's
James.
15 ults coming away. Teleport,
Wow.
great flash Q by Kyle, finds him there at the
Flash
back
Q
end of the
봐.
fight. And here you see them
징크스
try to
플래시
go,
썼어?
try to fight back. But when you lose
도망
your
못 가.
Jinx at the beginning of the fight,
바로
your
그냥
hope kind of
따닥다.
falters, and there's no way to get that reset. There's no way to chain those kills, and there's no way to kill the onslaught of Genji players
관문으로
taking
자.
it to your base.
I love that. You can see it behind us now. The AGAL players coming onto the stage. The Gyos ringing from the left side of the stadium, trying to will their team to victory. AGAL, again, winning the LPL earlier in spring, trying to find and win an international title for an organization that isn't from the LCK, because all of them are currently owned
근데 우리
by the
바들도
LCK.
그렇게 잘하는데
But
레를
down
왜?
0-2, Finn, I feel like there's so much work they need to do.
네, 렐만이 문제가 아니었는데요, 선생님. T1은 렐만이 문제가 아니었다. 아니, 우리가 T1 얘기를 좀 하면 안 되긴 하는데. 이게 참. Baby, can you nerf Genji? I can't.
They gotta finish up their objectives. They gotta set them up right.
They're like a big,
and don't mess
big bully.
up your side lanes, because that is where Genji will fight you and
Who
punish
can
you.
stop Genji now?
Yeah, these first two
진짜
games
폼
were
좋은
pretty
T1
one-sided.
아니면은 못
Genji
막을
seems
것
to have
같은데.
full control, but I think
mean,
AGAL might have some tricks up their sleeve.
I
I know
mean,
Tabby's
maybe
a
if
very
T1
good
just,
coach.
like, rests,
He probably has some draft
maybe we have a
contingencies ready.
chance.
So
But this
I'm
rate,
looking forward
Genji's
to it.
gonna
I
win
hope they can
Worlds
punch
too.
back and give us some more games.
Love that you bring up
I said
Tabe,
it.
who's had a lot of success with
I
different
said it.
organizations in the past. We look at the RNG, we look at BLG.
If Genji
Any
wins
team that he's
Worlds,
gone
they
to, he's
almost
been
have a
able
golden
to
award
elevate
except
their
for
level of play.
first
He was able to do so
stack.
with AGAL earlier
Hanwha
in the
Life
year
Esports
during
won
the
first stack.
LPL run, which is why they found the success in their domestic league. Able to
Baby,
bring
can you
it
nerf
all the
TSM?
way
I
to
think they already,
MSI, get them a third place, and one
Oh, did you
game
guys hear
away
about
from
100
top lane
Thieves?
T1 to make it to the grand
They're
final.
selling their
Now
spot in
they're here. They've
LTA.
been able to do it, but they are 0-2 and
LCS
trying to
or
battle
LTA,
back
whatever you
for the
call it.
pride of LPL, for the pride of
여러분 그거
Chinese League
들으셨나요?
of Legends.
소문?
However, on
소식,
the opposite
소문이 아니라
side
소식.
is the most
그
dominant team
백도둑
over the
아시나요?
last
백도둑?
2 years in
100
League of
Thieves?
Legends, adding to their
북미
hardware.
팀인데
Will it be the
그
esports World Cup
롤에서
for
발
Gen G,
뺀다고
or
하네요.
will we have
어저께
a
오피셜로
game number 3
오피셜로
for
떴어요.
AGAL?
백도둑이면은
Thank you very much,
그래도
gentlemen.
한
And yes,
8년
Digon,
정도?
we will have a
7년?
game
8년?
number 3. Don't you worry.
봤었는데.
Unfortunately, I cannot guarantee that AL will be able to take the win.
맞아,
See whether they
베잉님이
can as the
또
reverse
북미
sweep
갔을
will
때
have to start
뛰었던
right now.
100 Thieves Bang, you guys remember that? A long time ago.
League of Legends at EWC, we had a relatively shaky run for T1, right? They almost lost the team Liquid.
대기 시간 길어서 3대 만나면은 12시 넘네. 맞아. 이거 만약에 5경기까지 5세트까지 가면은 1시에 끝나겠는데 이거?
And then we had that 3-0 stop.
젠지 그냥 끝내줘.
Lifted the trophy, got the MVP, and it feels like history might
I mean,
repeat
Trophy
itself,
just
albeit
doesn't
with a
even look
different
tired at
team
all.
here, in that GENG almost lost to G2. You could argue the series were close leading up to this.
Tarzan
Sure,
looks
they were
mad.
in control of game 3.
앵그리
but
타잔
things gone
나오나요,
a little
이거?
bit differently. It was definitely a series that G2
앵그리
could have
Tarzan?
won. And AL coming this were super consistent, and yet GENG has the best performance of this entire week here of League of Legends in the series that matters most. And
Hello,
they're
Femi
now
is supply.
poised. I think they're
Bye.
favorites to take this 3-0 if they can continue the form.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible how different they look today. And
Here
I
it
think
is.
that AGAL,
Game
they
3.
need to go back into
Finally loading
the,
into Jump Select. Let's
Players
go.
Lounge and think about what they're going to do to change things up here, because they have not looked like they are on the same level as GENG tonight. So you got to do what Chovy did yesterday and say, hey guys, we're not playing up to our form.
Yeah.
We can do better than this. It's not easy though, because even to us, we are watching GENG and
There
it
it
just
is.
looks like they're
There it is.
unstoppable at this point. Maybe as some of the more comfortable picks for
감사합니다.
GENG get taken away.
아니 5,000원 감사합니다.
AGAL
누군가님.
get something going here in this round.
Well,
17 삼성 갤럭시부터 팬이었다고.
Gwen is going to remain
아,
permanently banned. The Pantheon
그때부터
is
팬은
also
진짜
gonna do the same
찐
thing.
팬이지.
There is that Skarner ban coming in. A lot of respect for Canyon's Skarner so far this tournament. And Wolf, you brought us back to what happened last year at EWC. It was a very disappointing.
There it
tournament
is,
for
Pantheon
GENG.
dubbed again.
I think a lot of people probably even forgot they were there because they left
Don't need
so
to be embarrassed.
incredibly
And
quickly.
they're
This
actually
time around,
opening
something to
Talia.
prove. saying,
Or are
no,
they?
no, this time,
탈리아를
this
밴할
year,
건가
it is
안 할
ours.
건가
And
Yeah,
assuming,
one game
궁금하네요.
away.
assuming they win that third game, Keen is definitely the front runner for MVP.
I'm
I
thinking
would
about
say for this
Talia,
finals, and he
I'm
was
thinking
the one who
about
said he was most
Aurora.
disappointed by their performance last year. So
Hobby's
all the
back.
storylines colliding here. And AGL, they were so close to moving on to the finals at MSI. It's so close to actually having that opportunity to win that international title. It felt like coming into this, they had the momentum, and it is just completely gone now. This will be their last side selection game of the series, regardless what happens. So we have the Pantheon gone. Nico's gone here. Skarner banned again. We'll see what that first pick is going to be with the Rise here. Talia, I feel like, is the safest one.
Yeah.
탈리아인 거
This
guys.
almost feels like bait, right? Banning away the Rise. Like,
탈리아
do it.
각이다 이거.
Because if they don't,
이건
then it's
탈리아 안
likely that Chovy will
하면은
just snap it up.
Yeah, I mean, you can't give Chovy Talia. I mean, in its
이걸
current
탈리아를
form,
안 해?
maybe
Round?
because in the scrims, in the games we've seen, like,
Oh my
it
god,
doesn't feel
please,
like
you're
Talia
going
is
blue
as
side to
dominant
pick
as it
round.
used to be, but it's a dangerous proposition to
아니
give that
블루
over
가가지고
Chovy.
렐선 픽
First
뭐야?
pick route, yeah.
I mean,
이거는
they've
마치
had
그
struggles.
Fearless bands.
They've
there's that.
T1
they have had struggles
T1식
with the
카르마
gauge this
선픽?
game.
블루
Or the
사이드
series,
카르마
rather, I
카르마
should
선픽
say.
같은.
They've really been unable to get
It
onto the
reminds me of
back line, and
when
they've been
T1 was
completely
about to
outplayed by
lose a like
the
very
Bobo
important
Raton.
game,
Obviously, they were
elimination
on the
game
Bard.
in the finals.
So I could feel the frustration, but I just don't know if
And
this
then the
priority
first
is
pick,
warranted, to be totally
Karma
frank.
on blue
It is
side.
Kyle, right? Even back when he was in the LCK, when he was debuting, this was his champion. His
T1
rel
까지
was
마요?
absolutely
아니 T1
fantastic.
까는 게
Of course,
아니라
the champion was a little bit
그런
different back then.
거를
Was finding
생각을
a lot
하게
of success in a lot
만드는.
of people's hands, but Kyle was certainly one
근데
to find a
요즘
lot of that magic, 'cause there
PRS라서
is a
서폿이
bulky
처음으로
answer. Things are
나오는
getting weird
가게
here in
충분히
game number
넣을만
three. It's not
하지만
necessarily the priority
그만큼
list
렐이
that I had in my head,
약간
but of course
임팩트를
you
해줄
have
수
to do a lot
있을까.
of gymnastics to work out what is there to answer what and what is the highest on the priority list, as the Nautilus is going to be picked up as both of these teams really
I think
valuing a lot
Nautilus
of
and
engagement.
Corky as well. That's
Yeah, I mean,
really
it's one
interesting.
of the
Both
final
teams are
pieces of
actually
card engage from the support
prioritizing
role
the
that
bot
you
lane.
can pick up, so they want to get it early on to match the rel and make sure that they have something. Also makes it a little bit less.
정글링 안 들어. 맞아. 정글에는 그 한참 유행했었는데 그 노프를 라이엇이 엄청나게 많이 때려가지고. Jungle rel is impossible. That is a support rel. And I think Xunxiao, Talia, I think AO's gonna be so happy with this. I'm so surprised Genji did not take the Xunxiao and did not take the Talia. 이거는 근데 젠지도 왜 신짜오 탈리아 둘 다 열렸는데 이거 안 가져갔지라는 생각을 하면서도 설마 이거
viewership you gave over way too much here as Genji in this position. They will take the
This is a
Wukong that was
viewership
banned
angle for
previously
Genji.
in game 2 here. And keep it a little bit flexible. Chovy loves his R5 unusual, like, you know, pick that comes through. We've seen him play like R5 Cassante mid in the past. So we've obviously seen him
Wukong
play,
is
things
fine.
like the Aurelion
However,
Soul
we have seen
or
this
Supreme
matchup again and
Scaling,
again.
he's
And
gonna keep it a bit of
Xunxiao
a
wins the
mystery
matchup
here.
into
I don't
Wukong because
agree with
Wukong
the
tries to
decision
like
yet
ulti and do
for
the
Genji,
combo
but
onto
let's
the
wait and see
Xunxiao.
how it
And
plays
Xunxiao
out.
presses R.
Yeah, see
Xunxiao
whether it's
presses
his
R.
set once
And
again,
Wukong is just
coming out of mid lane. Don't know
pushed
whether
out.
that is going to be his pick into a Talia, but already we see the
뭔가
Kai'Sa
오공이
banned
들어가서
away.
막 궁 콤보하고 난리 나는데 진짜가 궁으로 딱 밀어내기 때문에 이미 우리가 많이 봐왔던 그리고 이제 1대1 할 때도 당연히 신짜오가 조금 더 힐까지 막 하면서 Q 키고 막 힐하고 W 맞추고 막 들어와서 체급이 살짝 더 높은 느낌이긴 했습니다. 지금까지 봐왔던 게.
could be a good idea, but never mind. Will be that Orianna to make sure that Chovy isn't pulling a fast one.
Yeah, always got to be careful about that. Speaking of which,
Wonder
we
bound,
have
sorry
seen him play a
bound.
lot of Corky in the past.
Yeah.
Something he could do in this game. I don't think that's the current meta that you would go for.
You have to consider
Kai'Sa ban as well is really
Yeah,
smart.
something to consider.
Yo, Rick.
I wonder what we're gonna see on ADC role. Ezreal, Sivir, like what do we see?
But
yeah, frontline, I'm gonna smash your face in Yorick is what he was playing.
kind of
team fighting Yorick.
I'm kind of starting to feel like the angles here for Hope are dwindling, right? Because you're not playing Kalista in this comp, right? Like you might just end up with an MF composition here.
I really want to see what's gonna be chosen for Chovy here.
And
과연 근데 코르키가 갑자기 막 미드 가는 건 아니고 오로라 이러면은 또 갑자기 젠지 조합이 좋아 보이는데. Genji's combo suddenly looks better with the Aurora pick, right?
We've got Mega Flex last
혹시
pick. Yeah,
11인가?
Bandura. He's going to lock in like
Sivir.
either a top laner, a mid laner, or an AD carry, and we don't know
I
which
feel
one
like
it is yet.
AL's comp has very
don't know
short
which one it
range.
is. I think
I
with
could be
Sivir
wrong,
enter priority
but
coming up
those
a lot
champions
nowadays feels like the obvious choice here, especially with what you already have. Sivirel very strong. You've
I'm
got
starting to get
Down
worried
that
for A a little
charge
bit.
with your
I don't know if I like the
ultimate.
Sivir
And,
pick, but there's
obviously,
nothing else to
spell
play, I
shield
guess.
for the Nautilus, and they're going to
There's
look for a
the
frontliner
Renekton.
here for the top lane. Renekton can handle if anything gets flexed on him. He's always going to be a very strong laner. And,
와 근데 이게 마지막으로 오로라를 탑으로 보낼 수도 있고 미드로 갈 수도 있으니까 Aurora can go mid for Chovy or it can be top for Kiin. Both are very good Aurora players.
Absorb the Renekton pressure.
그러니까 레넥톤이 나온 상태에서 이제 레넥톤 상대할 더 좋은 챔프가 나올 거냐 아니면 그냥 오로라도 충분히 할 수 있다 이런 생각이 나올 수 있거든.
For this Corki. And
Keen isn't talking all that much.
Ari?
Looking like maybe that Aurora is going
근데
his way.
최근에 아리가 진짜 이게 안 좋아하는데 Ari's win rate has been very low recently, including MSI, not just EWC. MSI에서 실제로 초비 선수가 아리를 했었던 한도 제가 알기로는 진거 같은데 잘 기억이 안 나기도 하고. Did Chobi lose the Ari game? I don't remember MSI. They didn't actually lose that many games, but
GENG have both a lot of zone control and pick potential because the burst damage of
I think I just haven't seen Ari win any games in general, like played by anybody, everybody.
Enough, unfortunately for Sivir, I think to
근데 그 국밥 조합이긴 하죠. 그래도 Ari 우공, as Ari Wukong is very famous comp. 여긴 되게 정직하다. I think AO's comp is very honest comp.
But I think a lot of this game,
it's just like Sivir all days and just trying to like auto talk you, and then Rel's gonna engage, and then Talia's gonna be in the back pressing Q and seismic shove if he has an angle.
And it's gonna be hard to get that prio there.
And I feel like for GENG they have a lot of like
here in this third game.
Peak potential. They have a lot of like circus angle.
We've loved the
Lots of crazy angles possible.
And Keen is just in love himself with this Aurora pick, and playing range into melee is just, that's right in Keen's wheelhouse. Feels like he can do anything, especially today. Like this guy is holding the range.
Made it back
on
to
that
the time.
MVP.
Okay,
He
perfect.
wants it so badly.
Game 3
Might be
about
able
to be
add
loaded
some extra
in, by the
points
way.
here with this Aurora performance.
Could be. I do think that the Talia is going to get a lot of value in this composition for AL. I think that that was a big risk that was taken by GENG. And so if this is the turnaround, I don't think that the draft is
I think Tarzan could carry very hard on the Shinshao, by the way. Really saw it yesterday.
Today have not been equipped for GENG.
타잔 선수의 신짜오기 때문에 근데 이거 지켜봐야 되거든요. 신짜오가 캐리할 수 있긴 해 근데. Talia 신짜오. Very high priority picks for a reason, right?
As far as the club championship is concerned as well, they can rocket themselves to the top of those
Chovy using faker
standings.
skin? Is that what it is?
Absolutely massive, not only
명예의
for the League
전당
of Legends team,
대상역
but for
스킨이다
the
이거.
organization as a whole. Because you have to remember, the Esports World Cup is more than
GENG's
just
just gonna win.
League of Legends.
Faker skin GG.
So support's going to be meeting here towards the
Let's
top
start it.
side, which is interesting.
Let's go.
They both had exactly the same idea at the same time. Maybe just some support
Spellbook
combat.
taken
They
by
agree. Okay,
Rel,
top alcove.
but Ignite.
That recall animation threw me for a loop.
But
I thought
then
perhaps
no
he was
spellbook
the
for
treasury.
Nautilus.
Keen is closer.
노틸러스는
He's
근데
gone and gets the war down. Oh, the last.
no, I mean
does get it,
you
I
can
get
still
it.
get it after 2 hits. You still have
Interesting to point out, we have seen almost
You
all
still
of
have
our
vision of the
supports
words
go for the unsealed spellbook, but Duro
for a
on
little
the
bit
Nautilus,
longer.
understanding that this champ, if you don't have aftershock, you just kind of go in and die, has elected not to go for the
대상형 스킨
unsealed
사줄 걸
spellbook. I
그러니까.
think that's definitely a good choice.
저는 일단은
especially
그거
into what you're looking at.
저렴이 버전은 사긴
If you remember the
했는데
glacial augment when it came in
아
the
그냥
first time,
50만
we
원
had
지를
so
걸
many
그랬나라는 생각이.
Nautiluses just explode over and over again.
It both makes you powerful into the types of ways you could get caught, and it's a safe defensive tool into
I mean,
AGL, but it also empowers your engages and your
Kyle's
setup
just
for the RE
Wing for the
composition
shield,
that
by the
GENG
way.
are
A lot
running.
of
So
Rails do that,
makes a ton
obviously.
of sense. I feel like
W
even though
서서
everyone
이제
is
실드가
running
이제
unsealed
타 있는
spellbook,
상태로
there are situations where
다시
you
말
just
탈
have
때
to
W
buff
한번
that
더
trend and
써면
go,
되니까.
what's good for my champ, what's good for my comp. I'm gonna move away from what's
확실히 근데
overall
렐은 저 말을
the
든
meta
게
and
저는
focus really
개인적으로
on
더
what
강력하다고
this
생각하는
game
게
looks like, what this draft looks like for me.
킬각을 잡았는데
Press
힐이니까
the attack
이거
Renekton.
마무리가 안
This
되는
is like-
느낌이 계속
We did
나오거든.
see a little bit of shenanigans with the
봐야 되긴 하죠.
electrocute up against
봤죠.
Aurora just because you want to go in for bursty trades. I believe that was
I wonder if
Ambassador
this
did it.
Ignite on Rel is going to
This
actually turn into a
press the
kill
attack
early
Renekton,
game.
which with
I
some
don't
help
think so.
from Tarzan, Flandre will be doing a
Like,
lot of
Sivir's
damage.
damage is
Going aggressive, but
pretty-
Shattering Strike is going to miss here as they hit level 2. Still
They're all
gets
just
a
kidding.
lot of use out of his
Maybe not.
aftershock as he makes his way out.
Half
GENG a little
HP
bit
on
late
Duro.
on that level 2 themselves.
Yeah, kind of interesting. I feel like Duro not totally respecting that, but as you mentioned, he wanted to go in for the aftershock.
명예의 전당이 근데 다시 안 돌아오니까
Definitely taking a look at that top lane
확실히.
and watching Keen just bully as we did expect. Looks like Tovi's doing a good job in mid at the same time.
다시 살 수 있는 기회가 되지 않죠. I mean, the trades made it looks like good.
And go for a
For
back
Talia,
here.
no, it's not. She's completely
Definitely looking towards
just a
Canyon
reset.
to try to hit level 6 as
미드
fast
탑
as
둘 다
possible
주도권
and link up
있고요.
with Chovy. We have seen
네,
Gen
순자는
G,
바텀으로 동선을
winning a lot
따고
of these
공을
early
탑으로
games
가는
and getting a bunch of tempo and kind of controlling the
pretty
pace. We've said
normal
that a lot
stuff, I
today.
think,
See if they can do it again.
Canyon.
Aggression absolutely
She's going to be
everywhere,
popping
but
top
Kyle
because, you know,
taking the worst
mid
end
and
of
top
it,
has
down to
priority
about
for
250
him.
here as Gen G stand their ground.
And Duro still has heal. They actually need to be careful about a re-engage. Like Ruler and Duro double flash plus the heal. If another Gatling gun gets fully channeled like that, you are just out of luck in this lane. As they hit level 3, will be matched.
아 진짜
That's the end of that. Tarzan comes over Ruler and Duro,
저만아.
not knowing where he is.
I don't know. This is why everyone takes heal now.
And this top lane
막
is a huge
굴추나
issue,
그랩
though,
서포,
as
노틸러스
King
이런
just
걸로도
keeps
힐이
draft
가니까
stacking and keeps chunking
아,
Flandre
힐
out.
너프를 해야 되지
And this is a
않나라는
bio
생각을
lane
할
they
정도로
expected to get, right? That's why
정말로
you
이게
draft
킬각이 안 나와
protected in a
요즘은
comp
힐을
like
계속
this.
너무
And it is
사깁니다.
unfortunately just
He was just too
absolutely not
broken, I
gonna
think.
work out, as
And they're gonna be
Zion's coming
diving
over
Flandre
Flandre
here. I
as
don't know if
well.
Flandre is gonna be able to
Fury.
survive.
2v1
Good
underneath
boy.
this turret. We'll see whether Flandre can get enough of his health back. Oh yeah, without the Fury, it's really
Okay.
difficult. But he does slice and dice.
He
and
did
that'll get
live.
him to safety. Keen didn't want to be the one that
플래시도 안 사용해서 이거 무리하게 다이브하다가 풀 W 맞으면은 위험하거든. I think they're pretty happy with that though. Like,
The full clear was completed.
because Canyon was pathing
And,
top
yeah,
anyway,
Keen's
so he didn't
no,
actually like
Flandre,
lose
you're
out
not
on
allowed
anything.
to approach this minion wave.
시간
You can see how he
비는
stacked the waves so that it would push into him.
템포
So
없는
it kind of
타이밍에 딱
forces
찌른
Flandre
거기
to move
때문에
up. And he has
공공은 손해가
help
전혀
from his
아니죠.
jungler. Keen going to spot
Oh,
this.
but that is a nice gank from
flash
Tarzan.
away. So that's
So instead of
actually
just
pretty good here for
being
Flandre
ready
and
for
Tarzan.
Grump,
They're
he
able
actually
to
skipped
immediately
Grump.
clap back with a bit of
Now
a
Grump spawns,
flash
he's just gonna get
takeaway
Grump now.
from Keen as here's Duro hanging
Both
around
junglers
mid.
are
They're gonna
playing
swap top here,
very
and
scary.
it's gonna be Keen
Tarzan
heading
and
down to
Canyon,
the bottom
two
lane. He has enough time to get
crazy
there without
junglers.
TPings, which is huge for him. As you know,
There's
supports
2v2
join.
of mid lane, yep.
Yeah, supports join here as the
저
lane
스킬은
swaps
내가
connected up
제 간등이보다
with each other. As
제 간등이.
Kyle
오, they cancelled
Yeah,
it.
not going to be able to crash down out of this one.
Kyle might have to
Actually,
flash
he doesn't have a lot
though.
of
He's fine.
options
Just gonna
remaining.
walk out.
Still not
Look at
enough
thank you.
damage here between
오,
Duro and
하지만
Chovy at this
노틸러스가
stage of
방금
the game, so he will be able
정화였으면은
to make his way out and even holds on to the
에리
flash.
플래시로
As Canyon
도망을
off to the
갔을걸?
side is looking to take down these Raptors.
I don't know if this aggression is
Like,
over
that's when
yet. I
I'm
think
like,
Gen
huh,
G
what
can
if
keep up with
Nora's
the pressure on
taking
here.
why?
Canyon's gonna get these Raptors at least, and Kyle's low health bar here is such a problem. And also, we did see Flandre TP top, so TP advantage to Keen
I just
right
hate
now.
heal
Gen G
support
has so
meta.
much agency.
Information advantage here.
Okay.
Kyle wasn't actually seen, but another shattering strike goes wide. Kyle actually
Kyle's
struggling a
just
little bit
not
here in this
hitting the
early
skill
game. You
shots
can
a
see
little
there are
bit.
some wobbles
Maybe Rel is the
that he
problem.
has
Maybe
to
it's not.
get out.
Maybe
These
it's not the
shattering strikes
player
that
or
we're so
whatever.
used to seeing land
It's the
from this
champion.
guy just haven't been
It's the
hitting the
champion.
mark. As Ruler just
그냥
really
렐은
happily going through his
팔이
history
짧아.
book as far as the teams that he's won
템포
titles
탓을
on.
합시다, 이제.
Samsung Galaxy certainly being one of
템포가
them.
너무 구리네.
Yeah, the 2017 above that. Shank's now getting chunked out. It feels like, especially if
And
the
Duro was
Ari is
just,
just getting
kind of popping
guaranteed
off
charms.
today,
That
though.
one wasn't a guaranteed charm, but he was just able to land it. But if you got the Nautilus nearby, you have to respect the damage, even with no items here in the early game. And Kyle, unfortunately, was not able to do that. So a lot of tempo did
All
go
lanes
over
are winning
Gen G
again for
in
Gen
those
G.
early
Just by a
trades.
little bit though.
Still pretty even though
골드가 조금 다
AGL
앞서고
have their
있긴
bottom
한데
lane down here. You see Tarzan immediately running
별로 막
at the
유의미한 골드
Dragon.
타임은 또
Meanwhile,
아니고요.
Gen G, Duro,
아직.
and Ruler are in the top lane. So
I mean,
trying
what?
to get onto Flandre.
Very
Oh!
aggressive from Flandre, who looks
No
for
damage,
Duro
though.
here, almost finds him as the Dominus has been picked up. Ruler only level 5, but you can see a bit of a gank onto Keen on
Keen
this
has to
bottom
run
side
level
as
5
well.
right now.
So he gets a fair bit of damage towards Hope, and he says nice
이게
try. and
오로라가
walks back.
6렙이 아니어가지고
Siva
집
has some
갔다가
of the
이제
most
페포로
memorable,
돌아오면 되긴 하지만
voice lines, by the way.
I
like
mean,
the
at the end of the
Better
day though, you
Oh,
did get the
so good.
Renekton
So which is
ulti.
the Better
Renekton
Duck, by the way?
빼긴 했어 근데.
Which one's she talking about?
I want to go back to the
You know
game
what?
3 of the grand
not
finals.
Darkwing
I like
Duck, no.
Sub-Zero.
Kong's gonna reset, go back bot side,
Darkwing
bot both camps are spawning.
So
And this round's gonna be tough because certain top side.
I mean, he ends up losing
Top
all his
camps
health.
are
He doesn't have
spawning.
teleport as another charm connects, and I mean, this is going to be a trade that favors
서로
Chovy,
즐거웠는데
Aurora does have
아리가
TP,
좀
so King,
아픈데요.
yeah, he gets
Ari
threatened,
combo is
almost gets
better
taken out,
before.
didn't have his flash, but he could
Electric
just TP
damage
back
coming
to
through.
lane,
Meanwhile, there's
and
no
at the
electric
same
for Talia,
time,
so
Genji continue to control
그러니까
every other
감전이
aspect
있는 거
of the
없는 거
map right
차이로
now.
이제 딜
As you can see, Flandre slowly
아리가 훨씬
heading back to
아픈 모습.
lane here, and
이거.
Kyle looking for another angle. Still no flash for Keen.
Yep, King gonna have to try and weasel
King's
his way
gonna
out of
ulti,
this
but
one. Does do so with the
that is
ulti,
a good
and, yeah, he's
escape,
fine.
and that's why we keep seeing
Never
Aurora
mind,
top
just
lane.
slip between worlds, ladies and
야,
gentlemen.
오로라
That's
탑이
your
좀
way of escape.
요즘 자주
That
나오는
is
이유 중에
why
하나가
Aurora works
저
on the top side of the map.
도망갈 수 있는
Whatever you wanna call it.
궁극기가
Yeah, definitely putting a lot of
손에
pressure
꼽히죠.
on Akeen, at least, not making his life very easy, but, you know, with the Sivir, you're not going to have a huge amount of damage unless you're locking down the champion for quite a while, but as you mentioned, it's
침착하게
Aurora,
잘
so
도망갔고요.
not really having a fun time of doing exactly that. We're zooming in on Akeen. Can he get all of these minions under
This
the
is
turret?
the height of the excitement in
Yes,
this
he
game.
got all of them, all
That's
7.
insane.
Good trade from Shanks onto Chovy there. Angry Shanks. Oh, but he's actually behind quite a lot, yes? CS는 근데 많이 벌어놓긴 했어, 미드에서. 벌려놓긴 해가지고. I think so. We have to watch here.
Grubs are up as well on the top side of the map, so maybe they'll just simply pivot to this and let that Chemtech freak go.
Yeah, like,
Either way, it looks like
they're all just heading towards the
Grubs are
Grubbies.
gonna be the focus on both sides.
둘 다 그냥 용은 아예 관심이 없는데 공우측으로 둘 다 가고 있어.
As Duro is hovering, making sure that he keeps his
I think
core
Canyon
safe.
has to give
Tarzan
this
will
though.
start this up.
His mid lane
As
is
ATL
injured.
definitely with the priority on the Grubs as we were talking about.
아리가 집을 간 타이밍이라서 줘야 되고요, 이거는.
A run for the
젠지가.
Drake as
무리하면 안
well.
되죠.
So you can see the blue vision, top side and bottom side, very good around these objectives. But
그래도 원딜이 여기
Canyon looking to
있으니까
make his way over,
ADC
wanting
is
to
here
take
and there.
at least
ADC
one of
is really
these.
far.
Genji
11가
also
엄청
looking
멀어
for the fight.
근데.
Couldn't quite get the knock-up onto
Oh,
Tarzan there.
Tarzan
Duro
secured
as they
it.
get into the back line.
Oh, Kyle flashed out pretty early actually. 이렇게 되면은 근데 진짜가 너무 혼잔데? No way! Shanks has... Oh, I don't think he can run. He's super bad. Ruler's out though. 근데 11을 와가지고 이거 다 쓸린다. What? Aura's not here because Aura didn't TP it. No TP. 그냥 뭐 2대2 교환이네요 결국은.
And the Cyclone wasn't amazing. A lot of stuff whiffs, and Genji I think
Because the
could have had a
Renekton
way better
actually was
fight
there,
had,
but the
a lot of
Aurora
their
wasn't
big
there.
tools
No TP.
actually gone off. But it still ends up being a
아까
pretty good turnaround
밀려났잖아?
for them
살긴 했는데
because the
궁극기
Grubs
쓰고
went
이제
over
밀려났기
to
때문에
ATL. They wanted to
이제
get something back. They so
텔포를 다시
desperately
복귀
needed to
텔포를
get something back
써가지고
here. And now
합류를
you've
못했습니다.
generated a pretty significant lead here
근데
for
그러는 동안 이제
Chovy in this game,
11은
but
바텀에서
it's still
탑까지 그냥
pretty
걸어
close. It's
올라왔거든.
definitely
So
ATL
Sivir was actually walking
fighting
top
back
the
in a
whole
big way.
time.
The
Watch
initial
Sivir.
part of the fight,
So
though,
Aura
so
was grabbing the
split
wave
for
bot
AL.
lane, and so Aura wasn't grouping. No TP. Sivir was actually walking up.
So this was kind of like 3
So in the
fights
beginning,
happening
I was
all
like,
at the same
Kyle
time.
flashed too
Ruler a bit
early.
zoned by
좀
Flandre.
카일
Keep in
선수가
mind
너무
that this
플래시
is
일찍 쓰지 않았나라는
most of it
생각이
until Hope comes up
드는데
here on the Sivir. So 4-on-4 that Genji are
근데
winning. They get a bunch of
결론적으로
damage on the
보면은
Shanks, but Shanks, he's got
피를
the
피 관리 잘 해가지고
footwork,
다시
he's
한번
dodging
들어갈 수 있는 각이 나왔어. So Kyle actually flashing early was actually good, right? Because he was able to re-engage and go back in.
He's pretty dangerous.
Ooh, got cancelled though. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, there's nothing you can do there.
So AL
No
gonna
flash from
finally be
Corki
able to
either.
take down the Corki here, and now looking for a dragon. It
어,
feels
이번
like
판
the winds are
AL은
potentially
굉장히
starting
매섭고요.
to change.
This game
Yeah,
I was
like
actually playing
maybe
really good
there is a bit
on the
more in
map.
this series.
And for
I
the
told him,
first time in a
thank
while
you.
in this series, Tarzan actually finds an opening where Canyon is just not there. He's just not able to actually match the gank there, and there's no cross map, so it's just AL looking for a pick there. Ruler doesn't have flash, is unable to get
하지만
away
이제
from that
집tom을
shot.
잡는 레리고
Finally gets taken out.
그 타이밍에 설마 이거 캐니언
That was just
선수가 용을
completely
챙기나요?
under
I think
AL's
Canyon's gonna try to
control.
grab the dragon then.
And Canyon's just
Because
doing
they
his
know they have
jungle.
to
He can't
reset.
impact the play. Keen is trying to continue the pressure here on the
바텀에
top
키를
side,
먹긴
but
했지만
Genji get nothing
네,
in return. But with the reset,
턴을 썼기
will
때문에
finally,
집을 가거든.
very late into this game, take the first break.
I mean, Canyon's really good at
We're
catching
just
these kind
kinda
of dragons.
trading objectives
It's
by
like,
the
yeah,
end of it
enemy
all.
team gets a
The
kill,
three
they do
Grubs,
something
they go
positive, but
over,
then you're like,
to
okay,
the Renekton.
now they
Can
do
be a
something
bit of a
positive, they have to go
issue a little
home.
bit later on for the side of
During that
ETL.
timing, Canyon's
But,
going to
still
secure the
relatively
objective.
even game. It's kind of going to be the
We see
Sivir
this
who's
oftentimes
getting
from
out of control,
Canyon.
who has a cull.
He's really good
He's
at that.
very ahead on gold. Already has a kill and 2 assists. So kind of of the ball is in Hope's court in terms of trying to carry for his team. Also, Flandre's actually doing a
현재가
pretty
5분
good job,
빠릅니다.
even though
맞아.
early on in the
중계가
game, he was definitely struggling against Keen,
살짝
who was able to come
뒤쳐질
back in a
수밖에
big
없는 것
way.
같아.
And it's going to be up against Chovy and Canyon, who are the two Fed guys for the side of GENG. It's Ari Wukong. We've seen a lot of duos make it happen in many different regions. This game continues
Silver's
to be
getting quite
annoying.
fat here.
So
Corki is
it's gonna be interesting
0-2-0.
to see which
Definitely
storyline
need to
does
farm up a
play
little
out
bit,
this one.
grab
Look
his
at the
Rifers,
vision
grab
that
his Murmana.
AGL have on the top side of the map. This is really reminiscent of what we saw
코르키는
from
이제
GENG
투포
when they
나오고
controlled
나와서
vision on
좀
the
봐야
top
될 것
side in
같은데.
game one. This is the first
확실히
time
조금
in
이번
this
판은
series we have
원딜이
seen
힘들 것
GENG
같아.
put on the back foot quite significantly in terms of map
Starts to
control.
farm it up a
Comes
little
down to
bit,
that play on the
calm
Ruler,
down,
second
and
best of the game.
slow down the game a little bit for
Stabilization of
GENG.
Flandre here.
That's what they
It's
wanted.
still a gold lead for GENG, but they don't actually have full map control. That belongs to AL on the top side right now, and let's see how they utilize
감사합니다.
things because they're
Thank you
the
very
ones who
much.
also
Oh,
have this
감사합니다.
global
Here.
Talia. So this next team fight is
Thank you very
going to be
much.
really interesting. It's probably not going to happen for a while unless they're able to find a pick angle here. But certainly, AGL are in the right position, the right conditions. to
결국은
actually blow this game open
정직한
on the
AL
next fight
조합이
if they
이길 것
keep
같기도
that map
하고
control.
조합만
Kenya's
보면은
been taking
조합론은
a lot of
근데
crabs. That's what
다가
I've seen
아니거든.
recently. Otherwise, not too
지금
much.
젠지 선수들 컨디션이 굉장히 좋기 때문에 그리고 미드 차이가 좀 많이 나요 지금. RA is actually really ahead, so Joey definitely in a good spot to carry. 조비 선수가 이제 스킬샷 맞추기 시작하면 이제 몸이 터져나갈 수 있기 때문에 탈리아 지금 노딜이고 탈리아 doesn't have a single item yet. Very weak. Because look at him, he has like what? Dark Seals, cooldown boots, and tears. Like, shouldn't build like 1 billion things at the same time.
As it's ping-ponging waves, waiting for the next objective. Speaking of which, that is going to be the Herald. It's going to be up in a minute and a half. See who's going to be able to get some control. It's a gentleman's agreement as far as the wards are concerned. Some deeper vision here on the side of AGAL, but I don't think GENG are really hurting for control this stage.
Okay, Herald spawning in a minute and 10 seconds. 전령 1분 10초. 그리고 이제 용은 2분 30초. 2 minute 30 for Dragon. So I think everyone's just heading top side. Look at the both supports getting vision control top side. 스튜디오 안 주셔도 되네. 아, 감사합니다.
I mean, AGL looking for this next fight here over Herald. They're already grouped up. They already have the better vision on top side. This is where GENG are going to have to make a really tricky decision. You know, do they TP Keenan, heavily commit, look for the Canyon engage angle? Ruler does have his Triforce here, so it's definitely playable. But this is a really tough
Gold
fight.
is
It's not going to be
like
GENG
gold is
having
like
those
what,
wombo
200 gold
combos
gap?
just completely dictating the pace of the map because there's also
Most
a
of
Talia on the
AL's
other
gold
side
is on
tanking
Silver,
come
so
through
if
here.
they just keep somehow
Unfortunately
Silver
for AGL,
keeps
they did
alive
concede
in
control.
the
Like,
fight,
they had vision,
she
but
can
they
definitely
did
just
not actually
like
seize control of the river early.
1v9 in fight.
Have a contest angle.
Yeah. They definitely have an angle in this one, but it does feel like, you know, with the control that
이번 판 레넥톤도 무난하게 크고 있다는 점. I think Renekton is also kind of pretty comfortable state right now. Renekton seems pretty good.
So strong. I mean, a lot of pressure down on the bottom side as Tarzan is all the way
I think
down
with very
there.
good Merchants purchase coming through from Rel and Lois, both of them are going Merchants. They have to be able to move, I think, during team fights.
By that as well.
Too much CC from
AL
both
just
sides.
playing extremely safe, but it's going to potentially cost them big as Canyon has an angle
way.
here.
여기에서 만약에 11가 잘린다면?
I think now they're realizing that the Herald has won, but it is
like that was like really scary. I think GENG could have pulled the trigger, but they're not going to.
A whole lot as Tarzan finally does move his way in. Duro
Oh?
going to be their target.
Okay, Duro got
Is
off.
on the hunt,
For now.
has been popped. Duro trying to get himself out of there. He will be
here,
able to
좋다.
do so. Just using the heal actually, still has the flash available. Can go for some
이속을
cheeky
위해서
plays
힐
with
쓰는
that depth
건데
charge if he would like to. Is now Flandre
포지셔닝이 조금
off on his own.
갈릴
He
수도
moves
있는데
up as
조심해.
well. 5v5 now a possibility.
Oh, the Merchants coming in clutch there.
Takes that as an invitation.
Wow!
To connect onto the jungler, and it's looking like a disaster here for AL to start this one off. And they do manage to find
wait,
finals.
they're
Flandre
still turning it
getting in
around
there.
though.
But is it too little, too late? That's the question. Is hope.
진짜고 아무것도 못하고 죽었는데 이게 이렇게 된다고? 잠시만. Oh, Ruler flash the other way! That was so smart, but he does no damage right now. And Chobi is gonna die here. He's getting haunted.
Not entirely sure what just happened there.
와, 이걸 살아가?
The back is going to come in here
방금
for Flandre. The clone
아,
from
the server
Canyon will
actually
try and
could have
save
killed the
him,
other
but
way,
I
bro.
think the crocodile is just gonna eat the monkey here as finally the flash
Monkey
is
flash.
employed.
아니 다시
Canyon
봐야
looking
되는데
to
이거
get himself
진짜
out.
잘리고 시작한 거라 I don't know. It's really bad for AL, and then they turn it around. Let's watch this again.
Everything in the kitchen sink at this Nautilus, and Duro's like, yeah, okay, cool story. Flandre, and we were looking at this.
그러니까
like,
만약에
turn
폴키가
around
저렇게
and sweep the fight, but that was
약하지
not the case
않았다면
because Flandre
괜찮았을
just
텐데
spun on all of them at the
지금
end.
딜이 많이 약하거든. I think we have to watch what happened here. They flashed on the noise flashed out. Flandre instantly engaged onto Ruler W'd out, and then Shinzao couldn't even do anything. 궁도 못 쓰고 플래시도 못 쓰고 죽었어 Shinzao가. And Flandre just 아니 방금 레넥톤 딜 뭐야? 레넥톤 just literally annihilated all of them. 그나마 알이 살아가서 정말 다행이죠 젠지 입장에서는. 근데 방금 스펠이 다 빠져서 I mean they use everything in this team fight. Like all the flashes are gone.
Team fight damage almost 4,000 in the fight.
감사합니다. Thank you very 감사. Thank you.
Baby, it is absolutely insane. This is a tale of two top laners here in this series.
Yeah, it really is. In the series entirely, like Flandre getting the Sony MVPs the last couple of days, and Keen trying to get it today. But what's going to happen? We got another brawl brewing.
Yeah, second Drake on the line here for Gen G.
I think this is looking bad for Gen G. Are they actually committing? Oh wait! Oh, our ulti was so good! But no, we just don't do enough damage. And goodbye.
The same fate, and Chovy is the last man standing. Shanks looking to put him down as it's a double hit.
근데 이거는 굳이 싸워야 된다라는 생각이
Gen G just fall apart at the seams.
Oh man, Chovy's not tier 2. Flandre is a fucking monster. 킬을 양보하네. 그리고 탈리아한테 먹이네요 이거. 왜 레넥톤은 솔직히 초중반 할 거 다 해가지고 더 이상 킬 안 먹어도 되거든. So they're feeding Talia because Talia's actually kind of behind in gold to Chovy. Oh, was behind in gold. Oh, that kill, he's actually ahead in gold now. And Ao's gonna grab this one too.
3,000 gold lead now for Hope, but it's so much ricochet damage in that fight. Could take that turret, could take the Herald here very late, but they will secure it. And AGL are fully in the driver's
They just don't have
seat
enough
now.
damage right
Yeah, it does feel like this time around, Genji trying
They
to
had a
scramble
really good
to
burst
fight for this
combo.
Drake, but this time,
50이랑
Kyle
오로라랑
gets a great
궁으로
engage, and you see that the follow-up
진짜
is
딜
right
많이
there.
넣어주긴
Flandre
했는데
is unkillable. The Ruler doesn't do any damage at this point, and yeah, he gets kind of bullied as well by Flandre. And just breaks up the entire fight. They crash
It's like the dinosaur in Jurassic World.
And take control of the
주라식
fight.
그 영화에서 나오는 그
which AL had that dragon where they just held it. They're like, yeah, no, you're not in smite range. Canyon all-ins towards it, goes for his Warrior's Trickster, gets on top of the dragon, but it's not in smite range, so they just wait and take him out. And then Flandre gets in, and it's just super easy. Genji used all their tools to try to secure
솔직히
the
조합 보고
objective.
살짝
And
불안하긴
were
했거든.
unsuccessful, and then
I don't know
didn't have
why
anything left for
Genji
the
didn't
fight.
prioritize Talia and
And
Jinzhao.
now it is looking like a very uncomfortable position for the team that
I
did
mean,
have
they
match
prioritized
point
Corki and Nautilus.
4-0
Why?
Like, that
Things
is
that we will
absolute
only find out
insanity.
if
Yep, that last
interview
fight, that's what did it.
question.
A massive influx of gold. Flandre
뭔가
now able to knock down this outer turret. That is only
왜
going to
코르키
continue
노티를
that aggression
굳이
here for AGAL.
선택을 했을까라는
as
생각이
two
들
turrets
정도로
off the back end
상대가
of that
레선
team
픽?
fight
어?
as well here for
탈리아
AL.
올렸네?
Just means
진짜
that they
올렸네?
have
오.
skyrocketed into the lead. Now it's moving towards 5,000 after that top lane turret went down. Now Arakan is going to spawn. A possible way back in for Genji if they can find something heroic, but also a way to really put the nails in the coffin here for AL. They can get control of that Arakan and get that big buff.
I guess we might see a best of 5.
Just thinking about
There it
all
is.
the great top
Let me
laners
hold
we
thing
have
again.
at this tournament,
Best of
and
5.
how it does feel like it's coming down to a head-to-head between top laners in this best of 5. And it's crazy because Hope is the most fed guy on the Rift.
T1도 어제 짜오져서 졌는데 짜오지면 안 된다. 아니 근데 짜오가 생각보다 지금 0K 2데스라서 근데 그만큼 잡기 쉬운 것도 아니고 Oh, really well played from Genji. When you're behind, you just go for a silent play like that. 솔직히 근데 아타칸 줘도 저런 플레이를 해야 숨통이 좀 튀는 느낌이긴 해서 젠지도 충분히 할만합니다. I think the thing is fighting the Atakan when Renekton is this bad and your Corki is this weak, probably a really bad idea. So they're just committing members both sides, grabbing some gold onto their pocket. 당장 골드를 땡기는 플레이를 하는 거죠. 이제 타워 2개 밀었고 킬도 먹었어. 어차피 한타 하면은 그냥 터지는 건 뻔하죠. 레넥톤 잡을 사람 없어서. Xerxes has been completed. You do gotta realize that the Jinzhao is actually not doing too good this game. Jinzhao's not doing too good gold-wise. 0-2.
Yeah, for sure. It does still mean
지금
that
골드가 근데 신짜오가
very
좀
much
많이
in a commanding lead at this point. They're going to get a
필요하긴
bunch of those
해서.
pedals up to 25,
Maybe he can
and
go home and go
it's another
back
crucial
river.
time in this game. We haven't talked too
Back
much
river
about the
coming through.
dragons, but looking to get that next dragon, it is Mountain Soul, and then of course the Baron spawn in 3 minutes. It does feel like AGL have total control over the map. There are a couple of wards that were just placed.
AL 이거 할 수 있나요? I don't know if AL's gonna be able to
to
finish it out, but they're in a pretty good spot, I think. 그리고 이제 레넥톤은 솔직히 여기서 초중반 할 거 다 했기 때문에 이제 그 다음부터는 11을 탈리아가 해야 되거든. Renekton's just gonna be a big fat tank now from now. Like he already did everything he had to do, like carry his team successfully mid game. And now Talia and Sivir are in a very good spot to be able to carry late game, right?
He's the setup to potentially get picks, but then Flandre is the one who really gets into the
그러니까
backline
11을 녹이는 게 너무 빡센 게 확실히 베리어에다가 E가 있어가지고 11. So the thing is Sivir's E is just really broken.
The margins are so thin.
You can
But again, they
pretty
cut
much
down that gold lead massively. And they have to just kind of sit back
You can
defensively here for a
dodge out
while
on the
in this game and
Nautilus
clear waves because they're playing into this Sivir. So the
and the
fact they're
Charm.
able to find 2 turrets is like
And
the
the
best
Oracle.
case scenario, I feel, for them. And now they're going to have the better group here on this dragon. We do have a rotating Talia here. Shanks is coming down. He has that Weaver as well. Renekton's on the flank here. A tough
There
fight
it
for
is.
Genji to win. But they're gonna
Genji's
stick the
flipping it.
break.
Genji is flipping it.
They do have control vision. He does
잘못해서 레넥톤 이거 들어와서 이거 난리나. 오히려 레넥톤을 부린다면? Oh, Flandre made a mistake. He had to use a flash there. And the dragon is secured by... Can you secure the dragon? Can you just bring this smite fight every single time? Oh, Hope is trying to cut out though. Hope is doing so much... Oh, Hope is unstoppable. Genji. 욕심이야. Oh wait! Ruler got it! Hope.
But these rocks are on the floor and Shanks is controlling the fight. The flash
no
from Keen is not going to work.
Oh, no flash from Mari.
Sidesteps need to be immaculate. Boomerang for the double tap onto Ruler. And Hope is holding on to this game.
Hope is the hope of his team. Hope is the hope of his team.
Such an incredible end to that
Hope
fight
is actually
for the side
living
of
up to his
AGL.
name, guys.
I mean, that was looking all Genji. They
Whoa.
shut down the one guy we were talking about
지금
all
근데
game,
스펠
and
다 썼어,
Flandre, they
11.
take him out
11
immediately.
did
They
use
use
everything.
their burst damage, their pick potential.
I feel like
excellently, and then
after picking out
AGL
Renekton
just
and getting
barely
Dragon, Genji could
able
just
to
back
eke it
up.
out towards the end of the
근데
stage.
여기서 바로 레넥톤한테 다 들어간 거 너무 좋았고 Realm was like way too deep. 렐이 너무 깊게 호응하려고 깊게 들어가서 여기에서 또 they could just walked away. Exactly, they should just walked away. 아니 더 들어가는 거는 너무 욕심 아니었나 라는 생각이 들 정도로 와 레고가 진짜 개사기네. 레고 깔고 그 다음에 이제 11가 2로 스킬 하나 싹 씹고
And then from here you could still just kind of kite your way out. But look for the outplays. Keen flashes and whiffs here. And then, you know, at this point you're just trying to force. Who has to flash his way
근데
well, but
11가 2등
from
있어가지고 안
Keen is
죽었겠다.
so important. And they just will not concede the point. The greed here from Genji is insane. They skill check AL and they lose.
Yeah, Ruler not too happy about that one either, and I can understand some of the stunned faces from the crowd. Because, I mean, as a play-by-play, you often get into your mind what the vibe of a team fight, right? And who's winning and
짜오가
stuff like that.
솔직히
I got it wrong.
공이 짜오 치고
Genji
정말
were
최선의 플레이를
dominating, but then
해줬는데
it
방금
was actually a win for AL
0-2
in the
now,
very
but,
end. As you can see,
still
Hope
did a
is
lot
still
that
so
fight.
incredibly far ahead. 6-0-5, 3 items on the Sivir. And now Genji kind of reeling. It is still only a 2.3k gold lead at 25.5 minutes. That's borderline meaningless, but there's Arakan on top of it, which is only getting more and more valuable as it is only
팬분은 지금
AGL that's going to
기도하신다.
be getting
They're all
pedals from
praying,
this
guys.
point on. And there's a lot of these intangibles that they have been able to take control of. But Genji do at least have some dragons that are starting to stack up.
Yeah, they get that second dragon. That's
Long hair,
a
Femi,
big part of
hi,
that last fight,
River.
actually, that they were able to pick up
I
the
have the long
one.
hair now.
Take a look at the XP
With the little
and the
hairband.
levels.
Yeah.
It's actually Hope on top. It's all those kills, all those assists. He's got the max bounty on him right now. And yeah, I mean, Genji, it was a good read to say, okay, AG, they love to go for these flanks. They love to come from so many different angles. Finn was talking about it all tournament long.
뭔가 스펠 없는 타이밍에 뭔가 시비를 잡아야 되긴 하는데 말로 쉽지 그게. I mean, like they have to kill Silver while she doesn't have flash, but it's easy to say, very hard to do, right? Especially with all the Legos from Talia.
Was able to hook on him, but it just got spell shielded.
Canyon just
they
goes
don't
over the
have
wall,
that
nice.
hard engage onto the Sivir, who is basically untouchable at this point.
They used everything on the Renekton, and then Hope just didn't whiff, man. He didn't mess it up. He played so
레드에서
carefully.
싸움
He was the last to flash
터지나요?
to secure
Are they
the
gonna
kill,
fight
right?
a red
He
buff?
was
I
not
don't know,
playing
guys.
defensively. He was playing defensively. He was not
Gotta watch out
playing
for Shanks,
aggressively until he
seismic
really
shove.
had the guarantee.
Gotta watch out for seismic
There's
shove!
a pick potential on the Canyon.
Yeah,
Ooh, 난리나!
Canyon looking to try and make his way out. The
Dying for red buff!
still, the wall is going to come down, and AL are looking for their target.
진짜 이거 살아가면
The Crescent
이득.
Guard going to go in, but AL not quite able to get
와
their
진짜
team
이게
all the way
레드
in. But
먹으려고
still, they pushed
하다가
them out. Now they're going to look for a Baron angle.
They have double control
바론이
vision here
나가겠는걸?
on the approach to the Baron. Genji are going to instantly TP back in, but I just don't know if a contest is possible. Canyon
I mean,
has no flash,
Canyon's
it's coming
so
soon,
fucking low, he's
but I
just
think
gonna
they're
get
simply gonna
one-tapped.
have to give this up, which
줘야 돼,
feels horrible
이거.
because the Dragon is 45 seconds
아니
away.
레드랑 바론 교환 뭐냐고요?
They just kind of have to sit back.
I mean, you don't want to give red buff obviously, because enemy team is all gonna grab red buff. But 100% need a better vision if you're gonna contest red buff.
Just trying to push them out of the jungle.
So
and
susceptible to
essentially
the
make it so there
Talia
would be
going
no
around,
contest, and that's
fog of
exactly
war,
what ATA
seismic
built
shove.
it, AL did
탈리아 W가 딱
fantastically
이제
in that last
너무
fight. And the
레고랑
fact that
W
this
잘
is they can
깔기
just
좋은
regroup,
그런
buy their
장소였어가지고
items, and go straight to the
샹크스
mountain
선수도
break,
되게 매서운데
really
확실히
try to
탈리아가
solidify that lead.
팽률이 굉장히
It's still
높은
in touching
밴율이
distance for
굉장히 높은
Genji, but
챔프인
you're
이유가
really beginning to see it float away
그리고 레고가
in
진짜
the
사기야.
hands of AGAL here.
Yep, 2 inner turrets left on the map here. So AGAL, after this Drake is secured, can head up there, grab that extra bit of money.
I mean, Silver's flash is gonna be back up in a little bit,
break
guys.
Camel's back, as we like to say.
And she wasn't able to die. Like, they weren't able to kill her. So.
Genji have no interest in contesting this.
I think for Genji, they just have to
Minion waves
farm
gonna
it
be the
until
priority
maybe
to
like
make
35
sure that
minutes.
this Baron
Try
gets
to
as
make sure
little,
they
value
defend
as
the
possible.
Some of the things I think we
Dragon
have to really
Soul.
be tracking and watching
Probably the
now
best way
here
to
for
come in.
Genji's potential miracle comeback in this game
바론으로
are
억제기만 안
Canyon's
주면 좋을
flash,
것 같긴 한데 억제기
Chovy's
준다고
flash.
해도 게임이
Like,
끝날
how
것
do
같진
they
않거든.
get past the front line? How do they get past Flandre?
근데
Get a
영혼은 또
spell
멀어.
shield out of Hope and kill him.
It's not
you
like they're gonna
know?
get Dragon
And
Soul
there's no
or anything
teleport
anytime
wards, really.
soon.
Like there's one that's very far away from the
Yeah,
AL push
it's
here that
looking
you could
kinda
try
rough,
to go
guys.
for as Chovy, but it's so risky, it's so
They have to give,
greedy.
like,
This feels like it's all but over here in this game
Oh,
3.
Kanu! The really nice exhaust coming through from Kyle. Crazy engage. 와, 레를 이래서 선픽을 했다. Blue side first pick row, is that what it is?
And these Nexus turrets are under fire. AL, they are not interested in the rest of the base. They
I
just
guess
want to
it's
take
gonna
down
be
this
it, guys.
Nexus
They're gonna
and
try
look
and-
for a second to try
오,
and bring
코르키
it to
Q 방금 왜? 어, 런드레 유포키 몬스터. 그래, AL은 쉽게 안 집니다, 확실히. GG!
without a fight. This game 3 was all theirs.
AL is awake now. Holy, I would be worried if I was Genji.
Finally woke up here at the
근데
SDC
솔직히
arena.
탈리아 진짜 주는 뱀픽이 문제가 아닌가라고 하면은 안 되겠죠?
Close game, but you again, just like when Genji were leading, this time it was AGAL were leading, and you could feel it the whole way through.
And Hope getting such a lead, playing with such confidence in that skill check from Genji. That was the defining moment in the game when he and Shanks were able to outplay. After what was a great collapse here onto Flandre, Genji get the dragon, but then get incredibly greedy. And AL hang on through what was a rocky mid-game. They had a huge lead.
I mean, Genji
Genji fought
did
back,
have
but
some
this
good
moment
moments, but
here
overall,
is what sends them to
AL
that
just
fourth
completely
game. Incredible
lifts them
resilience.
every single fight.
Absolutely incredible
모든
stuff
한타를
here
다
from
진 것 같은데
AL,
거의.
and for the last couple of games, felt like maybe they hadn't shown up today, but instead they were fashionably late to make sure that they give us as much drama as possible.
3대5를 이기는 짜오. 방금 저게 0킬 2데스 짜오였습니다. 방금 플레이 보셨죠? 그냥 짜오가 사기야. 타잔 선수도 개 잘하고. I mean, Tarzan played it well, don't get me wrong. But Xunxiao was also just really broken. I'm surprised like Genji didn't prioritize Xunxiao and Talia here. 이거 봐! 아리랑 502 확실히 시너지를 딱 이렇게 발휘해서 할 수 있는 그런 게 아니었어. I mean, it's really hard for them. Ari and Wukong just compared to before, they definitely got nerfed a lot, and there's a reason why their win rate has been very low recently. Just been really very low. 진짜
I started playing the game seriously at around
진짜
season
이러다가
six,
진짜
and jungle was
리버스
the strongest role
아이
at the time.
설마
Feels good to be better than your
다음
opponents.
세트 뱀픽을 잘 준비해서
제가 정글러를 했었을 때
하면
가장
좋을 것
티어가 높게 나왔어가지고 그 길을 좀 갔었던 것 같습니다.
아니 챔프 자체가 하자겠다. 아니 궁 쿨이 또 늘어났거든. 이번에 너프를 또 한 번 받았습니다. Ari's cooldown was nerfed again. Her ult is like 250 seconds or so. It's crazy. Okay, maybe not 200. Maybe not.
You can make a lot of creative plays, play around vision really well. So I think that's one of the specialties of jungle.
If you're not where you have to be, can really make the map harder to play.
2대1은 네 맞습니다. 전판이 AL이 승리했습니다.
제 플레이를 하는 것 같습니다.
AL just
You
wants
should generally
to
know
one
like
now.
how to play the map, what you want your teammates to do, not just what you want to do.
정글러가 맞는 책임 같은 경우에는 아무래도 이제 오브젝트 관련해서는 정글이 관련이 제일 많다
자
보니까
LCK 3인방 다
있어서
잡은 다음에
책임감을
우승하면은
가지고 또 오더도 내리고
와,
약간 그런 게 중요하지 않을까 싶습니다.
Until then, it's your responsibility.
I mean, imagine like, guys, imagine somehow AO somehow reverse sweeps Genji here. That means that AO literally won the tournament by beating Hana Life Esports, T1, and Genji. Like, oh my. That would be like very embarrassing. LCK gonna be like embarrassed. 케빈은 젠지를 응원한다? 왜냐면 자고 싶기 때문이야. 우리나라 선수 우리나라 팀이니까 응원하는 거긴 한데 근데 얘도 이렇게 잘하는 모습 보니까 얘도 쉽게 질 것 같진 않는데요? 첫판 보고 이거 3대0 아니야? 라고 했는데 아니었고요 뭐라도 드시고 하자. 아까 저녁 먹었습니다. 30분 그때 1시간 쉬었거든? 1시간? 지금 대기 시간 아무것도 아니다. 아까 1시간 기다린 거 생각하면은 케빈은 바드를 응원한다. 그것도 맞긴 해. Okay, chat. Who's winning game 4? Who do you think? AO? Genji? What's going on? 하지만 이제 탈리아 그러니까 I mean, there's no Talia 신자오 though. 탈리아 신자가 없기 때문에 이번에 젠지가 블루 가서 판테온 밴을 안 하고 물론 상대가 하겠지만 남아있는 사기 정글이 뭐가 있지? There is Canyon Italy if needed. There is Canyon Italy. 레네톤이 이미 사용돼서 근데 레네톤 니달리는 또 안 되기 때문에 니달리 안 나오나? 요즘 니달리 안 나오긴 추세긴 하죠. Maybe like Canyon's listen. 카서스. 카서스는 좀 아닌 것 같은데요. 리신은 근데 이미 우리가 캐년 선수의 리신한테 당한 적이 있어가지고 무섭긴 한데.
You have a really big part on the game.
1시까지 간다. 잘못하다 이거 진짜 우리 1시 간다요. If Genji doesn't win here, oh my gosh, game's gonna go on to like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. in Korea.
Which was actually against G2 as well, with Darius.
This MSI, when I solo killed Broken Blade on Aatrox versus Warwick, it was pretty fun, not gonna lie.
职业生涯中印象最深刻的瞬间，我觉得应该是去年世界赛决赛，就是那5局吧。我觉得那个bill就是让我印象比较深刻。我喜欢上单位置的一个原因，就是因为这个位置是1打1的位置，我就比较喜欢单挑，所以我会很喜欢玩上单。
I used to be a river launcher.
I really like the design of the chambers of Topney, like really tough guys.
The champions I've excelled on in my role are Orn, Akisante, that are both playmakers and also are like you need mechanics to play them.
Ambessa, Renekton, Gwen, it's the type of champions that I like the most.
我认为我的招牌英雄就是新冠武器、剑姬，因为这些都是我刚开始出道的时候就很喜欢玩的英雄，到现在一直都是保持着比较高的熟练度。
To play as a top laner, you need to have a lot of game knowledge about the wave state and trading patterns.
Knows how to put yourself in the game, and that's a little bit hard.
我觉得最重要的就是
wave states and trading patterns.
就是要把1打1给做好。
Knowing your matchups.
So let's go a little. I grabbed another AGAL fan. Welcome, 欢迎。请问你是 AGAL 的哪位选手的粉丝呢？
我是香克斯选手的粉丝。我非常支持香克斯选手，很欣赏他能在国际大赛的舞台上有这样精彩的发挥。
I've been a Shanks fan for a very long time.
샹크스 팬이 오랫동안 해왔고 이렇게 결승에서 보게 돼 너무 좋다고. 빛나는 무대. 어디에서 오셨나요?
我就是在利雅得当地工作，直接就过来观看 AL 那个的比赛的。
I work from Riyadh, so luckily I was able to catch an AGAL fan.
여기에서 일하시는 분이라서 여기 사시는 사우디에서 일하시는 분이에요.
我想对香港选手说，香港选手加油，一定要把今天的比赛拿下。
加油 ，Thank you so much.
짜요는 알아들었다. 짜요. 짜요. 역시 중국 팀한테는 신짜오를 주면 안 된다. 짜요, 짜오. 안 힘드세요. 괜찮습니다. 화이팅. 꾹꾹꾹. MSI 플레인 스테이지부터 지금까지 달리고 있긴 한데 오늘 끝나고 이제 쉬어야죠. 다시 바드 솔랭 해야지. No more core streams after today, guys. We're gonna be playing some border.
To the chagrin of the Gen G fans,
the
gamers have showed up and all of them are finally gaming. Welcome back to the studio. Digon here alongside Finn and Meteos after that last one. And again, you're thinking, okay, AGL have this, but then some of these fights start to get close. Gen G may be making a miracle comeback here, but not to be. They were denied. A great job by AGAL, the defending LPL champions, to close the door and force a game number 4 here, Meteos.
Yeah, this was a sick game. I knew AGAL
혜민님이
had
패션
something
머리가
in the
어디까지?
tank.
아 이거
I didn't
이상
wanna accept
전체를
a 3-0 for
보여주면은
Gen G. And it was really Flandre who pulled it out.
보여드릴까?
He was playing his Renekton against
야,
Aurora,
머리카락 이거 한
which, you know, playing
허리까지
his
내려오긴
range shots can be
하거든요.
pretty
이거
tough,
모델.
but he just managed to have so many good team fights and, you know, just
border
got our team
cushions,
a
got
lot of
it?
advantages in that part.
Boulder.
When in doubt, LPL Renekton, baby. I mean, I like the fact that they kind of went back to this
LPL
really
Renekton?
skirmish-heavy style. They had the Shin
How about the Talia
Renekton
Shinja?
Talia, which is just like, you take any fight,
Rail
and as long as
first
it's in the
pick.
river, you're kind of winning it, because Talia will come in, and the rail, some really good engagers.
Rail
I
first
really
pick.
liked,
Oh, what? You're
Kael
trolling.
stepping up this
Take out
game.
the Talia.
I feel like he always went in
Take
really
out the
deep and
Shinja.
knocked down the key targets every
What
single
happened,
team
Genji?
fight. And I
Why
feel
are you
like
flicking Corki
AGL was
Norris?
more synced this game. They were more willing to just... When Gen G starts to set up, they were attacking them. They didn't really attack them after Gen G had it all set up. They were trying to beat them to the punch.
빨간 머리는 T1 팬이라고? 아 디곤 호스트인데요. 이게 LCK 호스 분이죠.
And control the river as they always do.
The English LCK
That's when the
host
fight
is
goes
디곤.
impossible. So you gotta fight them before that happens.
I thought
나
AGAL's
한국에서는
bot lane
이제
also had a
윤수빈
really, really good
아나운서
game. I thought Hope was super impressive on the
윤수빈님
Sivir,
그런
especially in the
역할을
lane
하시고.
swap where they were 1v2 up against Aurora. They were managing to like chunk Keen out, force him to
수빈님
use his
대신에
ultimate,
영어
just prevent him from
잉글리시
farming
쪽은
comfortably.
LCK가
And yeah, I thought they
빨간
found
머리
really good angles to get on
디곤님이
him.
Yeah,
there
I
it
feel
is,
like
another
this is a player
player.
that we didn't really talk about too much.
시비르가 근데
Hope has been
3대5
consistent and now
부분에서
standing
너무
out
잘하긴
up
했어.
against
아,
Ruler.
플래시
Ruler
출.
had a couple of opportunities on the Corki to try and
야,
make some
아이스키를
plays,
잘
but
피했고.
the spacing, holding on to a
Spacing,
summoner
야,
very, very well
이인도
on a server
놀랬어.
who's not mobile, right? You pop the ult, you can run fast, but no dashes there.
Dodging out
Hope
on
came up
Chobi skill
huge here
shots
in
and
this
then
game as
flashing
we
in
take a
to
look
finish
at
off the
some of the
court.
highlights from that
스킬
game
빠진 거 딱
number
보고
3.
이때다
We
싶어서
start off on
아,
the top
플래시
side of the map
큐.
at Grubs early on.
Yeah, here Nautilus gets caught a little bit out
잘하긴
of
했어,
position.
근데.
He walks up and tries to find an engage, but here you see why Kyle played so well. He went first before Duro got into engage angle.
아니 이거는
Kyle
솔직히
just
근데
went and
레넥톤이
forced
다
him and made it a
했는데
little bit awkward to fight.
아니
And
hope
this fight
flashed
was
out because of no
really
one's salty.
volatile. A lot of
와.
things going right for the Renekton here. He gets all the right angles and everything is
Renekton is
solidified for AL.
I mean, that was for the
Renekton
Renekton
미친
show
템프.
through and through. He just, it looked
I
really
really
bad for
played well,
AGL
but
in
he's
the
just too
beginning.
weak.
I think
잘했는데 이제
Keen
템이
kinda
아직 안 나온
just solo
상태라서
to the support, which
약했죠.
wasn't ideal, but
플랑-
Renekton just being
플랑들의
patient and finding
강화
that window to
큐.
get so much damage on everybody and just swing the fight was really good.
Yeah, next one here over at the Drake fight. We're talking about
빅토르 나올 때?
Keen being MVP
빅토르,
frontrunner. Don't forget about the guy
라이즈,
that's won it the last couple
남아있는
days
챔프들을
in
보고 있지.
Flandre.
Yeah, if the last fight was the Renekton show, this was the Renekton masterclass. He went so
설마
deep,
우리
getting the
스몰더?
stride break on so many people, and he was just such a behemoth in these fights, chasing
설마
the
스몰더는
Scorpion,
안 나오겠지?
just really attacking the backline. This was the team fighting that I wanted to see from AJL. These different angles, these dive comps that
반갑습니다.
just
어서오세요.
really
Hi.
separates the fights and kind of gets GENG
Hi.
in their structure to separate.
Yeah, and you were waiting for Chovy to kind of pop off in that one. That
결승은
I mean,
어때요?
with
지금
Ari,
하는
it's that kind of
중입니다.
mid-game fight.
지금 하고
If
있습니다.
you haven't gotten the picks in the
젠지
side lanes
2,
yet,
2승,
now's that
그리고 이제
opportunity.
AL 1승.
Misses the first charm,
2대1.
and then Flandre doesn't hesitate, gets on the back line and decimates
T1은
there.
어제
And then
떨어졌어.
our final fight that we have here was one of the best
T1은
ones where
AL한테
GENG looked like
져가지고
they were
어제
going to turn
떨어졌고
the tide at the
오늘은
Drake yet
지투전에서는
again. You
승리해서
blow up
3위
Flandre, you don't have to deal with the
3위
Renekton,
엔딩을
and
했습니다.
then
그래도
they bite off a little more than they could
오늘은
chew.
컨디션이 또 T1이
I thought this was
좋았어.
a great look
오늘
by
나쁘지
Duro,
않았습니다.
recognizing that AL wanted to flank and just hitting that max range Nautilus Q. I think
캐리어
everybody's been hit by
bar.
a Q that they
캐리어
didn't think
선수가
they should
T1
be,
받은 스킨까지
and
하면서
they were just
굉장히
able to
좋았거든.
quickly kill Renekton, which should be, you know, winning for them. But I think the rest of AGL really stepped up, especially Hope. You know, it's not easy to play these fights this Sivir. Sometimes there's a lot of threats. You're pretty low range, but you know, this fight was just so down to the wire. You know, everybody's
Oh, man,
about
this
one
fight
shot,
here.
and then he just gets off as much damage as he
Keen
can,
was
and
looking
then
to look
finds
at that.
Ruler with a
Oh.
really insane key flash at the end
I
here.
mean,
Just
Beautiful.
근데 여기에서
Can we get
아니
into
이
slow
빠진
motion?
거 보고 바로 그냥 와
Oh, amazing.
Q
Such a
flash.
good fight from
Super
Hope
bar.
there and really stepping up because I think when you look at his AJL roster, this is one of the guys you don't really talk about that
저것
much. I
때문에
feel like he's
아마
going under the radar.
POG를 주지 않았을까.
Tarzan, Flandre, Shanks, even Kale I think is overshadowing it a little bit, but you gotta remember this guy's worked his way back. He had a 2023 run with JDG where he kind of
젠지
disappointed.
하루에
and
3판을
worked
만진다?
all throughout 2024 and now stands on the
근데
ground
젠지
stage
G2전에서
now
아니
in
G2
2025,
상대로
and I
한 판
think you gotta say
졌잖아. 아니
he's earned
오늘
his
봤잖아요
flowers.
G2가
he is,
T1한테 완전 박살을
definitely
나는
pulled
거.
them back on in on the
근데
Sivir. The
젠지는
placement
거기에서도 한
was
판
great.
주고 MS에서도
Also
한
just
판
great to see life back in some of those guys that we know that can be so good
MS에서도.
for AGAL. They need them there
그러니까 이게
to
한
go
판씩
ahead
지는
and come up
거는
huge
그럴 수
as we
있는데
take a look at the
결국은
stage now
이긴다는
for
게
the Keys.
젠지가 무서운 팀인 이유죠.
I'm in front of the Key Crusher here before this finals concludes, and I've got broken keys here from the tournament.
Don't
Here
show
at EWC
us.
for League of Legends, these
Don't show us.
broken keys will be put into the Champions Trophy. 3 of them to be precise. What are they going to do? Are they going to bring up their region, or are they going to put the opponents that they crushed along the way? The question is there, but I can't wait to see which ones are chosen to implement forever.
Thank you very much, Asterix. Again, remember, you get to pick 3. The rest go into the resin underneath the totem for the whole year. So a very, very unique portion of
AL
the
rebrand between
EWC
MS and EWC.
format.
Yeah,
However,
they
you gotta
are
get the win. GENG
sponsored by
still one
AG
win
now,
away,
so it's
but AL
AGAL.
able to claw back here. What do you think is going to happen, Finn?
I'm a sucker for
See,
silver
they were
screens.
AL
I really
before
hope we get
for
5
MSI.
games today. I
So in
really
a
hope
span of a couple
AGAL climbs
days, they
back,
actually
and I hope we can
rebranded.
show why the
In a
LPL
span of
can
a couple
still
days.
compete
Pretty
with the
interesting.
LCK at the highest level.
철문점이라고.
I agree. I would like to see silver scrapes. I
젊은
think
점이네,
AGAL
그러네.
proves that it's not going to be as one-sided excited as it seemed like it was going to be, and I think they got one more in them.
It's not an easy feat to win the LPL. AGAL has done that. Now they're looking to get themselves into a Game 5 to force the opportunity against GENG, who are looking to close on out. The #1 seed from the LCK, the reigning back-to-back
Never pick Ari
MSI
again.
champions trying to become
그냥 아리는
EWC
절대 하지
title
말고
winners.
50 하지 말고 어차피 못해 근데.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
I mean, you can't even
Let's see
pick them
whether the
anymore.
dream
But like,
remains
Ari is
alive
just a
here
bait. I
in
think the
Game
champions is
4's
terrible.
blue side.
And Wukong is
Has
terrible
been
too.
chosen from
We just saw the
Gen G.
Wukong
That will
Shinzhao matchup
continue.
already
A bit of
yesterday
an
with
uphill
Owner
battle
playing
here
Wukong, but
for
it just didn't
AGAL,
work out.
but still momentum is so important.
그냥
Reverse
50이
sweeps
너무
happen
부대기인데 계속 나와
because of
뭔가.
that winning mentality that can
AP
seep
탑,
in.
AP
And
미드
AGL looked so
메타라서
much better in the last game.
Yeah,
그나마
absolutely.
AD
I mean,
정글러
this is
중에서
exactly
남아있는
what we
픽
wanted,
중에서
right? A series
진짜
on our
50 이런
hands,
게
AGL
생각이 나거든.
making their way back in. And
아, 이번에는 좀
I'm
다를까?
very excited. A lot of our
AP
deskers here, they're
정글
feeling
그리고
the
이제
hype, you know, the
AD가
comeback potential.
미드에서
As
나오는.
Jovi looking to meditate a little
We're gonna
bit
see
before
some
we
like
do get
AP
into
jungle,
game
AD
number
mids.
4. It's game 4 of a fearless best of 5. Always going to be fun as we get down to the wire. I'm always most interested to see if these teams and these coaches can really create a comprehensive
Okay, we're
5
starting.
versus 5 composition.
Why
It's
does the
not always
panda
easy
have like
when
the
so
tongue
much is
out?
banned away.
We mentioned
At this rate,
earlier,
like game 5, I'm
in
gonna be like
the
up here.
game 3 draft that it would be the last
Oh my
time
God.
that AGL has side selection.
어, 이러다가
Gen G
5세트
will have
가면은
it
이
now
위에 있을
here
것 같은데요.
for blue side into game 4.
점점
So
위로
they get
올라가고
that
있네.
first pick priority. The Rise
Going up higher and higher.
is the mid laner now with the Talia gone, the Azir gone, Galio, Ari, right? Annie gone. So
I think
Oriana's still
Rise ban
decently
is so
strong,
smart
but the
here
Nocturne
from
has
AO.
already been lost to
설마
Fearless
빅토르까지
ban
자르나?
as well.
No way. They
And things are
target
going to
down
get pretty
Victor. No way.
interesting here. I think Chovy's going to
Chovy's gonna
showcase
play
how
Victor.
wide his champion pool is for the remainder of this series.
I would agree. The Skana
There
has
it
been a
is.
really big
Victor's
one for
open.
Canyon as well, so that one is going to be taken
Victor
away. Has been on the
is
ban list
open.
so far
With
in
all the
this
other
series.
mid
We get
laners
into the
being
picks.
gone.
What is that coveted
maybe
first pick
Smolder?
going to be? That is the question, especially now with
We
so
could see
many
a Chobe
champions.
Smolder
30
angle.
have been fearless
I don't think
bans
it's gonna
and
first
6
pick it if
just
it is.
banned. Right now in this game,
Victor.
a lot missing.
I mean, if it doesn't pick
Victor
Victor,
is going to be
I think
chosen as
there's
the
going to be a
creme
lot
de
of
la creme here
Gen G
for
fans that
Gen
are going to be
Yeah, I mean,
upset.
Wolf was just talking about all
네,
the
빅토르 여기 픽 안
mid-laners
하면
and
근데
how this
젠지
pool is
팬분들
being
너무 화가 많이
chunked
날
down
거거든.
quite a bit. I mean, every pool is,
다행히도 픽을
but
했고요.
certainly
네,
the
오른도 있으니까
top tier
빅토르 오른
mid
이런
laners
것도
are where
괜찮을
you're
것
going to
같고.
look. Shank's definitely having a
Orin
great
is
series
open.
so far, but also Chovy is, they're not
They
the
could
main
play Victor
characters,
Orin.
but definitely
Gen G
incredibly
loves scaling.
important. And you know, Oriana Nocturne taken away. Victor feels like the standalone best mid laner you would go for. I thought maybe
There it
with a
is.
couple more jungle bans, you
Oriana.
would take a jungle pick here for Canyon first, but instead they prioritized for Chovy. Looking at the Oriana here for Shanks makes a lot of sense if we're just going down
Nocturne's
the
already
tier
used,
list.
by the way.
We'll have
녹턴은
to see what it
없습니다.
goes with.
No
The question
Nocturne,
now
no
becomes, what's
Wukong.
the ball carrier here? You know, we've seen a lot of creative attempts with even stuff like the Fury with this Oriana, but the main one in the Nocturne is
남아있는
gone.
맛있는 정글이
so
뭐가 있을까요?
Jarvan is
Vay
also
is already
banned,
used,
and
Shinzhao's used.
they're looking to set
Vay,
up
Shinzhao,
Shockwave,
녹턴, 50
bullet
다 안
time
되거든.
combos. Like that's kind of the desperation we're reaching
That is an
into
early
here in terms of setting
ADC
up
pick,
for
but there's
dealing
not
with
much
this Victor
ADCs
scaling
being
later
left,
on.
so
But this feels very
원딜 남아있는 게 많이
straightforward,
없어서
very face up here for
선픽을
AGL.
박아버렸고.
There's a ton more flexibility in just having a first pick Victor that's going to scale well no matter what. You could play the Ornn still. The ornaments are going to empower Chovy. You could play a slower front to back comp and just try to
I think if
avoid
you're gonna play a
those
jungle, you gotta
combos.
play it
That
now.
may be the name of the game here. Just grab Ornn and a
정글이
safe jungle
남아있는 게
pick and sit back and try to outscale.
Jax.
I also don't mind the just lock Sejuani Jax or Sejuani something that does a lot of damage and just play for
Sejuani
side lane.
Jace?
That's exactly what they're going to do at least
Oh.
theoretically with this Jace pickup, which hasn't seen as much success as it has in the
재수.
past. As Brendan, you're looking a little bit
Jace
quizzical,
arcane.
Yeah, I just don't think that Jace is in a good spot.
The
right now.
arcane
He doesn't do a whole lot
combo.
of damage. They already
Victor
have the shielding from the Oriana.
and
They're going to grab a
Jace.
Poppy for the front line as well. It just feels like, you know, you mentioned the Jax. I feel like that could have been good, especially with so much taken off the board in terms of something that can
Poppy
counter
pick
a
is
Jax.
very early.
They try to get the Jace
뽀삐가 근데
to give
정글일
a
수도
good laning
있다는 점.
phase for
Poppy
Keen,
could be jungle, but
I
it
just
could
don't
be
think it's in a
support
great
as well.
spot. I'm a big fan
We
of
don't know.
Poppy as well, so on the AGAL.
뽀삐 그
Grand
참고로 이제
type
타잔
train at the moment.
선수가 뽀삐를 엄청
It does
잘해요.
weaken
Tarzan's really
a
good at
potential
Poppy
Gwen
jungle.
pick. You know, Gwen is still available
It's
actually.
like one of his
deep in the
signature
series.
picks that even
But
T1 was banning
you
into
can
it.
just say, I'm
so.
going to lose Prio, but I want to play a tank into this Jace
space and absorb that pressure and then be able to empower my top later on.
루시안이랑 이즈리얼까지 밴할 것 같은데? They're gonna ban Ezreal as
I do
well,
agree
right?
with you that it's a little bit
Are they scared of
weak
like
for
Kai'Sa?
what
I don't think they
it
should be
looked
scared of
like GENG
Kai'Sa.
wanted to build
Yeah,
with that
Pokemon.
Victor first pick.
포킹
We're
조합이라서
solo on
카이사는
engage
절대 안 나올
here.
것 같고.
Leona's going to be banned away. This is
Was it
completely
like a Caitlyn
unsurprising.
angle?
I
Kit?
don't think Poppy
Very?
MF is a lane you're going to expect to see in the bottom lane, although it is technically
Or the
possible
play.
and playable. And we'll see what comes in that last ban spot here for the side
why wouldn't you
of
play?
GENG.
Why
As
wouldn't
the
you ban
Lucian has now
Ezreal though?
taken away the safe Xayah.
is gone.
Oh wow, they're banning
you
Zarya
gotta be looking at
instead.
stuff like Ezreal now. I mean, Sari,
이거는
we're gonna be
이즈
digging
각이다.
pretty deep
이즈
into
진짜
the
좋을 것
carry
같은데.
champion
Ezreal is
pool.
really good
It
into
felt like,
Orianna
with the
and
blind
MF as
Jace
well
that
as
Ruler
Poppy.
and Duro wanted to
그 오히려
kinda know
라인전에서
what they were doing,
미포
but
킬각이
100% the
뜹니다.
bottom lane
이즈리얼이
before they
미포를
chose
잡을
their
수가
bot
있는
duo.
각이거든.
Might not get a full chance to do that
패시브
if
쌓은
the
상태로
support
W
isn't
맞춘
big
다음에
here.
앞비전
Looks
타고
like
들어오면은
thought
미포 아무도
about, but
못해.
then Gragas also
Oh,
another good
Gragas
choice
is
here.
crazy.
Gwen
Gragas is
being
crazy too.
totally ignored for now, but maybe
Jace
he's just
인데
doing a bunch
초가스?
of hovers before he selects it. I feel like
just-
Gwen is in a really great spot
Jace?
right now.
And you're playing choga스 to
I
Jace.
don't like playing Gwen into Jace because of the prio you lose, but I do agree with you that she is going to be more relevant later on. Blitzcrank being the heavy consideration, and Kyle will lock it in. So
Blind
this is
Blitzcrank!
completely blind, by the way. We have
아니
no
드로
idea
선수가
what
불스를
Ruler
해야
and
되는데
Duro are gonna be
이거를
playing.
카일
It's
선수가
super
불스를?
face up, so
Bro,
saving that
guys, get up.
counter pick,
If you're in bed,
but
get
they
up.
already know what the top
It's a
laner is.
cinema.
Kind of a weird
It's a
choice. It almost
cinema
feels like
today.
they weren't sure. And they
이걸
just
진짜
made a snap
카이사를 한다고요?
decision.
남아있는 원딜이 많이 없긴 해 근데.
The Blitzcrank is
I
kind
know
of
there's not that many
things
ADCs
are,
left, but Kai'Sa doesn't make sense.
Still pretty up in the air.
Kai'Sa
as
doesn't
far
make
as
sense.
that
You don't
bottom
even have a
lane is
front
going to
line.
look like. It also limits the flexibility of this
Bruno
Poppy
doesn't
one
care,
step
though.
further, right? Because at that point in time, she was being triple flexed in top jungle and support. The Kai'Sa is going to be locked in though here for Ruler, certainly a champion that he made his name on years past. What is Duro going to be pairing alongside
I don't like this
it?
Kai'Sa pick,
I also
guys.
feel like
저는 근데 카이사
having
되게
to
안
get
좋은 것
up close and
같은데
personal against this
그래도 여기서
AJL
서폿이 만약에
composition
핫한 게
is a
나온다면
very scary
There it is!
prospect,
The Shen!
and There is a Shen to be at least covered and locked
오
in here for
이러면은
Duro.
또 카이사가 궁 쓰면 쉐드 있잖아. 쉔 궁까지 더해줘가지고
But I think that Shen is pretty good.
같이
You know, you can
들어가지고
at least
이제
provide a
쉴드까지
front line.
주는.
You can still build tanky. You have the
이런
ability
게
to
나와줘야
dodge a
되거든,
lot
또.
of at least the damage
결승이잖아.
from the MF a bit.
I
Not the
mean,
best
the thing
choice,
is,
but
Blitzcrank
again,
can never
not a lot
really
of
hook
options.
Shen.
If you go for that
Because if
full
he
crit
does,
build
then
for
you're
the
just gonna get run
Kai'Sa,
down,
and
like
you
your
have the
AD's gonna get
shields
focused.
to come through from the Shen plus her shield from her
Kai'Sa
ultimate
is scary,
feels pretty
yeah.
decent, as
And
we're
Cho'Gath
going
pick
to lock in
into
Cho'Gath
Jace is kind
as
of crazy
the
too.
final pick here for the side of AGL. Pretty weird one here, especially
불치가
into
어떻게
the
하는지에
Jace,
따라서
normally
이게
used
갈리겠는데?
as
I think
a
Blitzcrank has to play
anti-tank
really
counter
well
pick.
here.
It
He
is
wants to win.
also going to be very difficult to disrupt
A lot
what
of scaling
Gen G are
coming through from
trying to
Genji's
do in
comp
this
for
draft
sure.
because they have so much
I mean, yeah,
range.
Cho'Gath is scaling, but
Now that
honestly,
Cho'Gath
in
is
the end
shown,
though,
maybe
you're just
you
gonna get
actually
beat
have
up
the argument to go
by
for that
Jace.
more AP mixed build here for Ruler and just Jace and
이
Kai'Sa
초가스가
pick,
제이스 상대로
poke
얼마나
rather
버틸 수
away from this
있는지가
comp because
또
they need to
관건일 것 같은데?
combo the MF to really do
Depends on how
damage. You
this
could just kind of
Cho'Gath
keep
plays
this
into the Jace. Is
composition
he able
at
to
bay.
survive? Like,
I gotta say,
well?
of the drafts we've seen in this
근데
series,
라인서 메타라서
these are
또
by far the
라인전에서
weirdest and the ones that lack
힘들면은
the
바로
most
그냥 섭해버리면
cohesion.
Yeah, it's a pretty strange situation. There is like, I don't know, microclasms of like things that work well together, like the
Kai'Sa
Killer
pick
Instinct plus
is
Dance
crazy
United,
for
right? That's
Ruler.
a big shield on a Kai'Sa.
룰러
That's
카이사가
cool.
또
You
해줘야
bring
된다
your help
이거.
with you,
I was
right?
thinking
If you
that,
can
Ezreal.
actually, you know,
My
get some
bad.
plasma on someone, so
이즈
that is
레오나
gonna
막
be an
이런 거 생각할
opportunity.
정도로 살짝
But
이즈 쪽을
otherwise, I'm feeling
생각했었는데
like
카이사를 바로 그냥
Health-wise, it's a weird draft here from Gen G outside of being able to outrange a bit with the Wombo combo to come in on the other side. And I just feel like Poppy wasn't remembered by Gen G. That champion is way too strong to be getting through once we've gotten here to game 4, and I think has so much power to deny Arctic Assault to make sure that people cannot get out. And Killer Instinct is a lot harder to utilize when the Poppy gets on top of you. So Tarzan going to be absolutely huge in this game.
I hadn't really considered.
Can AL
the
do it? I don't know.
Cho'Gath
I'm
follow-up to the
floundering
top
Cho'Gath,
lane, but
like-
I guess it's a
I don't know, but this Cho'Gath pick.
Showed that, okay?
No Gwen or
That was
anything?
when Faker's Shockwave finds them all.
Faker!
Faker
Faker Shockwave. When we talking about Faker
also
Shockwave.
found them all, and then the Shockwave did also find them all. But that was there. That was part of the
오.
combo.
오리아나
Still
스킨 없는데?
counts,
Look at the
and,
Blitzcrank skin!
Cho'Gath is going to
웨지
count
스킨
for
너무
something. I
귀여워.
think if Flandre can
That's
get
cute.
a big Cho'Gath game in for game
Let
4
me,
and
look up a
tie
little
this
bit.
up at 2, then it's absolutely a tiebreak.
All right, hold up.
Our two top laners.
Are you okay?
We got
Around 15.
Unsealed Spellbook for Kael, Unsealed Spellbook for Flandre. Bondre's ult is also a smite.
Oh god, they are not losing a smite.
They have 3 smites on the Cho'Gath ulti.
They could just ult the enemy jungler away.
그러네.
They want to get the objectives.
I think they
아니 상대는 봉풀주가 2개라서 초가스가 군까지 있었잖아.
Play for the elder.
1200, 1200, and then another
to actually
1200.
do that. You
That's
definitely need to
3600.
hit Canyon with it.
And then
So
you
maybe
add in
Canyon
another
needs
like
to
Cho'Gath
build
ulti.
Banshees though. maybe that's the
이러면은
answer. Because
objective 다 먹는 거 아니냐고.
Brewer can killer instinct back.
Every
You can
single
stand
objective?
united back if you do it, and the other two can teleport back, right? And so Canyon just cannot get ulted
4K
away.
smite on Choga?
Edited sign, by the way, to cover up at the 0. Yeah, she meant that from the beginning.
I think
yes.
캐니언 몇 개가 일단 이번 그 결승전에서
We'll see if that happens.
캐니언 선수가 스마를 되게 잘 쓰고 있긴 한데
Yeah, you were talking about ball carriers as well.
타자
by the way,
선수도
Wolf.
뭐 결혼을 한번 시작하고 그랬죠. We don't know
feels
actually.
like Oriana by herself in this game. It doesn't
Crazy
really feel
trades
like
going on
yes,
already.
the Poppy can get in there.
메이즈 대 메이즈는 저게 무서워. 짤짤이로 계속 막 딜교환 하는데.
You know,
Oh, that missed
they
them cute.
didn't have a lot of options. I mean, they could if they really wanted to opt into it. Maybe they
Oh,
pick
Shanks
something
is
like a
missing
Zac
minions.
or
You might be
like a-
nervous.
Even a Viego could have been better.
긴장하셨나 봐.
So yeah, just Oriana choice as just a straight up control mage for the mid lane. Nothing crazy there. No big combo, but yeah. The Oriana does have a lot of wombo combo potential with the rest of the team in the team fights at least.
So much of
Chobi
this is
moving
going to be
quick.
about when Genji decide to go in, like when they decide to commit that Kai'Sa
Oh,
ultimate, when
이런 거
Chobi
cute.
decides to commit in and actually
I mean, if you
start
start
doing
missing
damage.
cues like this
Because
on
if they sit
Oriana
back
though, you're gonna
and
start
poke with
losing
the
lane
Jace
pretty
and the
hard.
Kai'Sa,
You have to watch out.
Then, you know,
저런 거
Shanks doesn't
스킬샷
necessarily
하나하나가
have
되게
that
중요하긴
angle because
하거든.
there is no carrier. He is not necessarily going to be able to get into shockwave
Oh,
range.
there it
so
is. QW
that's what
빠.
I'm most concerned about here for
콩콩이랑.
AL because both these comps
Both
are
went
wonky, right? They're a
airy.
little bit weird. They don't have
They're
strong
definitely
themes necessarily.
lane
but
focused.
it's going to be
라인섭을
about
안 당하는
control
게 또
for the
미드거든요.
objectives.
미드는
And
딱
sometimes you can
미드맨만
just say, I
있으니까.
don't care, and I'm
라인전
gonna press smite 3 times and
강력한
take
룰을
the
들어요.
objective away.
And feast.
But what if you
And
die
deny their
trying?
smite.
Then it might not actually necessarily matter that you got the objective. But yeah, that's what I mean. The feast being essentially the third smite in this case.
All right.
Well, I mean, I guess he has unsealed, so like 4 smites.
Yeah.
Sorry for miscounting, even though I was the first one to bring this
still
up. But
too many
yeah.
smites. Still absolutely too many smites. As we have a return to lane here from Shanks here in mid. Towards the top side, we do have Keen putting on the pressure here towards the top side of the map, but Flandre doing decently well, still farming things up.
You know which pick I feel like feels the best in this whole draft is the Sejuani.
The drums.
It doesn't have like a huge amount of synergy in terms of like melee lanes and stuff like that, but it just offers really reliable engage, which there's just not a lot of left. It's fearless. We
Seeing
drafted,
Choga from Ryan's
what was
like
it,
bossy
6 engaged
pulling Choga
champions
yesterday.
for the support role over and over and over again. And of course, a lot of our junglers are also gone.
정글이 바텀인 거 다 알죠. Kale knows.
You know, he can get
enemy
fights
jungle's
started
gonna be more than
extremely
side.
reliably. He's going to be a front line. He can just kind of throw out his ults, and there's really not so much that EGAL can do about it. Feels like a great pick here for Game 4.
Yeah, he is insanely good.
이거 갑자기 미드를 가는 브리츠. Wait, Blitzcrank is going mid. Jovi has to flash.
Tarzan is going to be flashed. That was a great timing there by Jovi.
Couldn't go south.
이거
Kyle was coming up the river.
플래시 빠진 거 좀 뼈아프긴
A
한데.
wall for him to smash you into, and so it looks a bit weird walking straight towards the jungler, but it works out.
hasn't
Still has to
reset
use the
yet.
flash, so
호피가
it's
집을
not,
안 갔어 근데.
exactly the greatest of situations as Keen putting
Just
on the
gonna go
pressure
back
here
to
towards
farm.
the top side. Feral scream from Flandre. Try and clear out these minions, but it is still a plate going over to Keen.
The biggest,
the pressure is there.
Yeah, the biggest winner for me. Though, is
That
I
is a
really like
dive
all the
coming
points
through
he
for
made about
top
Sejuani. I
lane.
think all
They're committing,
valuable,
no?
and I think she
They might
probably
be
a second
committing
for
there.
me. But I think
만화가
the Jace,
없어서
which
이거
we were a
초가스
little bit
죽었는데?
skeptical about initially, is
Can
the
Choga
biggest
stop play
winner
this?
for me,
'Cause,
because
no mana.
getting on top of this pick,
No mana.
trying to threaten him or win lane against him in this early game is just so difficult. Canyon is
Oh,
unfortunately
tanking
gonna take
tower
an
like
extra
that
shot
is not
here.
good though.
Still looking to commit to the dive.
Yeah, it doesn't actually have the.
아, 저 Q를 저렇게 쓰면은 이건
Still going to go for it here as Flandre.
goodbye.
Bit of an early flash and isn't going to be able to make it as if Canyon dies.
아니 뭐야?
Because he took that turret shot early.
Why did he just flash out?
Bit of a disaster there as we go 1-for-1.
Oh, Jovi has a flash. This is a Oh, Kyle! You have to hit those! Bro! 플래시 없는 빅토르인데 저거를 못 맞추면은 그냥 이풀 써도 될 정도로 좀 아쉬운 부분인데 이러면 탑에서 근데 좀 아쉽지 저 다이브도. I mean, Genji could have fallen behind really hard and Victor died there, but Jovi actually lived, so a bit of a whoopsie coming through from Kyle.
Yeah, he is going to have to rush.
이거는 뭔가 초비 선수 무빙보다는 근데
Kyle
선수가
플래시
없는 빅토르.
그랩이
그랩이 조금 아쉬운 부분인가.
We do have those lane swaps to come through. do like AL's position a lot better
패시브가
after they were
벗겨졌다고.
able to get that counter kill there on the top side.
확실히
Really helps out
초가스 다이브하는
with this early game
과정에서
tempo.
상대 플래시도 빼서 그냥
Forward to seeing
세전이가
what
당연히
Bull is gonna be
플래시로
able to
살아갈
get
줄
done this game.
알았는데
I think
아쉽다.
that his Corki was very muted in the last one. Had some flubs as far as the team fights as well. So I think gonna really need to lock
Puppies
in
ahead in
on this
camps.
Kai'Sa here as that side
Kyle's
step.
not landing
That
these
shows
hooks,
that
guys.
maybe things are working
Kyle's
out a
just
little
not
bit
landing
better.
these
Voice
hooks, not gonna
connecting
lie.
with just a little bit of
Even
damage onto AL. And Hope really has been
아니
phenomenal.
선생님,
The last
제
game
불씨는
especially
저 정도
looked
수준보다 더
exceptionally
심각합니다
good. So
정말.
he is going to have a
그리고
big
카인
target on his back.
선수도 불치 굉장히
And
잘하시는
Lord can
분이라서
certainly find assassination
불치 살짝
angles
그런 게 있거든.
onto
바느랑
this
비슷해.
fortune
노란
if he
뚱땡이랑
does
비슷하게.
decide to ult
딱
within
진짜
opportune
한 번만
time.
잘 끄면 돼. 그럼 오히려 이렇게
Pushing
막
out here towards the
상대가
top side of
파악을
the
잘
map.
못해.
On the bottom side,
뭐야 불치 그랩 잘 못하는 것 같은데. 아
getting as much
아니거든요.
vision as he possibly
아니거든요.
can.
아예 예측을 못하게.
GENG revenge for T1.
심리전이야. 스키샷은
We'll see if they can do
심리전이야.
that. Definitely
이거를
got off
살짝
to a great start.
일자
I
무빙을
think
해야
that
되는지 아니면
AGL
살짝
coming
백 무빙을
to
하는
life in game
몰라
3 was
몰라.
exactly what we needed to make this series
아예
a very
그냥
interesting one. Would have been a little
그랩을
bit
안 맞추고
depressing to get
있으면
another
아예 상대가 몰라서
3-0.
당해 이제.
Here
중요한데
at
딱
the
그랩
esports
맞추면.
World
I
Cup
think
final
LPL
for
fans.
And Blitzcrank is one of those champions, you just land one hook and you can win a game off that hook.
In our second year.
And Kyle is really good at
As,
that, so.
It's definitely a
듀로
big bounce
선수도
back
그렇고,
here for
카인 선수도
AGL.
그렇고.
And another hook will miss.
위치 같은
Yeah,
그랩
that's thanks
템플.
to the ward more than anything. Is the shadow dash able to get Duro to safety? Tough way just to soften
Just
up
trading,
in the
I
mid
think.
lane.
그러니까 이게 교환을 딜교환을 하면서 미니언까지 같이 미는 그런
See this from
자주
Orianna
보이죠.
quite a bit when they're playing pretty
프로에서
aggro.
특히.
But Trophy is not.
쫄랭에서는 살짝 교전이 많은
is going to be able to
느낌이라
retain some
그랩을
control.
좀
Rula
아끼는데
supercharging now on
아니
cooldown
그랩이래
as Kyle
궁을
looks for the hook,
아끼는데
doesn't get it. That was a greedy
Gabi,
one, as he wanted
the
to
drive
take
on
Rula with
Blitzcrank.
Duro right in front of him, and now the taunt.
They're
He's
getting
going to
ganked
come in.
though.
Can he
Poppy's
does
on
have
the
that
other
crucial
side.
presence?
They might have
The
to flash
flash
out.
forward on top of Hope does get the flash out from him.
Oh, Nimbus Croak and they dodge out. Whoa.
That's a goal in my country. Still doesn't actually matter.
Nice gank from Canyon though. 아 그러는 사이에 근데 플래시 없는 빅토리를 또 공략을 해버리는. Tarzan actually re-ganked mid before the Victor got flashback. Chovy couldn't dodge because no dodging ability. Yeah, well played by Tarzan, well played by Canyon. 그리고 정글에서 확실히 이 심리전이 진짜 장난 아니다.
happening everywhere.
어?
As Duro actually just doing the world's shortest
Dude,
stand
Duro
united.
just ulti.
He was already united.
방금
with
세니
the talent.
궁을 쓴 것 같은데.
So he was sitting, was slouching.
Yes.
방금 센 궁은
so
좀.
standing united. Nicely done. Better than sitting. As Flandre taking a bit of damage here from Keen, who is ahead in farm, but not by that much, right? I think Flandre is going to be pretty happy with how this game has gone thus far, despite being a bit of a punching bag. As Kyle, for a bit of an angle, can he outplay it yet again? As
Oh, it's actually doing it.
And that is not
It's
what you want to
connecting.
see.
Tribute does have flash now though.
Taking that much damage, and the
근데
turret's being
괜찮은 거
tanked
같기도 하고
here
이
by Tarzan.
정도면은
Shanks with not very much damage at this
피감이
point,
나온 건
with only a
아니지.
catalyst.
벽궁이 만약에
So Trophy
벽궁각이
just
나왔으면
is
몰랐는데.
Tarzan here.
I mean, this was the
with
previous one,
push.
previous gank
Chovy
from
has
Tarzan.
no flash, has only his ultimate, which offers a lot of damage.
You
back,
shouldn't like
but
turn
not
it
quite
back
enough.
onto Doriana, but
Yeah, you can see him scratching his head there, not happy with the way that one played out. Just gets caught out
근데
in a
그렇게
position where
하는
you didn't expect
와중에
it. This is
뽀삐가
the
미드를
gank
가는
on the top
와중에
side
이게
where Canyon did
탑을
to
간
kinda
세전이.
score a goal a
I
little
feel
bit
like
later
Kyle
on,
should
but
just flash
they do
and
get
he's
the
trying to
kill
tank the
at
Q
least,
for Sejuani.
onto Kyle eventually. As you can see, he's just mentally in between the both of them because they want to get that kill on a Kyle and then ult Hope, but not quite able to do both. They still get the kill on a Kyle, but AGL do get at least the kill on the Chovy in mid, which is going to be fantastic. Gets Tarzan to that
I think
first item.
Kais is pretty happy with how the
Hook is gonna connect. Kyle finds that one.
Oh! You bury your flash, everything
A little bit late
yours.
to make sure that doesn't get destroyed by the ulti, but
The
still
moment I was like, Kais is gonna be pretty happy. Kais almost dies. 영어로 카이사는 행복할 거라고 지금 1킬 먹고 막 이런 얘기 하려고 했는데 바로 그냥 그랩을 당해서 풀스펠을 빠져버리는 카이사. 저런. 부두슬 미쳤고. That be holding no balance, yeah. Just too powerful, guys.
If Keen had
My ult is
TP,
too
it could go
powerful.
down to answer. Instead, they're going to try to make a cross map play
Good old
here
Fabio
before
thing.
that swap back here onto Flandre, but Flandre is
Oh
just
wow,
going to get
Canyon
out.
is going top.
Yeah, he's just going to run real fast.
I think they have to watch out. The Tarzan is actually going top.
투가스가
투가스가 근데 빨리 죽을 것 같진 않아서. 오. 불치까지 와서 이거. Canyon's car. And the Vita's strength is going over to AL here. Feat of Warfare at least, not Feat of Strength yet.
They managed to get the feats of warfare yet again.
I mean, they saw him coming a mile away.
바텀에 그리고 투가스가 텔포 타서 빅토르랑. 오 이거 괜찮은데? Never mind. Shanks is playing so safe here.
I mean, he has flash.
굉장히 안전하게 하는 샹크스. I think maybe he smelled it. He's like, okay, I don't really know where enemy team is. Like they're showing mid. 미드 안 보이니까 상대 안 보이는데 이거 조심해야 돼. 이런 콜이 나오면.
Ultimately, will just be a free escape there for Shanks, who picks up his
불치킬이 그나마 불행 중 다행이죠. I think Genji's gonna get this one. If you look at the Sejuani's location, he's grabbing Gromp here. He's gonna start to clear minions, clear the camps. Nothing though.
A lot of disrespect on where Tarzan is on the map. And Genji have been in control of so many games this series and so many games this tournament. They'll get back to their MSI as well. This is what they're known for, is getting a lead and never letting it go. But in even game states like this, if you make those aggressive plays,
I want to see the Kaisa though, like the Kaisa value.
Tossing some of those leads away. I mean, Keen had a pretty significant one, but now he's actually
카이사
technically
신
behind.
이거 안타 한번 보고 싶긴 하거든요.
We just saw there the vision toggle, actually really good to illustrate the fact that AL have a lot of
Canyon's returning top, but everything is warded there.
Were swept down. Those couple that we
They
saw
see
just
the
there,
pet.
They weren't. As
They see the pet.
somehow He's out of vision. That was kind of cute. So just going to be backing. Canyon goes back, gets the hard steal completed. Flandre in a similar boat on that front.
투가스가 더 잘 컸네. 더 잘 큰 거까진 아니고 이 정도면 투가스가 그래도 잘 버티고 있는 거긴 하죠. 봉풀주까지 들어서 룬이 없는 라인전인데. 봉풀주 투가스 살짝 오른이 봉풀주 가는 그런 느낌으로.
Kyle is trying to fight back in terms of the vision game, especially for Blitzcrank, right? Like it's so
카이사 궁이 뭐냐고?
know exactly what angle they're coming from. You want to deny as much vision as possible.
He's got cleanse to its solo
그거
risk.
무슨 질문인지 모르겠는 거야. 카이사 궁은 그 날아가는 거.
The Jace.
I mean, if the Sejuani ulted him, he'd be
이제
totally
실드
fine.
생기고.
Now they're looking for Keen.
Yeah, looking to try and overload here as Keen clears out the wave instantly. And Stand United means that there is
Canyon
no
cleared both
aggression
camps
at
and
all
going topside.
to be coming on through. So this is what Genji's composition can do, right? You can turn on a dime. If you try and overload, then there are a lot of options for answering. Still, that's a long cooldown. See what AL can do with that button now on cooldown.
I do wonder if Keen can carry this, because if he left alone, Jace does become incredibly strong. 근데 이거 가만히 놔두면은 제이스가 진짜 아프긴 한데 물론 가만히 놔두면 초가스도 되게 탱키하시는 거 맞죠? 근데 Heartsteel feels like really hard to 뭔가 강철 심장 스태킹하기 되게 어려워 보이는데 상대가 팔이 길어서 I think he made a mistake with his build because Heartsteel is going to be impossible to stack this game at least.
I feel like, you know, when we look at the game state here and the nice plays we've seen from AGL, the lead they generated is somewhat small, but it's been a pretty good start for them in this game. A lot of it's been through trickery, right? It's been through some mistakes from Genji. We haven't seen it really through a true 5v5 fight, which is the big issues and concerns.
골드 차이 거의 안 나서 젠지도 충분히 할만합니다. 이거 한타 봐야 되긴 해 근데. 카이사 템 나올 때까지 아마 그냥 젠지도 그냥 누울 수도 있어 근데. I think Genji is just gonna charge away for Kaisa to get items and Victor to scale. I don't know if they're gonna actually fight. Are they gonna fight the Herald here? Maybe.
To come out here from Ruler, who almost has his completed cull.
카이사는 이제 구인수, 크라켄, 그리고 내셔 이빨까지 딱 나왔을 타이밍 그때가 진짜 세긴 한데.
For a while, but AL with the control they have, I think they should really hold on to this because that empowers the Blitzcrank, that empowers the shockwave engages.
Blitzcrank's looking, Blitzcrank's looking. They have to. Oh my gosh, this is what I'm talking about with Kyle. Oh my. Hope doesn't even have the flash there. I think he could just ult it and he would have killed him. 그냥 뒤에서 궁만 눌러도 잡았는데 저거는 진짜.
I think so, and that's the vision game.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about, Blitzcrank. 이게 브리치 제가 아까 얘기한 거잖아요. 초반에 거의 뭐 그랩을 뭐 막 이상하게 한다 막 그렇게. 아이고. No. Like the early game hooks doesn't matter. Like even if they miss, right? 아까부터 벽 넘어서 시야 없는 곳에 그랩을 하는 저게 진짜. He doesn't have vision there, so he just kind of predicting where Kai'Sa's going to be standing there.
Kyle having so much success on this Blitzcrank. I mean, fantastic hook once again. The vision game that we've been mentioning all game
What a
long.
monster.
Once again. And remember, he only picked this Blitzcrank when he
이거는
only saw the top side
불츠
of the
시야를
map.
한번 보고
We were like,
싶은데
interesting choice.
미포보다.
You know, we don't
I kind of want to
exactly
see like
say,
Blitzcrank.
okay, Kyle is the Blitzcrank guy, but he's certainly making a name for
Because
himself
Blitzcrank's
on this
green.
pick here tonight.
Yeah, it was like a solo Q lock, and he's like, no, just trust me, I'm good at
이제스면 저거
Crank.
가능하나?
And,
아 이즈도 저거 비전 반응하기 정말 어렵습니다. 그래 저거 벽 너머로 이게 백법 나오는 거라서 시야가 먹히면 저게 불편해요. 이게 벽 너머에서 막 불치가 막 기다리고 있으니까. 애초에 근데 시야 먹는 행위도 불치라서 불편하기도 하고 불치가 좀 사기네. Oh wow, Blunder has to just give it.
Actually, as Rift Herald is going to go down in mid.
Oh, that's huge. That's huge for GENG because they're about to lose speed and strength.
No feats of strength just yet.
미드가 밀리는 게 근데 훨씬 뼈아프긴 하죠. Like losing mid tower is way worse than losing top tower. Because top is just a long lane anyway. 그러니까 탑은 라인이 되게 긴데 미드는 확실히 중심지니까 허리라고 생각하면 돼요. 사람의 허리가 되게 중요하죠. 코.
Two turrets plus the top
Two
turret that's
towers.
basically dead here.
Bro, what happened to AL? Why are they suddenly playing good? I don't understand.
That is going to be the
AL이 갑자기 막 벌떡 일어났어. 이상하다. Kyle smited it too. Like, Spellbook smite.
Okay, so that's
They have
gonna be
3
the balloon
smite.
of the gold.
And 2 are
1,000
30.
now in the lead for AJAL, but
They're gonna be
two
securing
dragons,
every objective
a
from
Mountain
now.
Soul once again. I believe is that like our second or third so far this series. Quite a few mountains, pretty mountainous.
Kyle
but that
driving?
is
Yeah,
going to mean a
Kyle's,
whole lot of durability, especially
probably has a
Flandre.
driver's
My
license.
goodness, This Cho'Gath could become monstrously
운전면허
big in
보유하시는
this
것
game
같은데요, 카일
if
선수.
they're able to stack that one up. So Soul Point coming up next. See whether GENG can get themselves into a position to fight for it, because right now looking pretty muted.
Spellbook Cho'Gath,
On to Tarzan, and Tarzan.
It's gonna be like a 5k smite coming through.
You what? To that one, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the best position you can be in as AGAL. You took down the mid
브리츠
turret.
비카엘.
It's just going to
아,
make
맞아요.
value
요즘
skyrocket
블리츠
in this
크랭크도
game.
비카엘을 가는
And so,
메타입니다.
you know, Rilla was already having trouble farming in mid. He's been having trouble farming in mid this entire tournament.
세조안이랑
And,
쉔이랑
now
비카엘
he really is not going to have a
막
great
써주면
option to do so. Jovi's in a side
Yo,
lane.
they think it's so much fun. So really fish
You know,
island
already
come to the mid
300 rather gold
Go
behind
Ringo.
his opponent in
should
hope.
support.
And I do worry about this Kai'Sa. At least Chovy is doing a decent job. And of course, Keen kind of got this free lane into the tank Cho'Gath where he's farmed up. But again, I haven't seen too much Jace value at this point in the game. So kind of sweetening it out, farming it out here in this mid game.
The cast are talking about the Jace value, and I do agree. 이게 제이스가 아니라 다른 거였다면 어땠을까라는 생각이 들 정도로 아직은 임팩트가 없습니다. 그리고 카이사? 아직 3코가 떠야 되긴 하는데 we have to wait until we have 3 items of Kaisa, then we might see some value. So far, the Kaisa
makes
pick
it difficult for Keen to step up here. He's finally going to complete that Muramon.
Maybe like an Ezreal would have been better.
Here with a few more of these waves coming through. But the leads you can really feel here for
이지였으면 딱
AGL.
비전 반응해가지고.
enough of a lead?
또 룰러 선수
1,000
이즈리얼 되게
gold,
야무지게
two
잘하거든요.
dragons lead here to be able to win 5v5s consistently
근데
into
너무
this composition here
후반
for
힘이
GENG
너무
that
약하다고
punishes them
판단했나,
so hard
이즈리얼이.
for out of position. If they lose map control just once,
카이사는 이제 대부분 이제 다이브 조합이 나왔을 때 나오는 추세이긴 하거든요, 요즘에. A lot of time when you see Kaisa, you see it with a dive comp, like with an Orianna, Nocturne, Rakan, you know, Wukong Annie, Kaisa.
Staying vigilant.
So basically, your team is going in and you also enter on the other side.
The
Fight
amount of control you do have
and
when you
assassinate.
get control of the map, right? With the fact that Poppy's Keeper's Verdict is going to be so strong and the Blitz.
We're all Kaisa hating though.
always
I'm not even.
demanding respect
I don't
if
know.
you
I'm not
can't see
hating on
him.
Kaisa. I just
It's such
don't
a
really
big deal.
understand why you pick
AL
Kaisa with
now
that
in
comp.
control of
But
this top side. Arakan has been very, very powerful.
so I am.
And is once again on
I'm
the
hating on the
rip.
comp. I'm not hating on the
AL zoned
champion.
in.
it's going to refresh wards and come back.
Okay, Okay, Tarzan getting softened up a little bit by some of the poke from GENG.
Oh, they're looking mid, but
Yeah, should be a decent amount of poke.
아직
coming
그래도
out
젠지
from- You've got Victor, you've got
할만한가요?
Jace, you've got Kaisa.
Yeah, if you can
땅
see
따먹기
where
할
the
수
poke,
있나요?
you can see GENG is really struggling to clear, but they are going to get this.
He's just really uncomfortable clearing vision with
Didn't want to risk it that time
Blitzcrank
around.
on the
You
other
can't
side.
really blame him.
불치가 떡하니 버티고 있어서
Moving around, thinking that maybe they've got
시합
a bit of a
잡는 게
window
너무
on the
빡세죠.
Chovy here, slowed down by the Make It Rain as Flandre lumbers his way forward, and Shanks looking for that back timing, does manage to pick up his Crypt Bloom. Is now looking to join this fight. 2 items now intact. And actually gets them before Chovy.
Look at Canyon. What? He's just in the enemy jungle right now. Is he going to find Shanks rather and take a 1v1 or something? He has snuck in here.
This is very risky.
그랩을 안 써요. 그러니까 여기에서 애매하게 막 뭐 그랩 각을 보는 게 아니라 들고 있는 것 자체가 이미 상대가 불편해. 잘하는 브리츠들은 저러더라. 네. 그랩 들고 있어. Oh, they don't understand. They have smites though. 스마가 많은데? 와! The Poppy ulti is crazy! Poppy just like boom! 그냥 바로 그냥 궁으로 홈런을 날려버렸는데? Holy moly!
We knew also that they had about 50 smites.
They had so many smites, and they only needed one. They just had Tarzan just straight up smite it, and you know what?
Yeah, nobody else had smite. Like they didn't change the
so
smite.
much, we thought that EGL would need position on an objective before
아 근데
really
진짜
being able
장난하지
to secure
마세요.
them.
설마 이거 페페 생생은 장난으로 이겼는데.
Is very unlike
Oh
Genji.
my
They leave a
gosh.
ward directly in the pit. EGL saw
The thing is, Genji literally had this whole series in their bag, and then they drafted the 2 most disgusting champion comps. 아니 근데 진짜 이거는 좀 아, 그대로 3대0 끝낼 수 있는 건데 전판도 그렇고 이번 판도 뭔가 조합이 뭐지? 라고 생각이 들 정도로 아쉬운 부분이고 조합 얘기밖에 나오지 않는 게 어쩔 수 없는 건가 봐. Like, I don't know. Draft is so important nowadays, I feel like. Okay, I mean, they're pressuring pretty well though. 좀 자리 잘 잡았고. 오, 브리츠! 오, 오케이, Blitzcrank miss! Blitzcrank miss! 브리츠가 드디어 카이사 날아가나? 카이사 could try to go in. Oh, Kaisa's going in! Kaisa's going in! Shut down! Oh, Chobi's flashing out, but I don't know if he can live. Oh, Chobi lives! Huge, I think. 아, 샹크스 선수가 근데 너무 건재하다. Oh, the re-engage coming through from Sejuani, point big goldie! Oh, but this is... I mean, Sejuani did get 2 kills, but 일단 여기서 빅토르가 산 게 진짜 큰데? Victor Lane, that's huge. Oh, what the hell is the damage?
And GENG, they get the worst end of this trade as well.
이 정도면은 그래도 젠지도 잘 싸웠다고 보는데 I think Genji fought pretty well considering right now they do look pretty behind, right? I mean, it all happened because Blitzcrank kind of missed the hook. 불치가 이제 그랩을 못했기 때문에 그나마 이렇게 비빈 거지. 만약에 불치가 저기서 카이사나 빅토르 끌고 시작했으면 그냥 끝났지. I mean, Chobi living was actually really good as well, but he wasn't able to actually. Watch here. I think Shanks was really impatient. 샹크스 선수가 살짝 급했다. That hook. He probably thought the Kai'Sa was trying to move back. 그 무빙 예측을 한 건데 이게 만약 일자로 했으면은 그랩을 하지만 이게 다 심리전이거든. 정말 쓰는 사람이랑 이제 피하는 사람이랑. And that was a really well played by Chovy. I think Shanks should just flash on the Chovy. 방금 그냥 오리아나가 빅토르한테 플래시 써야 됐어. 이 본진을 보려고 하다가 이게 그냥 여기에서 앞플래시 써서 빅토르를 잡는 마무리하는 그림이었으면은 와 뭔지 알죠?
And it was just in this extended fight. By the way, Tarzan not checked at all. Just a really tanky Poppy, doing a ton of damage. I think he did the most damage in the fight, and he's a Poppy.
And he just sat on top of Chovy like the half of the fight.
감독 포함 6명.
Push everybody else back.
4,000
감독
for the Poppy.
감독님까지
The
추가해야
fact that he finishes off Canyon with a buckler to the back of the head as well must have been very cathartic. As the Baron has spawned about 20 seconds
I
ago.
mean, look at how much damage this Jace is doing. Jace team 봐봐.
We did have the picture there. So AL
Jace's 3 items. Jace's 3코야. 이거 Jace carry 나온다 근데. King can carry this now. 3 items? Huge. Victor doesn't do enough damage yet. 빅토르가 근데 딜이 안 나오거든요. We do have the Zhonya's coming through from Shanks.
That residual vision here from the Skull
And
Crab is going to feel
Trophy is
pretty
about to
nice
hit
here
16,
for
but
the
he's on
side of
Victor right now.
AGL. They know there's no way
Sitting
that
there.
even with this Leandri's
16
Victor with
from
Rod, like,
Victor.
that this could be burned down by GENG. They have all the information now. They're just going to clear this vision away. And we talked about it a lot, but AGL have really never given up that control. There was that one fight on Dragon.
But the
where
thing
GENG
is,
had a
again,
little bit more,
those
kinda
bullets
botched
crack.
the
Just watch the
execution.
bullets crack.
But since then,
불츠를 봐야 돼요.
they just keep holding on to this,
불츠가
and it
그랩을
makes it so
하면은
hard
게임이
for Team
끝나고
to hit shot
불츠가
blast.
그랩을
Like, look at
못하면 게임이 안
Oh my
끝나.
goodness, okay, Canyon going to be the target. He's the jungler. That could mean Baron. And they do take him down. There's the nom-nom from Flandre. And AL, that was the target that they wanted. They get it simply, and now they're looking for even more. The keeper's verdict is
더 보고
nothing.
있는데?
But I don't know
Oh,
whether
they know
want
Chobi
them
has
to
no
go
flash, so
away
they're
because
looking.
AL kinda wanna kill them all.
이게 빅토르가 플래시가 없어서 빅토르를 보는데 이거 룰러 프리들? 룰러 프리 다메지?
to come in as Tarzan's on top of him.
룰러!
Doing so much work in GENG. They are just going.
They overstepped it! AL! They went too ham! They went too ham on Victor! And Kaisa. Oh no. 방금 카이사 마킹이 하나도 안 됐어요. 빅토르가 존냐가 나와 있는데? 존냐가 나와 있어도 플래시 없다고. They use everything on Victor. So here, 와, 우리가 말했던 그 카이사 밸류가 결국 뱀픽. 뱀픽에서 왜 카이사를 픽했나라는 생각을 했는데 방금 이지를? No, that was Ezreal, no damage. 이지는 절대 불가능한 플레이. 거기에서 바론을 먹는 와, 젠지. I think at this point the only way AL wins this is like they have to have a crazy hook on Victor. 오, 카이사. 네, 불츠 그랩밖에 믿을 게 없다 이제 AL은. 확실히 불츠가 깡통이 돼가고 있습니다, 여러분. 이미 깡통이 된 걸 수도 있어. 노란 깡통. 노란 깡통이 돼가고 있다고. I mean, the Blitzcrank just has to hit this insane hook or else it's looking pretty grim for AL. 카이사 has 4 items now. 방금 한타에서 골드를 얼마나 많이 먹었으면은 가인이 바로 뽑혔어, 카이사. Guardian Angel completed for 카이사.
That is ridiculous. He's now 4 items to the 2 and a bit that Hope has put together.
Flash,
This guy
barrier,
is massive,
and
with
ult,
the GA there for the extra
along with the
layer of
Shen ult
safety.
shield as well.
The game went from very straightforward
I think
for
Ruler is
AL
just
to quite difficult.
Hall of Legends.
You can tell why GENG are sometimes taking these crazy fights.
He just really wants a Hall of Legends, guys. What can I say? 명예의 전당 스킨 먹고 싶어 하시는 것 같은데 방금은 좀 소름 돋는 퍼포먼스였다.
He just got so much money, and in a broken up fight, Kaisa sometimes is queen.
He was getting hooked a lot this game, so we'll see if Kyle can land a hook on Ruler.
And also, if a hook lands onto Canyon, maybe that isn't really what you want.
근데 지금은 이제 세주안이 그러니까 세주안이한테 그랩을 해도 되게 좀 애매하죠? Tarzan just ulties nothing. 뽀삐가 방금 궁을 허공에 날리는 모습이 살짝 그 AN 선수들 멘탈이 살짝 금가고 있는 것 같기도 하고요. 근데 중요한 한타에서 샹크스 선수가 플래시 없는 그 빅토르를 잡는 그런 플레이를 보여줬거나 한 끗 차이야 뭔가 계속 한타가. 그리고 저기에서 세전이 잘랐으니까 바로 바론을 가는 판단을 했으면 어땠을까 이런 생각도 하죠. 바론을 가면서 한 번 더 터닝 하던가. 바론 낚시 이런 정글이 없잖아 상대는. 그리고 봉풀주 2개 갖다가 투거스까지 있는데 굳이 바론 안 갈 이유가 없는데 미드에서 빅토르 플래시 없는 거 너무 빨리 다. I mean I don't know. There's a lot of things. Like, you have 2 spell notebooks and you have a Cho'Gath.
So now
Why don't you just
Flandre
turn
looking a
like their
little
jungle is that? Why don't you just turn and do the Baron?
Really wanted to make this one work.
But
And look at
instead,
this
they try to go for
desperation
more,
here as
and they
the
try to
Glacial
kill the
Prison
Victor who
comes on
doesn't
down.
flash the
Canyon
Hazunya.
looking to
And then
try
Kai'Sa
and
just got a
brute
quadra
force
kill.
this inner turret. They
And now
should
the
be
game
able
is
to
looking
do it.
impossible.
As Tarzan comes over and Genji
이거는
says,
AL이 진짜
"That's
이기기
what we
정말
wanted."
힘들어진 것 같은데? I think it's really hard for AL to win this now. You need a miracle from Blitz right now. 블츠가 진짜 그랩을 뭐 신의 손을 보여줘야 이길 수 있나 그
I'm
정도라.
actually surprised because we had a look at the gold grab, and the biggest the gold lead for AGL was about 2.3k.
Yeah.
So they do manage to get Otacon, things like this, which is not necessarily represented by the gold, which does give you a bunch of extra power. But yeah, the gold was never that far in their favor.
To me, the gold was less important than the map
Can't believe
control.
Genji's came back from this,
Because
by
the
the
map
way.
control
I
and
thought it
vision
was
allows you
looking
to take
kind of
those objectives,
over.
right? The head control is basically
세전이가
a
여기에서
perfect
그랬다는 거
drag.
잘리는 순간 오
But
이거
if
진짜
once you
지나?
lose that fight,
이러겠는데
you lose
와.
control, like that's when the game really swings. That's when
Holy
the pendulum
moly.
goes back towards Genji's side. And it's that incredible turn there, that scrappy fight that Genji
Level
really
18 from
clutched out just
Chovy.
through raw mechanics, frankly, and
Level
in a
17
lot of
from
ways on
shots.
that one. That suddenly put
우리나라도
AGL
잘 크긴
in this
했는데
position
이게
with the
확실히
draft where it
초가스가
feels
좀 많이.
You know, who do you hook? Who do you set up
I
with?
mean,
Who can
Cho'Gath's
you keep
123
reverted?
heart steal stacks. I don't know.
That's
about
a
that.
hook ruler. That'd be a good one.
That would be good. I don't even know if that would matter at this point.
초가스
Maybe
지금 어떡하냐 저거.
What is
So
going
weak.
on with
초가스
Keen?
is so
Like
weak
30K in
right
this
now.
game.
Look how small
Wolf
he
was
is.
shouting his name as
크기를
we were all
봐봐,
looking
너무
at
작아요.
Ruler. I mean, the
초가스
two of them
크기가.
just able to do so much. And I said it before, like Keen's just been given a free game essentially. Like
Oh
he laned against
my.
Tank Cho'Gath.
We're
who was
talking
sitting
about
there
Kai'Sa, ruler,
feasting
trophy.
and
Like,
kinda
look
doing
at that
nothing.
from
And we know
Keen
what
though.
Cho'Gath
The
does,
damage
but
graph.
it does mean that his opponent kind
Keen,
of just gets to
Jace
sit back
ending.
and relax. And when it's Jace, it actually, you know, begins to really pop off in this game.
Some of that damage was on hitting a Cho'Gath, but most of it was just on team fights, but not from poke because he couldn't see. Now he can see. Now he can poke. That number is just going to
타코
get
완전.
bigger in this game as we
King
fight
for
for
items
neutral
now.
objectives. A minute 20
Pack it
before
up,
Baron,
AL.
2
Pack it
minutes
up,
before the
LPL.
next Mountain Drake here for Gen
I'm
G.
sorry. This
You
one's
can
looking
see
kind of
AL are
over.
already concerned
I don't
about
want to
trying
ulti again,
to
but
wipe some of this vision away because the double
this
threat
one's looking
of
kind
these
of rough,
objectives
guys.
is so frustrating to deal with for them as they lose control
Congratulations,
everywhere on the
Genji.
map.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I
Bit
said
of
this
double
earlier,
poke
but
landing there onto Hope, but he's got a Bloodthirster, which is a pretty good answer to it. Death Ray coming on in as AL
Zip.
trying to hold on. They do spot out a lot of this vision. These control wards that they're getting down are consequential. Kyle fishing for that hook angle. Can see a few of them and doesn't quite get Dura. Almost gets Keen actually. As shot blast. Going to connect
now
on
wait
the
for the
They're a
hook
little bit split
again.
up now,
그래
but
기다려야
GENG
되고
not overly
그동안
committing.
이제
It's actually
젠지
Canyon looking for
선수들이
Tarzan towards
되게
that top
세게
side. Tarzan not pressing an alt button, not even pressing W.
오 하나 더 저게 제이스한테 들어가는 세계선은 또 달랐었거든요. If that landed on Jace, it didn't work. It didn't work. The mid tower goes down. 미드 타워, 미드 웨이브 손해 보면서 방금 각을 보는 거였는데.
I mean, they're just baiting out so much. Like these.
Like
fights
imagine
over the red
a
buff,
parallel
they don't
universe
feel
where
like
that second
they're as
Blitzcrank
important as
hook
they are, and
landed
they
on
really
Jace.
You get the red buff. It allows you to stay
know what I mean?
healthy. It allows you to potentially get a lot of vision control. Although
This
when
is
I
why
look
like
at the jungle,
Blitzcrank.
it's all to the side of
It's
AGL.
like a
Genji
good
don't
champion,
care. They're just
but
gonna
very
start with the
risky,
Baron.
right?
The reason
Very
is
risky.
Canyon's still low health
All or
here,
nothing kind of
but
champ,
Tarzan
for sure.
doesn't have flash, and Chovy's got the choke point control. There's that
이거는 근데 상대가 스나가 굉장히 많고 초가스인데?
As the Arcane Storm comes down, he's just gonna walk in.
와 아니 이거는 근데 이거 젠지 It's a Cho'Gath! Okay, they're just going for the fight. 그냥 한타를 보는 건데. 오 룰러 카이사 가엔이라서 그냥 막 들어가. 당연히 유리한 구도기도 하고 죽든 말든 어차피 다시 살아나니까. 오 드로 going in as well. Oh, the Shanks Zunya's, but he's gonna fall down. I think he's dead. I mean, they got the Baron, but what call?
As well, and they are going to be the sole Baron owners that will not get a look in at this Mountain Dragon. Maybe you ate the
그래도 바론을 스틸을 했기 때문에 젠지가 게임을 못 끝내죠. 젠지 cannot end because at least they stole the Baron, right? AL stole the Baron. So at this point, I think you can take it for AL. He just walks up.
Look at these mechanics, guys. nice.
How many smites we got?
They just 1,500, yeah.
1500이라서 이거는 어쩔 수 없어요. 정글 탓이 아니고 그냥 저 같이 바론 하자는 콜이 좀 한타를 봤으면 어땠을 것 같지. 한타 이기고 지금이라도 바론을 가서 먹으면 되잖아. 이뤄냈으니까. I mean, this E flash from Duro kind of looked kind of
He's not a traditional AD carry, so even though Hope is full health here, he can't really offer
Everyone just
damage
flashing
on
forward,
the
kind
chase
of.
back here to provide heal for his team as they try to get away. So once
Last
Cho'Gath's
shadow was
gone,
5 head,
Chovy's got everyone
yeah.
at half health. They just
Definitely.
walk across the red carpet to victory.
용 먹은 거
And
크다.
GENG take a lead in
그래도 용
kills
2개
here,
챙겼고요.
but it's the
Two
3,000
dragon?
gold lead, the double
Earth
breaks here,
dragon.
the momentum away from AL, and all of that vision that they're going to take away
Look at
from
this
AL.
damage
Again,
graph coming
that's the
through
biggest
from
problem. Sure, you got
Jace
the
here.
Baron, you
Jace
technically got a
딜량 진짜
positive play on
미쳤고.
this one so far in this one, but how long
And
does it
Jace is
really
also go for
last when your Baron's
GA,
on a
man.
copy
Everyone, they're
and
going
an
Zonias
MF?
and they're going
They're the
GA.
only ones still
조냐까지
gonna be up for
완성한
another
지금
minute.
룰러 카이사.
Maybe they can get a little bit more. The power play is not
How
negative.
are you gonna kill this Kaisa?
Not yet.
How?
It's not negative, and therefore
GA,
that means it's positive, right?
Zonias.
Still going to work out. The base gold, it's less than that. So they did get the money for killing it. They denied it from GENG. They didn't manage to get the dragon though. So soul point available for GENG next.
Canyon
Of course, it is
dodging
still
out
there
this time.
for AGAL.
Not 2 times.
They are stalling
두
this
번은 안
one out.
나간다.
It really felt like this game was taken out of their hands, and now it's even because of their mistakes rather than
룰레 어떻게 잡? 그러니까 룰러 선수를 잡는
winning this game from the get-go,
것도
right?
빡센 게
Things were looking pretty good for
잡는
AL
어떻게
earlier
가인
on.
좋냐 카이사를 잡는다고 해도 제이스랑 빅토르한테 다 쏠릴 것 같은데?
They're just sieging up against the very lackluster
진짜 그냥
Baron buff here.
불치가 그랩해서
It's crazy
일방적으로
how
터뜨려야 돼.
aggressively they're
그거
playing
말고는
it.
없어.
It's almost like they're saying, okay, if
5대1
Frank
탄은
doesn't
절대
have
못
hook,
이기지.
he's not really a champion.
5v5 you have no chance of winning 5v5. You just have to go for some miracle hook, burst, one shot Kaisa. Or something like that, like Victor Kaisa or Chase.
They're just like
Hooks have not been landing though. The hooks have not been
almost
landing.
ridiculous, but you can kind of understand where they're coming from, especially with
I hate
the amount of
Blitzcrank.
damage
I hate
they
playing
did.
Blitzcrank. I think it's a great champion,
He's
but
got
this is a
4
problem
items
with
now,
Blitzcrank.
this
So much
extremely
pressure,
fed,
man. Like
Kaisa
imagine how
and
like
Jace.
And with a build
oh, and just close your eyes and imagine how it feels to play Blitzcrank this game.
So difficult to kill.
The pressure, man.
Get on top of him. He also has that
Everything
activatable,
rests on
right?
your
So he's
shoulder.
one of Bloodletter's first 400 armor.
Everything rests on your
that's
kid.
pretty big. It's hard to get. It's hard to cut through these champions, especially when your AD carry is really just the R button, unless you're already winning the fight, right? And with the control that
Oh, look at the
GENG
Genji
have, they
fans.
just
Really
shut the
loud
Baron
in
down
this
so
video.
hard.
젠지 팬분들이 되게 많이 오신 것 같은데? 되게 응원가가 되게
before these next objectives, so they can kind of continue to sideline, try to play around this Victor wave clear here. But an overextension, I think, is the best way
해외에서
back into
젠지
this
팬분들이
game for
많이
AGL.
많은가 봐,
So
생각보다.
maybe this is the cutoff point. Maybe from here, just move back and clear that vision. Don't try to siege these inhibitor turrets just yet.
Yeah, right now they're searching through these brushes.
Top wave's really
with
bad.
mostly Kane and
Okay, there it is. They're doing it again. 또 근데 이번엔 세조니가
As Ruler is out of the fight, in goes Duro, but he didn't
아니 근데 이거 쟤까지 그냥 궁으로
teammates as Kane.
아니 이렇게 유리한 게임을 굳이 Oh my god, Blitzcrank's gonna have his hook back out. 브리츠 다시 그랩 칠 텐데 조심해야 되죠.
And AL, they just take 2 and give nothing back.
There's just no reason to force it beyond the wards there on red buff, and this is a huge swing here for the side of AGAL because Baron is now 70 seconds away. They have control. There's no vision here for the side of GENG anymore, and all those issues that plagued
Because like there's literally nothing to do over there anyways. Yeah, exactly what the caster's saying. 그 와드가 다 굳이 저기 갈 이유가 없긴 했어. 바론이 있는 것도 아니고 용도 있는 것도 아니라서 다행이긴 한데.
The choice is theirs, but map control completely belongs to AL, and why push forward past the line?
This is the thing, right? This is the composition. You get
여기에서 근데 빅토르가 더 들어가기에도 미포공이 너무 잘 걸렸고 They can't really go in because MF ulti is literally covering the whole section. Right.
And it feels like GENG are trying to bait out hooks and go from there and try to like set up fights after. They baited out the hook and then died, so that's not exactly the play. I think AGAL are playing this fantastically. They're trying to set up. They know they're on the back foot here a bit, but they play around their 1-win condition in these fights.
Losing focus maybe? Yeah, 100%. It happens. Huge game. Back to back, like literally MSI finals to EWC finals. Like players are definitely gonna be tired.
Let's play through that instead. Pull AL down.
Hope is trying to get some HP back with Bullthirster on the minion wave. Has a shield now. 아니 근데 조심해야 되는 게 세전이가 생각보다 많이 물몸이거든요. 지금 굉장히 아파요. 아니 진짜 나 진짜로 이거지. 아니 1시까지 갈 수도 있다가 oh my, we're gonna go to 1 a.m. aren't we? We're like Korea 1 a.m. Oh man, the Baron's gone. Yeah, we're gonna get Dragon, but the Baron's gone.
Even though Chobi's got Leandri's got that poke, they have the keen poke. It just doesn't feel like it's doing impact.
Yeah, Carlos just said smite the Baron, but there's no reason to hold on to
you
it.
gave the Dragon, but this is the third Drake for Genji. It's not the Soul. Still, that's a lot of resistances that they're stacking up, but this is way more valuable here for AGL to get the Baron. They make the right choice there with no
잠시만 이게 갑자기 근데 이렇게 됐냐고. I mean, like I thought the game was over. I don't know what happened. Huh? What's going on? 오 잠시만 이거 빅토르 끌리면은 진짜 게임 끝나요? Look on Victor can end the game by the way. 이거는 젠지 싸우나요? I think Genji could force it because Chogas was mid. Chogas 미드라서 한번 볼 수도 있겠는걸? Okay, there it is! There it is! Ruler getting hooked though! Oh, the Zonyas, the Zonyas, the Zonyas. Oh, Tarzan flashed onto the Kaisa, but it doesn't matter. GA is coming back up, and the Cho'Gath is huge, but there is not enough damage to kill Kaisa this fight. No way. 결국 카이사 엔딩. 결국 좋냐. 다행 카이사. I mean, Flandre is just dead here. He can't do anything. 이건 초가스 그냥 터지요. Goodbye. Can they end it though? Can Genji end it? 30초 오리아나라서 못 끝낼 수도 있긴 한데 웨이브가 없어요. There's no wave. If they had a good mid wave or something, they could have ended it. 이러면 억제기까지는 밀릴 것 같은데 I don't think the game's ended yet. They're coming back up soon. Yeah, like Shank's positioning is so far out by the way. 아니 이거는 오리아나가 너무 아니랬는데 포지셔닝이 역대급으로 안 좋았어가지고 그래서 죽기 전에 궁을 잘 써서 그나마 어떻게 다행까지 터뜨리긴 했어. They did get the GA from Kaiser for next fight. No flash, no GA. So we do need a watch for next fight, but it's looking like fights are gonna be kind of impossible. 아 저거는 근데 오리아나가 아까부터 살짝 좀 아쉬운데? 그러니까 정말 잘하는 선수지만 살짝 한 끗 차이 뭔지 알죠? 디테일. I feel like that was such a free win, but Oriana's position is crazy for me. Like what?
And what was it? The third Baron so far of the game. We have 3 dragons on both sides. It's 2.5 minutes on a Dragon Soul for someone finally. And yeah, I just have no idea who is going to be able to win this. You've seen there's been multiple examples in this game of what winning looks like for both sides.
I don't even know what I'm looking at, guys. I don't even know what I'm looking at. I don't even know who's going to win anymore. 근데 이거 뭔가 젠지가 이길 거라고 장담해도 못 하겠습니다. 아까 막 계속 막 이긴 줄 알았는데 이상해졌고. I mean, we have to watch, but like I thought Genji already had it like in the bag 15 minutes ago. I didn't think it was going to go this late.
It's crazy how much pressure is on Kyle right now. He needs to hit hooks.
Everything, the whole world is resting on his shoulder right now. 100%. 지금 브리츠 어깨가 너무 무거울걸? 통나무를 지금 혼자 들어야 돼서 조합이 브리츠가 해줘야 되는 조합이야. 해줘줘. 지금 어차피 골드 차이는 이제 가려도 됩니다. 다 풀템이라서 Everyone's full build. You can like literally cover the gold grab. It doesn't matter. I mean, they're not completely full build, but I'm just trying to say everyone does enough damage to actually not matter. It just really depends on the fight now. 그래서 다 딜이 나오기 때문에 이제 한타 구도가 더 중요해진 그런 상황이죠. 후반은 그래. 골드 차이보다는 이제 한타 구도 이런 게 50분 가겠다? 아니 This is the longest game in EWC by the way. 44 minutes. Huh? No way.
Yeah, wanting to make sure that they have as much information as possible. As once again, Canyon's lurking. He's spent the whole game lurking for better or worse. Now looking for once again another angle As Flandre
타용
lumbering toward, like if he
솔직히
stood in the pit, I would assume that he is a neutral objective
줘도
right
될
now,
것 같기도
because he
하고.
is gigantic.
I mean, they could just give the full
And
dragon.
Canyon clearing our vision where he can, as once again we are moving towards the ARAM scenario. Chovy
Oh,
moves
there
up,
it
make
is.
a
They're
rain
going in
comes down.
first.
Glacial Prison not really answers.
아니 세종이가 먼저 그랩이 당하면 We have to watch though. 아직은 그래도 카이사가 이거는 완전 카이사 going in. Oh my gosh, Kyle. Oh, I don't know if they can win this fight. Tarzan's gonna zone out the Kaisa. 와, 초비 got silence and knocked on. 이거 그냥 끝났다. Oh my god, that's GG. They just pushed me.
Over GENG. Only a Shen remains, but he's a ninja. He's just hiding, and this should be the end of the game.
I don't think Ruler could have done more, but it still wasn't enough. Canyon goes in again. I think it's his 8th death of the game. Wants to buy space, wants to find that angle. But AL, one game away now from that reverse sweep. They stand tall, they stand strong. The resilience of this squad here is something to remark about.
46 minutes on the clock here. An
Holy moly, I thought they could even give the dragon here, honestly.
Will bring us to silver scrapes, and they're poised to reverse sweep.
근데 이거 지는 거는 진짜 나는 예상을 못했다요. I didn't think after the Kaisa crazy mid fight and getting a culture kill and GA, 카이사가 좋냐 GA 아니 좋냐 가엔 타이밍인데 거기에서 머리가 너무 아프겠다 젠지 선수들. 보는 사람들 답답할 텐데 이게 보는 사람들 답답한데 이 선수들 얼마나 답답하겠냐고. 이럴 때일수록 침착해야 되겠대. It's crazy, like the Sejuani just keeps killing, dying again and again. 근데 뽀삐가 제이스 노리는 플레이가 진짜 게임 이겼다. 뽀삐 going on Jace flash E was crazy. 그 여기서 빅토르가 뭔가 캐리할 수 있을 줄 알았는데 딜이 안 들어가. I don't know why, but this Victor is doing no damage. 아니, yeah, like he's like walking forward trying to pop the G. 근데 이게 어차피 가서 가엔이라서 잡아도 미포가 다시 살아나서 이미 한타가 끝났어요. 저거는. I don't know. I'm not trying to be a lawyer for Chovy, but like he could have 100% played better. But I think the Kaisa had an angle to carry. 이거는 빅토르가 주인공이 아니라 카이사가 캐리하는 그림이었어가지고 조금 아쉽네. 한타가 제대로 이루어지지 않았어. 카이사가 강했던 타이밍에. GA Zonya Kaisa, you have to go for fights, and we didn't see the fight. We just saw Blitzcrank Cooks connecting onto Sejuani. Keen 54k damage. Oh my, Jungle got this game, holy moly. I love Canyon, he's an amazing jungler. In game 1 and game 2 he totally got Tarzan by the way, but this game 4 that was a huge humongous jungle comp. 아니 근데 뽀삐가 그냥 말이 안 되는 플레이를 한 건 맞아. 근데 마지막 한타 때도 제이스 노리는 저 플레이는 진짜 미쳤다. Just going on Jace immediately is just crazy. I think that Jace positioning is also pretty good. Jace positioning도 솔직히 그 옆에서 팍 뛰어놓을 수 있어가지고 제이스가 테림이 잘 나오고. 타잔 폼이 그냥 타잔 뽑기는 진짜 밴해야 된다. 저거 나중에 혹시라도 만나면은. I don't know. Tarzan's poppy, you just have to ban it. It's disgusting. He makes it look so bossy for some reason.
In the world out of any solo queue.
And I don't know, Kyle somehow did it. Like I don't understand. 그리고 불치가 해냈어요. 세상에나 저걸.
不管你在哪里打比赛嘛，就算我们现在回到票打，也是不能够觉得自己已经特别强什么的。我们觉得是不能够轻视任何一个对手，所以我会觉得，不管面对谁，我都会。
We saw this like 10 times already. 이건 근데 벌써 한 10번은 봤기 때문에 통역은 안 하도록 하겠습니다.
我觉得比起猫咪更应该移除的是诺手，因为我非常讨厌这个英雄。猫咪没有
수준이 너무 높다, 맞아. I mean, it's like this is some high quality League of Legends. Don't get me wrong. Oh man, really high quality League of Legends game.
感觉阵容选的再好，也有可能会输啊。
I'm gonna have to drink some water. 잠시만, 물 좀 마시고요.
阵容选的再好是有概率会
Heart
输，
rate?
但是我觉得
Decrease the heart rate a little
如果
bit,
你阵容选
guys.
得不好，你就
다들 스트레칭하고 물 마시고.
但是你选的再好也有概率输嘛，所以我觉得阵容还是
一半一，我觉得一半一半吧，一半一半，选手发挥跟那个阵容。
但我觉得
솔직히 중간중간 시간 길어서 지금 야식 시킬 분들은 지금 시켜줘.
给你5个奇怪的英雄，
혹시
你也很难去赢那
경기 들어가기 전에 올 것
我是一
같은데.
半一半。
我是觉得阵容
텀이 좀 길긴 해.
比起发挥，
경기 중간중간 텀이.
但发挥也重要。
Next question is.
Oh my gosh, I think if AL reverse sweeps this, I don't even know. I don't even fucking know.
And unskilled.
I don't know, man. If AL reverse sweeps this, they're literally winning a tournament while defeating all 3 best
站我
LCK
上路的立
teams.
场的话，当我选出来这种长手折磨人的英
In the
雄的
row.
时候，我必须得打出效果嘛。就是如果我选出来不能
아니 근데 하나 진짜 재평가해야 되는데 T1.
赢不了的，所以我觉得。
I mean, like T1 got completely annihilated by A. Oh my god! Of course we got annihilated by AL. Look at this AL team, bro. They're just completely smurfing on Genji now. What happened?
谢谢谢谢。
The human body was built to move.
Okay, we're watching out right now. Okay, let's watch this. Yeah, and I'll be taking a quick break. I'll be back in a little bit. 잠시 휴식하고 오도록 하겠습니다. Please behave in the chat. 다들 매너 채팅 부탁드리고요. 같이 클린하게 재밌게 시청하도록 하죠. BRB.
Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
So 首先，这次 EWC 的我也是第一次来到参加比赛嘛，所以很期待，然后希望多学一下吧。我最近打比赛心态的话，就是不管输赢，就管好每把的游戏吧，然后就享受每把的舞台吧。
我觉得无畏征召模式的话，对我们战队来说应该是好的，因为我们战队不管是战术还是用池，我觉得都是非常深的，然后就是有很多套战术吧。 首先就是来到 EWC， 就是首先就是比较开心嘛。然后这个地方我之前也没有来过，就也很想体验一下这边的风土人情，还有吃的之类的。然后希望的话就是希望我们 AGL 能都拿到一个好的名次吧。我觉得国内的比赛和国外比赛最大的区别就是国内只要做好自己的训练，然后国外的话不有时差的影响，还有饮食或者是训练环境，也有自身状态的，就是需要调整好自己身的状态吧。我觉得来这次 EWC 我们的目标肯定是冠军，但是
Okay, I'm back. 왔습니다.
跟几个T1我们也
I'm back with more water, so I can make sure my voice doesn't give out or something. Too much shrieking.
怎么说？就是我们都是2比3输给他们，我们也是有机会赢下他们的，然后我们也会努力去做好吧。
아니 이거 뱀픽이 제일 중요할 것 같은데? I think we need to watch out for the ban pick for game 5. Welcome back, 1AM Femi!
I'm a Free Fire caster, and yes,
새벽 1시까지.
just that it's from Thailand rather than from
1시 넘을 것 같은데? 세레모니랑 이제 인터뷰 보고 막 이런 거 하면은 2시 퇴근 2AM.
We also have AGL
내일이 월요일, 내일이 아니라 오늘이 월요일이라서 근데 진짜 어떻게 될지 모른다. 아니 진짜 5세트는 그리고 피오레스 5세트 챔프 50개가 다치기 때문에 There's only 160 champions and game 5 in Fearless Draft 50 of them are gonna be closed. No. 50 champions are gonna be unpickable. 40개는 못하고 거기에다가 10개 추가로 밴이 되기 때문에 머리가 아플 부분. 와 2대0일 때 진짜 거기에서 끝냈어야 됐다. 대떡으로 끝내야 되는데 I don't know. That Corki Nolan's pick, man. 코르키 노틸이 계속 생각이 날 수밖에 없어. 근데 이렇게 된 이상 탈리아 진짜로 다 열리고 레일 선픽을 했는데 거기에서 코르키 노틸?
If you were watching 2 hours ago, you might think that
like Shinzhao and Talia was open game 3. Enemy team first pick Rel blue side.
Had other plans.
And then you didn't
they fought back
pick Shinzhao Talia.
The series on their hands, and sometimes hands on faces if you're a GENG fan.
Instead pick a Nautilus Corki.
Is on the cards as AGAL have battled back like minute after minute after minute into the longest match of the tournament in that last one. It is 2-2. The LPL champs are here to try and fight and have one of the biggest comebacks in League of Legends international history. According to Stat Guy on our team, Marcus, he says this would be the first reverse sweep in an international finals. So tall task here for AGAL. Not done yet though, as GENG still have an opportunity to come back as we take a look at this.
I mean the damage graph looks like GENG should have won. 딜량 그래프만 보면 오 GENG 이겼네. 이렇게
I love how
되거든.
the series has evolved where it started with GENG having a really controlled, methodical, objective game. And now it is
결국은 초가스가 바론을 스틸한 저 장면이 초가스 픽이요?
This is kind of what you expect when you watch like
초가스 개무술몬 줄 알았는데 마지막에 한건 크게 했죠.
I don't think there was a dragon soul this game.
I don't even know how you win
fights
late game with those champions into these champions.
I did not know which way this game was going to go until the very end.
Like late game super fed Kai'Sa, Jace, Victor. I guess it wasn't even in fights.
You notice something new. This fight, for example, Tarzan did a heroic job
Ruler moving
Chovy and keeping him out of the fight. It was a chaotic fight, and the shockwave really burst down Duro. And while it looks like Genji is now going to
Tarzan had like really nice ult in the background.
Tarzan is making life so hard for Chovy here in the back.
여기에서
forcing the flash out and now
Shanks
hitting
just
him
rushed on him. What are you doing?
These fights, they were just so clutch and amazing.
Now,
there
but
were
you
so
don't
many
have multi
moments where one guy stepped up,
Guy
one
gotta
guy
calm down
seized
a
the
little bit.
challenge and tried to be a hero.
Little bit impatient.
It's just gonna be such a memorable series.
Wow.
Yeah, again.
타잔을 뽑히는 진짜. I think Tarzan, Poppy, POG, or else like.
Very LCK-esque, formulaic type of League of Legends, but AGAL have found a way to drag GENG to fistfights, who are down to do it but AGAL are just doing it better. Flandre has come up huge. Shanks on the Orianna. Game-breaking shockwaves that we've seen in international stages. It has been so fun to watch here, Finn.
I mean, you say the names, but like this feast by Flandre.
I still don't understand this call from GENG though. 아니 이거는 근데 진짜 왜 치는 건지 난 이해가 안 되는 부분인가? 끝까지 치는 건 절대 안 되는데. 아니 they have their hands choga.
And the Call of the Void just said, hey,
and
man,
you're trying to burst the Baron in front of Choga.
And it put it in range of the piece. Granted, it probably would have gotten range anyway, but it was kind of a, you know, intrusive thought, I think, for that auto on the Baron there.
Yeah, again, if you can.
그러니까 여기에서 만약에 젠지가 정상적으로 한타를 해서 이기고 바론을 먹었다면, I mean, 지금 세레모니 보고 있을 수도 있어. 5경기가 아니라. And then like here, Canyons keep getting hooked again and again and again. Like he can't really tank it. He's not tanky enough
here. This fight here sealed the deal as Canyon trying to find angles, not quite
able
to, gets blown up immediately.
Canyon was really struggling in these fights, and to some extent, there's not a lot he can do when he's getting blitzcrank hooked into a feast.
뭔가 이니시보다는 앞라인을 천천히 때리면서 봐야 된다. 이제 빡세긴 하네요. 다시 보니까 이게 어떻게 젠지가 한타를? I mean, how is Genji supposed to fight this though? Now that you really look at it, this Choga is huge. It's gonna take so long to kill the Choga.
Being untouched for so long, oversteps a little bit, tries to get the kill there.
미포가 가엔이 나와가지고 미포를 플래시를 잡는다고 해도 안 되죠 이게. 아이고. I mean, look at that, look at that. 지금 감독님들 지금 준비한 거 보니까.
Yeah, I actually
what are they preparing right now? What are they cooking?
In that last fight, it kind of felt like everyone was on 6 HP.
깜짝 픽이 나올 것
He didn't
같거든.
actually have vision.
Drew
so,
Pike?
You know, around all those corners in
Drew
the
Pike
bush, he
beat
couldn't
T1.
really see everybody properly.
Let's see
So
how it
while we
works
can
here.
see them on the spectator UI, it wasn't like that for him, and
Are they
it's
sleepy
a
now?
little too chaotic.
Yeah, but that shows how close this game was. It was only a 2,000
I sleep pretty
gold
late,
lead at
like 5
40 something
a.m.
minutes, like
저는 근데 새벽 5시 이렇게 돼야
1,000.
좀 자는 편이라서.
Just neck and neck throughout. Each time that there was an opportunity to possibly close the game, the other team would come back, especially in that
점심시간에 딱
the
일어나고.
first Baron. They tried to push up.
T1 팬인가요? 네,
down
맞습니다.
the top
우리는 원래 T1 팬,
lane of
T1
GENG,
응원방인데
AGAL.
오늘은
They got caught
그냥
turning back around, and
글쎄
then we're in this stall state
이겨라,
for another
이겨라.
3
살짝
minutes.
젠지
But the tension
쪽으로
continued to
치우치는
build. You had
순간
opportunities for picks
그
with the
오피셜 중계방
Sejuani,
이런 건
with the
아닙니다.
Blitzcrank,
제가 막
to get the
해설자도
numbers advantage
아니고
with the Shen. And it
그냥
felt
일개
like both
방송인이기
teams
때문에
all of a sudden were
참고
just
부탁드리고요.
so tight. You could feel it in the stadium here, Finn.
Yeah, and I
am
am
just
so
a cushion.
excited for this game 5.
I'm not a caster
The
or
energy
anything
in
like
the
that.
arena is amazing, and Genji has chosen blue side.
I'm just yapping like 99% of the time. I'm just yapping. So I don't even know what I'm saying. So don't take me too seriously if I say something.
It's going to be a Canyon Italy. He has to. It's fan service. It's just required.
Yeah, I remember there was like, when you saw the Chinese comments, like when it goes game 5, all of China, all of Korea, all of the West knows what champions is coming.
Everyone
knows. That is what we predict here.
The Nidalee Canyon. Canyon Nidalee. 방금 판 이후 이제 5세트? 니달리가 나올 것 같은 느낌이다.
I kind of wonder then, do you just drop that ban if you're AGAL and you're like, yep, we're going to drop one and stick Nidalee in there because we know even without a Renekton, something that, traditionally that most other junglers need, some sort of CC and damage that can lead to kill threat.
We do have some jungles left, like Diego.
Canyon can still make a massive impact. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if they're scared, sure, ban the Nidalee. Deny the fans what they want to see. I want Canyon Nidalee game 5.
이렇게 대기업 아니 다들 뭔가
I hope we get it. But I
EWC 보러 오신 분들이 많아가지고.
I don't know why.
네,
but I feel
아마
like this
솔랭 방송 바드 방송 하기 시작하면 다 나갈
I
때.
don't know what to expect. We saw the Shen this game.
가지
I
마.
mean, the Blitzcrank by Kyle this game. I think that was a really good adaptation. The blind pick Blitzcrank just signifies so much confidence, and I feel like Flandre is also a champion that throughout his career on Snake was known for the
타잔
weird
릴리아
champion.
지어주면 절대 안 된다?
Has been banned most of the series. I reckon we're
릴리아가
gonna keep
나오면은
that ban
미드랑
and
탑에서 뭐가
lot of
나올까?
weight on these guys' shoulders right
그런
now.
생각도
Whoever
해봐야 돼.
steps up right now
정글에서
gets
이제
to be the
AP
hero.
정글러들이 나올 나오기
I mean,
시작하면은
we got to see the
막
Panda
니달리 같은 거
Yorick
진짜
scene
레레톤 다쳤고
earlier, and how devastating that was in their earlier series in the semifinals. I wouldn't want to see that if I was Gen G.
I mean, there's
but
no
it does kind of
Renekton,
feel like
so
it's coming
literally
down to
it's playable,
execution.
but
It is Game 5. Gen G's been there. AL has been there. And
No Sion,
you know, you
no
go back to the
Renekton.
road to MSI for Gen G, where it was the #1 seed versus the #2 seed in Hanwha Life. They were down 0-2 and were able to pull off the reverse sweep and
Bring out the smolder.
the Busan
아니 솔직히 50분 게임 할 거면 스몰더 꺼내야 되는 거 아닌가라고 하면 안 되겠지? 아 리스크가 많이 큰가? 요즘 스몰더 개 구대기긴 하거든. I mean smolder is really bad right now. So. I think Chovy could probably make it work. Like he did play it though yesterday.
A lot of the champion pools are benched.
어제 나오긴 했습니다 스몰더가.
AD carry are we playing? What like are there engaged supports left? Jungle's looking weird. So I don't know what's still available. There's like Jarvan.
이 많이 비벼지기 때문에 지금 비벼지고
yeah, I don't know. I
다들
think this is definitely where people like reach into their pocket, deep
후반에
into their
노리지
pocket, and
않을까라는
say, hey,
생각이.
I won a solo game with this thing one time. Let's try it out.
릴리언은 한 번씩 나오긴 하는데 되게 강력한 거 같기도. I think Lilian is really broken.
Last game banger. I don't want another stomp like we've seen in game 5.
다른 이제 사기 정글러들이 없는 환경에서는 사기.
Worthy organizations for the opportunity to immortalize their name
Buddy,
in the
fighting you,
tournament,
thank
the
you.
Esports World Cup, as the second title winner. Gen G and AGL. Let's send it on over to the stage to Ian and Fancy.
Okay.
It's the kind of grand final.
Holy moly, game 5.
But I tell you now, the
No silver
nervous
scrapes.
energy in this arena, this packed out arena, is through the roof. Just one game separating our two teams from a potential
그러니까
trophy.
생각보다 빨리 진행하는데.
GENG had the game. They had the glory. They had it all. But
아니 타벨 감독이 너무 무서워요 근데. I don't know what Tabe is cooking, but he definitely has something ready. Knowing Tabe, he probably like went through like 1,000 simulations of a game 5. 아마 5세트 준비도 했을 거야. 근데 타베 감독님이 막 진짜 잠도 안 자는 식으로 준비를 많이 일을 많이 하거든. 그래서 한국말 잘하는 거냐 영어를 잘하는 거야? 저는 그냥 둘 다 되게 편한 것 같아요.
If the trophy is coming home with you, make some noise!
Make some noise!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Game 5 of the grand final of League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. Let's jump right into it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and here we are. Game 5.
Game 5. We're loading it
here at the Esports World
into
Cup,
the Champions
presenting
League at
League of
least.
Legends.
Okay, let me
GENG, can they deny the reverse sweep? Can they once again
이제 진짜 이렇게 해야 될 것 같은데 올라오는데.
series all but one time? That
Hi.
has happened since
Can you guys
the
see
road
me?
to MSI began for them quite a few weeks ago. And we are back here yet again. They haven't lost a series in what, 25 in a row?
25
With all the ban play?
First stand.
25 series ago was the last time they
중간에
lost to
가들
Game
아 선수들
5
얼굴
to
가리는
Hanwha
거 좀
Esports.
그러니까.
They didn't go to
뭐
their
어차피 여기
first
있어도 선수들
international
얼굴 좀
of
가리긴
the year
하는데.
in first
멤버
stand.
사람이.
And since then, they have been able to conquer all of those
Something like
lengthy series. Some a little bit less lengthy, some very one-sided series. But we'll see if that holds water here again
A little bit
over
higher.
AGL.
Okay, perfect.
Blue side GENG's in this
네,
final
머리가 좀
game
잘리긴
with the
했지만
2-0 lead
my
they
head
had.
got cut off. That's
Stopping a reverse sweep isn't easy, but at
Yorick
least they have that
banned.
extra edge.
One thing I want to say here for AGAL is, well, the draft has disappeared. We'll be back
Sometimes the lobby
in just a
disappears.
moment.
It will come back, I promise.
Well, I'm still gonna say the thing is you gotta ban Smolder. Don't let Chovy have Smolder. There's no more engage left. I mean, they were
Smolder.
playing Shen and Blitzcrank in game 4.
They're talking about Smolder from
There's
Chovy.
really
That's what
not
I'm thinking
much left.
too.
Like, there's
Ban
Arn,
Smolder.
right? There's stuff
그래.
like that. You know, maybe
Smolder
like a
밴을 하는 게
Jax,
맞아.
but we're really digging deep here in game 5, right? There's just we're getting down into the trenches. There are still a lot of big picks left available. Ardes was talking about Nidalee and stuff like that. You think about the Yorick, which, as we saw, was first banned there. That's a very good
50밴에서
idea.
100개 이상 남. 근데 막 100개 중에서 막 티모 이런 게 함정이 좀 깎여있기 때문에 생각보다 많이 없습니다.
I think Smolder's a big one. I think another one is Silas. Silas, a big pick for Shanks, one that he has been playing throughout his career to a very high
미안하다
level.
뭐.
I mean, Chovy needs no
티모
introduction
좋은데
on the champion. Plus,
프로에서는 조금
if
빡센
your
것 같기도
opponent
하고 하다
has some
뭐.
funny business prepared that has an R button that can win you the game, you just get it as well. And so you get to take their bright idea and use it for yourself. As
Oh,
Chovy
Chovy's
going
meditating.
for that download, going for that reset.
For me, more than any one champion, because we've got a lot. You know, you've got the
명상력
Smolder, you've
이후로
got the Zai, you've got
명상
the
초비.
Jax, you know, the Pantheon
명상비.
that's still up.
Yep.
More than one champion. I want to see both of these teams come up with robust, real compositions if possible, which is always challenging in Fearless Best of 5
I read
to go
somewhere
the
that
distance. Because
just
we said it many times.
looking and having your eyes open in general overloads like uses like 80% of your brain or something. Okay, maybe not 80%, but a lot percentage of your brain works to render what you see into your brain. So if you close your eyes, you can actually rest your brain. 참고로 이제 눈으로 이제 보는 행위가 굉장히 뇌를 많이 사용하는 행위거든요. 칼로리랑 네. 그래서 눈만 좀 감고 쉴 때 눈만 좀 감아도 뇌를 쉬게 한다고 하네요. 그래서 명상이 실제로 도움이 된다. 그러니까 게임뿐만 아니라 공부나 이런 것도 다 공부할 때도. 개직장년 직장인 분들은 근데 그거 봤다고 저도 봤습니다. 비싼 거 봤는데. 오, there it is! 니코 밴! 와, 판테온 밴은 무조건 해야 되니까 하고 라이즈 빅토르까지 없는 상황에서 라이즈
to take this Game 5 victory, especially when
what
it's
is it?
Fearless. Look at
Are they
the
banning Smolder?
champions that have been banned away already. 40 just from the Fearless bans.
We just keep
gonna have 6 more.
Seeing the same bans here for
니달리?
Genji. Unsurprisingly, the Rise,
Gwen?
the Gwen also gone here.
니달리도 열렸고 다 열렸다.
Into
그 오래된
Fearless,
first picking.
the more you have to ban the same stuff.
Yeah, because it becomes so much more
원딜
powerful
남아있는
each
거
and
뭐가
every
있지?
game that
What
goes by,
ADCs do we have
especially some
left?
of those
Like
picks that
Ezreal?
are Game 1 banned are suddenly Z tier,
Lucian's
like the
up.
Pantheon. But the Skarner will make its way through here, and Genji have been able to play around Canyon Skarner so incredibly well. Domestically,
Lucian
he
is
was
up.
really the only player at the end playing it.
루시안이
as it
열렸어.
fell off in win rate. The only one
지금 남아있는
finding
원딜
success
중에서
is
루시안이
C6.
진짜
But again, we
1티어급인데
don't know what
and
this
there's
comp
not
is gonna
many
look like just
that
yet.
many
And Leona
ADCs
was
left.
kind of the last engagement
There was like
in the support
Ezreal.
role that was left, and that was snapped
Caitlyn.
up there by AJAL.
자야.
That's definitely a good shout. So Lucian
Zaya
Leona,
without
not
recall
the
feels
most
really bad.
common duo, but certainly something
근데
that
루시안
can
상대로
get a lot of
자야가
damage
그래도
done.
깃털 그
Would
딱딱딱
love to see
해가지고
just slam the smolder, slam the
할만하지
arm.
않는가. 자야 근데 라칸이 없는 자야.
The Zaya also available.
요즘
No
라칸 없는
recall,
자야는
of
좀
course.
힘이 빠지는 모습을 좀 보였거든요. MSI에서도. Without Rakan, Zaya definitely has like less power for sure. But there's not that many options left. You can't really play Ezreal here. I think it's really bad to play Ezreal.
So is Lucian, and you have a Skarner to kind of pull those champions into you. You could play around choke points. You can make a choke point practically.
삼성 갤럭시 자야 나오겠지.
With those fights, so it does make
There it
sense.
is, Renata into hard engage. Renata's super good.
Now I understand that.
와, 레나타 스카너
with the
겁나
Leona
든든하다.
on the
레나타
other
스카너 is
side, it
really
might
good
be
combo,
more
I
of a
think.
dive-oriented composition
You
here
have
for
many options
AGL,
during fights.
but you can't really
Different ways to play the fight as
know
well.
that for sure.
And
So it's
definitely
a very
Renata's
risky
really
Renata
good
call,
into
I'd say,
Leona,
here from
but
Genji.
At least it's going to be relatively low range. So, and as you mentioned, you know, the range support into
Oh, his
the
hand is
Leona.
kind of
There's
shaky.
that Silas you were
살짝
talking about, Atlas,
손이
just gonna
조금씩
be
떨리는 것 같은데
locked
커브를
in
든 손이.
right away, and certainly a good amount of ults that he can already steal here.
He's gonna steal the Renata ult. He's gonna steal Skarner ult.
The first
와, 이거 샹크스 선수가 그 사일러스로 이거 대박 궁 한 번만 하면은 또 난리가 나겠는걸?
And Tabe thought about it long ago as well.
Yeah, well, we're going to be having a look at
And the
jungles.
Canyon
I wonder
Skarner is
whether
just one of the
Tarzan
cleanest though.
Italy is going to be something that Genji will consider. as
이거는
that one
정글을
could
더
be
차단한
addressed. I think
오이
something like
Smolder
Lilia
is
also,
bad.
will be pretty powerful.
Smolder
although
팬이
there
결국
is still
나온다.
magic damage represented by Shanks. There's a Tarzan special in the Ola.
Okay,
I love
Tarzan.
that ban. Yeah, that's a very smart ban. You know, that's the one thing that would actually just run all the way to the back if it gets fed through the Skarner, through the Renata, and just get straight onto the Zaya. And, you know, prio picking for ruler, not a bad idea either. I mean,
특패는
he had a
지금
fantastic game
영승
number
얼마
4,
아닌가?
so,
영승 8패인가?
I really like protecting him even more with this ban.
There's a few
Oh, the Aatrox
that,
ban. That's
you
actually
know,
pretty smart from
Tarzan
them
goes through.
too.
You can see Tabe was already, even though they're going to ban the Aatrox, here, they
레나타
use
공
that
위에다가
extra time to
아트록스
just
막
run through
날뛰면
what
난리가
Tarzan
날
may wanna
텐데.
run.
와, 아깝이.
I think there's a few picks like the
what are we
Lilia
gonna
that was
ban
mentioned
here?
earlier that are
Jungle
incredibly strong
champion.
here with this draft. But even something like a Kindred could be something they want to draft towards with this low-range composition. And it can really help deal with the Renata Glass ultimate as well, you know, and basically force the
I have a feeling it's
on how they want to play it. We'll see a potential Zed angle here. That would be an all-in composition here on the dive. Can avoid.
와 진짜 제드는 정말 승부수인데 이거 진짜 Briar is crazy. That is crazier.
But I do
I think
actually
I
like
don't
the
even
Zed.
know.
Just
Kanoga.
which is something that Zaya can't really deal with. Like, do you Featherstorm against the Leona?
They locked it in.
Featherstorm to survive against
Tarzan
If the
Zed.
Zed ever gets fed in this game, Ruler's gonna have a hard
Oh
time.
my. 아이 감사합니다. 우와 땡큐다요
Because
다들.
if you just try to protect the Zaya, it's going to be so hard. They disagree though. They just want more engagement.
Camille TF. Spin up.
It's just TF Camille. We're going back and
0-8 TF. Oh my gosh.
We don't want to
Jovi TF.
We're just never going to team fight. That's what we're going to do. And so Vladimir is going to come in, the team fight extraordinaire. AGAL have, what, like, how many sources of CC? 2?
이겼다.
3?
젠지 won.
In this game? It's kind of crazy, but
젠지 won. Like how are you supposed to win the game on AL?
They could just pop a target before they can do anything, and everyone
아니
knows
이거
that
루시안
is
딜
the
넣을
best
수 있어?
form of
Can Lucian do
CC.
damage here? I don't even know. This is not a front line.
Are really easy to play around gold cards.
Yeah, I mean like look at that. Just our combo itself is just broken. And I don't know if Vladimir can do anything here. 블라디가 아니라 뭔가 오르는 픽하기에도 근데 탑에서 너무 그냥 일방적으로 사이드 치고 특패 궁에 당하고 주도권 없고 난리가 나죠. 물론 블라디도 주도권 없는 거 마찬가지겠어. I mean the thing is like Vladimir actually has options to scale, but unlike like Orin can scale, but you're always gonna lose out on the side lane. You're always gonna lose out on the 1v1. Okay, so let me go ahead and move on. We're gonna be loading in soon. For game 5. 5세트 곧 진행 예정.
This is a fascinating
요즘
draft
왜
this
이렇게
time
짜증나면서
around, and I actually feel like the comparison between game
Good morning,
4
good morning.
and game 5, even though there are less champions available
블라디미르
in
대
the
카밀 이거
identities
아시는
of
분.
these drafts, I
Anybody는
feel
더
so
잘한다고
much
봤다
clearer.
블라디미르 카밀
On the side of
맞죠?
AL, though, I am a little bit worried by that lack of CC, that lack of lockdown that they'll have, and the fact that
특패가
a
핵심인
Camille
거
and a Twisted Fate will be able to pick their target and decide who dies in a lot of these fights. So we'll just have to see whether GENG will be able to reverse the momentum or whether AGAL can just ride the reverse sweep.
이게 사일러스 상대로 6렙까지는 주도권이 훨씬 좋기 때문에 TF actually has insane laning into Silence by the way. Obviously your range, but also E got buffed. E 버프가 있어가지고 공속이 진짜 빨라서 계속 막 짤짤이로 때려대리거든. E 돌리면서. Here it is! Game 5! Let's go! Game 5 starting.
Number 5 after game number 4, which was just absolutely bonkers. Now we got all the weird picks coming out. You know, we listed a bunch of standard ones, but a lot of good stuff got bans too. You know, even the Jacks late in the draft. And eventually we just end up with one of the old classic compositions, the TF Camille, just the we're not even going to fight you comp. Just keep you at a distance.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Go AL crush them?
We
We have some AL fans in the chat. AL 응원하는 분들도 생각보다 많은 것 같은데 다 AL 응원하는 분들 채팅으로 2 넘버 2 젠지 응원하는 사람들 채팅으로 1 Okay, if you guys are cheering for Genji, type 1 in the chat. If you guys cheer for AL, type 2 in the chat. Let me see.
I'm curious about how this Vladimir
I don't see
Camille matchup
who-
goes because it's not
which
something
is
that in
bigger.
my modern League of Legends we see almost ever.
Lot of
Vladimir
ones,
obviously
lot of
incredibly
twos.
strong
E.
later on, but can struggle in some of these
생각보다
earlier
2도 좀 많이
phases of
보이면서도
matchups.
역시 젠지를 응원하는 1도 많이 보이거든요. We do see a lot of ones as
Play
well.
through top side and Keen gets fed before this Flandre Vladimir gets online. It could be a huge issue.
집주는 집 갔습니다.
Not actually going to be utilized here by Kyle. A little bit unfortunate there for the AL bottom lane. And
젠지가
now
많아.
with the range advantage, it's
3
kind
for
of big
Febby?
for Ruler and Duro down there. So we're having a look.
Oh,
X-Tech sweep.
Keen.
This is a
블라디
start of your answer here, Wolf,
원챔 분이 좀
as we have a look at
계셨는데
the first
채팅에서
little salvo of trading.
I feel like especially in game
카밀
5,
이거
you can
어떤가요?
sometimes you kind of have to throw some lane advantages out the window just because you need stuff that makes sense, that is tier list worthy, but also that makes sense in your composition. And so, you know, I really like the response of Zaya and Renata from the side of GENG. They said, okay, we're going to dominate this bottom side. The Leona's not going to have a fun time.
Conqueror
will not be able
Vladimir?
to farm too much. You see the other two lanes,
That is crazy.
relatively even for now. Sure, the melee of the Sylas will be pushed in, but that bottom lane should be dominant here early for Genji.
Yeah, that
브론즈 블라디 원체 오케이. 당연히 바텀은 푸시를 당하고 I mean it's just really rough for Lucian. Just kidding? Good trade from Hope. 확실히 호프 선수의 루시안은 좀 다른가? 프로 선수 루시안 하는 거 보면은 정말 말이 안 되게 좋은데. 듀로가 진짜 다른 건 Q 정말 잘 하긴 했어. Q from Duro was actually very good. So he could actually trade back.
Taking the waves decently well, but it's 7 CS and 17 right now.
Nothing unusual. We are seeing a full clear into full clear from both junglers.
Canyon
is
outpaced,
late.
As we already mentioned. First back comes through from Tarzan on his full clear, grabs double longsword, and we'll head towards the bottom side of the map to try to help relieve some of that pressure here in this lane. A Scuttle will spawn. Kyle.
I mean, it's 3v3, but do they know it's 3v3?
Canyon knows he needs to come down here.
와, 근데 지운 거 기분 좋을 텐데.
Yeah, you can see.
They don't know. Oh my gosh, they don't know. Tarzan is. Oh, wait a second. Hope has the flash though. 한 대만 더. 와, 펌을. First blood. Oh my gosh, they're doing it though. Look at Ruler. Cleanse. Oh, Kyle can't get out. He has the flash. 노플이야. Ruler playing in the Sun Scan. Samsung Galaxy Ruler is Aya.
For Genji in the bottom lane, but I left the idea from AGL. The timing was perfect.
Crazy.
Tarzan, but the execution, it just
이거 루시안 그냥 개망했습니다. Lucian is completely doomed now. Look at that CS gap already. I mean, the feathers are super good. 이거는 루시안이 저 E를 생각해서 루시안은 E를 피했으면은 어떻게 됐을 텐데. Lucian had to like flash the E from Xayah if to turn it around. Like he flashed after getting hit and it was already too late at that point.
Wow. He will be able to take both of these kills and a massive lead. His CS lead was already amazing. As you can see, the stress and
is the game over, guys? Yes or no in the chat. What do you think?
Now his gold lead is 700.
이런 미드 주도권도 없기 때문에 바텀도 이렇게 터져버리면은 AL 머리 아프죠? AL is gonna have a headache because mid also is getting pushed in by TF. 특히는 막 블루카드 돌리면서 막 만화 채울 수도 있고 평타가 좀 아프거든. 이거 봐. 블루카드 만화 봐. It's rough, guys.
And he is certainly making it look difficult here for the Sylas. Currently 600 gold in the lead.
I mean, what you said there, Atlas, is very poignant because if that was their one opportunity, right? If that was their one opportunity to get the summoners out at least, or to
특히 좋은 것 같아. 경기에서 승리 왜 안 해? 그 MSI에서는 특히 나올 때마다 뭔가 초반에는 괜찮았거든. 주도권도 잡고 초반 궁도 뭐 괜찮다가. 근데 다들 이제 모여가지고 어차피 한타 하는데 특히 궁이 아무 그게 없어. 그러니까 옛날에는 그냥 사이드를 많이 돌고 사이드를 많이 보내가지고 특히 궁으로 합류하고 막 이랬는데 아니면 요즘은 그냥 다섯 명에서 다 같이 그냥 꽁꽁 뭉쳐가지고 다니니까. They're going it again on Duro. Kyle, are you sure you wanna go with this? Oh no. Silas is here. That's not TF. Well, it was Chovy as well. 아 이거 얘 끝났다 이거. I think this might be a stop, guys. I was like, this might be a stop. I think this might be a stop.
Here in the top lane. As when someone gets this fed this early, the enemy jungler has to respond or else that lead continues to balloon. That means Canyon also knows this, has to come up, and then the double global mid with the hijack means it turns into a 4v4. But Ruler's untouched, they engage on the Duro, eats enough damage.
I mean, it's a miracle they lived actually. 그 산 거 자체가 거의 기적이었죠.
Always going to be his in these types of skirmishes, especially with this melee Sylas that isn't able to connect CC. Look at the lead that Chovy has generated, by the way, in that range matchup plus the gold that TF
I
gets
mean,
with
the
his
Vladimir's
passive.
farming
He's
up pretty well,
670
but
gold
it's gonna be
ahead,
hard for Vladimir
15
to carry
CS
if
up,
Zaya is
10
gonna be
CS
super
up,
fed
has
like
the 2
this. But
kills. And this early game
super fed
is
Zaya?
all GENG.
Very hard to lock down.
Did feel like EGL just kind of reaching for a second chance.
지금 놀려고 하시는데.
I was talking about how
She's about to cry.
maybe this is your chance while Ruler has his thumbs down, but now that he's got
와,
it back,
근데
there's
진짜
just
바텀 갱 정말 잘 노렸는데 그거를 또 이제
should be
진짜 아까부터
sticking around
생각나는
it.
게
Canyon, I love how he
I don't
was
know,
just
like
hovering
Lucian
around
had
them
to
as
flash
well.
the E, I'm telling you.
That was the
루션이
one
만약에
opportunity
자야
again
1을
for
플래시로
EGL
피하는
to go in.
세계선은 또
Now,
달랐어.
Doing it here. Yeah, speaking of going in, yeah, Hope is rotating down. You can see Ruler was thinking about doing the same
Yeah,
thing,
Ruler
but
wasn't
just
there.
testing the waters. And
So if
AL,
they
I mean,
fold,
it's so
that was a
hard
big
when you
boom for
fall behind
Genji, I
like
think.
this because they have so,
Ruler
like
just pushing wave, that's
Zed
why.
and Vladimir do rely on just doing damage to get rid of you, right? And if you don't have the damage, you are actually just useless. And Tarzan needs to be
But
making
not
plays to
connecting?
try and accelerate himself. He is ahead of the matchup, but Skarner will always be useful. You have only CC in your entire kit. And so you can see Tarzan now
아니 근데
heading
진짜
up towards his top
제드
side as we're gonna do
이거
this. First we go again. The hijack is up, but the destiny
잘못하면은
is
스카노한테
not
끌려가서
quite
아무것도
there
못하고
yet.
죽겠는걸?
So
He's just gonna die without being able to move
he
if he doesn't be careful
the
here.
Destiny cooldown. So never mind, not going to be able to head up there. I tell a lie. He could steal something else though, and then move towards the top lane. Just won't be able to use it. to
변수가 그러니까 변수가 아니 조합을 너무 잘 짰어 젠지.
Unfortunately
Genji's
for
comp is just so
EGL,
good.
like,
I don't know. It's
every time you
impossible.
fail those types of
Zed's gonna go in.
ganks,
Renata's
it gets
gonna
tougher and
ult
tougher
like
to pull it
double
off, and
here,
this time
ult
without
like.
even the Silas angle is
It's
just
really
going
hard
to be
for
so
Zed this game.
tough. And they decide
레나타
not
더블 때문에
to
너무
further push into this.
제드
Instead,
픽이
they're going to hope for some
안 좋아
mid to late game
보이는데.
fights here with the
I don't know. We
Silas
were
that's
praising
gonna be a
Tabe,
bigger
but
threat
I think
later
I don't know
on,
about this
and
Tabe's
this
comp, but he
scaling
overcooked, I
Vladimir,
think.
which we haven't talked about too much in this game.
Like,
But
guys,
Flandre is
overcooking a
actually
little
laning really well here against this Camille.
You see, Renata, you don't want to pick Assassin
here,
for sure.
which is important because he's now one of the biggest win cons here for AGL.
Yeah, I mean, Flandre's entire tournament has just been beautiful, right? Like back-to-back Sony MVPs,
감사합니다.
GBs in a
그래도
row.
이렇게.
And was, you know, he's
선생.
even in consideration for today, right? And it's he's winning this matchup before the Vlad's even level 9, which is kind of like the key level for the Vlad. But when he levels up his Q to level 5, still doing a good job into the melee matchup of. Well, the range versus melee matchup of the Camille. So having a good time there. We'll see just how much damage he can do in this game. Currently just farming up as much as possible. There are only 2 grubs taken
One
by Canyon.
bad
Immediately just went
fight,
back to farming
and I
after
think
that.
it might be
Care for the
just
third
over
one.
for
Maybe
AL.
wanted
So
to
that's
hang
why
around
both
the
teams are
bottom
being
side with
careful,
this
especially
rotation coming
AL.
in and look for a dragon, or maybe just another fight.
Is that
on the
just
bottom side of the
recalling?
map.
It feels like every spec
Eclipse?
tempo
Where's
is
she
so
나왔다?
incredibly important. For both of these teams, Canyon has made sure that he's getting to exactly where he wants to as soon as he possibly can. Where he wanted to be just then was right on top of
이게
the ward, which
그
is not
쯔페가
necessarily
이
the greatest.
패시브에서 골드가
Dragon is gonna be the
나오거든요.
next target, though, as over the wall he goes. There's the dash out from
Oh my God.
Hopo. Still, it's
쯔페가 이제 패시브에서
feeling
골드가
like
나오기 때문에
even though
저거에서
they do manage to get out of the
플러스
game,
이제
they still
CS
lose
차이가
half the
돼가지고
health bar on this solution, and the pressure is still mounting.
타워 골드 플러스 CS 차이 플러스 쯔페 패시브 골드까지 해가지고 난리가 나는 거. I mean, the TF is just so far ahead because of his passive and the turret lane goal and the CS cap and Kyle just missed everything. I mean, his ult did connect, but
that's going to mean that
kind of
Tarzan gets some control over this dragon. Mid lane is just going to be shoved in. As now the destiny comes through from Chovy. Looking for the target. Tarzan getting taken down low as Chovy just trying to distract them as best he can.
Oh, Kyle's flashing! 1v3 though! 이거 그냥 먹고 쌈을 보나? Oh wow.
But there goes the Leona and AL. Still not on the board when
Shanks
it
might have
comes
to flash
to
here.
these kills in this
Oh, he
fight.
does not have
There's a
flash, is
hostile
that?
takeover. Shanks is extraordinarily dead in
와,
this
this one
moment,
is
and
boom,
Canyon
guys.
is the one that
이거는
locks
용을
down the kill, making
먹었는데도
it the
손해예요,
fourth for
이렇게
Genji.
되면은.
Tough for these fights
I mean, it goes to
AL
Dragon, but
because
it's
the
still
running in
kind of
Zed
bad.
doesn't really offer any CC at
Bad
all,
for AL.
frankly, in these moments. And even though the fight looked pretty split up, and it looked like maybe Chovy was going to be left out to dry as they engage onto a Leona, he's able to kite it out. He gets another stun. He's ranged, and he can just kind of space his way out there as Genji look for the reapproach. Duro has flash, he has ult. He's going
그러니까
to be
이게
able to secure
옆에서
the
쭈비
deny
선수가
on
뭔가
Shanks'
어그로를 계속
re-engage.
끌어가지고
And ultimately, Genji, the decision to go on to Kyle.
잘못하면 골드 카드 씹으면서 제드가 풀콤보 박으면은 위험했거든. 근데 여기서 보시면은 거리 조절을 되게 잘했어요, 조이 선수가. 그리고 애초에 근데 AL은 싸움 자체를 하기 싫어한 것 같아, 눈치가. 그냥 욕 먹고 빠지고 싶었는데 결국은 플래시 사용해서 레나타 Duro ulted like with flash. 맞아, 거리 조절 이거 밑에 저런 거 때문에 AL이 불편하고 레오나가 희생하면서 그나마 용을 챙긴 게 그래도 I mean AL didn't get the dragon, so but at this point when you're down like this fucking hard. He drafted like what, 3 losing lanes with a Zed jungle. 이 세 라인 다 지는데 함정이 다 불리하잖아요. 근데 거기다 제드 정글을 픽해버리니까 아 이게 뭔가 뭐 다른 거에도 똑같긴 한데 애초에 세 라인 다 지는 그런 조합을 하면 안 되겠죠. Just complete outdraft coming through from GENG this game.
And speaking of Leona, Kyle is going to be the target here again.
Well, Shot going to come through there as Keen down to 50%. Hextech ultimatum going to come in.
근데 이거?
Getting some decent work done. The culling is
Oh, Flounder flash, but I don't think they can do anything here.
Just going to present Kyle as a target. He's going to go.
이거 잘못하면 근데 자야가 궁이 없어서. Okay, no, W coming through from Renata. Renata W. 아니 근데 뭔가 레오나한테 뭔가 많이 써가지고 오 Thanks for the thing! 아니 샹크스 아까부터 플래시가 진짜 뭔가 I don't know why but Shanks has been flashing really weird. Game 4 and Game 5, what is going on? 이러면 사실 플래시 없는 거 방금 들켰나 본데? I don't know if enemy team saw that. Did they see vision? check 없었을 수 있어.
It's why I was so concerned about the last fight where they collapsed onto Kyle, but because it was split up and the rest of
He's nervous. He's nervous. It's the nerves coming through. 확실히 빅경기 5세트 final game of the finals.
Still a pretty good fight for GENG at the end of the day, but I mean this is a Leona that's going to absorb so much pressure.
Yeah, I mean they're using Camille on this Leona, and then you're using Skarner ult on this Leona. 그러니까 뭔가 카밀궁, 스카너궁, 뭐 별별거 다 박았어. 제일 중요한 게 레나타가 궁이 없어서 if Renata had wholesale take over.
Really funny to see Shanks attempt here because he
said
the handshake is enough to get Duro out, but Tarzan actually with the shadow was able to get him. He thought the shadow wasn't going to be there in time, so he flashes for it. That's another small advantage that GENG do end up picking up here. That the fact that Silas did.
레오나 W 키니까 너무 단단해 진짜. 옛날에는 Q를 선발했어야 됐는데 오래전에 Q 패칭에 들어가가지고 every time 레오나 got they just max W now. W 선발가 가능한 점 그게 좀 굉장히 단단한 요인이죠.
Good, you know, because as you level up, you require more and more experience. Maybe he goes from levels 9, maybe like.
I mean, somehow AL is holding on for dear life. It's like still winnable for them, I guess. But
builds it a little early.
블라디 근데 파밍하는 속도가 좀 매서운데? I mean, this Vladimir has a lot of CS over Camille. Uh-oh.
He's going to have to make a bit of an ultimatum here with AL. There's the flash in for Kyle.
Can't move.
Where did she go? This is what we were talking about. Best CC is death, and they've got a fair bit
I
of
think
that.
Cope could actually get focus. We'll have to watch. 이거 근데 이거를 루시안이 플래시가 있어가지고. Oh, well played by Lucian. He's gonna probably ult the wave. 궁으로 웨이브 정리하는데 그래도 타워를 밀었죠. AL did get the first blow tower though. 몇 초 간격으로 바텀 타워를 먼저 밀었어 근데 AL이.
Not a trade up here for AL with that turret going down. The control trophy does have on the top side, but it is a little bit of injection of gold here to AL. Zed has all the kills right now.
Vladimir sipping for this.
Blank here is gonna be
trophy's top, so they don't want this. 주는 거 판단이 왜냐면 특배가 탑을 밀고 탑 타워를 부시려고 하네요. He has like a 3k gold gap to the Silas.
turret top side it looks like. Yeah, down it goes. So he just has such a lead. So that's why I was saying, yeah, you got Camille.
이 코어로 리치베인을 가는 것 같은데. 리치베인 gonna be finished by TFC.
Is he gonna hit 200 CS at like what, 17 and a half minutes?
He is going to hit 200
10
CS.
CS
He's
per
gonna
minute?
be
No.
very fast and
12
very
CS per
choky.
minute soon.
And, you know, we've talked about it a lot, the TF passive. That's going to make him almost 3,000 gold ahead, 17 minutes
We
into the
don't
game.
have any
And
feat
it's
of
not just because
strength
his team
yet.
is stomping or anything
무력
like that. That's not
행사는
even really
아직
happening. It's just him.
결정되지 않았는데.
And he's already got his Lich Bane, 2 items, and a dagger on top of it all. So
이번 판 블라디미르 같은 쿨감신 올리면은 굉장히 사기이기 때문에 무력 행사 이거 중요하겠는데? Feeder strength gonna be important for Vladimir to upgrade his cooldown boots. It's basically like free fleet footwork or phase rush or whatever. Because he went Conqueror, he doesn't have phase rush.
They can avoid fights for a little while
투비
here, and this Vladimir will
3,000 골드 차이 내려고 하거든.
the burst potential
I mean,
of
the
this
Silas is
dead
so
on
behind
Josiah,
Chovy, like,
force out Featherstorm for
Shanks
any other
has to farm
reason,
up a little bit,
becomes
but
a little bit more powerful
I think he
later
just has to
on,
be playing on
but
the back
it's
foot the
just
whole game.
surviving. That's the hard part now, getting that extra time.
쟤는 3킬이지만 뭔가 레나타 조합이기 때문에 레나타 자요. Tarzan just has to play like a madman here if he wants to carry his team. 3 kills on the Zed, but you're playing into Renata, you're playing into Zaya.
I'm really trying to say with so few words that AGL still have a chance in this game despite all of these deaths.
Huh? 장난하지 마세요. Please! No, not right now. No lag, please.
You can see the shadow was set up. Tarzan had an idea that perhaps there was someone lying in wait there, so nice little defensive play.
한 번씩
Still
저러더라고.
sacrifices a
한
fair
번씩
chunk
그
of his
버퍼링이
health
걸릴
bar.
때가 있습니다.
There is
양해
one thing that I'm
부탁드리고요.
worried about, and it goes back to Double F's question earlier on in the day.
심각하면 이제 새로 고침을 해야 되는데
why the
부디
TF
그렇게까지는
and
안
the
해도
Callista,
되긴.
these are two picks that haven't necessarily been working. TF we haven't really seen here at EWC.
I mean, that is a tower. Another tower secure for GENG.
We'll see whether Trophy can make
And
it
they're
happen.
committing!
His
Tarzan
time
has to
is
flash
now
out.
as the Destiny does come
No
in.
double here.
The gate will not follow as he has found an inner turret, guys.
TF
And that is something he'd prefer to
서비
have.
선수가
As the
이제
rest of AL are
특별로
moving
이렇게
over.
계속
And a gateless
두드려
TF,
주는 거야.
certainly one that is a little bit more killable. But
비는
look at the vision.
라인을.
Look, there's like he's flanked by control vision everywhere right now.
Very good play
And
from
so
Chovy so
far.
far.
So good
The
in
TF is
TF
really
comp,
annoying
but
for the enemy
I
team,
want
right?
to draw your minds back, right, to Chovy of another time. And he, like, when TF was meta, he would do this all the time.
Yeah, exactly. And like the
they just
TF and
lose
MSI
anyway,
didn't do
because it
this.
doesn't do as much
Pushing
as
side.
a lot of his pivotal
뭐
picks
MSI나 이런
for
데에서는
getting
뭔가
AOE, CC, and
한타를
teamfights
하려고
reminded of his Galio, things like
같이
that, AOE damage
모이는
with his
특패들이
Vicar and
많았는데
his Azir.
저게 원래
This
특패가
is a
사기인
little
이유가
bit more
저거죠.
finesse, bit more
그래서
side
이제
lane,
사이드
and a bit more
타워들을
map
밀어내고
control. And in the past, it didn't work. I'm looking forward to seeing the evolution of Chovy as he
궁
tries to make it work here in this
활용도를
game
맛이
number
맛깔나게
5
뽑는
for all of the marbles.
스펙 플레이.
GENG are just insane with how much they bully. Like, they got this lead, and now they just...
TF was like 0-8 at
everything is
MSI, yeah.
ours. Your
I think it was like
Raptors, your
0-7 or
wards, your
0-8,
red
something
buff,
like that.
your turrets.
It's
We're
really
taking
crazy.
everything. And AGL, I mean, they gotta make something happen, but again...
I mean,
there's
it's
just-
impossible.
They
AO is just
founded
getting like
against
completely
champions,
just
but
Yeah.
starved
there
out,
was
I
still
think.
the Zaya available. There was still the
야,
Renata
말라
Blast
죽고 있어
available.
지금 얘.
And what target do you go on
물론
here?
아직
It feels
넥서스가
like there's
터진
too
건
much
아니지만
field for
이렇게
GENG.
오픈되면은 특패가 이제 날뛰기 딱 좋죠. 특패랑 이제 그 카밀 템포 같은 걸로 진입할 수도 있고. Camille can also TP and flank it now that the map is so open, there's no towers. Same thing with TF. TF can actually have some really good
They're going to
flank
overextend.
moves.
You have 2 extra dragons worth of time for Soul before Soul is an issue for you, right? So that's like 10 minutes of time they've arguably bought here. As long as they keep their inhibitors up, you will
So I think
still
for
have to do
AL, if
things like
AL wants to
contest
win,
Otacon.
what do you have
will
to do?
eventually have to contest
Just have to
Baron in
farm
12
it,
minutes
give
time
some
here,
big
but
items for
spend those 4
Vladimir.
minutes getting any money on the map that GENG will allow you. Because
Try
right
to
now,
not
that is
let the
all
Nexus
that you can
explode in
do.
the next 5 minutes, and I think maybe you have a chance.
Flame Horizon is
다음 5분 동안 AL은 그냥 살짝 누우면서 해야 될 것
kind of
같은데.
obscene. We can tell where a few of these minions are coming from. Chovy making
Yeah,
sure
giving
that he
Otacon
accelerates
is definitely
as fast as he
needs.
can.
They should just give
The
Otacon.
rapid fire cannon actually very important item here. for the
아타카는
Twisted
그냥
Fate.
줘야 될 것
Here's that
같은데.
Otacon take. Yeah, they're looking
You
for the
contesting
angle here
it?
as the handshake
그냥 안
comes in.
주네요, 역시.
And now they have to face check. They
LPL
have to go for
팀이거든.
this.
우리에겐 눕는 건
And
없다.
what are they going to be able to do? I mean, Kyle, he's saying
LPL
the
team,
Destiny just gives you
they don't give
infinite
things.
vision. The black sheep wall just typed in chat. feeling pretty
Black
good.
sheep
Chovy
ball.
hunting for a target.
StarCraft
With this
reference.
yellow card, but
Bookshelf.
AL getting into a decent position. It might even just be a 50-50 here, as it is going to be secure.
Oh, Canyon got it!
Doesn't find
Oh my
the
gosh,
impair,
this
but the
hostile takeover was really nice.
Another handshake is good, and Chovy picks up the first kill of the fight.
Oh,
There is one back as Shanks
Flandre?
gets one, and now
Oh, the W was saved for Zaya right now. Wow. What? No, he doesn't do the damage.
There's the shutdown as Canyon says he wants a double.
Wow.
And Genji will win yet another fight.
That W from Renata was so patient there. 그 레나타 W를 굉장히 끝까지 안 쓰고 들고 있었던 게 좀 히트인 것 같은데. 근데 거기에서 플러스 역시 돈이 최고다. 돈을 많이 먹고 레벨링을 굉장히 잘하는 특패이기 때문에 방금도 잡힐만 했거든? 근데 루시안이 딜이 안 박혔어요. It's just really high level TF. So when you're high level in League of Legends, you have a lot of free stats. You have a lot of HP, you have a lot of armor, all that stuff increases. So if you see it looked like
and then you've got the Mimomancer right in there, Flandre trying
like
his
Flandre
best.
just
He
going in, but
almost
this
bursts down Ruler, and
TF
they
is just too
finally get
tanky.
the
특배가 너무 단단한 느낌이기도 하고 스키도 살짝 삑사리가 났네요. 사이러스. And even there, Lucian focusing TF should have died normally.
Get across the line, and a huge reaction from Ruler as he knows, okay, we did it.
Yeah, when you're playing support, you just fall behind on levels a lot.
And I think
So.
given the circumstances of how much of a lead Genji had in this game,
She's having a heart attack, guys. She's having a heart
okay,
attack.
thank God.
I mean, look at that damage from Zion. 아 근데 저는 근데 레나타 궁도 그렇고 W 타이밍도 그렇고 너무 픽이 너무 좋고 드로 선수가 진짜로 잘하는 것 같아요. Oh my gosh. Tarzan got it, but at what cost? Oh, Kyle's flashed out, but I think he might be dead here. Lucian's tickling the Skarner here. Canyon 선수. Canyon's going a little bit deep though. He's going a little bit deep. Hostile takeover from Silas. 아니 근데 방금 자야가 클렌즈가 너무 사기다. I think Zaya would have killed his entire team, but Ruler had cleanse. The hostile takeover was so clean from Shanks there.
There were double ultimates used on the Canyon by Tarzan and Flandre, and they barely were able to chunk him down. And yet still, they almost were able to win a bit towards the end of that fight. It ends up being a 1-for-1
잘 큰 자야라서 방금
Man,
팀원들한테
Genji
평타
again
몇 대
was
때리면 팀원들 다
really
터지거든요.
getting in there. They just want to take any fight that they
They
can.
just have so much of a gold lead here, and this Zaya is so fed, and even Chovy.
게임 끝나. 게임이 살짝 끝난 것 같으면서 I think it's a little bit GG guys.
Just roll in and play it very aggressively. You don't play it subtly.
It's looking a little bit
back, and you just kind of go, yeah, maybe you got a hostile takeover. We still win, by the way. It might be enough when your Twisted Fate is 3,600 gold ahead. Your Zaya is 3,000 gold ahead. Hope is often alive at the end of these fights, but he just can't offer anything. As Kyle's looking for an angle here.
Kyle's just constantly going though. They're not stopping.
takes so much damage. Okay, maybe it's not as keen. We'll take a bit back. And Duro,
이러면은 카이팅 당하고 레오나 잡나?
looking for
I
the
think
angle
the Leona
here.
could be dead
As
here.
handshake brings back the Leona, and look at this. They're just holding them at bay.
Oh
And down goes the Leona
man,
for
I
the
mean
first kill
Kyle
of the
just
fight.
keeps
Now
going for
Canyon
plays after plays, but it's like they keep losing every single play.
should be able to deal with this wave.
와,
As
뜻해.
rapid fire cannon is just such a ridiculous item. Now the Destiny comes in. That's going to confirm the
뜻해는 역시 사기가 맞고 이렇게 운영을 해버리니까 I mean, this is how you play TF, I guess. This is how TF used to be like super broken back in the days. We just haven't seen this on MSI. 근데 이번 MSI에서 특패들 판단을 보면은 이게 사이드 운영을 이렇게까지 빡세게 안 했어가지고 좀 패배를 많이 했었는데 Shanks is losing it. They're going in again. AL's crazy. I don't want to say trolling, but they're crazy. That's for sure. 아니 그러니까 불리한데 이걸 계속 박으니까 계속 더 불리해져. 뭔지 알죠? 어차피 후반 가면 진다 이런 판단을 하는 것 같은데.
Making sure that he gets as much money as he possibly can to try and do that damage, because that's what keeps him relevant.
Yeah, I love this from AGL. They're getting very scrappy.
도
They're
선생님,
trying their best to find whatever angle they
그
can, but unfortunately, little mistakes here and there are
다른
just
분
tipping
얘기하기
the
좀 그런데
scales bit by
특패하면
bit
또
towards Genji,
한국에서
and
굉장히
it's
유명하신
already
분이
really heavy
계시거든요.
on their side. They're just about to crest 50,000 gold.
그분이 당연히 강의나 뭐 이런 거 많이 올려두긴 했어.
Ultimatum for Keen was so massive because it denies the CC. He's able to get on top of Shanks, get past him there, and then they end up getting the pick onto the Silas, who still has TP. Should
20k
GENG
damage
decide,
total?
should they have decided
Yup.
to immediately start up that Baron again? But they still have vision control. They don't have to force this right
Ultimate
now.
defense.
They are pretty big in terms of the AD damage they can offer with this TF and the Xayah. But it's not enough damage to rush this down before a contest here, and you just don't want to keep the
This
game
performance
flipping.
from
You don't want to
Chovy
keep
is
the game in a volatile state here as GENG. You just want to push
impressive
waves,
to
keep
say
that
the
lead you had,
least,
took
but
out the
overall,
Vladimir, so
I think
he
Ruler
can't
pretty much
actually
won the
get
game
the
though.
farm he needs to get that
뭔가
third item online.
룰러 선수 바텀에서 그 제드 안 보인 그거의 그 상태에서 충분히 이제 바텀 터지고 끝나는 건 아니고 게임이 좀 그래도 어려워질 수 있었는데 거기에서 받아친 거. 거기에서 에일은 살짝 게임이 갔다. I don't know. It's just impossible now. How are you supposed to do anything on AL?
3.3k is Ruler's lead, and we're now up to 4.5k.
Hey, thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate it.
The advantage that Chovy had in this mid lane.
So in 18 minutes, that was when the second dragon was taken for AGL.
Pack it up, AL. I mean, they had a good run. What can I say?
Now we're at Drake parity, 2 clouds. No inhibitors have gone down. No Baron has gone over. It's a thread that 9,000 gold behind AGL.
아니 조합 이렇게 잘 짤 수 있는데 왜 3, 4세트는
The thread exists, and it is this Vladimir that now has a Shadow Flame online. If there's a fight they could take, it's going to have to be stopping GENG.
GENG can draft this good, and game 3 and game 4 they were a little
For the LPL representatives to
They could have ended it there, by the way. Game 3, game 4. 재미를 위해서 B50을 지금 B50 폭발하면 하겠다. I mean, probably getting like millions.
They could smite Barons
across the world.
GENG. So hopefully GENG do not start this objective. I think perhaps they have learned over the last couple of games.
I mean, if it was like a 3-0, 100% the viewership would have been lower.
As I say it immediately, that is not going to be the case. They do start it up. Tarzan, sorry, is going to be taking a lot of damage. Information advantage is massive with that Destiny just being thrown out. And AL will move
Keen,
back.
look at Keen's location.
카멜
카멜 이거 위치 봐봐. 카멜 위치 아예 모르거든요. Double smite coming through with the bolt. 이거는 뭐 그냥 끝났다요. 아이 축하드립니다 젠지. Congratulations 젠지. 5-7. Goodbye.
At the same time as this should be the ace just after the Baron and GENG.
Skin dream.
Just have done
Taya
it.
skin
They
dream.
may have just won game 5 and made themselves the EWC winners here for 2025.
They have absolutely done exactly that, Atlas. GENG will be your winners tonight.
와우 와우 와우. 조비. 야 젠지의 세계다 진짜. 축하드립니다요. Congratulations to GENG. It sees your world. It is the year of GENG, I guess. So, I mean, it's always been GENG and LCK, but international
series, despite a 2-0 lead, AL did not give up. It was a hard-fought win in Game 5, but a
absolute stomp Game 5. We always see stomps in Game 5. It just happens, especially with Fearless Trap.
History from last year, making up for that, but also the club championship, such a huge thing for this team that is already success in 2 other titles.
They're getting $600,000. 아니 100억이면은 아이스크림 하나만 제발. We have like what 19,000. 우리 지금 2만 명 정도 모였는데 아이스크림 하나씩 사줄 수 있다. Congrats, GENG. Cropping.
That's it. The key is inserted. That's what this is all about. All the keys that were crushed but one. As they will put it in that
honestly though, I think no team is gonna be beating GENG anytime soon. Hola! We don't know. Maybe in LCK some miracle will happen.
It just makes sense. They go from MSI.
아니 근데 뭔가 계속
like every series is super close, but they always end up.
I mean even at the T1 it was a best of 5 too. Game went to game 5 like twice. T1 상대로도 솔직히 5세트까지 갔었고 2번이나 5세트 5세트. 그다음에 이제 AN 상대로도 또 5세트. 왜냐면 MSI에서도 AN 상대로 5세트였거든. 아이고. Canyon redeemed himself and Skarner was so clean. 4세트 살짝 불안했는데 5세트 역시 스카너. Canyon's gone. There it is, Ruler.
Man, Ruler, what a fantastic night he had tonight. And now it is time to throw it over to that beautiful
EWC.
stage with Ian Chambers.
There it is for Duro. 와, 진짜 신인 선수. Duro is a rookie, by the way. First internationals was MSI, which he won. Second international was EWC, and now he won again.
Talking
Huh?
about the victory, the celebrations, but first, how, when you were dominating so early on, did you let them back into this one?
일단 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째로 일단 경기 좀 말씀드릴게요. 일단 2대0으로 정말 압도적인 승리를 가지고 계셨는데 이렇게까지 좀 막세트까지 좀 이렇게 몰리게 됐어요. 그래서 막세트까지 이렇게 오게 된 게 좀 어떤 게 원인이었다고 생각하시는지?
재밌는 장면을 연출한 것 같네요.
Wow, I think we just made a show.
You did make a show, that is for sure. Everybody here loved every second of it. And
재밌는 장면. 재미는 있었다. 너무 재밌을 뻔했는데. 5세트 때 갑자기 벌떡 일어난 젠지. 뭐 3세트, 3, 4세트 뭔가 뱀픽부터 뭐야? 이랬는데 우리가 알던 젠지가 맞아. 했는데 바로 그냥 벌떡.
해내셨는데 정말 기분이 짜릿할 것 같습니다. 기분은 어떠신가요?
일단 당연히 우승해서 너무 좋은데 저희 팀이 이렇게 좋은 성과를 거뒀다는 게 많이 뿌듯한 것 같아요.
Yes, of course I'm excited, but I'm also proud how my team has gotten into this trophy.
One of the things you must be proud of as well is this time last week you were literally on a flight from Vancouver. I need to know how you found the mental resilience, the physical resilience to reset, start again and be so successful at another international event in such a short space of time.
또 이렇게 짧은 시간 안에 이렇게 밴쿠버에서 또 여기까지 또 날아와서 어떻게 보면은 정신적으로나 육체적으로나 정말 많이 고된 여정이었을 텐데 그 여정을 어떻게 또 헤쳐나가셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 MSI를 우승해서 마음적으로 여유가 있었고 그리고 이렇게 힘든 일정은 여기 참가한 모든 팀이 다 힘들기 때문에
마음적 여유.
그냥 잘하면 우리가 이기지 않을까라는 생각으로 임했던 것 같아요.
The fact that we won the MSI made us mentally stable, and also for physically, I think the other teams who attended to the MSI had the same problem. So I think that's
다 보고 자.
mindset we had was
어차피 망했어.
let's be our way. We can play.
커피 드세요,
If we
커피.
play in our way,
내일 커피
what
드시고
we
빨리
did,
갑니다.
and we can win.
Well, we're about to witness history. The
저는
final key
감사합니다.
to be crushed here for League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. The brutal nature of this trophy system has one final laugh. AGAL, their key is being crushed as we speak right now. You enjoying it?
지금 이제 마지막 남은 키 하나, AJAL의 키가 부서지고 있습니다. 지금 AJAL 키를 이렇게 부수는 게 어떤 기분이신가요?
Oh, they're doing it without Choi pressing it. 난 초비 선수가 이거 누를 줄? I thought he was gonna press it.
저기에 있는 키가 젠지가 아닌 것에 너무 다행이고 저희가 우승했다는 걸 확실하게 증명하는 것 같아서 되게 재밌네요.
Well, I definitely feel relieved it's not our key in that key crusher. And that being said, we're very grateful that we were lifted the trophy.
Thank you very much.
Amazing. Right. Can I bring you with me around
복근이
the trophy?
감사합니다.
Congratulations once again. I want to do this in front of the fans if possible.
So many people 또
개인
showing
선수
up.
앞으로 나와주시죠.
시청자 다들 감사드립니다. 부족하지만 열심히
How much have you
같이 보기를
enjoyed
진행했고요.
yourself at this tournament because you have been absolutely phenomenal.
이번 대회에서 정말 기인 선수 정말 압도적인 경기력, 멋진 경기력 보여주셨기 때문에 이번 대회 좀 남다르실 것 같은데 이번 대회 얼마나 즐기셨나요?
I mean, everyone played good.
사실 저희가 작년에 EWC를
안 뺐어.
왔었는데 한번
안 뺐어, 파는
참가했었기
그냥.
때문에 올해만큼은 꼭 우승하고 싶었는데 우승할 수 있어서 너무 행복한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, we went here last year when we got eliminated so early. So this time I wanted to lift up trophy. So and
Into
I did.
TS, right?
So I'm really, really excited.
You should be excited
Last year
because
into
I can
TS.
now announce to here and you watching at home that our Sony MVP of this tournament, it's GENG!
MVP of the tournament?
리그 오브 레전드의 소니
오,
MVP는
이게 기인
기인
선수
선수입니다.
잘하긴 했는데 I was thinking maybe like Chovy Ruler. Chovy Ruler or I don't know. I guess Keen makes sense too. Oh my gosh, the Keen fan.
One more
This is the
time
game
for
Keen
your
fan
League
girl.
of Legends at the Esports World Cup
축하드립니다요.
2025
Congratulations.
winners. GENG!
와우. Congratulations, Genji. SK에서 보자요.
There is one last thing we need to do. We need to loot some of your opponent's keys. Are
See you in
ready?
LCK, Genji. 폼이 꾸준했다. 그건 맞긴 해. EWC 통화 맞아. 오늘 경기들만이 아니라 다른 경기들 다 포함해서. Oh, there it is. 유아프레스가 저렇게 생겼구나.
And it's been a golden tournament for the team with gold in their colors. GENG stopped the reverse sweep bid by
Golden tournament with
AGAL
golden GENG?
and make
Oh,
sure that
man.
all international titles in League of
Oh,
Legends
man.
stay in the hands of the LCK. They win MSI, and they are your second ever League of Legends titleist here at the Esports World Cup after a huge performance by Keen and the rest of the squad. You can see what
작년에
it means to
우리가
them as they now
했었던
partake in the tradition unlike
T1이
any
했었던
other.
거를 근데
They
젠지가
select
이번 연도에는
3 keys from
젠지
crushed
잘해.
opponents' dreams from earlier in the tournament to seal in the game trophy that they will have and bring back home to Seoul.
I mean, just such
I mean,
composure.
last year we
by
did the same
Genji.
thing.
When you feel like
And now
it's
Genji's
slipping
the one
out of
doing
your
it this year.
fingers, the sensation to just clutch your hand and keep grabbing it and not let it go out of your hands. Just
Really
want to come
picking.
back. Do not let AJ
They're picking like-
complete reverse sweep and they reclaim the title.
So,
너무
so far they
잔인해요.
selected AGAL.
No,
They
not the T1
selected
key.
Hanwha, and they don't have to select teams that they beat.
T1은
so
좀
they could take
조그만 걸로.
anyone. Should you take the key of
They're gonna
last
take
year's
Cloud9.
defenders?
Cloud9.
Could they take
너 T1,
Cloud9?
야
What
T1은
are
근데
they
진짜
doing? Hanwha's- yeah,
아니
yeah,
같은
yeah.
LCK잖아요.
They're like, well, we've
Come
already
on, not
taken
T1.
on
Oh my
T1.
gosh!
And yes,
Oh
they will
my-
steal
yeah.
T1's key.
They chose T1.
underneath the game trophy.
No! What do you mean?
Esports
Did we choose Genji last
T1's
year?
keys
작년 우리
will
젠지
be
안 고른 거
inside
아니냐고.
The 2025 Esports
우리
World
먼저
Cup
뺏긴
League
T1.
of Legends game trophy for
What do you
GENG.
mean?
So one bit of business now done as
Oh.
the tradition
We only
continues.
chose
They
the
will
teams
make
we
their
won
walk
against?
to the
Then why is Genji
2025
picking T1?
Esports World Cup totem and put their frame inside the totem where it will reside above all
We have the
else,
revenge,
above
guys.
all broken keys across all
이
different
치욕은
esports of
꼭 다음 연도에
2025
갚으자고.
to say that they were
Next year,
indeed the best
we're going to get
in
our
League of
revenge.
Legends.
What an awesome finals. That was
We are
so
going to
fun.
win EWC next year,
Started out a
T1.
little slow, but it
And
heated
then
up for an absolute banger
we
at
choose
the
Genji.
end. That game 4 and 5 were so much fun. And ending with picks like Tarzan, Zed, we didn't get to see the Nidalee, unfortunately, but there was plenty of other awesome picks. The Vladimir coming out, the Silas, Chovy picking TF and somehow winning on it. You know, it is a storybook ending. All he needed was the Callista as well to truly do the impossible, but I think winning with TF is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and what a fight by AJL in the end. Like, what a ramp up this series has been. As
저를
you say,
펌프하는
Meteors,
건가요?
I fully agree
버튼!
that this is a better game for game. That game 4 by AJL, what a fight it was between the two teams in a
펀치, 펀치.
47-minute banger.
Arnold is having a
Tied this
banger
really
day.
aggressive draft in the end. I love the confidence with Tarzan with the Zed. I love the confidence with the Vladimir. Was it enough this time?
약한 애들
But
박아서 뭐.
AGAL
근데 본인들이
will see you soon
이제
again.
이긴 팀들을 방어해야 되는 거 아닌가라고 하면은 T1이 그렇게 하긴 했지만 꼭 그렇게 안 해도 되긴 하지만 뭔가
Great job today.
Thank you, Jigo.
You know, getting to Cassie and throwing there in the TriCast. It has been such a great tournament. We are holding here in the studio for just a little
I mean,
bit as
T1 didn't pick
GENG
Genji
make
because we
their
didn't play
walk
into
on
them
over to
last
the
year,
totem.
and
They're
now
going
Genji is picking us, and they did not beat us. They did not beat us. They did not beat us. I mean, we lost to AL, and yeah, they're better than us. They could beat us, but they didn't directly beat us. But they still chose our key.
Going from the League of Legends STC Esports Arena, moving across Crossfire,
We'll have to
go to
revenge
Two's
this.
Arena as well later on, and then they get
it's on a
across the
comeback.
street
Okay.
here in the Boulevard on over to
sorry,
the
감사합니다.
STC Gaming Hall where the totem
또 it's on the
resides.
comeback. Thank you.
And my goodness, what a journey it's been
강티
for this
무대라고
squad.
오히려
Again,
리스펙
one of the most
느낌인가?
dominant teams over the last 2 years in terms of
하지만
win percentage, in
악질들은
terms
또
of
난리가 날
series
거잖아.
wins. That kid right there in the front, Duro
악질은
joining the
어차피
team
벌써 난리가 나기
straight off
때문에
of B&K
악질
Pyrex from
그런
last
것들은
season.
상관하면 안 되긴 해.
Half a season that was,
인팡들.
just one split,
갈드컵
and
이런
then
거.
saying, hey, you're the guy, we trust you with Chovy, we trust you with Canyon, we trust you with Keen as returning members,
어쩔 수 없는
and most
부분인가?
importantly, we trust you with the veteran ruler.
다음
You two
년도
are
두고
gonna get
보자.
along, and not only
Next
has he
year,
gotten along,
EWC,
he's excelled and
we're gonna take
exceeded
a revenge.
expectations.
What a great event, you know,
We
in
will
this
take
winning
revenge
ceremony.
next year.
It's way more than just getting a trophy, you know, congrats you won, you get to crush
하나도
your
박제.
opponent's
그러니까
key, you get
하나를
to
상대한
put
건
your
아니지만
key up
역시
on the totem,
오히려
you
SK
get, all
팀들을
the glory
데려온
that
걸
comes
수도
with
있어.
it. You earn points for
같이
your
트로피
club.
같이 올리자.
Just awesome stuff.
What a year from Genji, honestly. So far, winning the LCK, winning the MSI, and now winning this as well. I think there's just such a trajectory. I think the expectations, they were high.
근데
but I think they've
여기에서
risen one
마무리되는 게 아니라
step
이제
above
저거를
that. I'm
이제
so excited to see
메인
what this team
거기에
is
끼우는
able to
여기에
accomplish,
이제
and I'm
끼우는
so
겁니다.
excited to see how far
원래
they will go.
T1 작년에도
And
우리
here is
T1이
the
그랬죠.
moment with
So
His
T1 actually
Royal
did this too.
Highness
So there
himself,
is a
Prince
main
Faisal,
tablet
who has
thing, a
spearheaded
huge
the
tablet,
esports
and then they
World Cup
put their
and,
little key
presents the frame over to
into the
Ruler,
frame.
showing
Yeah,
it off to
keyframe
everyone,
into
shaking
it.
the hands of all the players, and it will be one of those
그다음에
players making the
트로피는 이미 다
climb
했고
to the
trophy
totem
ceremony already
to
completed,
put
but this is the
in
final step.
their slot as League of Legends title winners of 2025.
So the other games are still going on, by the way. So I know EWC is not over yet. So if you guys want to watch the other streams, I'm not gonna be co-streaming other games though, because I don't really know anything about the other games. Like imagine I'm streaming like chess or PUBG. I don't know anything about PUBG or
Ruler
chess.
has yet another notch in his belt in his storied career as he puts that on in, and it locks in the legacy for GENG for 2025
Congrats,
at
GENG.
the Esports World Cup.
Congrats.
Beautiful moment there,
Congrats.
allowing Ruler to do it. Yeah, just congrats to GENG. They played amazing the whole tournament. A lot of fun to watch them. Got to
마지막
see tons of
복싱하니까
different strategies,
아까는 되게
cool
크게
picks
했는데
come out.
이번에는 좀
And even though they won, it wasn't all smooth sailing. You know, they had to overcome some tough opponents, getting pushed
chess
to match point
yeah.
multiple times.
Imagine I'm
but
trying to like co-stream and
something
cast
about
chess.
GENG
I have no
just,
idea
you
what's
know,
going
when
on.
They have to win.
Ooh,
they
이거 또
win,
bishop
and
here.
they look
Looking
so
on.
comfortable in these game fives, and yeah, you know that's why
I
they're
don't know anything
champions.
about chess.
I mean, it is just so rare to see a team with such discipline
사실
like GENG has accumulated over the course of their many years.
대한민국
Growing as an
국가대표
organization,
막 이런
Chovy,
포즈인데?
Canyon, Keen, staying
Where's this
together,
pose, guys?
rebuilding with Duro and Ruler. I think the way they
Pokemon,
play
yeah.
is so magical. It's like an art piece in the making.
And I mean, finally come to fruition here.
Are we
as
casting Overwatch,
Chovy,
Sean?
he has been the chosen one.
I don't know anything about other
finally giving
games, man.
his
I'm just a
people
League of Legends.
The silverware that
I'm
they
just a
deserve.
League of Legends player.
Getting the tournament wins.
Only
and
watch League of
here
Legends
yet
esports.
again, etching his name in
아무튼
the history
간에
books
오늘은
as
여기에서 이제
esports
마무리 되는 것 같고요.
World Cup
사진까지 마무리
title
해가지고
winner of League of Legends in
이제 분석이나 이런 것도 따로 할 수
2025.
있긴 한데 저는 일단
Congratulations to all of Tiger
1시가 넘었기
Nation.
때문에 좀 일찍
GENG
끄도록
are
하겠습니다.
your 2025
Okay, so I'm gonna end here because it's past
Esports
1 a.m. in
World
Korea
Cup
and
finalists.
they are pretty much done with the ceremony as well. I think they're gonna probably analyze more and maybe more interviews coming, but I don't know. I think we're going to take a shower and go to bed though. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the EWC coverage, and I will be back for solo queue streams coming through next week. No more co-streams, no more tournaments. 아니 잠깐만요. T1이 제일 무섭다고. 아니 그나마 T1이 젠지를 지금 이 연승을 끊어낼 수 있는 하나랑 T1이 두 팀밖에 없는 것 같아 진짜. 아니면은 다몬 KT 농심이 설마? 뭔가 KT가 일낼 수도 있긴 해. 아무튼 간에 오늘 이만 가보도록 하고요. That was an amazing event. Thank you so much for all for participating. Even if I'm a big Pepe girl, I'm just yapping. I don't know what I'm saying. 그 부족한 점이 많이 있긴 했지만 다들 봐주셔서 감사하고요. Oh, because you guys later for solo K, if you guys wanna stay around, 팔로우나 구독 한 번씩 부탁드리고 이제 솔랭 방송으로 찾아오도록 하겠습니다. 솔랭은 또 바드 장인이기 때문에 바드를 많이 하거든요. Bye. Goodbye, bye, me bye. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye, me bye. I'm gonna leave now.